Back to the upside we go this morning. Futures on a pretty good bounce right now, trying to get back to session highs even, coming off back-to-back down sessions heading into the weekend. Everybody had their pullback strategies dusted off this morning, I think, a little bit, but we might not get much of an opportunity here. As I mentioned, we're pushing session highs already, coming off a number of earnings reports last week. The major data points, including the jobs data on Friday, we'll touch on that. Lots of headlines over the weekend in regards to that jobs data. We got the Fed as well. Really no significant change as far as anything related to the Fed over the weekend. Interest rates, or yields anyways, back to the downside ever so slightly here this morning. It is going to be a little bit more quiet on the economic calendar this week. We do get some ISM data coming up over the next couple of days, services and PMI, S&P Composite PMI tomorrow morning, 9:45 ISM. Version of that at 10 o'clock. That's pretty much it. And then you got to go through to Wednesday. We'll get the Labor Department coming through with the initial jobless claims, a couple of bond auctions, but a lot quieter this week on the economic side of things versus what we went through last week. Still some pretty decent earnings to get through. A whole bunch of headlines to talk about this morning, including Tesla back in action again this morning with Chinese data coming through to the downside. Musk, meanwhile, taking home a truckload of shares in compensation as they try to make him happy for the next foreseeable future.
That's a lot, Brendo, here. $29 billion, 96 million shares, trying to circumvent that judge's order that kind of put the kibosh on that 2018 pay package that was last year. There's a whole lot to talk about, as Brendo mentioned. Palantir in view as they report this week, widely expected to be another blowout earnings report. And we are still dealing with the after effects of the Figma IPO, well received, one of the best ones in memory. We'll keep an eye on that. Bitcoin dropped below 115 there. I don't know if you noticed, Brendo, on the weekend. Yeah. Coinbase getting a downgrade today from Compass Point, as well as Wayfair reporting earnings in the morning. Good look for them. Chinese EV deliveries. Now we're starting to see winners and losers, Brendo. They're not all moving in one direction. Li Auto and NIO struggling, while XPeng really is the shining light there. And then, more labor disruptions at your favorite company there, Boeing.
Yeah, Boeing, manufacturing side of things, walking off the job again. So we'll keep an eye on Boeing shares this morning. Not really doing a heck of a lot on that this morning. I mean, we talked about that going back a week or so ago, that could potentially be coming, and here we are. So Boeing under a little bit of pressure. Yeah, I was just checking 112. I mean, we're back to 114,366 right now on Bitcoin, but 112 coming into play in a bit of a hurry here. So some of the crypto names under a little bit of pressure. But I mean, as far as Tesla's stock goes this morning, kind of bouncing with the overall market, but at least they're trying here to appease him, to get him on board and get him satisfied, I guess, going forward.
And Neil bringing this to my attention, I'm sure he'll cover it as well. Part of that pay package, Brendo, was this focus clause where they really want Elon to be focusing on Tesla and not take these kind of extracurricular activities, i.e. politics, i.e. fighting with Donald Trump. Yeah. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, more to come, obviously. More earnings to come, as we mentioned, guys. Palantir up next. Good morning.
Good morning. That's right. Palantir after the bell. IMS after the bell today. We had ON reporting this morning.
Ooh.
Boo. They're actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, well, they're to the downside, so we can't say yay, but you're right. The board trying to, I don't know, light a fire under Elon Musk's buddy. Like, whatever. He doesn't. I'm going to imagine that he's already rich, and it probably doesn't matter that much. He's going to do what he's going to do. But as far as I'm concerned, you saw what happened on Friday. Tesla held at 300, so it's clearly post-earnings. It's held at 300 level. And, I look for continuation. When it bounced off 300 the last time, it got to 330 in a couple of days. If not, I don't think we necessarily get there today, but certainly looking for the longs over there in Tesla. It's a big week. What's crazy is we had all that turmoil on Friday. We got as high as 90% chance at a cut in September. After, like, it was wild. Like, we're under 50%.
I think it should be 100.
And then to 90. That the labor data, and I know there's a lot of drama going on with that. Revisions happen all the time. It is not a new thing. But, man, the job market showed some signs of weakness, and that's all it takes for everyone to just assume the Fed is going to cut in September. So that's obviously big news. But on top of that, you're going to get a new Fed member at some point. No idea when President Trump's going to make that announcement. But with Kruger coming out, he gets to name somebody, and there's speculation that who he names could be the next in line. So there's a lot of drama that's unfolding, not just the earnings this week.
Googler. Yeah, we're back from quite the weekend. We had a great turnout where we won the tournament there in Canada. 74 teams. It was absolutely fantastic. Gia got player. I got dumped for the first time. They dumped water all over.
They did the Gatorade?
Yeah, they did the Gatorade, but it was water all over. So that's up there on Instagram. So we had a great weekend. We had 5 games. My voice is going to be a little bit shot right there. And then thank you for all the nice comments here on. Here it is right here. So there's the trophy that we took down, but that's not. This is the girls team right here. So it was absolutely fantastic to be able to go there. We beat the defending. This is only the second year they've had a girls team, major girls team there, which is 11 and 12-year-olds. So Gia's only 10, but at the end of the day, we get added to that right down there. So High Park, absolutely fantastic, and thank you for all the support and everything on this. 148 likes. Thank you so much for that, and a lot of kind words here in the chat. So, yeah, I mean, my focus is still over there. We had great times. Girls had great pool parties. I actually let them go swimming on Saturday night. Yeah, it was a good time there. Sometimes they say don't, but we were back in enough time. And the girls were rocking and rolling, so that was great. We want to thank everybody at the Scott Takasi tournament there, all for charity.
Nice.
And absolutely fantastic. Yeah, so we were really happy with that one. But it is interesting. I didn't realize Bitcoin got to 112. That's I want to buy more of this. So
Right off prior highs.
Yeah.
The May high was 112.
I want to do more of that. My daughter, even though it's a holiday today, my daughter's over at hockey, so I'm waiting for that one. So what's up, Nimit? What's up, everybody there in the chat? And if you've ever heard of Toncoin, well, Verb apparently has. And right now we have another mover here, Verb, on Toncoin news. What were they going to do? They're going to have a treasury right here. So if we just type into here and we type in Verb, you're going to get this Verb Technologies, and they're making here 558 private placement, first public treasury of Toncoin. So I don't know if Michael Noss is coming on or not, but
Tauntauns.
maybe he has some interest in Toncoin as well. But
why not?
Should be a fun one anyways. All right, so that's Toncoin.
I don't trust those things, man.
I saw you went to the Jays game there yesterday. Oh no. Yeah.
No, I've told Sean this. Like every single time we go to a Jays game, my daughter either decides whether she wants popcorn or candy. And we're like 0-8 when she eats popcorn. You can't even make this stuff up. And every time she eats candy, the Jays win. So I'm like, we're up 1-0. We're like, what would you like to have? She's like, oh, I'd like popcorn. I'm like, are you sure? Because we keep losing when you get the popcorn. She's like, I want popcorn. She gets the popcorn. Within one inning, the score is tied. And of course, they end up losing the game. Not that it matters, but we're going to the playoffs anyways. So
Yeah. So now you got her believing in all these
Twizzlers.
superstitions, huh?
Well, also, I just prefer the candy to the popcorn.
Right.
I'm not a big popcorn person.
Really? I like popcorn at events.
Caramel corn I like better. That's just, it tastes better. It's
the caramel corn, get the little cheese. What the Chicago mix? I think they have at Costco, something like that.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
All good stuff. Yeah, looking for some trades. Say Intel's still underneath $20.
Oh, that stock sucks. It was a good short on Friday, Intel, but ugh.
I feel like it's a good short most days. That's stupid.
I think it's gonna start turning into a long soon. Once it gets under $20, that's when it gets so bad that it's not. Well, I don't want to say so bad that it's good, but so bad that eventually they stop selling it. It's always right around like $19. So it's gone on for a while down at this price. It's getting there. It's bottomed out at 19 ever since like July. So I think it's getting to the point where you almost want to start looking for the long. As I say that, there's 130,000 shares just sitting on the offer like right now at $19.55, which is hilarious.
Yeah, it looks like it's trying to go through everything. It's 2.5 million shares already today.
It's a little weird to already see someone willing to sell a massive chunk right there at the level 1, which is that's Intel for you right there. But there's better chip names for the longs, I do think, today. But we'll keep an eye on this one.
Happy Civic Holiday to everybody here in Canada. It took me like 20 minutes to get into work, probably similar. I mean, not obviously
it's
not
a
20
little,
minutes
it was
for you, but
34 or something like that.
yeah, it was great. I got in the car, I was like, what the? Because I was a little late, I had to shave, I was a little late waking up, you know, tough to roll out of bed, and yeah, flying today. So I was like,
try not to speak.
bang.
The thing is, when there's no one on the highway,
Yeah.
like it's easy to like not. You don't even realize sometimes. But I was pretty good about it. Although I did get in very, very quickly.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Real quickly.
We got Joseph. We got everything painted black in the background, except for that exit sign that you see right in the middle.
Yeah.
If you're wondering where to exit, you just go that way.
There we go. And the you can't see the scaffolding. You can barely see it.
That's good.
I
Yeah.
guess I had to get up on the roof to.
I didn't think Randy's in today. I don't think there's many people in today here, so we don't have our banana or the plum delivery or anything like that here today. All right, 8:40 there. How was the weekend up there, Sharif? How was the weekend over there, my guy?
What?
I was supposed to go to Rochester, Katina, man, to see the fam, but didn't end up working out. So we weaseled on up to Keswick, posted up by the lake there. It was nice. It was nice. How was yours?
Lake is great. How was the air quality? Because
It was really good, Katina, man. Not as bad as, because by the water cleans it up a little bit, but it wasn't too bad. Yeah.
Yeah. No, mine was pretty eventful, as we had just mentioned there with the baseball. It was a lot of fun. So yeah, good times all around. Yeah, we've got coffees. Miami Joe's in the building over here right now as well, so we're ready to go. Andre's here. Yeah, your card didn't work, eh, Miami, over there? No, eh? You thought you were fired, or?
He was locked out of the building. Everything is.
Oh, the phone isn't set up. No, that would make sense.
The security system here, like you actually use your phone to get in.
How is the phone going over there? Oh, now we're liking it. Was it been upgraded now? Upgrading Apple now?
Apple got smoked on Friday.
I know, because Joe put out the bad report about his iPhone.
Exactly. If Joe had just got his iPhone working, maybe this wouldn't have happened to Apple on Friday.
Come on,
I'm
Joe.
just saying. It's entirely
single-handedly
Joe's
bringing
fault.
the stock down.
You almost broke 200 on that move.
Ridiculous, Joe.
Come on, Joe.
Anyways, all right. I see Michael Noss is ready to go. I don't know if he's an iPhone guy or not, but he's ready there. Yes, fingerprint and retina scan. Yeah, you're not getting into our building over here. It's very, very...
Big time.
Security is very... I mean, we used to have Tony watching the door, but now it's...
we stepped it up a little bit.
We stepped it up from there, so... all right, let's go back over to the desk and see what's going on with the crew.
Yeah. Okay, a couple things. Here's the 10-year. First off, as I mentioned, back to the downside we go. This morning, we did get briefly this morning early on, back above 426, 4.26. Back to session lows right now. This is a daily chart, so 2 days in a row is downside after that huge move going back to Friday. So not looking good as far as yields are concerned. Michael Noss wants to talk about pullbacks here as far as the overall market goes. Into a bit of one right now. I mean, it feels like it's a lot more than maybe it should be because it's only been 2 days, but maybe a little bit further to go. What are you seeing as far as technicals go here?
Yeah, and the main thing, well, first of all, Apple guy, MacBook, I got the iPhone, I've got the speakers, I've got the Apple TV, the whole thing. So yeah,
Michael Noss can do an Apple seminar if we want.
Absolutely, I could show you all the things, but yeah, I mainly wanted to do this just to kind of do my job, I think, sometimes as a psychologist here, and just go, okay, if we are going to pull back, here are some interesting levels to do so. And wrote this last night, and we're already bouncing, so that might have been it. So I hope everyone survived the bear market of summer 2025, where I think went down 3%, but in the future, here's some things that we're going to look at, and I think I have a rationality for why we're bouncing so much and why I think these things will continue to bounce. So the first thing I wanted to point out is, before all the bears kind of came and, got their bear caps on, is to just remind everyone that we just broke this all-time high. And I think a retest of this would actually be a little bit healthy. So I was actually hoping for, and we obviously could see the day hasn't even started yet, a little bit more downside to this, call it 6,000 or 6,100 level on the ES futures. And the reason for that is something that I know Neil is a huge fan of, is that when you get a break of resistance, which this clearly was, you often like to see a retest of that, and that's healthy. So what we're seeing, regardless of what the news is that's pulling us down or anything like that, is a healthy pullback that should retest this level. And the reason that these retests I think are super important is because it shows that anyone who is short, which is kind of a spoiler for what the last slide is going to be, is really underwater as we're hitting new all-time highs. And when we come back down to this level, that gives them a little bit of a break-even area to cover. And those are buyers. And at the same time, anyone who missed the breakout, when they see it back to that price, they're also buyers. That's why this retest of support and resistance can be so powerful. So that would again be, 6,159 on the S&P 500 futures contract, or take that, so 650 on the SPY. The next chart here I think is an interesting one to take a look at as well. And these are just two anchored view apps. And Brian Shannon, again, shout out to him on his anchored view app work, but these just show the average price of average market participants. So what I've anchored to is the all-time high before we broke out. This is where if people started buying at the worst possible time before we had that tariff tantrum bear market, their average price sits around 5,800. And coincidentally, the people who were smart enough to start buying from the low, their price is also 5,800. So that if we break that first support and then we start to come down, this is another way to look for pullbacks. And even if we don't hit any of these levels, I think this is a good lesson for if you're in something and you're looking to buy a pullback, some ways that you can do it. Again, swing highs and swing lows for anchored view apps end up being really good ones, because there's a lot of people that are anchored to these price by seeing it in their brokerage account. So if you get back to those levels, sometimes you can find some support there. Next is just our good old friend Fibonacci. Not a massive Fibonacci guy, but I do like the kind of 50% retracement as a general zone. So I've actually marked a 61.8 and a 50% retracement. I don't think there's any magic to these numbers, but I do think, if you've moved a certain amount and you pull back about half that, give or take, it could be a good place to potentially look for support and a load up. That's also sitting somewhere around 58 to 5,600. And then the next chart here just kind of shows if you want to just use a technical oscillator. It's another way to time pullbacks. The RSI, we talked about how the RSI was overbought there for a period of time, and then now has come back down under the 50 level. That's considered neutral. So sometimes that's all you need, is you need to burn off that overbought condition in some way, shape, or form. And when you get that burn off of the overbought condition, that could just be your trigger to buy. Is not waiting for it to get oversold, but saying, hey, okay, we're no longer overbought. That might be a bit of a pullback. So one example here quickly is Bitcoin. I just wanted to show that if you'd anchored a VWAP to the prior high and used the all-time high breakout, you had both of those sitting right at the lows of 110. We've talked about this 110 to 111 area for ages as we waited for this all-time high breakout to hit. When we got that, we pulled back to that zone, and also the anchored view app, so the average price of everyone who's been buying this consolidation. So far, we're getting a pretty nice bounce from there. So last chart is just going to show why I think we are in this mode where every pullback is going to get bought. And I know this lower indicator is very messy, but we're really just laser focused on this green line. And this is the commitment to trader report. I talk about this quite frequently. You have to report, if you're a large speculator in the futures market, your position. You just have to by law. It goes back to people trying to manipulate markets. And the idea is that if we can see where everybody's positioned, we can see also the pain points of where everyone is hanging out. And you can look and see that this green line has been downward sloping and is negative the entire time the market's been ripping. So that means the average large speculator, the net position of the large speculators, is short and very short. And they didn't even really cover last week. There's a little tiny tick up that you can really not even see on the chart. So they have been short the entire time. They're as short as they've been in like 2 years. And they didn't even use last week to cover, which is just crazy to me. You actually have a little bit of a relief sell and you're not using that to cover. So I think that any kind of up movement and is going to be spurred on by potential aggressive and forced short covering, and any kind of down movement, you'd hope they're going to be responsible enough to start covering these positions. And until this line kind of comes back up to the zero line, comes back up to neutral, I think you're going to continue to see that, because not only are the large guys not long in this rally. They're actually still short. And as long as they remain short and the market continues to go up, that's the recipe for a short squeeze. And as someone who's long myself, I'm certainly here for it.
A lot of headlines this morning pointing toward that similar fact, pointing to these couple of IPOs we've had being pretty frothy going back over the past couple of weeks, and then even some of the meme stocks catching a bid and getting into the rally as well. Is it a seasonal type thing where, call them institutional investors or the big money might be on a yacht in Italy somewhere not paying attention, and therefore all the what have you, Redditors of the world will take control here?
You can call them degens. I think they like that. I think they wear it as a badge of honor. I think that's part of it. I also think that, so say, you're net short the S&P 500 and the market is ripping. Well, your two options are to cover the S&P 500 short that you're in. If you're large enough, you could actually start to push the market up. Or it could be to get long exposure somewhere else as a hedge. So I wonder if there's some of that going on where, they're underperforming dramatically and actually losing money on their overall index exposure, so you got to take some flyers somewhere else. So this is why I think you're seeing a lot of junk or zombie companies or whatever you want to call them just get off the mat and start going. Because if I am, the market's up 20 some odd percent and I'm losing money, I got to take a flyer somewhere else to try to get my performance up to make sure that my clients don't give me the boot.
As mentioned, though, pullback probably healthy here and much needed after the float to all-time highs that we saw over the past couple of weeks. Great stuff, as always. Michael Noss back with us after the close tonight. We'll see you then.
Talk to you then.
See you then, Michael. And look, I do like pullbacks into prior highs. And there's actually a few of those as we get into the watch list that we'll be watching for. Because we had a really, really good bounce on a lot of stocks on Friday, but I think we'll just talk about Bitcoin for a quick little second, because obviously, just if you weren't paying attention, pulling right back into that May top, 112, and bouncing very, very cleanly. And we'd had a little bit of a rough go in Bitcoin. It seems as all the juice has gone to a lot of altcoins, and then whoever happens to be doing a random treasury play, which the one this morning, of course, was Verb with the TON treasury. We've been seeing a lot of this recently, and you haven't had any constructive or positive action really in Bitcoin. At best, we've been going sideways. And when you look at it intraday here, it really established sellers last week, right at 67.5. And I looked at that, I'm like, really? If you're long bias, I just kept looking at the chart and saying, I'm not going to trade Bitcoin because I don't see any longs. Fair enough. But there was literally a short every single day at basically the same price on Bitcoin. And if you're biased, you'll end up missing things like that. So if it's going to be, I get it, we bounced off 112, but if we see a similar pattern, or I see a similar pattern, where you pull back into last week's lows like it did on Friday, right in here, and then held 65.8 here on IBIT, that to me, if it does the same thing and there's a wall of sellers, you just play the scalp short off of that range. So a lot of times this will happen. A guy was just probably waiting for this to break out or do something fun to the long side, and then you completely missed it for 4 days in a row, excluding Friday, because Friday a lot of things dumped. You had that same level of resistance. You want to play support and resistance. That was as clean as it gets on Bitcoin all week, more or less. If I start to see that happen again at this lower high, then I think you just start scalping that trade too.
It is interesting, Michael was just talking about, potentially that 3% move. I mean, it's not a very big move at all. And we mentioned some of the, recent IPOs. We had Figma as well, down today, another 5% right here off of, again, I wasn't here Friday, but there's that move right off the jump to the downside again there. And, we watch out to see that 130 area, which was the high. We'll see if we can get back to that. Started to rip up there into the aftermarket back there on Friday. Obviously, what a great IPO it was. We've talked about that. Was up another 15, 20% early there on Friday, and then it fell straight through. So, yeah, we'll look to see if Figma can hold this 110 area or so, 126, 128, a decent spot there. there to look for the short. We'll see if it can get going. 140 would be awesome if Figma got to that high side. So yeah, there's just a lot of sort of froth in this market, but we've seen these IPOs hang around for a while, like Circle and CoreWeave, and sometimes like this is only day 3, so it's not like there's an impossibility here for this thing to rocket right back up to the upside. So we'll see if the buyers want to come in and test their luck today with Figma. Maybe Adobe's finally gonna scoop up all the shares in the open market.
It'd be hilarious if Adobe came out and bought them at an even higher valuation.
They're just like, fine, you don't want us to do it, we'll just take 10% of the company or whatever. But yeah, who knows?
We got a super chat in here, and big shout out. We got Peter. Thank you for the super chat. Thanks for bringing the XTMC Post, where they hype their own company, to attention on Friday. Adair Neal giving it a doubt. The both of you made me decide to take the gamble and buy before the close. Your greetings from the Netherlands. Shout out to you. Netherlands. So we get viewers all over the place, but I know we probably had viewers from the Netherlands, but it feels as if that's one of the first. Yeah, like they said, sometimes we saw this happen in the afternoon. You saw the stock run. And ultimately, you never know what's going to happen over the weekend. I think a lot of times, like people get, and we were sort of talking about this one. If you look at it on the daily chart, like it's not exactly a nasty-looking chart.
EMC.
Like it was bouncing, essentially holding this nice little double bottom after a pullback. Like it's a nice pullback into 6. It looks like it's held that 6 for now. You never really know what's going to happen, but good look there on the metals company. These small cappers, as Michael was saying, there was a lot of runners, a lot of these runners almost on a daily basis. It just feels like there's a lot of catch-up happening in some smaller names.
I'm going to go over to the screen here with Adair for upgrades and downgrades.
There's a lot of really interesting names on both sides of the board, starting with Block, recent S&P 500 edition, getting an upgrade here from Maness, Crespi, and Hart, and up 1% so far this morning. Chevron with an upgrade from TD Cowen, Telsey Advisory Group, upgrading Ralph Lauren this morning. This one actually a little bit red in the morning so far. And then we have Zevia up 9%, the natural drink maker, getting a Telsey Advisory Group upgrade. The downgrade side of things, Coinbase, one of the biggest earnings declines names from Friday morning, getting a downgrade here from Compass Point, though they are up on the session thus far. Shell with a downgrade here from HSBC Securities. Stifel giving a negative note here for Baxter. And last but not least, Vera with a downgrade from Wolf Research. Pretty interesting board, guys. Back to you.
It gets hilarious that Block gets the nod in the S&P 500 over Robinhood, and then after it happens, like nobody talks about them. Like, did we even mention Block once last week? I don't think we did.
No.
I'm like 90. Yeah, we did not. It's crazy. And guess what? It filled in the gap. Absolutely. There's your gap up. Hey, guess what? We're going to the S&P, and you've now filled in the gap. I guess that would have been a reason to go into the long. And this is just something that was talked about with Michael, that pullback into the prior high. Like 73 was a prior high. Where does it hold? 73. I guess if you're looking at Block today, look for the 73. But I promise you this, I will much more likely trade Robinhood once again over Block, because it's Robinhood and Block is Block. So what, Block? Robinhood is the name that had the ridiculous reversal on Friday. This one 100% caught off guard. And once it started going, it was ridiculously rapid. So I'm looking for some continuation over the 99 to 100 area on Robinhood. Forget about a V-shaped recovery. You got to give a different name to that, because whatever the down move was, it put that to the upside. It was ridiculous on Robinhood, and it was doing most of it alone all day. So who needs the S&P 500 if you're Hood? Apparently.
Yeah, good. I hope there was some good trades there on Friday. It looks like there was. We haven't talked about Affirm in a while. That's up 1.7% here. What reports this week? Pinterest, with great Reddit numbers for their advertising, with great opportunities for growth in that space. I think this family-friendly social media here, it's not really social media, but, online posting can get those ad dollars. I think Pinterest is going to be an interesting name to come through, I believe, reporting tomorrow. So we'll have to see what happens here, but breaking through $40. Pinterest has my eye a little bit, nicely performing here, trying to base out 37 and hold, down 1% today. The sticky note's now out. I wrote down here on the note that I was a little bit nervous today. Something pretty simple, just feels like a slow day, be patient. The jobs report's still hanging over this market, in my opinion. We could wind up giving back some early gains. We got Tesla, Opendoor, Figma on here, Apple on here, and just a little bit of note there, what we think where this market's going. So, yeah, I don't know. I was trying to look at the TQs as well. But right now, the Nasdaq's up 1%. So as Michael said, we go down 3, back up 1 right here. Let's see if we can hold some of these gains. I don't know. I don't have a great amount of faith in that. But Apple got beat up, and they had a pretty decent report. But, you know, again, without China, without this market right now, Apple will continue to fall down. So we'll wait to see if we get a bid near $200 on that. There wasn't too much on that upgrade and downgrade board for me.
Not really.
That looked that interesting. I mean, Coinbase, always interesting. You know, huge moves in Coinbase over the last week. I mean, we topped out at, we were at pretty much those huge highs. I think it was year-to-date highs for sure. What a rally back in Coinbase. You want to talk about, people say like, oh, there's some stocks that went up 100% from the bottom. This bottom was 140. It went to 440, Coinbase. And then it's just been like 5 or 6, 7 days, like just boom, right into the downside again here for Coinbase. So this name, just because it's been so beat up down there, is something to look at, I would think. But again, I think a name like what Neil brought up, Robinhood and Webull and SoFi and just some of these other names are starting to, you know, also be a bit available to trade crypto. And I don't know if that's pulling back some Coinbase, transactions and stuff like that. So yeah, I don't know. Coinbase is a little tricky one there. From 440 just 2 weeks ago up to down to 320 right now. So I think.
And they had that deal with JPM too as well. So it's like.
Yeah. What is SoFi's price?
SoFi's holding 21.5. I just called that up because I hadn't even, you mentioned SoFi, I hadn't even looked at SoFi this morning because like Robinhood moved so much on Friday that in this, I guess we're calling it's a group now, right? Like I'd look at it over Webull and the moves have been really good in SoFi, but it's just weird price action since the earnings. It fills in it goes ham into 25, it comes all the way back and then tries to go higher. It's spending no time in the same place, essentially. But everything is working off of the 22 level. It's like sell underneath, buy above on SoFi. But I still probably look at Robinhood a little bit more. Let's get an eye on the futures with Sharif.
62.64, guys. That's where we close out Friday on the ES September contract. We lost at 6,300, but as you can see on the top left of your screen over here, we're actually at 6,300 right now, but it kind of feels like we haven't cleared it enough to be able to use it as support with the overnight high only being 63.10. So here's the deal. We're going to continue to use 62.50 as our support and 6,300 as our resistance until we clear it decisively. If we clear 6,300 decisively, we're looking at 63.50, Brendo, as resistance.
As always, let's get going. A lot to understand this morning and heading into this week. If you haven't done so, grab the watch list. Absolutely free every single day. Comes right to your inbox. All you need is your email address. Top link down below in the description will get you to the sign up page. And then it just shows up every single day. Let's talk Tesla to kick things off here. A couple things to understand here this morning. I was just reading through. Wedbush just came out with their opinion on this pay package and seemed to be happy, shockingly. Dan Ives is happy about Tesla. Right at session highs right now. There's also these Shanghai numbers to talk about as well. Again, if you missed it, 29 billion in shares going Elon's way.
It's a lot of money, Brendo. Let's talk about what happened here. So you'll recall a Delaware court back in 2024 voided Musk's $50 billion 2018 pay deal. That was early in the year last year, citing unfairness to shareholders and flaws in the board's approval process. Musk obviously began appealing the decision in March, arguing that the judge had made illegal errors and was looking to reinstate that package. And Tesla's board now has granted Musk 96 million shares worth about $29 billion. The shares carry an exercise price of $23.34, which is the exact same price that he was awarded under the 2018 deal that was kiboshed by the court. The new package is designed to boost Musk's voting power over time, reinforcing his influence at Tesla. And the shares rose, as you mentioned, Brendo, nicely here in the pre-market on news of the new equity award. Investors and Musk alike view voting power as essential to executing Tesla's long-term vision, and the board emphasized that this awards a balance between Musk's many commitments and ensures his attention to Tesla, as we were talking about that attention clause, so to speak.
Good point you made earlier on the China front. A lot of back and forth numbers. We got numbers from most of the companies over in China. XPeng, the bright light one, once again. I think these Chinese numbers for Tesla specifically priced in.
Yeah.
Probably for the next few months that are going to be downside the market, liking that today. Anyway, no Randy, as we said today, but he'll be happy about this. Rivian sales guys hitting a 10-month high going back to last month.
Oh, snap.
Not bad.
Get it, Rivian. Why not?
$12 stock.
Yeah. Rivian's been having...
Came out at 150 or so, Rivian.
It was a wild day, though. Like that... I remember the Rivian, it wasn't quite the excitement that we've been getting where you're halting to the upside. I feel like you used to get big moves on IPOs without it actually halting in the first 30 seconds, believe it or not. It would just be more structured to the upside.
Yeah, Figma never halted at all.
Fig did.
Oh, it did. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right. It halted in the first 5 seconds.
But but that's a new thing. It's a new phenomenon to see these bigger ones halt. Like the small ones halt all the time. Like maybe that Firefly Aerospace is the kind of the smaller one that I would expect smaller ones I expected with. But anyways, I don't know, I'm not really looking at Rivian, but we're looking at Tesla here. And I guess we're just built, at this point we know, look, declines in Europe, declines in China. Okay, we get that. They already had the bad quarter. The reaction as far as I'm concerned is the earnings low was 300. It bounced once, it bounced twice. And last time it bounced, the day after, I'm not expecting necessarily you have this kind of a day where we bounced last time and went straight to 325, but I'm playing that side of the coin on Tesla. So dips into 305, break 312, maybe you see 300 again for a long, but that's the play for me. I'm looking the long on Tesla today. It already showed you what it can do when bouncing off this level post-earnings the first time. Even if it does half that move, I think that's good the second time.
There's been some requests in the chat for the sticky notes, so I just put it in there if you are part of it. Make sure you do hit the subscribe, the like, get involved with our chat. Neil and I, all the team answering questions in the chat, especially if you tag us and things like that. Look, I had Tesla in there, 305 dip by long. I think the confidence now in the stock with this Elon Pay package, bullish sentiment here on robotics and AI. I mean, that's the note. Thank you, Sharif, for doing all of that. And I just think that, now that you're starting to get going here again on Tesla, it's just, did you miss the bottom? I don't think you missed a bottom, but it could be a recent low right now into $300, 301, 302 right there. So I think that there's a good opportunity to watch out for this long. And when I wrote it down, I was looking at sort of the 200 period moving average that was at 305 right there. There is a little bit of a top that could come into play. So we're going to see if this does fall back. I mean, we've been taking off since we wrote the note. When we started it, it was 308. So now you're up $2 from there. So I think there could be some good dip buy opportunities in and around this area, 305, 306. I mean, I think it's a gift if you get to 300 because then you could just punch out if you break this 298 low right down into there. So I up 2.5%. You guys know the way I trade. It's relatively strong. We got to go long, and we just got to wait for the right spot there. Wedbush reiterates outperform here as well. Just saw that come through. So Wedbush iterates outperform on Tesla. Price target, here it is right here. This is Dan Ives, the same guy that was saying, so this is the thing. Dan Ives probably got longer there now that he's reiterated his buy on Tesla right there. So $500 for Tesla, outperform on that, Dan Ives. And he was talking last week. Remember, Elon said, "Shut up, Dan," and stuff like that as they were going back and forth there. So, keep it going. What's up, Mike P. the Rider, and everybody there in the chat? I hope you're all doing well as we are around this joint right now. I might go get a lemon tea, though. All right. Oh, Palantir strong. I have nothing to say about that.
We got a couple super chats before we go back up to the desk. Curtis just happy to give a super chat. Appreciate you, Curtis. Thank you so much. We appreciate all of our viewers. And Mode in the chat here with a super chat as well. A beginning trader from Dubai wants to take a look at Rumble. You see support at 796, looking for an entry around 88.10 to 84 with a stop loss 770. Just want to know what you think about it. Thanks. I just gave you a little bit of an answer, which I can visualize. Like when I look at this, I can't see. I don't know what the catalyst here is on Rumble that gets you to bounce off of this level. You're probably, I'm assuming you're just looking at right in here and you're saying, oh, support at that level. Look, maybe, at the $8 level. But if you like really $7.40, $7.50, and then this is where I see obvious support at $7. Like theoretical, if it tests down here, it makes some sense that you could find some support there. But actual support, I think, sits at $7. I don't know what the catalyst is. Under the 50, under the 200 period, hasn't really broken. It broke a downtrend and then resumed kind of a new one. So I'm not really sure I see a catalyst for this to go up. And it looks like the support's a little bit lower, at least historically. But one stock which has a very defined support line for this week is Palantir.
The chart's actually looking very similar intraday anyways. Palantir just tested session highs, coming back in a little bit right now. But earnings to come after the close tonight for PLTR.
Let's talk about what the market is expecting here. Brendo, we're expecting Q2 revenue to come just shy of $1 billion, $939 million, which would be a 39% year-over-year increase, with free cash flow should be about $330 million. Again, a 35% increase. Operating income projected to be $404 million, well ahead of last year's performance. So we'll keep tabs on that. Here's what we're expecting for their different markets. U.S. remains strong. We're expecting revenue to bump up 38%, with UK growing at 29%, with international markets about 8% there. Core government and military contracts still make up the bulwark of Palantir's revenue. They have multiple U.S. Army deals, Brendo, but that's all merged into a $10 billion agreement called the Titan AI program, highlighting Palantir's lead as a software integrator. And the Titan, just to give you an idea, it's an AI-driven battlefield data analysis unit for soldiers. It builds on both the hardware and the software side, and it includes L3 Harris as well as Northrop Grumman involved in that. It marks a new program in the U.S. military procurement, with software leading the way. Shares, they're trading at around $155, with endless kind of in disagreement. There you got price targets from $40 up to $178. It's trading at 81 times, though, guys, expected earnings per share for next year, and they have a history of beating. They've beat the last 14 of 18 times for their quarters, and the average move post earnings, Brendo, a light plus or minus 16%.
I was just going to say, options market is going to be closely watched this afternoon, I think. But coming off a bit of pullback at the end of last week, I mean, this thing was pretty wild on Friday. Considering how weak the overall market was, ends the day basically neutral, back within the range, guys. But nice gap here this morning ahead of the report for Palantir.
Look, I mean, I take.
We were joking at who the $40 price target was.
Oh, and
I was like Scion Capital.
Yeah, Michael Burry. Thank you to Day Trader LA. What's up, Day Trader LA? Day Trader Law. Right there. Coffee Money with a K and MONIEE. Thank you so much for that. That $25. Maybe we'll go get some coffee around here. We don't have any breakfast here today. So, Sharif is upset.
Fruitless.
Go get this man a bowl of eggs. You know what I mean? We have $25 right there, but boil them up a little bit. Shout out to Sharif over there.
Get a couple eggs for that.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, we always bring eggs over here, and it's a great, tasty treat in the morning time. Thank you for that, Day Trader LA. It really means a lot. No, I think the key from Sharif there was just that 14 of the last 18 quarters they beat, right? And the stock average, I mean, the average move there was plus or minus 16%. Oh, geez. All right, now we have to go get something.
Okay,
Joe, just go buy everything on the street right now. That's a hunch right there. Thank you so much. That's $125 now for breakfast.
Buy a lot of
money.
Timbits for that.
We also don't, just to let you know, Day Trader LA, we also don't have lunch today either. No. Don't, there it is. I'm always working. I am always working. Shout out to Day Trader LA right there, bang. But no, in all seriousness, look, you got to like the stock. This is a huge AI play. It's a huge data play. It's one of those things where regardless of what that number comes out, I think they're going to put out a big beat and a big guide, but I'm not really getting out of any shares. I think a prudent investor may do that because you're at these highs with the market down 3%. Palantir's acting like it's not. Back up here, not that market's down 3% today, but there's the pullback, there's the pull up. So I just, there's going to be some short squeezes probably in this name, especially if they beat. There's going to be a lot of traders that look at that PE number and be like, wow, this is primed for a short. And you know what? It is. If they don't come out with a good report today, then yeah, it's going to be a problem. PLTR. I just want to find out what that short float is exactly right now. I remember we looked before.
Guessing.
Yeah, 2.5. So right there. So Palantir conference call today. Earnings 4 to 4:30. Conference call at 5. Its PE is ridiculous. I mean, we have 670 here. PE right there of 277 as well. Forward PE. So it's absolutely blowing its face off as far as that is concerned. SAP, CRM, these guys PE 40, 22, 34, Adobe 14. So there's better value plays in there, but there's not a better play that has a better story. So I think you just got to appreciate what Palantir's been doing. It's not a Coinbase, but it's a 65 up to 157, almost a triple there. Not almost, I guess it's only 250%, but from that bottom to the top right now, there is some froth in this and it could easily pull back. So I would just say, if you are nervous about this, get out now and hold some for that huge move that's going to happen tomorrow. I really do think that this earnings report, we'll check it out on Market Chameleon, plus or minus probably 10 or 11% there today, if not a little bit more. It's going to be violent. It's going to be wild there. I think this is going to be probably one of the bigger movers that we've seen this, in my opinion anyways.
Well, HIMS is tonight too.
Yeah, HIMS is not. I mean, the valuation.
Oh, that's
Palantir. No, they both have crazy valuation.
HIMS is not that big.
Oh, no, the
valuation.
The PE. Yeah. The market cap, though, is what I was sort of looking for there in Palantir. Where is the market cap right now at these days? I'll have to. Oh, there it is, right there. Oh no, that's not it. I'll find it for you.
Why wouldn't they have the market cap at the top?
I don't know. I don't. I want to say the number, but I'm not sure what it is. Okay, we'll find. Oh, there it is, right there. Yeah, it's right here. My bad. 364. I was going to say 400, but we're not quite there. So 364 market cap, and we're going to look at what HIMS is. I just want to see what this is, just out of interest. Yeah, so their market cap, Neil, 14 billion. So yeah, HIMS could definitely give it a ride here today as well. 37% short float. This is a completely different beast altogether.
It's a different beast
right now. But yeah, so that's what we're doing here today. I like Palantir, but I don't have it on my watch list to trade. I think it's just a wait and see. I mean, 154 bottom looks pretty good.
I don't think we get to the bottom of the channel on Palantir today. This is going to be a post-earnings test. This stock is just it's been a long this entire time. On the daily chart, this is one of the easier channels to draw. And you buy it off the bottom and you've been winning. And then if you sell it actually at the top of the channel as well. And this is, like I said, it's easy to draw because you're just going from like April and then the May high. And then it's very obvious after the fact. You could, in theory, you could have, Palantir could go $5, $6 today. And if on earnings day it tests the top of that channel, that'd probably look for a short, but it's right in the middle, which means a no trade for me. And then you come back and look at it after. And another super chat from Day Trader LA. Oh my goodness. Another one in there. Appreciate you. Oh, here he goes. Neil forgot my name. I did? Day Trader LA? My bad. It's okay. Follow me on the gram. Same tag if you want money giveaways. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, Day Trader LA. But Palantir for me, this is going to be a stock which 100% gets traded tomorrow, win, lose, or draw. But unless we get to 160, like the low to mid 160s, I think I step away from it today.
Man, crazy, unreal. Here's Fig. Nothing new to talk about as far as news. Just the wild action of the first couple of days here for Figma. If you missed it, huge IPO going back to last week. 115 seems to be a bit of support here. 112 to 115.
Yeah, it's putting in lower highs there, Brendo. Interesting chart. In case you guys missed it last week, let me kind of update you. So this stock, FIG, soared 250% on its first day, reaching about $59 billion market cap. The company has become one of the most successful IPOs in recent history. It leverages AI, Brendo, to simplify design workflows, which helps eliminate the need for the technical skills. The platform allows users to kind of collaborate, prototype, generate UI elements, all with prompts, no coding required, so schmucks like me can weasel in and use it. They also have huge enterprise adoption. They're boasting about 13 million users, and they serve 615 Fortune 500 companies, including top names like Google little in softy. Paid customers are growing fast, Brendo, and revenue jumped 48% year over year, up to about $750 million last year. We still don't have 2025 numbers. The enterprise traction is a key reason for the stock's premium valuation, and the IPO, oh baby, was it oversubscribed with demand far exceeding supply, pushing the price up quickly. Valuation, though, Brendo, sky high, trading at 59 times 2025 earnings.
Not the first one this year, the first IPO this year that has done this, but we'll see how CoreWeave. We'll see how this plays out for Figma. I would just keep my eye on Lockheed Martin here. This is a first. I think I've ever had to say this on this show, but this is the headline. I'm just going to read it. Lockheed Martin hints at secret aerospace prototype with magical new tech.
I don't know what to say.
I don't even know what to make of that.
I think Donald will like that headline, though, 100%. What the hell
is magical new tech from Lockheed Martin, guys?
Yeah, that doesn't sound desperate at all. Magical new tech. Anyways, so I don't even know what to make of that with Lockheed. They've been getting beaten up, and there's better names in the space. Northrop's been a better name to look at. Figma 110. Okay, so like 110, triple bottom at the 110 level. It was obvious on Friday. The other thing, you have to be willing to remove liquidity on this stock. We talked about this on Friday. There was a good reversion trade off the volume weighted average price where it broke the trend line. And if you hit it right away when it broke the trend line, great. If you didn't punch the bid right away, then you were staring at like $1.50 lower, and suddenly that skews your risk to reward. So if the liquidity is there, you want to jump in and grab it because the volume decreases every single day after earnings. After the IPO, it's just a little bit less today, Friday, and then probably a little bit less today, and then it gets less tradable from a desirability standpoint. So yeah, looking at that 110, you got a flat bottom break, and then if it does a reversion like it did on Friday, same thing. I'll play it either direction off that level. But it has to be a clean reversion, or we're just taking the flat break. And we paid for locates as well.
Yeah, today, though, we want you to focus on that QR code. Make sure you do scan that right there. VinFast delivered over 35,800 EVs in Q2 of 2025, marking a 172% jump from last year. That brings their first half total to more than 72,000 EVs, up over 220% year over year, with stronger sales usually in the second half. So that's nice. They're on pace to easily double 2024's 97,000 units. They're also crushing it on two-wheelers with nearly 70,000 e-scooters and bikes sold in Q2, up 432% from a year ago. And with gas-powered two-wheelers being phased out in Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City by 2026, the growth potential looks huge for VinFast. Check them out on the NASDAQ under, of course, symbol VFS. Scan that QR code right there on your screen to find out some more informazione. Okay, so look, again, we are actually up here as well on Instagram, so you can go over and find out if you go, that's from yesterday, shout out to High Park there again. But if you go over to Instagram, you will be able to find my story here. Oh, there you go. There's a good picture, actually. There's the champions all holding up the trophy right there again. 76 teams. There's my lovely daughter. What's up? And then here's the sticky notes. You can go find the sticky note now up on Instagram at actually, I'll just put that. I don't know if that's going to work if I put that through there as well, but we'll go try in the chat. Go find it right there. I have Figma on here. And I just wrote down, let's break this 110 out of here. So I want to go short. I want to go short right there at 110. You know, this comes out at $33. It rips up. We know that there's a lot of love in this space and in the name. You use software as a service. It hasn't been super great. Lately, we've seen Adobe and some of the competition get really hit downside. I just don't think it's a great. I think the valuation's too high, and I don't know anything about the space or anything like that. It's just when a stock comes out and then gets tripled, and there's a lot of sort of euphoria in it off of IPOs. Neil and I were just talking about IPOs and how they can run up and then run down, and you know, it still could have its CoreWeave moment or its circle moment where it does take out this high as well. But I'm a short anywhere around here, you know, like 135 up to 140. We may even look at this short around 126. Thing is, if you short this 126 to 128 level, you can get out if it breaks 130, right? And so I think you want to give this a little bit of room. I wasn't here on Friday, so I'm not sure about what liquidity looks like on the level 2, but I like a 110 break, and I think it's worth taking at least a shot at that. The liquidity looks fine here in the pre-market, over 1 million shares traded. So I'm going to put in a stop order to run that 110. So if we get down to the 110 area right there, we're going to run that price. So let's wait to see if it does hold. But, you know, like I said, we're here to put on something on Figma, and we don't have to, but it can get lower. So let's see if it holds that 110 area. It's given it to us a couple times and showed its face. Let's see if it wants to break it. Figma breaking through 110 is on today's note.
We're trying to leak back to the downside here a little bit right now. There's IBIT coming off what happened over the weekend. This obviously doesn't show the action on the weekend. I'll grab the chart of Bitcoin, but 112, 110 coming into play over the weekend. We're back to about 114 right now, but looking a little bit weak right now.
It is, Brendo. Yeah, I was watching it over the weekend. I always watch it to see how the market's looking to react, and yeah, caught it below 114. Let's talk about Coinbase. They reported last week, and it was not good. Compass Point taking the opportunity to downgrade them from a neutral to a sell and lowering the price target from 330 down to 248, basically saying that they don't like a lot of the possible headwinds. The stock is still up 26% year to date. We'll recap the earnings, EPS beat, but revenue miss, especially transaction-based sales. Transaction revenue, which is a key segment, fell short of consensus. Analysts see this as a red flag amid what should be a tailwind from the ongoing crypto rally. The analyst at Compass Point, Ed Engel, cited weakness in earnings trends in Q2 and Q3, and he sees a choppy Q4 coming up with not many tailwinds here for the August-September seasonality. Retail interest in crypto also being apparently fading here, with stablecoin rising in competition. It's seen as a threat to Coinbase's long-term revenue share. Stablecoins are pegged to fiat and increasingly crowding the field and could cause margin compression. And coin trades at around 44 times forward earnings, Brendo, so already richly valued.
If you go out to the daily chart here, rewind, go back to 8:30. We were talking about this with Michael Noss as well. He was pointing to this high. The break of that high and then the bounce, guys. Nice hold over the weekend anyways, if this holds today.
I thought I made a tea and I didn't even...
well, you got to...
I didn't even have any of this.
You got to get that voice preserved. Just very quickly, before we jump in there, I think we have the imbalances just come.
I was just looking at NVIDIA as a sell on that imbalance.
Yeah, NVIDIA is no, that's NCNA. NVIDIA is 400,000 to the sell side. ETH about a 400,000 buy. Joby 350 buy. BBAI. BBAI is a 300,000 buy and balance literally every day. I don't even know what's up with that. We talked a little bit about crypto, but in this space or the adjacent area, I'll be looking at Robinhood today. After what we saw on Friday, it was, you know, pretty nonsensical in the low to mid 90s where the bid came in and how heavily it did come in after what was solid earnings and then got dumped anyways. So 99 was the prior support level. I'm looking off that. Like, as long as we're above the 99, looking for a bounce long on Hood. If we lose 99, you've got quite the floor underneath. So it'll be Robinhood that I look at out of that group. And we didn't really talk too much about the chips. I do like some AMD today after what we saw on Friday. This one's gapping above the Friday high. So if you look at the prior close, 172 to 174, kind of a dip zone on advanced micro devices.
Yeah, so, okay, crypto pullback. So, yeah, look, I mean, I think that we'll have Joe here. These guys will talk about Ethereum, and so will we, and we'll talk about Bitcoin. We'll talk about all the names. We got that TON move today with Verb starting to go. So we only have 2 minutes. We should probably get back. But there's a nice move to the downside there with Ethereum that happened on Friday. Obviously, we saw Bitcoin touch that 112, a little bit back higher now, so is Ethereum. So we're just going to have to wait to see if there's going to be any love to anything like this. Man, that's 28 break. You know, that's where we sort of were at the beginning of Friday. Let's just watch Ethereum right now. You're over the 200 period, you're over VWAP, and you're over the 50. So if this market wants to go, I feel pretty strong that this name, again, using the 200 period should be a decent look. So, all right, 2 minutes left. Let's go find out if Wayfair has what we need.
Real quick, we forgot to mention this one as well. Just worth keeping an eye on Lyft. There was a headline with Baidu this morning. Lyft teaming up with
easy,
Baidu.
Ram.
I think it was Joseph throwing stuff. So watch that. Anyways, yeah, let's talk about W up here nicely this morning, holding on to gains right at 73.50, 17% short as of July.
Yeah, good report here, Brendo, on $3.3 billion of income, a 5% year-over-year increase. Excluding the German market, they grew 6%, with U.S. revenue being $2.9 billion, international revenue, a $400 million gross profit, about $984. They reported positive net income as well, with net non-GAAP adjusted EBITDA and diluted EPS, both beating expectations. The CEO emphasizing the leverage in Wayfair's model and called it the highest growth rate they've had since 2021.
Thoughts, guys, for these?
That short float, you know Wayfair can go. The thing is, it's gapped so far above the prior high, and all we saw was gap fills on strong names. I'm looking at Roblox last week, so I'd be very, very cautious with this. But if you get anywhere near the 69 level, I think pullback into the prior high makes sense. The pullbacks have been deep on some of these big-time runners, so being a little bit patient on the dip makes sense.
I have Open Door at $3. If Open Door breaks $3, that's been a high. We'll wait to see. Come on, load. All right, we only have 15 seconds. But yeah, if we can get going, they're going to receive NASDAQ compliance. Open Door on my mind. Tesla on my mind early as well. Palantir at pre-market highs. All right, only 10 seconds. There's Adara right there. What's up, Adara? All right, 5, 4. This pre-market bell brought to you by Trader TV Live. 2 and 1. There we go. Hit that. And we are now
with the new mallet
open right now. Oh no, we just went long on Apple, it looks like there. So Apple coming long right now to start the day. Let's see if we can get some love here in Apple. And there goes Apple, Neil. Nice little move to the high side. Let's see how high we can fly right now on AAPL. We just got out of a little bit there with a nice little bump early. There's 204.50. This is a name that we didn't get to. It's on the on the sticky note here to get going off of some of those lows in Apple. But it's coming back just a little bit. We'll see what happens here.
Yeah, and immediately Hood downside, Tesla downside, Figma downside. So Hood broke the 100 on the way to 99. Tesla's at 306. We're looking 305 dip on Tesla, and Figma at 112 and still falling. Looking like it's going to tag that 110 rather quickly. First look, it might be, maybe not Robinhood at 99. It might be Figma at 110. Before anything else, already at
really?
111. Yeah, it's already at 111. I thought
I have that short ready.
Hood was real close, but Figma getting there just a little bit faster. NVIDIA not doing much. And remember, I was saying that right at the end, AMD does not pull into 72, but it does tag the 74.
Yes, Apple. There goes Apple right now. Get going through 205 right now. This is a big, huge trade to start off here the day for me. Big one off the sticky note. There goes Apple breaking through 204.50. It's a level we wrote down. It's right here. We like it. There it goes, man. Yes, sir. Bang. This is a monster right here, Neil. We're doing it again, man. I hope. Again, you know, like this is what we're talking about every single day. We're here to do it. It's a dollar club easy right off the jump there for Apple. Nice move higher there as we go. And again, you know, I punched it with shares, right? So we made it right there. Day is done. It's 9:32. You know, I'm not gonna. It's a holiday around here. My daughter's playing hockey. My wife's messaging me about that right now, anyways. But there it goes. Nice move up there for Apple. We'll wait to see what Figma's gonna do. Tesla as well. Right now, Tesla's coming back into the level that we like as well. But wow, it's Apple, man, and an apple a day puts this P&L away. It's a nice move right there for Apple. Huge move to the upside. Tesla coming into a spot that I like as well.
Yeah, Tesla screaming down into the 305 level as we speak, as this stock is not catching a bid just yet. Figma is about to break 110. It's at 110 and 25 cents. So one of these I thought Figma was going to happen first, the way it was screaming, but Tesla seems to want to get to that. Why is number locked off? AMD 174, that's not holding up. It looks to me like it's going to be Tesla or Figma first. Figma just broke.
I didn't even come close to getting that.
No chance. Holy crap, that really gapped through.
I didn't even come close to getting that Figma.
That went straight to 108.
Yeah, I only crossed down 50 cents. I don't know what you were crossing down, but
not $2.
Yeah. Oh, there's Apple. But by the way, the Apple trade really, guys, has sent. I don't like. That's it. We don't really need another trade today. But the thing is that we're still looking for them. That Figma, what a move. And again, you know, you guys got to do what you got to do at the end of the day. But here's the trade right there. Apple 204.50 long. So we have that. There's the Figma 110 short. We got to wait for Tesla dip buy at 305. So let's go have a look to see what that's doing. Bye bye Figma. Ciao bello. All right, Tesla right here. All right, so it gets into 305.50. I'm bidding 305.50, honestly, hand to God. 305.50, we are bidding that level. We miss it by 5 cents. That is crazy. What a day that would have been if we caught that right now, man, on Tesla. That'd be another $2 upside in the money. So we'll just sit here and see if it comes back. But a great look there for Tesla. Comes right into our level and unfortunately was not aggressive enough. Missed a $305 stock by 5 cents. So we'll wait for it. But man, Apple, I should have held on to all of this. Like, this is now going. We have just over a quarter left of Apple right now, and it is rocking to the high side. There goes Apple. And again, I thought that if the market was going to rebound today, Apple didn't have a horrible quarter, and there they go. So right move on that one for AAPL. This is now $1.40 in the money, and we had a 204 stop. So it's working out for us. But there it goes. Yes, we just got those 80s. So nice fill there for Apple. And again, thank you so much to Eddie and to everybody there early today for those super chats. And then the other trade that we had was Open Door. So let's go find out what Open Door is doing now. $2.25. So it does not get going. I mean, I had thought that with that NASDAQ compliance there, they had to go 12 straight days over $1, and they did. Yeah, it didn't give the action that I'm not looking for it. I was just, if it was there, we were going to take it. And the biggest and the baddest of them all, we'll wait to see what Alex Karp and Palantir and Co. Have to say after market. Always risky day trading something pre-market, and then especially day of or day after earnings. But we just made brand new all-time highs today on Palantir. So that was 160.89 was past all-time highs. We got to 160.92. But oh boy, man, Apple really a huge monster trade for me there off the open. So we're really super happy with the way that's panning out so far. So yeah, that's that. And yeah, that's the thing. So what's up, Canto Lambo? We didn't talk about Apple. I got to do what I got to do here. We follow a board. But if you watch the sticky note, there's 4 names on here: Apple, Tesla, Open Door, and Figma. And where can you find it? You can get it on Insta. You can get it on Twitter. So those are my plays, and so far so good there. 9:35, Neil. Some numbers coming out soon.
Yeah, we'll have numbers coming soon. Obviously, like Figma 110.
That was huge.
Look, if you could have gotten filled, I'm not sure what price I couldn't tell you what price you would have gotten because we didn't get the fill there. And we had mentioned liquidity. Liquidity was a little bit suspect on Friday, so it's entirely possible that there weren't any great opportunities to be able to grab that long. Or short, sorry, through 110. If we get a bounce, maybe we'll have a look at it. I just got Robinhood did a ridiculous move on the way back. So I'm wanting to play any long that comes back through the 99 level, at least after what we saw on Friday, and I'm looking to give it back to about $98.50 every time we get there. Let's go over to Adara, the other name to watch, everybody. NVIDIA about to break out those highs.
Oh, wow.
Keep an eye here in JOBY to completely switch things up and go to the smaller cap retail side of things. Joby, nice push here off the open. It's going to be acquiring Blade's passenger business for up to $125 million. This one does have a market cap around $13.5 billion, short float of around just under 15%. So decent short float here for JOBY. Again, as I believe mentioned earlier, we do have numbers at 10 a.m. That'll be the U.S. factory orders month for month. I will cover those for you guys. No numbers at 9:45. Back to you.
Right. I'm just going to tweet this out. I mean, there goes Apple. We're now $2 in the money as it goes higher there off that. So a new position taken in Pepsi, I just heard. There, I'm not sure. Gordon Haskett, I don't know where he's from. But there it is, man. Pepsi with a little bit of a bump up there, maybe some activists. I'll have to go into that and look for you guys a little bit more. But here we go, man. We're looking for this $2 club member right now off of a big one again for Apple. More outs there at 206. There's the break that we talked about, and there it goes. So I was going to look at Amazon today as well because this is a name that I want to buy a little bit more of in my own account there. But Amazon dropping again here right off the open. What a huge move for Amazon. They gave back their whole month, the month of July gone right there at Amazon based on their report, which I guess was not a great guide. So Amazon right there back into 210 and change. Really love the stock. But
the punishment for Amazon, because you weren't here on Friday, it was entirely the cloud. Cloud growth was in the teens, and it was over 30% for Google. It was over 30% for Azure. And so that's all it was. As far as I'm concerned, there was nothing else bad about that report. You're just disappointed in the cloud for Amazon. I still like it is what it is, man.
Yeah.
You're a sucker to your comparisons. And another Mag 7 name blew it out the water. Still, like, look, Amazon has a million things going right for them. It's just everyone was so harped on that cloud number. All right, so Robinhood's trying to get past the 99.5. It did bounce off 99 eventually. Oh, Tesla. All right, sorry, let's go over to Tesla.
At 305 finally?
No.
Way gone?
Yeah, it's way
Can't wait, I missed it by 5 cents.
Yeah, Tesla.
$10.
No, I was at 20s. I wouldn't have gotten filled. 22 actually, but Tesla looks like it has a chance to break out the high, so I'll take a shot at the breakout. The dip buy was so much better, and the dip buy was pretty ridiculous as well on Friday, but just be careful because like the first move was to fail to break on Friday in reverse. So if we do not hold this breakout above 311, I would get out right quick. Sigma, come on, I almost said Sigma. Figma, 103. And continuing to drop. There has not been a green candle on the 3-minute. This is refusing to bounce whatsoever. Yeah, this is what can happen, these high-flying IPOs, everybody. There's not much. 100 was an obvious level on the first day. It's where it bounced around VWAP. So I suppose you could have a little bit of a dead cat bounce off 100. It's down 15%, so it's a SSR now. Maybe you get a little reversion off the 100 level, but that's about it. Robinhood's going, but that's an unbelievable. I guess it was worth crossing $2, I suppose, because it just gave you like, you would still be $5 in the money if you crossed down $2.
Ifs and buts, I know. Okay. Let's look forward. What else you guys want to talk about? What's up, Day Trader LA? Thank you so much for those breakfast talk right there, getting us hungry around here. All right, so let's go see what's going on with Donkey Kong. DraftKings, they're 44 and change right now. So, I can answer this. What's up, Papacito? What's up, Papacito? Right there, 35.90. Hello. Hi, friend. Wait a minute, I got Apple shares going on over here. Apple's taking a little bit of a dumpity dump right now. But we only have about 15% left, maybe a little bit less than that right now. Can you say what kind of trading you're exactly doing? Yep. I mean, is it either options or futures, or just buy a ton of shares with the ultra buying power? So we all choose, thank you so much for that, Papacito. We'll all choose, how many shares that we want to trade with and how much buying power we want to put into each individual name. We're on a prop floor right now. So, we have the ability to trade over 60 different markets here, and we primarily trade equities on Trader TV Live. There are no options available to us on this platform, so that's out of the question, but we do have Forex trading on the platform. We do have crypto. We use iBit and things like that, ETHA, and then we also do have futures. So here's the
on the platform.
Yeah, exactly. Everything's on the platform. It's just a matter of what we look to trade. And then here we go. This is the futures contract that we can trade right now. This is live CME NASDAQ futures. So there's that. For me, I like to trade the TQQs. So we have ability to trade the TQs, the SPY, all this kind of stuff as well. So yeah, great question. And it's not CDRs or anything like that. These are real equity positions. So when I'll take let's just say I take 1,000 shares of Apple at $200, right? And so if you go 204 times 1,000, my buying power is huge. So we all have big buying power, but I don't really look at that $204,000 number. Obviously, I don't even know why I use a calculator for that. But it's just that's what we do. We just put out.
Someone's got to use a calculator.
Yeah, I know. This calculator actually it's from if you go back to Throwback Thursday on my Instagram. And thank you, by the way. The Instagram's blowing up right now. This calendar is in the picture, and I think it was or this calculator, and that picture is 25 years old or something like that. So this is just because we used to just instead of now we have the ability to. There's so many websites and this. I used to actually try to calculate how many shares I wanted to take.
This is from we had this at our office.
Yeah, long time.
From 2005. That exact calculator was on our trading
2005
desk from 2005.
Yeah, there you go. 20 years.
It's a 20 years. It's almost like it's a good luck charm at this point. But I got to answer this question from Martinez.
Can't believe that Tesla trade.
Hey, buddy, do you guys copy trade to your personal accounts? No. When you're trading, and again, when you're trading at a prop floor, that is the account that you're trading. You are not to trade, you're not supposed to intraday trade in your personal account things that you day trade on a prop floor. Now, obviously, if I take a long-term position in Amazon on the earnings, that doesn't preclude me from taking a day trade in it, let's just say. Because whatever, it says they have nothing to do with each other, but you don't actively trade both accounts. your personal account and your prop floor account. Like that's an actual rule. So these are all, and you'll hear us say things about our swing accounts and whatnot. That's just a different story from these prop accounts. But the market is blasting 1.34%. I guess we don't care about the turmoil that happened with the Labor Bureau nonsense. We're getting our cut and we're happy about it, apparently.
That was funny.
It's like, I don't know. It's even if you were juicing the
I mean, he was
numbers.
wrong anyways. Trump was wrong. Those jobs were revised in August, not in
But they
November.
revised all the time. This happens
I know, but the
all the time.
800,000 number that he was like talking about, he was saying that there were some political reasons behind it. There's political reasons behind everything, guys. I mean, come on. When you're talking about the stock market, I mean, let's go. We talked about Nancy Pelosi. We talked about sort of all of the influences that there are there, in Washington. And
exactly.
What's the word I'm looking for with to throw money at things like the tobacco industry?
Lobbying.
Lobbyists.
Yeah, lobbyists.
Yeah. Hello.
It's Monday.
So it's Monday, but it's an absolute great day. Yeah, you know what? I might go sans breakfast from now on. This has been a monster morning so far. And we had Figma, but we just missed it. Figma was the trade for sure. Well, the Apple's the trade for me, but Figma right there, what a trade breaking that 110. I mean, we both had it, eyeballs on that, but what a move down there.
I would never cross that one.
No, I crossed 50 cents, and it's just I missed it.
You can't cross $2.
The order's right in there, 109.50.
Well, you can, I guess.
You know,
you can do whatever you want. It's just
and so what we mean by that is like when the level breaks, like you see right now, so this is already a 50-cent spread. And like I said, I wasn't here on Friday. I don't know if it would have mattered. But see, like right there, now it's 80 cents. So it's just like when levels are breaking, like what's going to happen when this thing breaks a hunch?
I did miss there was a punch. I missed a similar short punch on Friday
100.
where the spread went from like instantly, someone hit the bid and the spread went from 20 cents to $1.50.
Apple is just.
Which was complete nonsense. By the way, there was just a monster. What is it? Why do I have a black candle? I think I know what's going on.
We had to pay for shorts for Figma, by the way. So just to let everybody know, some people are like, we can't get short. So it was like
6 cents? No, 2 cents maybe.
Yeah, 200 shares. I think it was $4. So I only paid for 200 shares. So like
it was 6 cents on.
So I'm not trying to smash it.
6 cents last week. It's 2 cents today. It gets a little cheaper as you get past the IPOs. Robinhood just did the old dance of the $100. It went to 100.5. And then did a 70-cent candle to the downside. I got out for the quick scalp at the Bucks, so it went 99 to 100. I'm gonna see if we can't take another trade off of this bad boy in Robinhood. I just looked up Tesla, no mas, no breakout on Tesla, no retest of 305. So we're just gonna have to wait on Tesla. It doesn't look like it's giving us the juice that we want. Nvidia, however, bye. That just broke out. And AMD, which was on the list for the long, it didn't really give you that much into the downside, but holding that 174. Look, you've got to get into the long in AMD here. And why AMD over NVIDIA? It's just up 3% and NVIDIA's up 2%. So just tend to trade the one whichever is the strongest. And right now, it looks like it's going to be AMD.
I'm going to
held off for 76.
Figma's coming in.
Oh, the 100 level.
To 100 right now. So I was just trying to see like what would we want to do here? Like if we got stopped, if we get the shares and we get stopped out, what do we want to do? I think $2, I think maybe worth of a risk there for Figma. So, I mean, maybe. Thing is, I feel like it's going to be like that break and fake and take and rip and shake and all that. So I don't know. Like the 110 was so clean and never even thought about retesting it. I'm not going to give it back to VWAP. That's for sure. I'm not giving an $8 move this much love there. So let's just wait to see what winds up happening here, I guess, with Figma AL. But it's coming into 100. I was thinking that move just went to 106. Like I don't want to give it that much space. So yeah, I mean, especially like I just told you, we paid for shorts there today. We just paid for 200 shares, but still, you give 200 shares $6. I mean, that's too big of a loss there. So we're not going to do that. Probably give it about $2 plus there.
Slippage.
And not to say I'm going to take 200 shares. I'm just saying like that's the most I paid for. So if I'm going to look to average into something, that's how I would play this. Is it might break. We'll take. Let's just say for argument's sake, you take 50 shares on the break, then and you have 200 available, then you might want to average into it on a fake, and then you're in a little bit of trouble if it keeps on going. Remember, like these plays have multiple days behind them. It's one of those things. So look, there's a great bounce off of 101 basically. So upside move there for FIG. All right, let's go hear a word from Neil.
Yes, sir. Give a shout out to this market move to the upside. If you want to take advantage and a savvy Canadian trader, it's a Canadian holiday. You want to look at the U.S., everybody. Tap into the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500 with Beta Pro's 3x daily leverage ETFs with built-in FX hedging. This limits the currency swing impact while amplifying short-term market moves. Whether you're feeling bullish, bearish, these ETFs are built for active traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing, and good luck to all the momentum traders out there. The momentum right now in the NASDAQ is absolutely furious. Tesla's still not breaking those highs. AMD going nuts. I just saw in the chat there, everyone's popping into BBAI up 10% as that's trending to the upside.
Okay.
This had a nice bounce off $6 on Friday, bit of a double bottom there. So shout out to all the traders looking there. I just want to go over to AMD.
BBAI.
AMD reports tomorrow after the bell. Obviously, we await NVIDIA earnings, but AMD has been on an absolute tear lately. Looking for a pullback into the pre-market high here, or VWAP. 176 on AMD is going to be the plan of action. Robinhood still looking for a second salvo. The crypto names have been bouncing rather nicely. Bitcoin's trying to get to 115. But if we don't break out the top, this is when Robinhood bounced on Friday, it went clean right through the pre-market highs and then consolidated. So this time it's not going clean through the pre-market highs yet. So I'd like it to either show me you've got love above 101, and then the second trade would be up here, or we're just going to have to maybe look for a dip buy. This is not as strong as it was on Friday. Robinhood didn't stop like this on Friday's bounce play. It was pretty clean and just gone. Kind of like the rest of the market here. Okay. Palantir all-time high already once today.
Yep, exactly, and it's going to make it again overnight. All right, so Apple just absolutely ripping right now, right back to those highs. We also had the Figma trade, so I'm just posting these up. Go find me at Trader TV Sean on X or on Instagram. I pretty much just update most of these on Twitter. So yeah, we're going to do that right there. We post up some good ones, but there, yeah, Apple at highs again. We got some out on the way down. It did bounce cleanly off VWAP there. So with the market absolutely blasting, as we had Michael Noss on it, we talked about sort of sometimes missing some of those plays there. You know, that 3% dip, well recovered right now. I'm spending most of my time right here watching Figma, and there's a little bit of a bounce up there to 104. So I think it wants to take it out again, that 100 level, not again, but just take it out for the first time actually. Right now, we do understand that off the IPO right into here, there was some consolidation in and around this area, and there's 102, 103 sort of back on that day. I mean, I was sitting right at this desk, so I'm well aware of what this stock can do. It did hold 100 before. So yeah, it is a little bit of a risk spot, you know, to take this short, but we've hit it so well so far here today that I think it's worth it to put a little bit of risk into there, you know, just to see what that next trade brings for us. JP Morgan on a pullback. You know, we love these bank stocks and we love how strong they've been lately as well. Up another 1% there for JP Morgan. We're lucky enough to get out, not lucky enough, we planned it, to get out. Wow, Apple at new highs right now. It's a face slapper right now of the day for me. But SoFi, we are able to get some out at 24, and we just zoomed out and saw SoFi last week off that huge earnings report, and it just made that move up to $25. But again, looks like we have to zoom out even further than this. There's a level up here, 24.25, that we played off. All right, I'm gonna have to use e-signal. Our chart's just taking a few seconds to get going there. But anyways, SoFi right now on the move down, and you know, Robinhood, another big mover coming through soon. So we'll have to watch out to see what happens with Robinhood. But that's also down right now on the day. Taking this opportunity to get some more out of Apple up here, and yeah, then we'll just chill out and see what happens the rest of the way. So far, so good here today. You know, Figma's. Yeah, Figma's getting ready to break. So
Figma's getting ready to break 100. At least it was a couple of seconds ago. Yeah. That's how it always goes. Just bounced off the 33 level. I'll take. I mean, we missed 110, and I'm not going to cross some ridiculous number here at 100. If you're watching CoreWeave and Circle, those are also falling. But if 100 breaks, it was such a big level on Thursday on the way back through. Like this opened, halted at 93, and then straight shot up to another halt. It then pulled back to exactly $100. So the gap fill is literally to the halt price at 93 if 100 breaks. So the second it breaks, I'm going to throw a stop in, probably give it to 101. something along those lines. I think there'll be some slippage in either direction here, but 100 on the bid right now in Figma and still falling. It's SSR, so it might be a second or two before it actually breaks this to the downside, and we'll see if we get the fill there.
Yeah,
Hello.
it looks like it wants to get ready to break here, so I think that's going to be a good call. We're still on Apple, though I'm going to let this fly up, man. We only have 10% left of Apple. Okay, yeah, I didn't know anything about this BBAI move here. You guys, okay, yes, sir, that's a face slapper right there. You guys know where we're long this thing. We haven't bought anything recently, but I have to go to Figma. I don't know how far are you crossing down? I'm crossing down 50 cents.
I think I went to like 40, but I'm actually considering crossing further.
Yeah, okay, so let's just see what happens here. $100 coming into play for Figma right there. So, okay, here it comes. It's going to break it right now. So there it is. We are now short on FIG, and we get 50s. So right there, it is making a move down here for FIG. So let's get something out if we can, just around 99. I mean, you know, if that can happen, that'd be great. Here comes the blast right back there to the upside. So I don't know what's going on with our board, but it's not showing our positions anymore. So I'm still short right here, Figma, but there's the fake and now the rip back through 101.50 and so I'm still short right there. I assume you got stopped out. You mentioned 101 was your stop.
Yeah, I got out.
Yeah.
Broke, it gave you 99.5, it just went through 101 very cleanly. The slippage in both directions is about 40 or 50 cents. So it looks like in and out, if you punch both ways, like you're asking about an extra $1, I think, at this moment. So look, I'll wait for VWAP to take another shot at it, or we'll get back underneath 100 and I'll just go short the 100 again. The other thing is, here, I'm gonna do this because Figma could come right back. VWAP on Robinhood is trying to hold. I jumped out at 100 on our 99 long. If VWAP can hold, that's where I'd try to get back into this thing. But it looks like the market booming to the upside still. And yeah, we're losing volume weighted average price on Robinhood. So I guess the one long, that was about it in Hood, at least for now, Adara.
Here in Carvana and KMX, I'm seeing here, according to autonews.com, that Amazon Autos is launching a used, certified, and pre-owned online sales source here. So CVNA dropping a little bit. KMX here on watch as well. CarMax, again, Amazon Autos apparently launching sales here for used, used and certified pre-owned vehicles. Keep an eye on KMX and CVNA. Just a couple of minutes here until we get those numbers. Back to you.
Thanks, Adara, for that one. Yeah, we're going to start to, I mean, Apple is not having a hard time here. I don't think necessarily at 205 and change, but, or sorry, 206 and change, but it is having some kind of a time. All right, I'm going to take advantage of this. We did take a little, we took a similar hit there. We got short at 99.50, out at 102, but then I just bought it right back, sold it right back, sorry. So now we're almost $1 in the money, trying to make a little bit. Okay, there it goes. Now we're starting to tank, so now we're back in this trade. It looks like it could be a good one. We'll see if we can get some 99 lows right now on FIG. So 99.50 is sort of where it stopped last time, and here comes the drip back in. So now we're $1.70. Now, yes, sir, there's $2 right now in the money. Let's see how far Figma wants to go to the downside right now on this play that we just stuck with, right? I mean, let's just wait to see where it goes now. But Figma, nice downside play. And again, there it is, man. There's our 110 break and 100 break. We just got filled again down there for $2 and change. There goes Figma. Let's see how low can it go. Right now, $2.50 in the money on Figma. Long Apple. This has been, I mean, you know, being a family man, obviously we talk about that all the time on the show. I love doing everything that I possibly can with the kids, especially as they're young. But boy, oh boy, do I love being here in front of all of you right now, as we're now green on Figma, green on Apple, and it's just been an absolutely big time day for these two trades. That first one was tricky for sure. You saw us make the plays right now. Okay, President Trump is talking about American Eagle Outfitter and how hot he thinks Sydney Sweeney is. So here we go. Let's wait to see what's going on right now with American Eagle Outfitter. He said that these jeans are the hottest things out there right now. I'm going to I'm going to wait for that story. Obviously, we're going to have that now. But there it is, man. Now we're now $3, Neil, in the money on Figma. Let's go. The trade is real, and we're in this right now. $2 on Apple, $3 on Figma over there. So 2 positions over here. Let's go right now. I guess we're going to Adara.
I think so. We'll get this American Eagle story, maybe?
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, for one, this post kind of ends not with a full sentence, so there could, like, it ends halfway through the sentence, so there could be a follow-up to this. He's basically praising Sydney Sweeney for her American Eagle ad, saying that jeans are, quote, flying off the shelves. Go get them, Sydney. He was not a fan of Jaguar's advertising. He's basically, I guess, he's saying, long story short, he's not a fan of, quote unquote, woke advertising, but he is praising these American Eagle ads. I'll pull up AEO for you guys here. This a nice push up here for AEO. Again, it is worth noting that he does end this post halfway through a sentence about Taylor Swift, the singer. So it's unclear if there's going to be a follow-up to finish this sentence. Do we have a follow-up? No, we do not yet. I'll let you guys know if he finishes that post. Back to you.
It's never a dull moment with the president. Look, as far as AEO goes, 12 and a quarter. Looks like that's your breakout spot. When we had this news before, it was essentially a dumpville. Sydney Sweeney got at it, it got to stock up, and that was the high in the pre-market. And all it did after that was just dump City. And since then, 12 and a quarter looks, I don't know what this wick is in the aftermarket, but really 12 and a quarter is the open market top. If it can get through that, I think you got some serious juice, and it's already failed through one time. AMD, you've got to be kidding me. Doesn't want the volume weighted average price. AMD's going, NVIDIA's, I don't want to say gone, because it's not that far yet. 3 times I did enter. We kind of tagged VWAP there, but that wick, it's a 175 and a half. That was really quick there on AMD. We're going to have numbers with Adara at 10 o'clock. It's the only economic number coming through, but I don't want to wait all the way until VWAP next time. I'm going to park in front of it. Sometimes you get lucky when you have economic data where you get a big flush or rip. So hopefully there's a bit of a dip buy opportunity here. Adara? What's the number again?
We got these numbers. Oh, sorry. We have the numbers here, guys. Negative 4.8% for factory orders month over month, exactly in line with the expected print of negative 4.8%. Both of these numbers here below the previous of 8.2%. So again, in line numbers here for factory orders, but it is below the previous print. Core durable goods revised exactly in line with estimates, 0.2% versus 0.2% expected in previous. Durable goods revised slightly lower here than the previous and forecasted print, negative 9.4% versus negative 9.3% expected. Generally, these prints are in line, other than a slightly lower than expected durable goods revision print. Let's take a look here at this market. The QQQs continuing to push to the upside. Great look here for the NASDAQ, gapping up and just continuing to push a bit higher today. Here's Figma. FIG has certainly been on watch. Really strong initially on day 1 of the IPO, struggled a bit on day 2, today on day 3, breaking below that 100 level, though right now it's trying to reclaim it. Then we have AEO, American Eagle. This one was on watch, initially popped a couple weeks ago now, I guess, on the announcement that Sydney Sweeney would do a campaign with the American Eagle jeans. Now we have Donald Trump, President of the United States, just now posting on Truth Social that I guess he's a fan of this commercial and that AEO jeans are, quote, flying off the shelves since the commercial and its partnership with actress Sydney Sweeney was announced. So interesting look here. Lots of excitement in this market. As always, make sure to like and subscribe to join us every single day. We have Palantir and Hims and Hers Health earnings after the bell. Back to you.
Yeah.
Hey, relax, guy.
Should be a good one there. And this just
Why-
in,
why is he
DJT has put a treasury on AEO. No, that hasn't happened, but there's the move up right there, 11.30 up to 12.20 there for American Eagle Outfitters. And I mean, yeah, interesting story there, obviously, as, you know, I'm sure Joe Biden would or any president would be talking about ads and jeans and flying off the shelf.
It's totally natural.
Again, you know, strong. We do know that retail's very strong in the United States right now. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, if that's factual, right? I mean, it'd be interesting to find out that, like, yeah, these jeans aren't flying off the shelf. That would be interesting. But again, shout out to Donald Trump and his forever posting there and keeping us really excited. What's going on with DJT now that we see that kind of a play come through? Oh, by the way, I just did, I thought I had, I'm bidding $100 on Figma again now. So that just made the move to the upside. So I only have about a third left of what we were talking about off that first short. short. So, you know, it needs to come back in. If this breaks 102 again, then we will be out and be red again on the stock. So we were only green when it was down here near 99, 98. So it's made a nice move back up. But for me, the trade of the day continues to be Apple. We wrote this down on the note. We talked about it. We take the trade. There goes 206, 204.50 right there. You know, the funny thing is it breaks 204.50, but then we get long down here as during the open, it was just like crazy. So our send out our market order, we wind up getting a bank error in our favor. We get 20 cents better than the price that we probably should have had. But honestly, it doesn't matter. We could have had 20 cents higher or lower on this trade. Apple never goes against us. Pretty big trade for me there today, and yeah, we're starting off August really hot fire right there, going those with Figma. We just missed the 110 area, but Palantir starting off the month fire as well. As Adara said, join Neil, whoever's doing the show. I think it's probably just you tonight in Adara going through. There goes Figma, nice downside play again. They're now finally breaking lower. Now goes Figma. There it goes. We get those fills. So we're also waiting for 98 flat. And then we're going lower. We're going 95 after that. So yeah, big day alert there. But yeah, as I was just getting over that, Palantir here into tonight. Risky. I mean, it's just kind of barcoding right now. I kind of want to stay away from it. I do understand you're up 3%. You're at all-time highs. I think as a prudent trader, maybe I will get out of something. Maybe I'll get a 5% of what we're owning on Palantir. But so far today, man, 2 for 2 bigly right now with Apple and Figma. And then Open Door gets NASDAQ compliance. That's not really doing anything. We're talking about some broader market moves there. We have Bitcoin coming into play as well. It looks like right there, 155 right now. So nice move higher there for BTC and company. So you might want to look at an IBIT mover here there today. Nicely cooking, actually, 65 and change for IBIT. There it goes, man, up 2% right now for IBIT. So yeah, man, so far so good here today. And you know, thanks for watching. Smash that like, smash that subscribe, get involved, get into our chat right now and be part of the community. So Apple 5% left only right now. Figma about 25% left.
Yeah, Tesla's about to break out as well, as is Robinhood. Tesla 311, pre-market high is just above 311, so it's about to break out the high. Robinhood's trying to do the same thing as well. You mentioned that Bitcoin's at 115, so at least they're moving together. Bitcoin did absolutely nothing for us on Friday, but Robinhood had a fantastic day. We'll get to some other names. Whoa, hey, thank you. My quote just froze for a second there as Tesla did break. But what is going on? Okay. That just wicked me out somehow on Tesla. I didn't even hit a key. I'll try to get back in on that 311 break. That was wild. My quote froze right when 311 went. But we've been having that like intermittently. I think it's just whenever you get a big volume spike. Come on, pick me back up into the 11s and 12s if we can. I don't want to have to slip into the 20s. Give me something. Gimme. Always gets. I got to leave the order in there. Give me a break, Tesla. That was nasty. I got in and out flat for some reason. I have absolutely no idea why. Broke in and did not break underneath the prior high, which is always standard at 60s. But either way, it doesn't really matter. That breakout is ongoing on Tesla. I'll buy the first available dip that I can. At the same time, I got to move on to the next thing because Robinhood just broke out the high as well. So it's back above the 101. The difference between the two of them is Robinhood, it's more like 101 and a half. So we still want to catch VWAP on Hood. 99 already held once. Now we'll look to catch either 100 or 101.50 breaking out because the hooded one, after what I saw on Friday, what we all saw on Friday if you were looking at this stock, it did it in 2 massive legs. If it can do the same thing, even half of those moves, like it was like $6 and then $6 twice, effectively. And if we can catch that a couple times, even just half that, we'll go to the Robinhood. It's such a strong name. And crypto's looking strong as well. But Tesla, that's kind of annoying. I guess I'm taking a 312 break as well.
All right, yeah, and that's the thing, man. Trading can be frustrating sometimes, and yeah. So I just want to say right now, you know, the equity markets are now finally starting to blast a little bit higher here after Friday's big sell-off. I mean, that jobs report was not well received, naturally. Nope. But there goes the Nasdaq right now, just coming back through. Even if we just call up the NASDAQ and have a quick little look at what we're talking about here, NASDAQ, it is U25 right now as we watch out for the September contracts. So this is what it's looked like. There's the drop-off spot right there on August the 1st, and now you're going to see right here as we continue to look forward on this. You're trying to basically close that whole gap. So watch out for 23,300 right now on the NASDAQ. It looks like it's going, looks like it's going to be a good little level there for many traders to have an eye on. So we're going to watch out for 23.3, and we'll talk more about this when we get back from Adara.
Just keep an eye here on ZYXI. This is called Zynex. This is a day two earnings play here in a smaller cap name, market cap around $47 million. This is 41% insider owned. They did have a float here of about 17.8 million shares. Roughly 20% of that is going to be sold short. So again, this name actually sold off, as you can see here in earnings day one, trying to bounce on earnings day two with that roughly 20% short float and decent percentage insider owned. ZYXI. Back to you.
Thank you.
ZYX.
I want to talk about Wayfair quickly too, but watch out for that 23.3. So we're at 22,240 right now, 23.3. That gap level there coming through on the Nasdaq. So thank you so much for the credibility and everything there on the chat about the trades and everything. I mean, that's what we have to do, right? If we could sit here and talk about stock, but hopefully we can put on some winners for you, like this Figma and Apple trade. I don't have Palantir yet, but just to talk about some other names that have been going through here, Wayfair, right? I mean, today gets that 10.9% move after reporting stronger than expected revenue and a rare quarterly profit once this loads up. Let's just see what we're up right now. Only up 6.5%. So it has pulled back a little bit there for Wayfair. But what a nice move they've had there today. Good move over the last month and 3 months, breaking through from this 56 mark and then upside for Wayfair. It does have what you need. I mean, on Amazon's weak number, but as Neil said, it was more the AWS number there that they weren't happy with. So Wayfair and online continues to work well. I got to buy more of this name because Berkshire right here continues to go lower. And I mean, I don't know, down another, come on, charts. Right there, Berkshire down 2.5%. It's been a whoopsies moment there for Berkshire ever since right into there. That's where good old, here we go, we have a thing for this, Warren Buffett. By the way, let's go, man. We're now $2 in the money as we ride the bear on Figma. 2 for 2 today on that. So we're really happy with what we've been doing here on trades. But Berkshire, nice move down there. 4% drop in operating profit. So no one likes to hear that, and especially when there's questions about leadership and things like that. So there it goes, man. But they had a primary target tied to FX losses for Berkshire. So that's making a move down. And then on one of the semiconductors, we didn't talk about NVIDIA really too much. We had looked at AMD a bit, but on semiconductors today also came out with a Q2 number there, and they fell there on sluggish revenue demand. So not great there for on semis, as not everything is on point in this sector. There it goes down now 10% for ON. Again, congratulations if you're able to trade some of these off the bottom, but this name definitely giving it back up. And wow, Figma right now. So that's just a little bit of a quick review on some of the major market moving stories there, but Figma's getting near the lows, man. We are bidding 98.07, which is, I think, the low of the day, 98.07. So that's why we're sitting there. Let's wait to see if we can get run over and take that out. I'm going to go to 98.25 right now. I actually didn't know. I might have made that bot. I wonder if it bounced off me because I didn't really pay attention to why I put 07. Honestly, I was surprised that was the bottom. All right, we're going to go there and see what happens now with Figma. So far, so good here.
We got a super chat from Yala Studio. I'm just going to read you the note I have on COM here. COM, COMM, is up 73%. It's not moving. So what's happening with COM is they're selling Amphenol. Amphenol is purchasing the connectivity and cable unit from CommScope for approximately $10.5 million. So they're selling a portion of their business for $10.5 billion, not million. So whatever, I don't know off the top of my head what the market cap is on COM, but if they're 10.5 billion, just check what their market cap is to see how significant it is. They're not selling their entire company or anything like that. So this isn't like some company being bought for a set cash price. It's just they're selling a portion of the business. For whatever reason, it is moving sideways as if they were just flat out selling the company. But that's all I know about the Calm deal as far as I'm concerned. So if there's anything else, I just want to make sure we get that story to you guys. It's a gap up, and I know you can see gap in volume, but not a lot after that here on Calm, unfortunately. I had it on my radar, but once I saw it wasn't like a standard deal, I'm not really sure what you do with those because it doesn't really tell you anything outside of the fact that they're going to get some cash. Right, so they're getting $10.5 billion in cash to do with whatever they want. Tesla, the first break at 11 obviously was good. Keystroked out of it, that'll obviously have been a mistake. The break at 12 was no good, but it's now holding that 310 level on the way back through. So maybe not VWAP, but it looks like 310 holding. The first break at the 311 pre-market high break was certainly a heck of a lot cleaner if you happen to get it. As I said, I don't know, I got in and out flat instantaneously on it, so it must have been probably a keystroke error, like probably had the wrong stop set. Robinhood, got to move on to the next. 102 now starting to come through on Hood. Thought we'd get another dip buy in here. It gave you a long chance to get into the second push on Friday. This might be it, and we don't see the volume weighted average price. Heck, we didn't see the volume weighted average price till the close on Friday. So those prior highs at 101 could be the only place to get involved. AMD still not doing anything, but sorry. Well, it is pulling back. I looked up, it was NVIDIA I'm looking at there.
Okay.
I looked up, I'm like, AMD not pulling back, but it's NVIDIA that's not pulling back. So churning to the upside, NVIDIA, and I'm sitting on VWAP here-ish on AMD to try to join the party. So we wanted a dip buy on AMD, but that chip name did not come in far enough. And then I was reminded of my best stock on Friday was actually shorting Intel again. And Intel went right to, you can't make it up, essentially Friday's highs and faded, and has come up there again and faded. So if you look at Friday, it was like a clean drop from 19.5 to 50s to 19 even. Then it was a clean drop from 19.5 to about 19.15. Suffice to say, if it does it again, I probably should be involved in this. Just trying to get something in this 19.55 range, just to be able to give it to the top. You risk 5 pennies on Intel. It's just a pattern. I think at some point the stock's going to be a buy, but until it stops dipping off obvious levels, I think you got to take shots short.
Yeah, I don't know, Dara, is there news on Big Bear AI? Because right now you're up 13% as this just keeps on going. So BBAI right now, I mean, again, I'm asking Dara because she's over there and does a great job looking into these things.
There is zero news on Big Bear AI. The most recent story was the one that came out after the bell on Thursday, which you guys already read. It was another partnership. They have no news other than that. But as we all know, there's been like a huge kind of short squeeze culture lately.
We love that. Yeah, Dara and I were on the show on Thursday, and I heard Big Bear AI news in my ear, and I reported it around 4:30 or so, just as we were going off air there. But Big Bear AI right now, 31% short. Too bad to be short, honestly. I would not be short this name. That's, in my opinion, just a crazy short to be in there. Right position, right play, Big Bear AI. And we had talked about this in our swing account, just loving the fact that it actually pulled back. Like, we missed this whole move up, but we did a little bit of research in it. We know we like the stock. Then we right here flat on the show told you that we got long 5, 4, and 3, and then we gave bull cases for it, and we got some out at 650 and so, and then some at 850 live on the show. And I think I'll look to see in the account to see what we're getting through right now, and potentially tapping out of a little bit more of Big Bear AI here today, but up 13%, a great trade there. Again, on no news, but we know the sympathy on some of these running plays there today. And Open Door, not really going as much as we had hoped for. It actually, it's only half of what Big Bear AI is. And Open Door actually has that news where they did gather now, that compliance to stay on the NASDAQ after going. So once you go below $1 and you stay down there for a while, they give you a letter and it says, look, if you don't get back above $1, you gone right there. So they did get 12 straight days, which is what the requirement is, above $1. So part of me thinks that that's baked into a lot of these things where they know that it has to stay above for 12 days. Yeah, so they kind of just bid it up and they support it. They get that compliance letter, and now we'll see if it does come back down. But I had this one written down, and we only have 2 trades today, and that's going to be Figma and Apple, and they're both written on here, and so is Open Door. But that one, I was looking for a $3 break to see if we could, oops, my mouse, right there, $3 to see if we really got going through that daily level, but that does not happen. So we kind of stay away from that right there. Apple was the big one for me. It's the only one that triggered, and we missed Tesla as we missed it by literally 5 cents. we wrote down, I mean, I can't make this stuff up. It's over on the sticky note here. It's on both Instagram. I want to thank everybody for the Instagram love as well. Yes, the sticky note's on Instagram now. There it is, 305 dip by long here on confidence with Elon and AI. So I just now was cleaning up the order log and I canceled that bid. 305.50. It went to 305.56. And again, we put on a big position in Apple. So at this point, we actually had Apple long and we're getting out of it. So I was not focused on Tesla. And if I was, I mean, whatever, if I was, it wouldn't have mattered because I would have been like, oh, we missed it. Maybe it'll come back. Like I wasn't ready to do that. Wasn't ready to punch the long to have both Apple and there it is right there, Apple and Tesla long. So yeah, we pick our poison here. Turns out great. I mean, I'm through the moon here. I wound up making like pretty much double or so what I thought I would on this trade. Like I didn't think we would be up 2% on Apple today, but there it goes, high to the upside. And then Bitcoin, right? Stocks like Mara and Coinbase and all that continue to have a day here today as we watch out to see like, is that a bottom there in Bitcoin? We got 112, we can see that. We saw Ethereum start off the day low as well. We'll see if they can make some comebacks. But yeah, for right now, this is what the market wants to give us. So we always have to deal with that, right? And there goes Ethereum up 5%. So Verb is about to halt. So if you
remember they're a TON treasury?
Yes, TON coin.
Yeah.
If you rewind the clock there a little bit, we talked about Ethereum as being that decent bid opportunity again there today because the strength is in this name. So crypto names generally continue to go. And it looks like today with Ethereum, oh boy, it continues to go higher up. Not a bad idea in the chat there. Maybe I should dress up as a big bear AI for Halloween. Good idea.
How does it, so, I mean, there's a few ways you could do that.
I'll just come up in a bear suit, that's all.
You just throw the words like an A and an I on there?
Oh yeah, for big bear AI. Yeah, I'd have to figure that part out. We are trying to bid out more. Figma here, $99, 99 problems. Figma today, of course, ain't one. There it goes. We get 99 right there on Figma. So far so good, man. $2 in the money on Apple, $2 in the money on Figma, and Adair at the desk.
I want to mention AEO here as well. So I noticed this, you know, a couple minutes after Trump posted it, but I wasn't 100% sure because there are a lot of issues with True Social's platform. Now it's being circulated on social media as we get this drop here for AEO. It seems like Donald Trump actually deleted his post about Sydney Sweeney's American Eagle campaign and the success of that campaign. So that doesn't necessarily mean that he disagrees with the sentiment. There was an issue here. He spelt Sydney Sweeney's name incorrectly. That is the actress that did this ad with American Eagle, and he also, the post seemed to cut off mid-sentence, so it's kind of unclear the future of this post, if it's going to get posted again, but regardless, for now, it seems to have been deleted. That's just being circulated on social media right now. In terms of, let's start here with the IWM before we get into the small caps in particular. Russell 2000, this is a great rounded bottom on this stock, trying to push into that 217.40 area. That would be a high of day. In general, though, higher highs, higher lows for this stock across the board. There was Zynex Inc. That's one's going to be on watch here. Zynex day 2 earnings. Keep an eye on that one, recovering after selling off on Friday. CASI on watch. Kazi Pharmaceuticals announcing FDA clearance for its one of its applications for its treatment. So good look here for CASI. At day's high, Steelcase, last but not least, SES. It's actually an acquisition announcing that HNI will be acquiring the company for roughly $2.2 billion, currently trading here around $16.25. Make sure to like and subscribe as we send you back to the guys.
Thank you very much there, Adara. AEO still continue to move around. Verb did halt. TAP is 1720. Oh, check that. It's moved right back into flat. So the theoretical auction price was slightly higher. Now it's at 1704, which is more or less where it closed. I think it closed at 17, maybe 03 here. But it's a distinction without a difference. So Verb with a TON, they raised money to do a TON treasury. That is obviously some kind of a token that I know absolutely nothing about. Got 0.2 and pull back in here. I think the only thing that matters is, look, you play the price action. It failed at $17 before. It's trying to hold VWAP here. I think if it can hold VWAP, you're looking a little bit better. I just believe you take profits on these when you get the opportunity. I can't think of a treasury play which is held up for more than a couple of days. That's just my 2 cents there, for sure. We got a super chat asking. Curtis was asking, Curtis Webb What time frames are your 200 SMA average? What time frames do you use for your 200 SMA average? That's a simple moving average, 200.
Yeah.
What time frames do you put it on, I'm guessing, is the question. Yeah.
200 period moving average? Yeah, so what I'm talking about on here, this is just a 1 minute chart. So thanks for the question there. The 200 period is green. So I have that on here. And I also have it on daily charts. So we can go maybe over to Apple and see that as well. And I just brought this to what we're doing here on the show because in the long-term account, I like to look at 200 period moving averages in order to find support and resistance levels. So it's always going to be green. So the pink is the 50. And I only use SMAs. I mean, I don't know. With a 1 minute chart, an EMA and an SMA is not going to give you, thank you for the question, by the way, too much. What's up, Curtis Webb? Yeah, it's going to give you roughly the same sort of action on that. So yeah, for me, it's not like a huge difference. So that's what I'm doing. They're just 1 minute charts that primarily trading off of. So there for Apple, like for example, didn't get to that level. So yeah, just a quick look at what I'm doing there. Thanks for the question, and I think it was a good one there, Curtis. So we'll always be here to answer anything you guys have for us. So yeah, good little level there on Apple and the 200 period time frames coming in right there. You know, just looking at some of these coins here today and what's going on. Pardon my my voice here as we had quite a eventful weekend. All right, so BNB, all right, so there it is right there. Bitcoin up to 115.5 right now. So that looks like it's, or 115.3. It looks like it's trying to do stuff. The last 1 hour, we've had a 2.5% move as the market goes higher. So does Ethereum right there as well. Ripple trying to move around. XRP still at 307. So that's been a good one. Solana's been really hit, you know, over the last little while. Now down 12% on Solana. I know there's a lot of love for that name as well, but definitely getting hit right now. And then there's, that's Tron, not Ton. I guess I can find out. Let me before I go over to Darren, let me just find out right here what Ton is doing, because I never even heard of this play today. Ton coins, there's down 5.5% right now on Ton coins. So this is what the yearly chart looks like for them. So I don't know why someone would be taking a position in this, but again, I didn't read the case, I didn't read anything about it. So Ton coin right now trying its best to hold up, but right now down 4%, only 43% down this year. Ton coin, what's up, Adara?
Well, actually, we're going to talk about Trade the Pool because Verve is moving on that Ton news, and maybe it's worth a swing. And if you're looking to swing trade the Pool swing trading programs, you can get access up to 40,000 in buying power to trade real shares and not CFDs. So you can hold positions overnight, over the weekend, and enjoy limited risk, thanks to a one-time evaluation fee and no monthly payments, no hidden costs. Take Vicente J, for example, one of Trade the Pool swing traders. Already locked in $23K in profits. His top performer was NMAX. He shorted it from April 20th to May 30th and pulled in over $6,700. Trade the Pool's giving swing traders the tools, the time, and the capital to thrive. Scan the QR code and enjoy 10% off with Trade the Pool. Shout out to Trade the Pool. Shout out to Vicente. Look, obviously swing trading is different from day trading, but a lot of the same principles. Make sure you have a risk plan, everybody out there, and good luck in all your trading success. Robinhood looks like it's trying to break the trend to the upside. But when it broke trend in the afternoon on Friday, it was a good short, and if I'm not going to get the long off the volume weighted average price, then I will simply look for that trend break in Robinhood. As we're going back to Adara, looks like we got news.
It's not news, just kind of an update. We do our crypto segment now at 11:30 a.m., so I'll provide more info on this then, but I will provide right now some info on Verb because I know you guys are asking about it with regards to Toncoin. So as Sean mentioned, Toncoin is not doing particularly well here on the day or the year, but with regards to why this could be good news for VERB, it is a little bit more complicated. Also, Figma here just breaking lower. I want to mention here with regards to VERB and this Toncoin purchase, according to the company's new incoming executive chairman, this has to do with the fact that Telegram is the preferred messenger for the crypto system, and apparently Toncoin powers the Telegram ecosystem. So apparently some kind of connection here between Toncoin and Telegram, which is the reason that that's a good look for this company. There's also blockchain.com member Peter Smith is going to be serving as the special advisor, so the connection to blockchain.com could also be of interest here. Back to you.
Okay, thanks, Adara.
Yeah,
and
good,
Verve.
good call there. Go ahead.
Whoops. It's Verb.
Apple's at days high, Figma's at days low. So same for me.
Verb opened back up and lost. Where's my? What is going on? It's Verb. Where is that? What is that stock again? It's Verb.
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 Yeah, B. Wasn't it Verb? Yeah,
Isn't it Verb?
It's Verb, yeah. Yeah, with a B. Yeah, up 70%.
Yeah, but look at my chart.
What day? What
Oh,
chart is
you know
that?
what? My charts are having. Sorry, I'm having some issues with my charts. This happened on Friday as well. Like my quote is moving, but I have literally no data on my chart.
Yeah, it's 72. 70, I have it right here. So,
Your chart's working.
by the way, $6. I mean, this is what we're talking about. We get stopped out, we get right back in on that, and then boom goes a dynamite, right? You're gonna take a $1 hit, $1.50 hit on Figma, fine. If you can hold it for 6, let's see what happens right now. Positive on the name. We are bidding $95.50, so let's see you later. Here it comes in right now, $6 on that one. So, you know, a tale of two names, right? Figma downside, now down 22% and still going. Apple right now at days high and still going as well. Long 204 on Apple here, Sharif. It's at 207 right now as that continues higher and higher right there. But yeah, we'll look at Verb for you guys. We just bounced off that 205.50, sorry, 95.50 there. On Figma. But yeah, here's Verb right now. It looks like it wants to do a little bit of something there, $17 and $18 right there. Good little level, maybe a holding spot there for VERB here again today. We watch out for after hours printer tonight. Palantir, the money printer just goes brr on that one as generally speaking, right near, that's not even the one I want to look at. I want to look at this one as it just dropping back in here for, there it is. We just bounced it off of us again. 95.50 here for, there it is, Figma right there. Put that on the board. That's $6 right there for Figma back in right now. We just grabbed that. What's up, Curtis Webb? You want to ask another question? No problemo right now. 200 SMA on 1 minute chart. Yeah, that's it. Oh, 305, yeah. That, so again, the 305.50 for Tesla, yeah, great question. I mean, I don't have a problem answering that. We wrote down on the sticky note 305, and again, it was just sort of looking at some possible areas of support, like right into there is 305. So we bounced off of here, it was support, it was resistance on a third Friday, and that's 305 exactly. So that's what I wrote down on here, and then I just upped it to 305.50. It had nothing to do with a technical level other than, I only trade off support and resistance and news and stuff like that, right? So Figma, easy day there at 110, easy day at 100, Tesla, easy day down there at 305. That's why we have Open Door, which never went. And again, it's not, to me, it's not rocket science. Here's Open Door right here at $3. If it breaks this $3 mark right there, I wanted to get long. It just never got going, right? Palantir, I'm not really able to find any areas of concern here for Palantir. So we weren't able to trade anything. It does get through the highs, but I didn't want to trade it through earnings tonight. So we'll still look at it. I mean, if this takes out 161.20 or whatever intraday high, then we can grab that 161.62. But for me, yeah, the SMA is just a level for support. Again, so like I'd use it on Palantir here at 158. So if this dropped in to 158, I think Palantir would be a go there. So, we did get that. Oh yeah, we did get that Figma, of course. So there it was right there. It is bouncing back upside. And then Apple right there as well, upside and huge. What a day so far there today. We have changed our daily goal now, so I'm not even gonna mention if we've made it or not. But Apple gave it to us and it was a great trade there early. You know, other names to look at, I think Marvell breaking 77 could be a great trade as well, but we got to get up to that level first. Marvell, now, okay, I didn't even see that we got to 76.80, but that 77 level here for Marvell could be something to look at as well. And there's 77 right here. That's that dump off spot right there for Marvell. So that could be, you know, if we cover that gap, I do like that trade as well. But yeah, I mean, it's been, again, for some of the trade ideas that I put forward today, pretty good for myself. Only in 2 trades, which you don't need to be in any more than that, right? I mean, everyone, again, trade your book, trade your style. But look at Amazon right here. I think we might throw some of these profits that we've had today into Amazon, into the long-term account. Right now, I'm buying stocks on dip. You guys know we bought Palo Alto. That hasn't worked out. I'd assume not. Right now, yeah, we bought this at 180 flat, so it's still down here at 172 and not doing too much. The biggest and the baddest of the trades, though, is Big Bear AI up 12% today again, and you guys know that we've liked that name for a minute. Uber's in a little bit of trouble. They're now through $88. We've written down $88 on Uber for a minute, and it just really hasn't come through too much. But yeah, we're gonna wait on that one. What's up with Adara?
Here, this, I guess, now of about 7 minutes ago, but it's being circulated again on social media now. As I mentioned, it looks like Donald Trump had deleted his post about Sydney Sweeney, the actress that was in this American Eagle ad. He did spell her name wrong, and the post seemed to be unfinished. Well, now it looks like he's finished the post. He has spelled her name correctly now. Again, most of the post is the same. He's just basically praising American Eagle, saying the jeans are flying off the shelves following the ad with Sydney Sweeney. But he is basically continuing to criticize other companies that he deems having woke advertising, for example, Jaguar and Bud Light. He's also spends a lot of this post just going after Taylor Swift, saying that she's no longer hot. And by hot, he means cool. So interesting look here for American Eagle. Donald Trump back on social media today, guys. Stay tuned. CNBC also reporting that the EU is going to be delaying its planned tariffs for 6 months to allow for more trade talks here with the U.S. As we know, they did reach some kind of agreement earlier or last month, I guess. Back to you.
Yeah, like we said, never a dull moment. At the end of the day, the only thing that matters is whether you're getting increased sales for AEO. Like, we'll find out next quarter how this is working out for them. The stock's flying around. It's got a bit of a short float on it, no questions asked. Just very quickly, like, I like Robinhood to the long side, but I told you if we get any kind of a mean reversion, like if it breaks the trend, we're going to take a shot at the short. It did just break a trend line from the low of the day all the way up to the top, right in here at essentially 103. It broke the trend, held at 102.50. Going to look for a playback into pre-market highs, not VWAP, pre-market highs at about 101.5. So again, this has been such a strong name, and I do like overall what's going on in IBIT. Nice little bull flag in here in Bitcoin. You're seeing a lot of strength in crypto. Recently, ETH had been stronger than Bitcoin, and you're seeing a little bit of that today in the trend. That's why I want to look, when I look at this pullback in Robinhood, I'm not expecting it to be a home run style trade. We're just looking for that little pull to prior high here and go a little bit of an entry. The other thing that's happening is AMD and NVIDIA still holding highs, 3% on AMD and NVIDIA 2.5. That's one. Look, AMD is going to be the third missed trade opportunity. Obviously 110 on Figma was probably the biggest miss for myself. And then I had 305 on my note before we came online here. But AMD was also a look for a dip buy, but it was a little bit closer to 102. It just never got there. AMD looking super strong. They report after the bell tomorrow. There's still a lot of earnings to get through. Like, I know we only have, and we had all the Mag 7 names, but let's be real. We still have AMD. We still have NVIDIA. Those are some big ones to come on through. I do believe we also have to wait for Marvell. And someone asked me in the chat what I thought about Viking Therapeutics earnings. I don't think about Viking Therapeutics earnings because the only reason I like that stock is the potential that someone might pick them up. And we've been talking about consolidation in the pharma space. As you know, Merck made a deal. Will Pfizer make some kind of a deal? You got the patent shelf coming up for both of those names. A lot of big names coming through in between 2026 and 2028, losing some major patents. They need other revenue sources. Viking and their oral GLP-1 makes sense, I think, for a company like Pfizer. We'll see if a deal happens. So I don't really care about that company's earnings per se because they're not doing too well.
No, yeah, that's been a disaster. I mean, I haven't looked at the chart, but from what I know, a little bit of a disaster there for VTKG. Is that what it is? Something like that. Okay, just real quickly, man. There goes Apple. Now it's up 2.5%, going higher and higher and higher. I want to thank everybody for the love today, especially on Instagram. We've been showing it a little bit here as we had quite the weekend going upside again with a big win for these girls. I couldn't be more proud of them and how well they played. So shout out to High Park and everybody right there as well. There they are. Here's my daughter right here. She won MVP of one of the games, and part of the little coupon book that she got for MVP was a Chick-fil-A combo. So she went there. We got that on Saturday night, some Chick-fil-A right there. I grabbed a sandwich as well, but side salad. And then there as well, 4 stocks to trade today on Instagram. Go get those. The 4 stocks, same as what we just talked about, man. Tesla, and all the ideas are written down there with price levels as well. So go get those. They're all trades that I will make every time if they come in. So, and one of them was Apple off of that. And then the reason why I'm showing that about my daughter, because guess what, Joe? What? It don't stop, man. It don't stop. This is her right now at hockey right here, one of the youngest ones. She said, Marissa just told me that she's the only local girl. There's girls here from upstate New York and all over the place into this camp. So this is her just right here. This is the first time I'm watching this. So this is just some simple drills. 10 years old, remember? So there it goes, in and out. She makes a little mistake there. Let's see the shot. Oh, bang. Okay, so, all right. I mean, hearts up, man. I get too emotional about these things, but yeah, man, I'm diamond hands on family, and there it goes. So just another one. Take all my money, as she does, but there it goes again. I already saw the Starbucks card got refilled this morning as well. So shout out to whatever drink that she's probably getting right now. But yeah, that's part of the reason why, honestly, someone said, why do I change my daily goal? Well, the trading that we've been doing lately has warranted that. You know, I think when you've got something and it's working, you want to use more shares. And when you have the confidence, you want to use more shares. And then you want to change. You want to change those goals. You know, we all have goals. When you're working out, you have a goal of reaching some sort of a plateau or a certain amount of weight, or, you know, eating right, same kind of thing. And for trading, it's the same thing. So you want to have, you know, goals where you're trying to hit. So I just changed mine up. So I put it up, and you know, it doesn't really matter. It's not like I have it. It's just like I'm happy when I get that. It's not like, oh my God, I hit my goal. It's not that. It's just like looking to make a certain amount, because I use it also for a downside protection as well. Like if I'm only making $500, $200, $100 a day, and all of a sudden you lose $2,000 on a day, you know, that sort of puts it in light that, okay, you know, my risk is too much on the downside as opposed to how much I'm taking on the upside. So now that we've used a little bit more shares on these plays, you know, our old goal can get met really quick. So it's just about trying to extend it through. And we've had some red days. It hasn't been frequent this time around. So we're going to start to up our goal. And then when things start to change a little bit for us, you guys have seen me take breakouts that haven't worked. I mean, we had that horrible trade on Starbucks. I mean, I went long. We just had our best month of the year, right? And we just went long in that month on Starbucks at 98.50. Like we were I loved this long on earnings right there, you know, but we get out, we get whacked on it, and we live to see another day. So part of everything is risk management, you know. Why is Tesla flushing? Let me see, is it actually, I don't want to, yes. Yeah, Tesla is flushing down a little bit right now, down into 306 again. So yeah, let's watch out to see what winds up happening there for Tesla. I still kind of like that 305 area, but I've canceled that order now. So with only 20 more minutes, I'm off to the gym here very soon. We'll put a couple laps in there, but it's the Figma trade, man. It's the Apple trade. Those are my two big ones there today. They're the only two that I have. So far, so good there. And thank you for taking the time, everybody, to talk about family and look at some of the videos and whatnot, because, you know, it's my family, not yours. So I do know that can get pretty boring, but we're doing a show here. So trying to express to you that just an average guy here taking average trades and hopefully, you know, providing some enjoyment to the rest.
That's the thing. And I know we missed some super chats in there, which we're going to try and get to.
Perfect, yeah.
There was a bunch. I didn't realize we missed this many super chats because there was one before the EMA thing. To look at Rigetti for Yala Studios. I'll try to get these one by one. The QBTS had news this morning, not Rigetti. So I think I'm fairly certain, and again, I haven't looked at Rigetti till now. I know there was a story on QBTS. Maybe that's why Rigetti's up 10% after this ridiculous move to the upside. That's all I can give you. I don't know a specific story here on Rigetti, but 10% and what looks like a trend break happening. Oh, I have to put my drawing. Oh, that's right, because I closed my charts. Looks like a trend break to the upside on Rigetti. It looks very bullish to me. I like QBTS a little bit more, but then I'd just be talking up my own book. You're just in a resistance spot up here, which makes some sense that you see some selling underneath the 16 level. And we did have another super chat from Glaze. Is Joe the only one who trades options, or do you, Neil and Katina Man, if you do, use the same key levels? I only trade equity here. I think we talked about that before.
No, I mean in personal accounts, I think.
Oh, in the personal accounts, yeah. I've sold covered calls. That's about it. That's the only use of options in my long-term account. I'll sell covered calls sometimes on my long positions. And the Dan Zone, are you able to read my missed super chat? I didn't see it. The Dan, oh, here it is. Oh, did you get the Apple one?
No.
No.
I didn't get any of those super.
All right, let's go to the Dara, and we'll come back and give you a chance to look at this Apple one because it was addressed to you.
What a green market. There are a few exceptions, but we'll start with the positives. Electronic technology and technology services both bright green here. AMD up 3%, Palantir up 3.5%. Both of these names are going to be reporting earnings coming later this week. Palantir tonight, AMD after the bell tomorrow. Then we have Boeing. This one down about 1.3%. We have some fighter jet employees announcing that they are going to be going on strike as of today. Finance, all green with the exception of Berkshire Hathaway, the largest component in this sector. They did have earnings that were not particularly well received. Producer manufacturing strong, consumer services strong, utilities strong, transportation, consumer durables, process industries, health services, commercial services, non-energy minerals, all looking great. Retail trade generally pretty good here with the exception of Amazon trading to the downside once again on day 2 earnings. Health technology a little bit more mixed with Eli Lilly notably down 1%. They report earnings later this week. Make sure to like and subscribe as we send you back to Sean and Neil.
Yeah, so I don't see, just to go back to Rigetti, I don't see a story on Rigetti. I'm going to assume it's making a move based on, well, it could be the market's bouncing high. I know QBTS had the news, so I'm guessing it's just some kind of a sympathy to the benchmark upgrading or reiterating a buy on D-Wave, which is, they unveiled some open source toolkit. So that's the one that I thought would move a little bit better, but hey, they move they move in step. A lot of times. And what's crazy is, they have a story, they're up 3.5%. Rigetti doesn't have one, it's up 10%. Could have a little bit to do with the short seller. Oh, shoot, I thought I cleaned this.
Yeah, no, there's all this dust on here.
Yeah, it's one of those. When they're painting the black on the roof, like we have to come in and clean our desk off every single time as I look to see if my elbows, not that you'd be able to tell, but you can tell it on the shirt or if you wipe it down in here. But that's the cost of the studio upgrade, everybody. At the end of the day, it's going to look so amazing, but it's a process. It's a process that we're doing our best to sort of power on through and dealing with it. The only thing, like I said, the only new trade I got into was Robinhood. I just want to zoom out to give you a second idea why I'm not waiting for VWAP here. Friday, it bounced off. Well, it had resistance at 101.50. Which was also like the Thursday low. So on the way back, that's where I'm looking for this thing to hold, right around that 101.5. Because I do like the long better in Robinhood. So if it does get down here, I'll be looking to enter a long at some point for a bounce play on the hooded one.
The hooded one, that's an interesting name for sure. Tesla's at 305 right now. Okay, well, Figma, we're still waiting for that one. Yeah, so good look on that, obviously, and thanks for posting that up to us right now. Look, the Nasdaq's trying to pull back a little bit. We've been loving on Tesla pretty much all day here today, and then it brought to our attention that this has made that move down in, and I do have this on the sticky note. But remember, these sticky note plays, like, it's hard enough to predict what's going to happen right off the open, let alone what's going to happen 2 hours into the market. So I'm going to stay away. Obviously, they're not loving Tesla as much as I thought the market would have, and you can see that quite clearly right now as Tesla making that move back in. Still up 1%, but I liked it right off the open. So that's the thing about trading in spidey senses and having the ability to do that. For right now, look, it's bouncing off 205, it looks like, or is it? I mean, I don't know. We haven't even really tested 305, sorry, on Tesla. So I'm just going to leave it for now. I don't want to throw anything away here today. We just got out some more Apple at the highs right now at come on, man. Apple to be $3. We're $8 in the money in total right now, but for Apple to have made that move upside, we recently bought some more of this in and around 212, so that's also out of the money. So some of my swing trades right now, well, they're not swing trades, by the way. Apple is long-term trade. We're going to just let that go. The fact that they outsold and they outpaced themselves, that's great. We'll just wait for that China story and then it'll be up 5 or 6%, I hope, and then we won't be worried about the price that we got. But yeah, right now, Apple trying to go back there to the upside. Thank you so much for everybody in the chat, all the kind words, again, going through. So yeah, Tesla's going to be really, really interesting. One to look at. CoreWeave, we can have a quick look over there. This is the first time ever. I think I said that last week, so maybe the second time ever that I haven't looked at NVIDIA or AMD, but CoreWeave also trying to tick near the lows. I mean, this might be a great little bottom break. That's not CoreWeave is not $100. Oh, CoreWeave is $100
Yeah, it is.
right now. Oh, wow. Okay. I thought the CoreWeave home would be around here. It looks like we have danced around 100 to 105. I thought this was still the Figma chart for a second. Obviously, Figma doesn't have that many days in it, but the $100 price target. But right into there, yeah, what about a break of CoreWeave of 100? That could also be something down there. So let's spend some time maybe looking at that. We don't have a lunch menu today, but we'll talk about what we're going to be hopefully getting for lunch around here.
But what are you getting?
But
I have no idea.
I don't know. I'll probably try to grab like a bowl of something somewhere. There's different. I had that from Aroma. I had that bowl, salad bowl last time. It was pretty useful.
I know. Yeah, that looked good. There's a place. There's like a kind of a brunch place that's right
Yeah,
here.
Viva. Yeah,
Viva.
Adair and I get from there all the time.
They have lots of great stuff.
They have great sandwiches, man. Great BLTs.
I've eaten there. I've eaten in there a couple times. I've
Yeah,
never
okay,
actually
so
done
you
any
know.
takeaway.
Yeah,
I'm considering, but then I want to.
They have great takeout.
I want to go for a walk.
So
Mostly
go for a
because
walk.
I'm just recovering from a hammy, so I want to make sure that I'm like loosening it up and not sitting too much. So I might just go for a long walk and then pick up something that I just happen-
something that catches your eye.
It's like whatever. I'll just walk around. And if I catch my eye, I'm a hungry dude, so if something catches my eye, I'll probably just grab that. We'll see. It's a ridiculously nice day outside. So as far as I'm concerned, it's really nice outside.
Yeah, oh yeah.
So I want to take advantage of that during lunchtime. The
Happy
other thing-
holiday to all our Canadians out there.
It's just like it's the
civic
dumbest holiday ever, though.
Why?
Just give it something. Give it a
It is
name.
a civic holiday.
Civic holiday.
Yeah.
It's lame. That's lame.
I'll say you don't like the name.
That's
yeah.
lame.
All
Like
right.
there's always something that you could make it. You just give it an actual holiday. There's always something.
We don't have Juneteenth, so this is kind of a makeup for that. Not for that holiday, but gives us an extra one there in June in the U.S.
Give it a real name, though.
Yeah.
Give it a name.
Yeah.
Adara.
Give it a name.
Really quickly, before we get to Money Talks, I want to mention INV. This company is called InVenture. I need to let you guys know there is very little volume on this, under 100,000 shares traded right now, and it is halted. But this does have a pretty big catalyst. One of its subsidiaries here, Celsius, apparently posted this on their LinkedIn. I did check, and it is an actual post. So after the company's subsidiary posted in their LinkedIn that they're part of the NVIDIA Inception program, this stock did get a pop. Again, it is currently halted. Very little volume, but INV could be on watch here. Let's take a look at the US dollar. Here is the daily chart. This is, to be fair, massive drop here on Friday, but it is worth noting we're kind of breaking out of that downtrend. We had this steady downtrend from the start of the year, complete with a double top around that 110 level, lower highs, lower lows. We broke below that 100 decisively, making a bit of a bottom here around 96.5. That's going back to July 1st. And now since then, we've had higher highs, higher lows. Could this uptrend finally be back for the DXY? It might be too early to say. That 100 rejection level not looking great, but as of right now, until we get a lower low back below that most recent support level of 97.1, looks like we could have a little bit of temporary reprieve for the US dollar, at least on this wider time frame. Back to you.
Thank you, Dara. And
Yeah,
actually
thanks, Dara.
bouncing, trending down all morning, but bouncing. The yield on the 10-year hit 4.2. That's good for the market. No questions asked. One thing to watch here is yields if we get up to this 4.26, that could be like one spot where, hey, we get a little bit of a reversal. You get a move back to the upside in here. Ooh, AMD just tagged VWAP. Let's go over to AMD, because obviously that just bounced off the volume weighted average. That was right quick. Robinhood went from at the money to 60 pennies in the money, and AMD went from 60 pennies from VWAP to at VWAP very, very
There's some
quickly
news
here.
in the market
Something
here,
obviously
because
hit.
Apple's making a little bit of
Yeah, like I have my stop underneath. Look, my stop is underneath VWAP in here, which should be obvious, but I might take advantage of this. If we don't, like that candle on Robinhood, if that doesn't result in it pushing to the downside right quick, that's a big reversal candle. We should be getting underneath 102, and if we're not, then I should jump out of this trade. Let's go to Adair, see what just happened.
As is often the case when the market gets a random spike to the downside around this time, we did have a new post from Trump on Truth Social as of about 46 seconds ago. It has to do with India and oil. And I quote, India is not only buying massive amounts of Russian oil, they are then, for much of the oil produced, selling it on the open market for big profits. He talks a little bit here about the war in Ukraine between Russia and Ukraine, talking about the Russian war machine, then ends with, because of this, I will be substantially raising the tariff paid by India to the U.S. Thank you for your attention to this matter! Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point, President DJT. So keep an eye here on oil. I'll let you guys know if we actually get a number on the Indian tariff increase because he does not specify. But apparently, long story short, Donald Trump will be, quote, substantially raising the tariff that India will be paying the U.S. Back to you.
All right, so obviously that's not going to be good for Apple because they do have a lot of production there in India. So it's not like, you know, you move over to India to try to save some tariffs, and then all of a sudden it's like slap. More tariffs because of some sort of an oil situation. So, yeah, not great, needless to say. So, yeah, pay attention here as some India moves. INDA is the India ETF. So
they were really creative with that.
There it is right there. Yeah, very creative. There it is. Nice move to the downside. 52 and change. No, actually, not even down that much. So only down 0.4, so take that for what it's worth right now on INDA. And this is why we don't worry too much about Tesla and the levels, again, that we talk about, because there it goes, right? Tesla, you know, I don't know if it's sniffed out this India story. I don't know if there's any production. I don't think there's any production in India with Tesla, but nice downside move right there for TSLA. So we did not get involved in Tesla at all. But you're in Robinhood and AMD, and I've still got these two trades from the open. But just to let you guys know, we got out more Apple when it came back up here, and now we're just getting it out right now. Might as well. We have less than 3% left now of Apple. We only have 5 more minutes left, so we're clearing it all out here into the midday show. And then I'll be back around 2 p.m. and we'll talk again about some more trade opportunities. But yeah, Tesla might even break $3 bills, actually.
Oh, it could. So it broke 300 on Friday. But it's still, like, it broke it, but the buying was still at that price level, if that makes sense to everybody. Like, Tesla bought big time through the 300 level. It just took a break to 98, and then you got a huge reversal. So I think, like, it's not like on, what was the day? It was like the 24th, where it was very, very clean off 300. I suspect even if there's going to be a bounce, it might be like Friday, where you're looking for some kind of a mean reversion or just let it break the level, let the buyers start to emerge, as opposed to thinking an even dollar level is going to hold on Tesla. The breakout, the 11 breakout got to 12, the 12 breakout failed. But yeah, this market, we're not liking this India story too much. Because AMD, there was a nice little relief rally. So it was this volume spike in here, like it was off VWAP and at about 176.70, and VWAP's at 76, and then it was instantly back into the bid. It then came back up to the $0.50, and now we're consolidating. I don't wonder if that's the kind of thing that can turn us, if it turns us southbound. The name that I probably missed out on Friday, Intel was a very good short again, at about 19.5. I don't know if it wants to give the top. On Friday, it gave you a second chance, trend breaking, right around 1945, and you could just give it 5 pennies. It doesn't seem like it wants to give us that. So I'm going to take the VWAP short here on Intel. It's that hole. It tries to break the high, doesn't, shorted at the volume weighted average price play, just to get into this one. Because I want some exposure to the sell side that isn't Robinhood. I wanted an actual weak name, not a strong one.
Yeah, I'm just getting out of this Apple. Now it's back up. So okay, I mean, as soon as I was like, yeah, I don't like it anymore, it just goes right back up to. So we got another 207 fill right there again as well. Look, I mean, today the big story: the Nasdaq now up 1.4% and really rebounding into today again on good tariff news. 70% of the tariff deals apparently now are done. So that's going to be good, and we just get that bad news now about India, but the market's still trying to hold up there. So regaining more than 2/3 of Friday's losses. We actually talked about that key NASDAQ level of 23.3 NQ forward U, and we'll just have a quick little look at we don't want the E-mini. Well, we want the E-minis, not the micros. So there it is right there, trying to regain that level. So a little bit more work required to get that, but we'll see if it comes in right there as well. Tesla did have that rally spot there again off of the open on news that Elon Musk has received the 96 million shares. I mean, I wonder, like, because there's really no news about Tesla, I don't think Elon's in there and selling any of his shares, but that's a nice move to the downside. I mean, we've only done 31 million shares there today, and I think he'd have to file something to do that. So we'll wait to see if that ever happens. I don't know, maybe needs to get money to put it towards XAI or something like that. No idea what that's happening with Tesla, but that is a nice move down and trying to go red. So like Tesla, with the market being up 1.4%, it was leading the pack basically up there into 312 before. before falling back now into 3 bills. So that's going to be something interesting to look at. We got some huge moves down in Figma today as well. Wayfair came out with a good report, and they gave you what you needed, up 10% right now on Wayfair, better than expected revenues as well over there. The INDA, Berkshire, INDA is the India, INDA is the India ETF, so we're going to look over there. That is on NYSE American. So if you are trading here with Real Trading, the best prop firm in the world, then you want to use AM for that one. And it does look like it is making a move down right there, INDA. So check that out on that recent news from Trump and oil. Adara probably at Trader TV Research maybe has something about that as well. So go check out that for sure. And yeah, other than that, it's been a pretty busy day. To me, Berkshire, I think this is one that I'm going to look at what that quarterly number looked like. And I don't think it looked very well, as right now we watch out for Berkshire making huge moves downside
They
today.
took a big write-off on their
Forex.
on Heinz. Well, it's the write-off
Oh,
for
and
Forex,
Heinz, okay.
and then their Heinz position.
There are no other kinds.
There aren't.
Yeah.
It's a great brand, but the stock has been doing pretty poorly in their portfolio.
Apparently my daughter just did a gorilla chest
the best.
punching sort of celebration. So that's very interesting.
Get it.
I wish that was on camera.
Well, things you can't capture every single moment, but I do like that. So I do pound the chest, everybody.
I found out about that.
I'm going to get to why I like that in a quick little second.
Minute and a
But
half left.
Robinhood gave us, I don't know, about like 40 pennies, but I'm going to get out. I thought we were only going to 101.5, so it did hold on to half it. So it'll be, like the short will be a flat trade. The long still, I guess, the better opportunity off the bottom there at 99. I don't know if we get VWAP, but I'm looking VWAP long if we can catch it on the hooded one. In the same way we're getting pullback, getting a pullback on AMD, bouncing off the volume weighted average price. I'd look for the same thing in Robinhood. You know, the reason I like the bang on the chest,
Yeah.
because if you're in a track and field, Noah Lyles likes to talk a lot of trash.
Yeah, I know who he is.
And he essentially, like it's a U.S. trial. These guys are teammates, and they're probably on the relay together. But he won the 200 and literally stared down the guy who beat him last year.
Right. Nice.
He stared him down while winning, and then he gets into his lane and he forces Benderek to kind of shove him in the back just to get him out of his way. And so I guess he didn't realize it was his fault why he needed to be shoved in the back. So he turns around and gets in his face and is like yapping at him.
When was this at?
This is the U.S. trial.
Like, how long ago was
It was
that?
just like over the weekend.
Over the weekend. Oh, okay.
Which is what, like, you guys are teammates.
Check that out.
Which is what's crazy in track, in the U.S. line. They're like, yes, you're all running for the USA, but flat out, they are not like they're like individuals. Like
they went to different schools and they have different. Yeah, exactly.
It's so competitive there. A dude ran 984 and missed the team. 984 and missed. It's like a top 8 this year and didn't even make the team. Trevor Bromell. It was absolute nonsense how competitive it gets in the U.S. But there's the guy. He knows how to sell the sport, and then I'm not a huge Noah Lyles fan, but track needs more of him to generate interest. I tell like it is because I think track is a great sport and not a lot of people watch it, and you probably need more Noah Lyles to get people to watch.
Probably.
But at the end of the day, it's one of those things you don't expect teammates to be bumping each other at nationals and talking trash. After becoming 1-2, you're about to represent your country. Like happy.
They're going to be teammates, right?
Yeah, they're going to run the relay together.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
What is that about?
Times.
Anyways, let's go. Gonna have to see where we grab some lunch, everybody. But I know we'll be back at 2 o'clock. For now, you've got Joey Options, you've got Sharif. And what's on Sharif's t-shirt? Oh, it is it's Mo Salah.
Down the wing, Salah, la, la,
Oh, we're
la.
on, man?
The Egyptian king, boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. I don't like hearing myself echoing there. Welcome to the Midday Show. That right there is your boy Joey Options, and I am Sharif. Where are my people at? We got Black Hawk in the chat, but he's the only person there in the chat except for you and myself, Joey. So we're gonna have to wait until you. I know, yeah, you and myself. So we're gonna have to wait. There we go. Now we got Matthew. We got fun with media. Bro, at least it loads, bro. I don't have to wait 20 minutes for that thing to load on yours. You should have seen how livid Neil was when he was using your computer. Shout out to AFB Unlimited. We got fun with Melina. Shout out to Juan Padilla. We got Jose. We got Pickle Chili. All right, Trade X Gibby. Jeremy Newman. Sorry, guys. All the names are skewed, so it takes me a little minute to read them. Jimmy B. We got Buvin. Kalua. Shout out to Kalua. Gray Worm.
Way to be back.
How about Justin? Something or another. Edgar. Palaciado, Jimmy, Joe, Smith, we got Casey, Doyle, Andrew, we got, who else? Tracer Austin, Mark Perkins, Nick, Disco 22, and KC526, Trump Power. All right, 420 Bud Monster, right back at you, baby. Glaze 94 already coming in fast and furious with that super chat. My faves, Joey Options and Sharif, right back at you, brother. Thank you very much. We got the Corleone family 1 and Johnny Fishbone.
Johnny.
Shout out to everybody in the chat. I hope everybody had a fantastic weekend. Joey, good morning, brother.
Good morning. Yeah, I mean, hope everyone had a good, solid weekend. Long weekend here in Canada, that is. So it was Carabana weekend this weekend, so we had some festivities there. Nothing too wild. Go see what's going on with the parade, considering it's just down the street from where I live. And yeah, it was a lot of fun, a lot of intoxicated individuals, that's for sure. And yeah, that's it. We rock and roll and see what we got going on. It's funny because I used to go there and sell. When my cousin and I first started doing that when we were about 19 years old, selling beer at the parade, there was no one really there. Now it's just full of vendors and everybody trying to sell something. But that's good because we got millions of people coming in the city and we don't want to fall short on beer or anything like that because that would be an absolute disaster. So you need those confidence cans rolling 100%. But what did we get going on? What did we get cooking up here on today? Got chopped up in Tesla. This is the only name that I've traded here this morning. So we build in really heavy right here. Boom, 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 boom. We're just adding like a madman. And then it came back. With that being said, add more shares. Risk gets tighter, gets stopped out. Then I double what I had here. So we were really heavy on a super tight stop, get stopped out there. And then just due to risk measures, I couldn't take as much size as I did on these two trades, but we still hop in a little bit and we just take off some of those losses. And this is where I can get aggressive, right? So I added to the position, I take some off, we get this pullback, and then I add at those lows looking for the break of the high of the day and the continuation in the trend. But sure enough, Tape said, Tesla does not feel like doing that today. So yeah, that's what we had going on. Only trade of the day, but let's go Ethereum. Man, oh man, I was losing my my cool on Friday because I'm trying to get out of this position, Sharif. It wouldn't let me. At home on VKR, wouldn't let me. I was doing everything in my power. Day plus overnight. I'm just under, so I'm hitting below the offers, hitting below, trying to catch this fill, and it wouldn't fill me. So then this morning, I'm like, all right, you know what? Enough is enough. I bought some more, and then for some reason, I tried to get out of the whole position. I ended up buying some more, and now it's starting to work out. But my average is 27.70. I'm gonna hold on to this for the foreseeable future. I like this swing trade for the next couple of months. And we're going to see how that plays up, and I'm going to continue to build. I told you guys I first started off with a couple hundred shares. I'm now on around 260 shares. Bang. So yeah, we're going to look to get that up to 400 or 500.
I love it, man. All right, I've just worked into my first position here, ONDS. We'll see how this one's working. It's got lower highs. We'll give this one to VWAP right now. Here's what I'm looking at. Let's bring in the side chart because some are still going, some are pulling back. I'm talking about the small cap gappers. The biggest and baddest one in the market, at least currently, is BTBD. It's already breaking down below the volume weighted average price. Got a 560 high with VWAP being at 425. There was all sorts of buying here at around 3 mid-80s. Look at these 3 bottoming tail candles that breach VWAP, but most notably all make higher highs. So you could tell there was buying there, but we've kind of exhausted that. That 5 1/4 seller prevented this one from ascending, and now we're down below 4 1/4, and we're continuing to make lower highs. This current candle, though, on BTBD still has higher lows. Let's see which way this cookie crumbles. I've also got a dip trade here on AEO. You bet your bottom dollar I'll be taking this one to the long side today. Shout out to American Eagle. Yeah, more to come on that. And then we'll also be looking at Verb. Shout out to Buvin, bringing this one to my attention, VERB. I dislike this one, Buvin, and I know you know why. There's a couple of reasons. It's expensive, it's spready, and it hasn't cleared the pre-market high. That pre-market high takes us all the way up there into 22.40. 845 to be exact. That is the pre-market high that printed right at 825, and we have not been above that. Alas, we are pulling into the 10 EMA on the 5 right now at 18.5, 1846. And it is halted down now, Bovin, at 1846, but it's a good halt level, in my opinion, because it halts right at the 10 EMA. So even though, you know, it's got a topping till candle, which is also a doji candle, followed by a red candle that halts, it's got all the ingredients here for a short. When you look at it a little bit more thoroughly, it is still holding up above the 10 EMA on the 5, so we're going to keep VERB on watch. There's also ZYXI. This one a bit more spready per candle. Look at the range per candle is quite wide. It is not a tight trade, even though the price is quite low, $1.65. We'll see how this one ends up doing. It's above VWAP right now, but as I analyze this further, the respect for VWAP has been very sparse, if not non-existent at all. And the reason I say that, look at the amount of candles that breach VWAP, both on a wick and closing basis, only to work back its way above. So I'll probably have very few trades off VWAP on ZYXI and more off price action areas of support and resistance. But yeah, that's what I'm keeping my eye on. Now let's talk about Faraday Futures, Assassino, because this one is also above the volume weighted average price, got 16.5%, keeping this one afloat. It just lost the 10, and it has been putting in lower highs ever since that topping till candle into 243. It's 10 pennies lower at 233, but most notably still holding that 2.25, 228 where VWAP's hanging out. Now we just got filled on American Eagle, so let's see what this one does right now. We just got the dip trade here on AEO, and I'll be looking to add into the third of $1. And the reason I say that is because that's a 10 exponential moving average on the 5, and that's what I want to base my trades off. So AEO, do we get partially filled on AEO? What kind of craziness is that? How do you get partially filled on?
This guy's all in AEO.
Bro, I already made it very clear. Made it very clear that I'm going to be trading this to the long side. All right, so I got partially filled on a small order, Joey. How the hell does that happen anyway? So AEO, we're involved in this one now. Also, I've got more to talk about, though. Joby. I'm lamenting this one so much. I was telling Joseph off camera, JOBY, watched a piece on this one on CNBS's website like a month and a half ago when this thing was trading at $12. And you're like, yeah, you know, I don't want to pick winners. I'm going to buy a little Archer, a little Joby, maybe some others. Never got around to doing it, and it's doubled up since that time. So breaking through $20 today with a 2045 high. Generally respectful of that 10 EMA on the 5 with a few wicks that do breach it, but Joby will also be in focus. I mentioned Faraday Futures and some others. So those are the ones we're looking at right now, guys. Let's keep an eye out on these ones and see what they have to offer us. Joseph.
Yes, sir. All right, let's see what we got going on. We want to stick to some strong names here in Tesla. See, that's the thing, right? It's like, it's funny because I was bashing this name over the weekend. I'm like, yeah, it sucks. And I come in and I decide to trade it, obviously, on that Elon Musk. Finally, his pay package going through. So that's something solid. But for me personally, it's just like, do we want to? The market is rallying, and look what Tesla's doing, right? So to me, that just signifies that, yeah, this isn't an overly strong asset. But I want to talk a little bit about CCL.
Okay.
CCL? Okay. Yeah. I forget who it was. Someone, like, there was a lot going on, and I brought up CCL, and they're like, yeah, Joe, like, we got so much going on in the market, and you're talking about CCL? And I'm like, yeah, sorry, man.
Sorry.
Yeah. Sorry. You know what I mean? No, but it was funny. We were obviously joking around there on that one. But no, here it is, right? This is what I'm looking at this name for. It's just that indecision through some key support levels. And if you go across a lot of some of these transportation names, like UAL, AAL, DAL, NCLH, and CCL, you're going to see an identical print here. So maybe we'll get somewhat of a rotation, but you can notice that this gap has now been filled. So you want to get in at those lows. And with this specific ticker, for me personally, it's like you got to take like 600 shares, 700 shares in order for it to even become profitable. So yeah, that ship may have sailed, but there's also IBM that I was looking at as well too. I'm referencing swing trades as well too, guys, right? So just keep that in mind. IBM a little bit more on the expenses. I have 250, but you get this hammer candle, it breaches to the downside, but then you get one following up. So that's some really key VPA. As long as you don't crack this low, I think you're gonna get a bounce in IBM. And if you just look at the run that it's been on since 2024, it's some pretty good moves, right? And that recovery off of the April lows, that's some nice stuff. 36%, 40% or whatever, but it did establish a new all-time high. So IBM and CCL were are on my radar, sorry, I should say, over the weekend as I was just doing some basic TA. But other than that, from an intraday standpoint, I did miss those opportunities on both of those names, but I'm going to continue to stick with Tesla here. I think I'm going to get involved in a little bit more shares just in case we want to get this move back towards VWAP. Risk profile is defined, right? So we can risk 16 cents, which is quite a bit here on this name, considering I want to take a decent amount of shares just to move back into VWAP because the SPY is now about to approach the high of the day, right? So that's moving higher. Volume starting to cool off a little bit, but the Q is slightly weaker, so just keep that in mind. And also Tesla hasn't been participating on that topside move, so maybe it's just gonna be a laggard. But we also went over last week is that price is compressing, and we're gonna wait for a positive catalyst or even a negative catalyst for this range to be broken. And I think eventually it will. You just need something to get kind of light that fire there, Sharif.
All right, thanks, Bovin, for that. INV is breaking out as we speak right now. Was it halted, Bovin? I think you tagged me, you said halted. Okay, so it looks like it was halted. We can flip to the 1 so we can see the halt levels. Yes, so we've got 2 up halts on this thing right now. The first one was around 5 1/3. The second one, 640. The high of the day, 694. This is the 1 minute on INV. Let's flip back to the 5 and throw on the ticker. We are at the high of the day, 694. I already can tell it's spready, Bovin, just based on how it's moving on the chart. I haven't even had a chance to look at the tape. Look at that, 694 back down in the 640s. Okay, so right away, get to know the characteristic of the small cap gapper. What does it trade like? Is it wiki? Is it stable? Is it insane like INV right now? So get to know the characteristic and then trade it accordingly. You have to devise a strategy specific to the small cap gapper because they're not all equal in any way, shape, or form. So INV, Bovin, I'm going to have to trade this carefully if I do get in. We're going to be keeping an eye out on this one. Let's give it its own trading screen at the moment to find out what kind of spread we're talking about here and kind of what kind of look we got on the book. Not bad. 10 penny spread, a little wider at times, tightening up 6 pennies, and it opens up to 11. So yeah, just get a feel for how wide and how narrow the spread tends to get. It's not a hard and fast rule, but it gives you an idea of what to expect with these monsters. INV up 40%. Let's take the opportunity to find out a little bit more about it. What is this thing? 19.85 million share float, and I don't have the short float. Let's see if Perplexity can help us. Ooh. Short float on INV, please. Go, Perplexity, quicker, quicker. I'm waiting. All right, here we go. It doesn't know. Oh, yeah, that's not the kind of quickness we want. 3.26%. Assassino, what can I do, man? Days to cover, 8.81. About 3.25% of said float is board for short. So we obviously know how that works. The data can be up to 14 days old, as that's when FINRA updates the short float information. Okay, so let's talk about some of the trades we have on right now. We're doing it frickin' live on American Eagle. We've got this one at 42s. It's at 62s now. Go American Eagle, go. Fly high, baby. We're gonna wait here, see if we can squeeze into 13. It's up 17 and change. This one is aggravating all sorts of people online, and more pleased I could not be. So I'm gonna keep my eye on this one, and we'll be looking to take it long. All right, ONDS, we're involved in this one, but it has a seller here at 57s. What I'm noticing though is we've got the stair step up pattern with some higher lows, but we do have a seller here that's been staunchy. It's prevented me from getting a whole bunch of prints up here so far. 57 seller right now on ONDS. And I've also weaseled into Faraday futures. So FFAI, where's my FFAI screen? Pardon me. So we've got in here literally almost at the high of the day, a couple of pennies off off the high of the day, 38s. It's definitely got a seller in and around the high 30s, low 40s, but it did wick up into 43, and it is above the 10 EMA. I do have an order right there. As you can see, that aqua line with the circle, that is a resting dip trade. So I'll see if this one wants to come back down, maybe test the volume weighted average price, get a bit of a better price on that one, Joey option. So
Yes,
that's what I'm looking at right now, those three.
All right, good luck there. Yeah, I know you probably haven't seen it, Sharif, but season 1 of White Lotus, I'm pretty sure Sydney Sweeney's in there.
Is she actually?
Yeah.
She is. I can confirm she is.
Yeah, and I don't know what's up with her. She just always has that consistent role of going after all her friends' dudes.
Typecast?
Her
They
typecast?
typecast her?
What?
They typecast her?
Yeah.
So
Typecast. Yeah.
typecast like means you keep playing.
Yeah,
the
you
same.
keep playing the same role. Like my guy. I'm not even gonna say it, man.
Oh, say his name.
I'm not gonna
say his name, Joey.
I can't do it, man. That's crazy. Denzel.
Oh,
Ooh,
that's crazy right there. You're gonna get in a
crazy.
lot of
That's
trouble
crazy.
for
That's
that.
crazy. I'll stop. Yeah, I'll stop now. I was gonna make a hot take, but Neil. Oh yeah. So,
He's
okay,
not
guys.
here. Oh.
My most hated song of all time. Return of the Mac. I didn't want to say that.
Return of the Mac.
Yeah, I can't stand that song.
Why,
It's always because it's on the club. Every club you go to, they're playing that freaking song, man. Anyways, but shh, don't tell Neil I said that, because I don't know how he's gonna feel about that one, because he might lose his ish on me. So, but anyways. Having fun here today, man. It's Monday, and yeah, I'm locked in here too as well.
Get it,
so,
Joe.
yeah, we're keeping an eye out on AMD. Way to point that one out there, Gorev. You guys know my style. I'm sniper mode, right? So I want to wait for some precision. If this 5-minute candle holds around the lows, then I might look to get involved in some of this short here. So we want to see this volume really start to cool off, but you can see that we're holding this halfway point. That can be a positive sign. We want to zoom in and see what we got going on from the 1 minute. Ooh, inverted right there. Doji print right at the volume weighted average price. Not in love with that signal, that's for sure. So I'm not even gonna look at the comments right now. So just in case you guys are mad at me that I said I don't like that song, I don't want to.
You gotta be able to deal with it,
You
baby.
gotta deal with it. Yeah, man, you gotta deal with it. But no, other than that, CCL looking pretty good. I'm gonna keep my eyes out on that one. The market is starting to come back in as well too. So just keep that in mind there, guys. But let's go over some of the top performing sectors here on the session. And see what we got going on. So yeah, Gorev, AMD not holding up just yet. It may take a little while for it to turn around, but hey, what a beautiful day. Shout out to Arthur. I think
It's a beautiful day.
Sorry. That's all right. Yeah, I was gonna sing a song. Do you remember the one Jamaican kid who was like, I'm not even gonna say, I can't even remember right now, put me on the spot. Anyways, all right, man, yeah, I gotta get with it here. Joe, focus. All right, the tech sector, Technologia, 1.6% up. We don't have a red sector on the day. Utilities sitting in that second place spot there, guys, up 1.4%. Materials roughly around the same 1.3%. The bottom three, consumer discretionary up about 0.6, closer to 7th. Consumer staples about 4.5%, and then energy sector 0.22 as well too, Sharif.
Sounds good, Joey. All right, same trades here, guys. American Eagles, the only one really running. INV, full disclosure, this is blocked on our system. We won't be able to trade this at the moment unless Neil comes back, puts in a ticket, and then they open it up or they allow us to trade it. While it's still active and while it's still above VWAP, but above it just lost VWAP. My goodness. Here we go. We're going to halt down here, 583. Here comes the halt parameter starting to show on the time and sales. If it does this for about 5 more seconds, we should get a halt. Otherwise, it will be a false halt, and we'll probably rock it back up. And there it is. There's the gray out. We are halted down on INV at $5.83. We are below the volume weighted average price. But I want to mention, as I've mentioned before with these small cap gappers, we have a bit of an anomaly right now with the moving averages and VWAP. VWAP substantially higher than the 10 EMA on the 5. So I usually don't want to base too much of my technical support and resistance analysis on VWAP when it's above the 10 EMA, because that is not mostly the case. So I want to see if this is actually going to hold above the 10 EMA, which is at 565. We're not involved in it, nor can we get involved in it, but I want to analyze it correctly for you, for the people who are trading it on the other side of the screen. So INV up 30.75%, looking real good over here, but we don't have anything on it, okay, for that one. FFAI, I'm still holding here at 38, break even. There's a seller up here. Now, I need to be careful with this because oftentimes I've punched in at highs with a bias that the higher lows were going to lead to some sort of flat top break, and it was just a matter of time until that seller gets taken out. And then, you know, we get pullbacks into VWAP, and I add there only to lose the level. So I want to not have that bias going into Faraday Futures, FFAI. I've gotten in at 38. I will add into the VWAP area, but that's going to be it, okay? We're not going to DCA into an oblivion on this one. Faraday Futures has a seller in the high 30s, low 40s that we can't seem to shake. Now, here's the deal. ZYXI also coming in back into the 10 EMA, and I wouldn't mind picking this up off of $1.70, but the range on this is crap, even though it's up 35%. I mean, we're talking here between VWAP and the high of the day, we're talking about 15 pennies. I'll think about this one. I'll think about this one a little bit more. ONDS continues to find sellers at this level. That displeases me. We're in at 55s. The best it could do is some 57, 58 prints up there. Still above the 10 EMA, still putting in higher lows, but certainly slowing down and definitely not exploding with the same vigor that it had earlier. Verb, VERB. This one looking like it could be a double top candidate. I don't trade Verb until it takes out that pre-market high at 22.50, but here it is for those who don't care about that rule and don't mind trading it, even though it hasn't cleared VWAP. It is now at the volume weighted average price, but I'm more hesitant to want to punch into anything at VWAP here, and here's why. Here's what I see on Verb. I see 3 areas of support on the 5-minute chart off the 50 exponential. Once, twice, he is the one, thrice, right over here. So why would I be punching in at VWAP when it's been showing me all along that the 50 EMA is where it's going to find support? And right now, for the moment, the 50 EMA is overlapping with that $16 whole dollar level. So Verb could be a pickup off that 50 EMA, and it's already losing VWAP. It already looks like it's destined for that $16 level. Zigging and zagging with 17, moving 20 pennies at a time like a psycho. So keep your eye here on VERB and trade it carefully, for goodness sake, if you're going to trade it at all. All right, let's go. Finally, we get a print here on my friend Faraday, showing me 40s. I'm waiting at 40s, but it's not crossing, so we don't get the print. FFAI up 19.15%. Keep an eye out on that one. ONDS, boom, taking out multiples of my orders there. Showing me 60. I'm waiting at 60, but I don't get the print as a result of the cross. So let's go ahead and wait now at 62s. And we're also going to wait at 64s. Let's see what we get, and we will not get upset. Have a look at Go American Eagle, fly high, baby. This one is a buy program. It feels like right now very respectful of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. American Eagle up 17 1/3. Adara LePage.
Joseph Gabriel, congrats on that trade. And let's take a look here at ahead of, I guess we'll say congrats to Palantir, because Palantir has very quickly weaseled its way, to use a Sharifism, to the top 20% of the NASDAQ 100 by market cap. Here are the top 21 companies, because Google has 2 tickers, but 20 companies here that are leading the NASDAQ 100 by market cap. Of course, we know the Meg 7's on here. Palantir, actually, shockingly, in the top 15, just right behind Netflix and Costco. Other names that might shock you to know they're actually in the top 20% of the NASDAQ. AMD, ASML, we have Cisco, we have Booking Holdings, and we have AstraZeneca. So here are the best, not the best performance, but the largest market cap names in the NASDAQ. Palantir, let's see if it wheels any higher up this list after that earnings report post-market tonight. Check it out with Neil and myself on the Market Recap Show. Back to you.
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's go here. AMD. Way to call that one out. My guy, Gorev, man. Gorev. Man. Let's go.
What's he doing over there,
man.
bro?
He's giving me hot picks right now. That's what he's doing,
Gorev.
my guy. Way to be, man. Oh, let's do this thing, brother. This is exactly shout out to our friend Hulk Hogan. There it is. Okay.
I am a real American.
I heard he's got that beer line, Sharif. I know you wouldn't, but it's called the Great American Beer. I would like to see if anybody
Hogan?
can. Yeah, he's got. Yeah, I think he has that beer line. It's called the Great American. So maybe we might have to import some of that there.
Fight for your life. I
don't even know this song.
Crashing down and it hurts inside.
I don't even know the song.
Bad boy.
Yeah, all right. Let's go. But my guy Gorev here giving out hot picks as usual. So there we go. We're starting to climb almost $1. Almost hit that dollar club here. I think we might get that momentarily here, Sharif. Let's go. This is what I'm talking about. Thank you, Gorev. Much appreciated. All right, let's take a little bit more off here, guys. Just because there we go. We caught that. NWO, come on.
So good.
Yeah.
NWO.
NWO, yeah. All right, anyways, I got a big game on Thursday. If anyone was curious about that one, I just thought you guys would know. I know you don't care probably. I am on a mad goalless streak, which is not
goalless?
good. Goalless, yeah.
the bag.
4
My bad,
gamer,
my bad.
brother.
That's okay.
4 gamer.
You're
You don't even
warming up,
understand.
baby.
Oh, I had so many opportunities last Thursday, and you know, for all my fellow athletes out there, some days you're just really hot, Sharif, you know this, and some days it's just like a game of inches, and I couldn't get anything to go behind the net. But anyways, back to these markets. I know you guys don't care about my hockey, but that's all right, I care. AMD starting to climb higher. We hit the dollar club there for me, Sharif. I think we did hit the dollar club at some point there.
Here,
so yeah,
we're
we
gonna
want
hit
to see this continue to climb. Solid name, and this is what we got going on here off of this hammer. Gore was like 3 minute. No, I said no, 1 minute, my friend. And this is exactly what we played off of. He mentioned this on the 5, so I'm like, beautiful. Okay, I really like this. And him and I were discussing the game plan. I'm like, if it holds the low, I'm gonna look for any more forms of indecision at this specific area. And then we break it down on the 1 minute. And sure enough, this is the candle that I played the break off of. 170.35, and you take that move to the top side. Who is it? This guy, man.
I like how he's picking on you these days. He's left me the hell alone now.
He's my guy. I'll allow him.
Yeah, he's
to
my
pick on
guy
me.
too. I just don't want him picking on me.
Yeah, hey man, he's a big dude. It's not like I could probably do anything. But see, my game plan for you would be, Big Spile, is I would just run circles around you for a little bit, because I know you'd have an upper decky and a lower decky, get tired, and then that's when I start to come in.
Hold on, what's an upper decky and lower decky? We need an explanation.
The Zins.
Oh.
Yeah, and he's running 12 milligrams, so I know that cardio is on the extreme low, so as long as I can get a couple laps around him, I think I'd be all right after, and then I'd go for the knees and see what I could do from that.
What is happening?
I'm just game planning, just in case. You know what I mean?
Get it, Joe. Get it, Joe.
But yeah, no, anyways, back to these markets and seeing what else we got going on. Let's take a look at some options chain stuff, because we haven't really. And to be honest with you guys, I think I'm going to just drop these VIX calls. Okay. I'm only down $62 on them, but I mean, they expired January 20th, and my average is $6.81. But they're not doing anything. I've never been in the money on these VIX calls. So let's pull up the VIX here to see what we got going on. And we want to see the index, because personally, I was like, oh man, like, come on. I thought we were going to get some spike. We were getting too complacent. We're getting way too complacent in the market here. And we did get this nice pop up into 22, but my average was something around there. And I think I lost a little bit of time. It was slightly in the money, but nothing substantial. And now I'm out of the money again on these calls. I just think this market, there's too much forward going, too much tailwinds for this market to kind of make up something, even though they can do that. And then obviously send the VIX parabolic. I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case. So I'm just going to hop out, take that $70, $80 loss, and then just reassess the situation. But Adair, what do you got for us?
I have our crypto segment here. So let's take a look at TON. That is Toncoin. This one's on watch here in case you guys missed it. One of these runners earlier today, Verb Technology, up as much as 90%. The company announced a private placement of roughly $558 million, through which they're going to be establishing their first publicly listed Ton treasury strategy company. So they're changing the company's name there. They're, I guess, changing their entire business model to just be focused on Toncoin. Now, it's interesting here. Through that, I guess one of the things that is a nice look, even though, as you can see here, Toncoin on the daily, not at all a nice look, who they're working with on this strategy. They are, I guess this private placement was led by Kingsway Capital, anchored by Blockchain, Ribbit Capital, amongst some other groups. So this is pretty interesting. Kraken was also one of the crypto native investors involved in this. Kraken and Pantera. The new executive chair of the company, once they finished their merger, I guess their transition, Manuel Stotz, he said that Telegram, I guess, because it's the preferred messenger of the crypto community, and Toncoin is apparently the currency that powers the Telegram ecosystem. It makes sense for them to kind of combine here. Interesting stuff. Definitely something I think to look more into if you're going to get involved in something like this. But good look. They have their whole team lined up, including an individual from blockchain who will serve as their special advisor. Let's take a look here at Bitcoin, BTC, USD. Great look here in the daily chart. Yes, we have been pulling back lately, but this is clearly an uptrend. Higher highs, higher lows. Let's see if we can push higher and make a new all-time high. Ethereum looking very similar, though not at all-time highs, but this uptrend very much still seems to be intact despite some weakness late last week experienced by both BTC and Ethereum. Let's take a look at Solana, USD quickly before we go. Solana also arguably in an uptrend from these lows right around Liberation Day, though this uptrend is a little bit less defined than what we're seeing with Ethereum or Bitcoin. Either way, despite some pullbacks in the end of last week, a lot of these names seem poised to recover. Let's see if they follow through. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adair. Yeah, Coinbase today getting a downgrade from our friends at Compass Point, and they're saying that retail investors or the retail trade, so to speak, is starting to fade here in crypto. So they actually downgraded them from neutral to sell, dropping the price target almost $100, guys, from 330 down to 248. So the analyst there at Compass Point, Ed Engel, basically cited weak earnings trends. We saw Coinbase report last week. It was basically a miss on almost every metric that the company had there. There were a few notes there with EPS beating, but revenue was down, transaction revenue was down. And here's what he's saying. He's saying also that stable coins are also starting to present a bit of a competition here for these regular blockchain or regular coins that are trading on Coinbase. We're talking about the Bitcoin, Solanas, XRP, saying stable coins are starting to take some of that market share, which are obviously pegged to a fiat currency, most notably the US dollar. So we'll keep an eye out on that. But what really caught my attention was the retail interest in the crypto trade. He, at least anyway, says it's beginning to fade. Is that something that you agree with? Because, I don't know.
Crypto trade is beginning to fade?
The retail crypto trade. So retail interest in crypto into some of these non-stable coins is starting to fade, according to him. And we didn't really see that outside of Coinbase's earnings. We saw good crypto trading for Robinhood, but it could also be people getting on to that platform anew and then just having to trade crypto. Whereas if you were on Coinbase, you were probably on Coinbase for crypto to begin with. So maybe they're kind of the canary in the coal mine as opposed to some of these other ones. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah. Well, that's what I was touching on before, Sharif, is that I think maybe we're seeing a little bit of a rotation into different platforms considering Robinhood, right? So we know that Coinbase, you can only strictly trade crypto or whatever it may be. Well, that's exactly what it is. You can only trade crypto, but with Robinhood, you have your equities, you have your options, you have your futures, and you have the ability to trade essentially every form of speculative vehicle. And I think that's a rotation for me personally. I want to have everything condensed. I want to be able to use it all in one platform, and Coinbase just doesn't offer that at this moment. So that's me personally on what I think was going. When I seen those numbers, because it's weird to see Robinhood have an increase in transactions, and then one of the grandfathers of the crypto space, Coinbase, start having a decay in transactions. So I was like, what's going on there? That doesn't make quite sense, considering of the Genius Act and a lot more regulatory clarity that we're seeing in this space. So for me, I think it's just a rotation into a different platform. Could I be wrong? Absolutely. But hey, if you want to talk about strong assets, just take a look at Bitcoin and Ethereum. You see that we make this move into some key support levels right around that 112, and then we're starting to experience a little bit of a bounce. Do I believe that we're going to turn around at this point? No, there's nothing from a price action standpoint that's telling me, hey, Bitcoin's ready to turn around and establish a new high. We want to keep out on an eye out for this signal. You can see that we didn't have the ability to breach it, and then we sold off. But now we broke through some key support levels. Maybe this is just going to be a liquidity grab, and then we can recover. But I'm still going to be keeping an eye out for more indecision that will clarify and say, hey, Joe, we're going to continue this climb higher. And now you may be asking, what am I referring to? Well, let's just take a look at this. Gorev and I lost Polios, and a lot of traders are using the volume price analysis to gauge our exits and our entries. Now, look at this hammer at a low. You get this breach between a key support level, you get that indecision print, and then sure enough, you climb higher. Now you're at an extreme high, at an all-time high, as a matter of fact, and you can see you print an inverted hammer and the stock sells off. So what am I specifically looking for? any form of indecision or hammer candles at lows. Here's another one here. And if you just go throughout your charts and look for those topping tail or bottoming tail candles, you'll be able to base trades off it. And I want to bring up another asset as well too, and that's going to be Ethereum. So it's identical, but we know that Ethereum, a lot of these stablecoins are built off of the Ethereum network. So that is why I'm getting involved in this specific cryptocurrency, is because I think that this is going to be one of the primary beneficiaries of the Genius Act and obviously the transition from a physical dollar to a digital dollar. All right, so just keep that in mind. Let's see if we can continue this climb. But again, from a VPA standpoint, there's nothing saying that we have a continued turnaround, but you can also be wrong at the same time. But just to go through those VPA signals, here's another one. You break through that support level, you have an indecision print at the lows, and then sure enough, look what it does. And you just want to go across the board to see if you have the ability to identify some of these highs and lows and those indecision prints, and I think you'll have the ability to base trades off of them. That's exactly why I took this AMD trade this morning, and it's working out. Starting to come back in towards VWAP, but who knows? We can break through the high of the day because the Qs and the SPY are approaching that area.
Okay.
Dara, what do you got for us?
Just letting you guys know here, for those who are following Figma, and Sean started on Figma this morning, this actually just broke a new day's low, currently trying to bounce off 94, but either way, FIG on watch, continuing to break lower. Keep in mind this opened around that 114 level. Back to you.
You got a question there in the super chat. Theory of stars.
Yeah, I like that one. Hey, Joe, you like IB, Webull, or Robinhood better? IB, all day.
We don't even have Robinhood over here.
Yeah.
We have what's it called? Wealth Simple?
Well, simple.
Isn't that like the Robinhood, the
Yep.
Canadian equivalent, so to
Yeah,
speak?
I guess. Oh, nah, maybe kind of, sort of.
Questrade?
Yeah,
Questrade?
Questrade. Ooh, that's a tough one. But Wonderfy though. So now, obviously, with the acquisition
point.
of
Yeah,
Wonderfy, so maybe you're gonna get the Robinhood.
That'd be awesome.
Canada, right?
Yeah, that would make
Canadian,
sense if they would share the platform.
Right.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
now you can get.
And we've already
Wonderfy.
seen that cross-platform, like Thinkorswim came from over here.
Yeah, TD, right?
And then they dropped it in the States. Yeah.
They call it a TD Ameritrade. I think
Ameritrade, yep.
is what
Yeah,
they call
yeah.
it here. We just have TD. Don't use it. Yeah.
No, but if you're looking, like if you're in Canada, there's really only one brokerage
Yeah.
you can use if you're looking for like pre-market, level 2 sales, all that kind of stuff. But if you're in the States, you have a lot of options.
Yeah,
That's a beautiful thing.
I think IB is definitely hands down.
In
my
Canada?
mind. Yeah,
Hands down.
Yeah, hands down.
Hands down.
I mean, Questrade's old too. I remember when my cousin first opened, when I was
Yeah?
still using TD and he was using Questrade. And this is like the teens, right? Like.
Was he using Thinkorswim? TOS?
No. I was using TD. I didn't even know about
My
that.
bad, yeah,
He was
okay.
using Questrade. I'm like, what is this BS here? You know what I mean?
Some people are saying Mumu, Omar,
Yeah,
DSTV. They were a
that's-
former sponsor of the show, by the way. I have a bunch of hats from them at home. Yeah, look, I haven't actually tried Mumu in Canada, but hey, if you guys are saying it's good, it's good. Send me some screenshots of the layout. Have a look at that. Wouldn't mind seeing what that looks like. All right, Joey, so here's the deal. Let's update on our trades. A bit of a slower day today in small cap gapper world. ONDS, look, bunch of scalps on that. Still waiting for a 60 break. That seems to be where the sellers are hanging out. Kind of disappointed. I put my dip trade here at 52. It comes back into 52s, doesn't cross, and then moves right back up. So I don't know if that dip trade would be accurate anymore. We'll keep tabs on that. But Faraday futures coming back in a little bit here. Kind of expected that with that seller in and around. The 40s, I still have an order here to go to add more on Faraday. And I'll look to add a little bit more into VWAP as well. It's got higher lows. So that's really what I'm keeping my eye on the most right now, the higher low situation. I did add into American Eagle at this level. We scalped out a couple of beak wetters into the high there, but it is coming down a little bit into the 10 EMA. So I am expecting a bit of a deeper retracement as it really hasn't broken the 10 EMA since it opened up. Actually, that's not accurate. Right at 9:55 is when the volume started coming in. So basically from 9:55 onwards, Joey, it hasn't broken the 10 EMA. It feels like it's destined for a bit of a deeper retracement. So we'll be adding shares incrementally, little by little at the levels. We're not going to get too much too quickly all at once. And if it does continue to trend up, then we've got these profit takers right there. So that's where I initially got in, then I added over here. So we'll keep an eye on AEO, ONDS as well. I'm still packing my patience out on that one. Joby is finally pulling into the 10 EMA, so it might be an entry here on your friend Joby. So your friend Joby has got the 10 EMA at 250, but it has price action initial resistance at 240. So I don't want to trade Joby because it's not a small cap gapper in the strict sense, but it's trending like 120%, you know, finding support at the 10 EMA. Yeah, I think I'm just going to be very stubborn in what I trade, and I won't trade names that are not strictly small cap gappers. So I'm going to continue to cover Joby for you because I think it's got good momentum to the high side today, and you guys shouldn't have to suffer because I don't want to trade it. So I'll keep mentioning it. I'll mention the technical levels, but it's a fantastic looking chart here on the 5 with higher lows, higher highs. It looks like an upward channel after that volume spike that we saw right at 9:30 there. Great look for JOBY. What else we got involved over here? Let's keep an eye out. Oh, I saw this one, Buvin. I don't know how you feel about this or anybody else who wants to trade these in the chat. CASI. So the reason this one got my attention because it worked back from south of the volume weighted average price to above. But as I analyze this a little bit more, I kind of feel like it's having a bit of a magnetic pullback into that 20 EMA on the 5, which is the yellow line. Again, the CASI suffering from the same affliction that some other small cap gappers that get super parabolic suffer from, where they have the volume weighted average price a little bit higher than the 10 EMA. That situation hasn't presented well for me in the past when I've tried to pick it up off these key areas of technical support. I'm talking about the moving averages. So again, an anomaly. I don't want to call it an anomaly because it happens, but it doesn't happen all that much. Again, what I'm talking about is the volume weighted average price being higher than the 10 exponential moving average. You don't see it often, but when you do see it, I feel like I don't have the right read. So I'll just steer clear on CASI, yeah, until it can clear that 2.25, where obviously had some selling last time around. So that's it, Joey. I mean, there's really, it's a light bunch today in small cap gapper world. They're not breaking down, but they're also not rocketing up either. Yeah. So yeah, we'll keep tabs on these, and if they want to catch a bid, we'll get involved.
Absolutely. So yeah, we caught another fill here on AMD. So now I have only about 40% of this position remaining. Just long off of that candle right there. Excuse me, hiccups. And then I can also smell Neil's pizza over there too. So
Neil, you got pizza? I walked around. Brendan sent a message that he was going to get poke from that place that opened instead of Freshie. Yeah.
That's all right, man. He went with the slice there. Nova.
I can go for a slice.
Fair.
You can go.
You deserve it. Hey, all
always,
right. He's coming in hot.
We can always go for a little slice.
I said I was going for a walk to find what my lunch would be. I passed like 10 spots. I saw poke. I was like, not just noodles. Maybe I want that. Maybe I get some pho. And then ultimately I came right back around the block to across the street to grab a slice. So it's whatever.
It's fine.
You always get to pick
what
we get on a holiday like this.
Boom.
And I got as lazy as possible. But it smells delicious. So thank you, Pizza Nova.
Thank you, Pizza Nova. And thank you, Gorb. And thank you, AMD. Advanced money duplicator today. We like this one, Shreep, but you know with me, the tables can turn extremely quick. Adara, what do you got for me?
Oh, yeah.
Here's Novo Nordisk, NVO on watch about 5 minutes ago. The company announces that they received an unsolicited mini tender offer from TRC Capital for 2 million American depository shares. They apparently have not, they remain neutral. They didn't offer opinion, though they did apparently urge investors to use caution. So NVO announcing they did receive an unsolicited mini tender offer for 2 million American depository shares. This stock waffling around today, but we know that it had a pretty weak performance last week, guys. Back to you.
Oh, you can't. It's not like Pride.
No.
Pride was wild.
Yeah, and Glory.
Remember Pride, like in the early 2000s, late 90s, when what's his name? Anderson Silva was there, Rampage Jackson.
Yeah, but he was fighting over in Japan.
That's
and
what I'm talking about,
Pride.
Yeah,
Exactly.
it's called Pride back in the
Rampage
day.
over there. Yeah, that stuff is some
He's married to a Japanese woman.
Yeah, that's what
you gotta hear what he calls his kids.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not gonna say it on here because I'll get canceled quicker than you can say how do you do.
His relationship with his kids are hilarious.
I love it.
Bro, we can't even talk about what Rampage said.
And Miracle Krokop, shout out to Tony.
Oh, remember, so Mikro Krokop, remember he was just like the master of head kicks? Remember when he got
absolutely.
when he got head kicked in the UFC?
Who was it?
I
Someone
forget
else
who it
knocked him out
was.
with a head kick.
Yeah. He got rocked in his
He's
ankle.
a cop, right?
Mikko Krokop?
Yeah, he was like
was
SWAT.
Was he?
I'm pretty sure he was
He's
like
Croatian.
Special
He was like
Forces.
Croatian,
Yeah.
right? So yeah, that guy was a savage. Anyways, Randy, Macho Man Randy Savage over here. All right. Anyways, yeah. So we're just sitting in this sniper mode, right? So
Get it, Joe.
good thing to know. Like full disclosure, this morning I was on the brink of elimination. That is shutdown. That's what we're gonna call that one. When bang headshot, right? But yeah, we're climbing back. We're climbing back with a vengeance here, Sharif.
I like
so
it,
yeah,
Joey.
that's good to go. I mean, I was building in heavy right here, and then obviously I'm like Tesla, and I was just like, oh, Tesla, you hot piece of garbage. And then sure enough, as I go away, I'm like, all right, after this stop, I'm like, yeah, all right, let me cool and take a quick minute breather. And then get back in, and then sure enough, we added it. But just due to risk measures, I couldn't go as heavy as I was in this bunch here. But then we did take a little bit of shares added as well too, as it started to work out for us. And then sure enough, it didn't. Tape flipped, and that's when I just got out all of it. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna lock it in. And then sure enough, you can see that just continuous selling. Wow, AMD, let's go. Thank you, Gorb, my guy. We'll take a little bit more off of that one here. Oh, obviously, I don't catch the fill.
Work out for me. Work
All right, I gotta
out
have
for me.
There we go. So we caught that fill, not exactly at the price that we want. That's why we got to post up, and that's why I had those there earlier. But that's okay. AMD really cooking up for us. Chopped up in Tesla, but now AMD starting to cook up for your boy Joey O's. And I know some people wanted to talk some options and go over the chain. Just put those tickers in the chat.
Oh.
And then right after we get back from Sharif, we'll go over those.
All right, man. We're just waiting on ONDS here. It's the only one that's really coming down. I'm still waiting at 52s for the ad. I'm front running the volume weighted average price. That's the idea by waiting for that 52 ad there. I added again into American Eagle, and there it goes again. We take that print into the high, into 60s. The high of the day is 65, guys. So American Eagle flying high. Shout out to Sydney Sweeney. PTHL. This one is also making moves. I see you guys in the chat yelling about this one. Here it comes. 117 high. It's trading wild though. For a dollar name, it's moving 3-4 pennies at a time. That usually denotes a wider spread, even though I still haven't had a look at the time in sales. PTHL is the ticker. Just weaseled its way onto the scene. So this is a trade de novo. This is a newer trade, meaning that this wasn't trading in the at the open, was doing no volume. It wasn't trading in the pre-market. The volume just coming in here, 11:35, fast and freaking furious. And where do we have? I'm just looking at the volume. About 3 million shares in the last 5 minutes. We've done almost 1 million shares. So the volume is coming in recently. It's a $1.17 high. Let's flip to the 4 hour just quickly to get an idea of where we're going to encounter resistance. You better believe we're going to encounter it everywhere, because this thing is coming from lofty price levels. This is not a reverse split. I don't see any indication here that it was a split. So this was actual price action coming from $50 for whatever reason down into penny stock status. I'm not even going to look to see what the reason for this was. If we get more into it, then we can discuss that. But for the moment, I'm just going to look at price action. So it's a $1.18 high with each successive 5-minute candle putting in higher lows. So the buyers are stepping in. So keep your eye out on PTHL. It's up 40.75% on the day. Go American Eagle, go. Here we go again. We just took out a bunch of my orders. Now there's only one left. You know where it's waiting. If we're in the high 60s, you already know where I've posted. So let's keep an eye out on that. American Eagle into the day's high, 67 high now, breaching that prior area high of 65. Go Faraday, you little, you know what. So we added into Faraday. Where's that Faraday screen? Excuse me. There we go. Added nicely into Faraday, and look at it go. Take out all my orders again. But again, we're back at that same pesky area we couldn't shake last time, which is that 40 penny area. And now the sellers are stepping in. So again, you know, we didn't see the huge size posted on the gateway at 40 last time, but that didn't obviously prevent. Boom! We take out 2 pennies right there into 42s, Joseph Wilson. So now we're waiting at 42s for the profit taker, but it is not crossing 42s, so we'll have to continue to wait. Let's go ahead. I'm not going to post at 44s. Shout out to all my Asians. You know exactly why. So we're going to wait at 45s and see what we get, and we will not get upset. again. Go, ONDS, go, Joseph. Here it comes into 62s again. What do we have on? And I didn't get the ad at 52s. You're driving me nuts. That's on me, though. It came into 52s before. I didn't get the ad. It came into 52s again. I didn't move it thinking, oh, yeah, I'm sure I'll get it this time. Nah, I didn't get it. So into 63s we go. Now I'm waiting at 64s. Let's go ahead and post also at 66s. Let's see if we can get something in and around that area. But Faraday futures into the high, AEO into the high, ONDS also into the high. So good look for all three names we're holding. And let me also mention a name I'm not involved in. It's not just all about my portfolio right now. BTBD is coming back from the depths of hell, and I mean below VWAP. Anyway, still putting in lower highs though, so you need to be on the lookout for that, even though it has worked its way back above 4.5, now trying to break through 4.25. Look at the general trend though. The general trend is still putting in lower highs. You break that lower high trend by printing anything above 5.25, Joey. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on right now. All the three trades that we've got on. Let's just hope they continue. Here's Faraday now, back into the high again. I posted at 45. It's showing me 45s. It's got a cross though. There's a good amount of size, about several thousand lots sitting at 45. So we'll pack our patience on that one, Joe, and see if we can get a nice break to the high side.
Absolutely. All right, so there it is, guys. Big time move on AMD, almost hitting $2 on this one. So shout out to my boy once again, Gorev. I think you can break top today with the volume came in entry. Yeah, I mean, if they see, that's the thing, right, Gorev? So I'm just kind of monitoring what the Qs are up to here, and if they want to make that push for the high of the day, I think that AMD is going to be participating in this one. So yeah, really good look on that one there, brother. So you can see the entry on there. Too bad we didn't add to it. Too bad, so sad. So there it is.
I like that.
Yeah, you never.
I remember that from like a kid.
Yeah.
Like
too bad, so sad. You know what I mean? Well, my grandpa used to say, I don't know if we can say it, but wish in one hand, do something in the other, and see which fails first.
I don't know that
Neil
one.
gets that one.
Yeah, he knows that one. He knows that one.
Neil knows that one.
Get it,
so think about it. Wish in one hand.
Yeah, spit in the other?
Well, no, and see what fails first, right?
Excuse me, Ram.
What
Not
did
everybody's
Ram
as
say?
smart as you, like 150 IQ
did you
over
get
here.
that one? Did you get that one?
Who cares if she got it? She's mean.
She obviously,
a bully,
she's
bro.
like, obviously I got it, Joe. Like, come on.
I'm so smart.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah, let's go Bitcoin as well too. We're in some IBIT, significantly weaker than what we're seeing in Ethereum. What are you laughing at?
Your boy Gorev likes the shirt I got on.
Oh yeah, all the
Mo Salah.
Yeah. I like that guy back in the day. I
Down the
remember.
wing. You never even noticed my Scouser accent there. Ruining instead of running.
Ruining
down. You've never heard Scouser accent? Bro?
No,
it's like barely English,
I'm only really good. I'm like, oh my days, and
yeah, that's more.
I'm gutted. I'm gutted.
I'm gutted. Yes. No, have you heard the new expression?
No.
Allow it, fam. Allow it. Like let it go.
Allow it. Yeah.
I hear a lot of British rap.
Okay, Ryan, I'm sorry. I apologize about that. I'll go on with my analysis.
Sorry, guys.
Focus.
My bad.
All right, it's Monday, and we're coming off
baby.
a weekend. So there it is. All right, I'm going to hop all out of this AMD here momentarily, but we got this Bitcoin working out for us as well, too. I have one more out. It's my last 10% on AMD. Maybe we can run into 77.40, or do I hold it for the dream and try to hit that $2 club? I don't know. Maybe we'll wait and see. But here it is. IBIT starting to cook up. Ethereum, please. Well, I hate begging stock. Just crack the high of the day, and I think we're going to be sitting in a solid position. But why was I long Bitcoin here? Simple stuff. It's the exact same thing that we just experienced essentially on AMD. Wow, AMD. So there it is. Hammer candle right below the volume weighted average price. You can see we had one previously before. You do get that bounce. But one thing to note, we have to break through this downtrend in order to continue this trajectory to the top side. So just keep that in mind. We'll do our basic TA right now to see what we got going on. And I'm going to hop all out of my AMD. See, that's the thing, right? So I just run out of shares on AMD, and I hate getting out of trades that are working out really well and just holding on to things that aren't necessarily doing the exact same thing. But if we have the ability to sit on the backside of this trend, I think we can make that move towards the high of the day here on Bitcoin. And with that being said, I will get really aggressive on this trade, and I'll show you guys exactly what I got going on. So I'll just continuously add. So like right now I'm in about a half a risk of exposure. I'll look to build in around 2 or 3 full risk measures there. Wow, AMD Sharif.
Oh,
AMD is cooking up.
I like it, Joey. I like it. I like the vibes today.
Yeah.
Shout out to Faraday. It's into the high. Where is Randy when you need him, man? So we can pull up the car. Yeah, he's got a vacation. It's a day off here, Joey. I mean, give the guy a little bit of a break there, you know?
Yeah.
Here we go. Where are we in on Faraday? 35, and that's after the ad, guys. We're going to wait at 49s. It's already showing me 49s. Let's go Faraday frickin' futures. Showing me 49s right now, not crossing, but it's the PTHL show. I brought you guys this one not that long ago. I didn't punch, full disclosure, so I don't have anything in this, and here it goes, rocketing up that 110 level that it was at when we were talking into a 132 high. It's got a bullish engulfing right now. I mean, this red candle's engulfed from the high side and the low side by the prior candle. So let's see if it can hold that higher low and then push up above the $1.33. Current candle high is $1.29, but high day $1.32, up 50% now and going. And it is a new trade. The volume just started coming in onto PTHL. So it really hasn't exhausted itself. And now, you know, you can say, oh, the shorts are in control of this one. I don't think that that's the case. So we'll definitely try to work something into it. But it is the Faraday frickin' future show as we wait for some higher prints there into 49s. Good look today on Faraday. I'm also taking some decent prints here, not as aggressively to the high side on ONDS. Best print 62s. And then it did get into 64s, but it didn't cross. I perceive this one to be putting in higher lows with most of the prints holding above the 10 at the deepest so far has been the 20. So it has had support at the 20 and the 10. Most of the prints find support at the 10 with the deeper retracements finding that support at the 20. AEO is the only thing we've really not said much about. We got 57s after the ad. It's having trouble clearing that 67 high. It is a 67 high, still above the 10 EMA. I don't want to take out too much too quickly here on American Eagle unless, you know, this buy program is on all day. Though we want to catch it because clearly it feels like it is some sort of a buy program right now. We're going to get to this headline on the news. Very controversial. It's causing a lot of, you know, discussion online, and you know, that could be good and bad for the stock. Today, at least, you know, the percentage up on the day kind of tells us what the market is thinking, at least in the short term. So that's a look there. Let's go back to PTHL. Well, let's actually look at Joby first. Here we are again off the 10 EMA on JOBY, and it's a 2091 high. It's showing 79. It's got a hammer candle off the 10. So I'm not going to trade Joby just because I want to really stick to the small caps and insist that I only trade these small caps, but I'm going to continue to cover it for you. I think it is certainly worthy today, especially with the kind of chart pattern that it has on at the moment, AKA it's freaking beautiful. Here it comes again into the mid 80s, high 80s we go again, Joseph. If we breach that 91 high, it's another new high a day. So JOBY, man.
Wow.
Yeah, look, this is you know how I feel about the eVTOL space, bro. I'll go out like that.
You'll
you
go
know,
out.
if it's the end, it's the end, right? Like.
But you'll die a happy man.
Yeah. Well, if the old man upstairs wants me to end that way, then it ends that way.
That's why you gotta take the leap because that time is already calculated for. So you don't know. You might. You just got to go and
hit
do
that
it,
bang
man.
button,
Hit
man.
the bang.
Hit the bang button right there, man. My
know,
guy.
brother.
All right, so that's what we're doing it. We're doing it freaking live. We're doing it live again on ONDS. It goes right back into that area high again off the 10. And then last but not least, your very good friend. Now, a very good friend of mine as well just printed me at 49s, Faraday frickin' futures. We only have one out left on this bad boy, so we're just going to hold a piece for the dang, dream and see if we can clear that $50, and if we do, by what distance. What the hell is making this thing run up lately? Why does it keep showing up as a small cap gapper that's running on the day? Let's have a look at here with the
Faraday?
Yeah.
I know a guy.
Announced major bridge strategy breakthrough on August 16th at Pebble Beach.
Ooh, Pebble Beach.
Okay. All right, we're gonna weasel on up to Adara. She's gonna let us know what's happening now, and then Neil's gonna drop his.
Our guy Davey Day Traders likes.
He likes Faraday.
Yeah.
Have you seen the car?
That
Adara, give us 1 second over here. We're just going to show everybody the car, and then we're going to weasel right back up to you there. So Faraday has a car. It's a gnarly looking car. What is Faraday Future? There we go. Let's type in let's see if we can get the image of the car there, Assassino. Yeah, look at this thing, bro. It feels like it should be like in I don't know. How do you feel about
I
this?
like.
Sorry.
That's all right. I really like this one right here.
That one right there.
Yeah,
well, that is it actually, right there.
Yeah.
Let's click that bad boy. See if we can make this a little bit bigger,
cool,
Joey.
man.
Open image in new tab. There we go. And now we can zoom in. Yeah, it looks like it should have been in Demolition Man. You know, as like a future car that was
Something like that, right?
You know what I mean? I don't know.
I like it.
Let's see the
You like
interior.
it?
Hold on. Let's find out what situation. Do we have any interior pictures over here? I accept all. We don't have any interior pictures, Joey. So maybe we'll do that when we get back from Madeira, guys.
Is that real?
Hey?
Sorry, is that real?
This one? I think
Yeah.
that's the prototype, like that they were showing people at car shows.
Yeah.
And then that's not what you end up getting IRL. You get something more like this, right? Yeah. Isn't that how it always works? Adira, any thoughts on Faraday futures here? I know you like cars with hard edges. This one doesn't seem to have too many hard edges.
You're right, Sharif. I do prefer a deeply boxy vehicle. Faraday doesn't really do it for me, though I do think it's funny that one of their catalysts back from where I initially started, so like we're talking fall 2023, one of the guys from selling Sunset apparently bought a Faraday, so that for some reason was a catalyst. FFAI, or I think, yeah, that's their name now. Interesting stuff. That was they previously were FFIE, but either way, let's move away from Faraday and into the NASDAQ. This is a beautiful rounding pattern here on the 15-minute chart for the NASDAQ. We had this nice push up at the open, consolidate a bit, pull back. Then we spent 15 whole, not 15, about 5 whole 15-minute prior our bars here, just making these slightly lower highs. We push up now. Can we make new day's highs above 563, or will we push back lower? That is up for the NASDAQ to decide. The S&P 500 looking actually distinctly different, a little bit more consolidated to the upside. It's already more than cleared its previous high of day back from around 11 a.m. when we got that drop. Let's talk here about TSLA. Good look for Tesla announcing that they have approved a 96 million share award for Elon Musk. Good look for TSLA, the stock, and I guess also to Elon Musk. Then we have Palantir, PLTR. This name is actually reporting earnings after the bell tonight. Check it out with Neil and myself. Should be an exciting one. Another exciting one that's pretty closely watched by retail investors, especially HIMS, Hims and Hers, with earnings after the bell too. We'll give all of those for you guys. FIG not having a great day. Figma making another lower high here. This stock opened around 114, currently making a low day around 92.75. So we've already kind of broken below that area that we had that first halt at on day one. Interesting stuff here for FIG. Definitely be careful with that one. But you don't have to be careful here with Neil's lesson of the day. It's sure to be exciting and informative. So Neil, give us your lesson of the day.
Thank you, Darren. I will. It shouldn't be dangerous, this lesson, but it should. And you know what? Maybe it is. No, it's never. That's not the plan of action. The plan of action is to just find something that the market has told you today and try to give it to you guys as best as I can see it. And obviously, we're a little bit in earnings season here. Maybe you noticed, maybe you didn't. But one of the things that you can see, and I'll preface this because you can also extend it to just any kind of a catalyst, a big catalyst, not necessarily just earnings, but the topic is earnings. And when you have a new price range or a new reality set in a stock, sometimes you get new levels, and it's what you can do with them that gets very interesting here. 2 names reported on Thursday. So you got a full day of trading on Friday, Apple and Amazon. Neither one of them fared all that well on Friday after earnings. Amazon downside, Apple downside. But what was different about the two is simply downside, sellers in control. What was a peak price where sellers in control? $220 on Amazon. Did they remain in control off the open? Yeah, there was never any push in the pre-market, immediately to the downside. And you essentially got pretty much the same measured move that you would have had on Friday, top to bottom, already today. Now, where could you have gotten involved? I think pretty obviously, you look at where it consolidated on that push right around 216. That was your consolidation push down. Sellers in control, enter the first place possible. You know, I didn't have Amazon on the radar, but that's something you could look at. The other name was Apple. Well, similar story. Down after the earnings, trended down all day long. What was the only place on the 15-minute where this thing even remotely calmed down was about 204.5. So you come in at the open, sellers in control. Nope, buyers in control. This one is trickier because unless you were just, I'm going to go, Sean liked it long, unless you liked the punch long right through off the open, off the quarter. That was your only chance to get in. I think it was kind of a random level at 206. But what happens when you go to the first area of potential resistance, prior support level? There's your curl action. Now, if you're bearish on Apple, there was no reason to get in here. The only way I think you get in an ad is either you're looking directly at that support, or maybe you do some kind of a trend break on Apple. But the point being, if sellers are in control here, you would see it move down, and maybe you have a short at 203 like you did with Amazon. When they're not, you don't do anything. Let it fill the gap, see what happens. They reject, you get a trend break, and Apple comes right back into the downside. Now, I said you don't only have to look at earnings for this. You can have a look-see at, I know a lot of people are looking at AEO for obvious reasons. I know Sharif is incredibly excited about this company because of their product, clearly, and nothing else. But we already knew that Sydney Sweeney was fronting this. And we already had, not fronting this, we already knew the news that she was teaming up with American Eagle. And what happened on that day? Well, it was you were essentially holding 1040 after the day before. You get the news, you get the gap up, and the continuation right into 13. And if you look at the bottom on that day, when it came back in, it was about $11.15. So where were we? Because all you're looking for here is, okay, when we have a similar, it's the exact same catalyst, it's just rehashing old news effectively, and you're at that key price, are buyers or sellers in control at 11.15 at that price, in and around that price? And the pre-market, indeterminate. Right off the open, buyers in control, and it breaks out. And where does it go? Right up in, well, almost up into this 1280. I guess it has some work to do to get to the 1280 to the 13 level. Now, much like Apple and Amazon, had the sellers come into control, I think you probably had a short 11 down into 10.5. So you zoom out, and with the earnings names, it's easy because you just say, okay, well, this is how it traded the day after earnings. So this is where the sellers were in control. This is where I want to trade off of. With AEO, yeah, sure, you've got the same news twice, but there's nothing about the prior day levels that matter as much. I mean, you can break it out at that price, but where you want to see control is back when they had the same news. Aftermarket highs, support on that same day when they announced this team up. That's where you want to see if the buyers are coming right back in. If they are, long. If they aren't, short. And this is the idea behind a continuation play. Just simply identify on the news, whether it's earnings, post-earnings, or post an announcement like this with Sydney Sweeney and American Eagle, what were the key price levels where buyers overwhelm the sellers or vice versa? And then when you get a second crack at those levels, it tells you what direction you want to go, and then you find the trade after that. So we like these plays in earnings season. It's kind of obvious, but hey, you can extend it back to news plays like this, and I think this seems like it's had another 15, 20 cents in it before it gets to resistance, at least on AEO. 18%. Sharif is very excited about this name. And it is entirely due to the products, everybody. Not this gorgeous looking chart at all. Or, you know what, I wouldn't even go there. Let's go back. No, I'm not going to. It's a family show. Back to the boys.
Yeah, let's take a look here at GM. Company apparently selling 19,000 EVs in July. That is up more than 115% year over year. So GM with apparently a pretty impressive July EV sales pushing to the upside. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. Joey, show them what you got going on over there, Joseph, man.
Thank you very much, Adara. Yes, let's go, man. I say what I do, and I do what I say, man. I'm telling you, that's how we got. I told you we were going to be adding aggressively into this Bitcoin trade, and then sure enough, we got this nice break of that trend line. A little bit of selling pressure coming in right now, which got me slightly worrisome, but there it is. We enter, boom, 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 and we just continuously add. Is that Aqua who sings that boom, 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 boom?
I think it's the Venga Boys.
Is it Venga Boys? I thought it was Aqua. Remember Aqua?
In my room.
Yeah, I thought that was Aqua. So, yeah, so there it is, guys. That's what we got cooking up here on IBIT. Break through the volume weighted average price, add, and then sure enough, we're starting to piece a little bit here. I mean, at this pace, I do believe that we can break through that high of the day. Go with Ethereum, go. I told you guys the situation with that one, but here it is. We have an inverted hammer candle, which is, I don't like seeing this. this at all. So let's pray to the crypto gods that this doesn't close like this and see what we got going on here. So break through that. We're laughing to the top side. We're going to continue to climb. I'll just continuously build into this swing position, but Bitcoin working out really, really nice for us. We started 0 for 2 on Tesla, which wasn't good. We dug ourselves a hole. I was telling Sharif, I was like, I was punching shares on that one there. And it's unfortunate that it didn't work out for us. I was on the brink of elimination, headshot shutdown, but sure enough, we're starting to climb back here throughout the day. So yeah, a pretty good one. IBIT working out for us, and then we're all out of AMD as well too. So we'll take a look at AMD, boom, boom, right off of those lows, and then we just piece it out right before. So essentially why I got out of this one on the backside of the trend is because you can see that we had the previous high day right there, and you get an aggressive rejection on volume. So I'm like, you know what? I'm thankful for that trade. I'm thankful for my guy Gorev to point that out. And sure enough, we just get out of the trade. If it continues to climb higher, so be it. I only had 10% left, but now our hyper focus is on IBIT.
All right, guys, I want to remind everybody to get in the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. It is super easy. Thanks to Fabian, now you're just throwing in that $sign followed by the 3, 4, or 5-letter ticker. And for everybody in the chat, Sydney Sweeney is not a ticker. So don't put that in there because, it won't register or anything if you put that in there. So just don't do it. Don't put Sydney Sweeney in the ticker box. It's not going to register. You got to put a real ticker. All right?
Ticker Sid.
Right now.
Yeah, so someone did it. SYD, Sid.
All right, so you got to throw in that $sign first for it to register. So make sure you're throwing in that. I had to, Neil. Throw in that $sign. And make sure to register your vote properly, guys.
Is that you, Neil?
What up? Of course it was Neil. Of course it was Neil. No. We're playing for real. Big Bear AI leading the pack right now, guys, with Tesla second place, and then BTBD, which is breaking down below VWAP, also coming in. So make sure you're voting. You guys can vote from literally early in the morning. The second we go live at 8:30 till basically almost 2 o'clock when we start doing the afternoon rundown. So make sure you're having your say every day. Give us the biggest pool of votes so we can have the most accurate data and serve you guys a lot better. So again, Sydney Sweeney.
How come IBIT never makes the list or ETHA?
You're gonna have to.
What is that?
I don't know. You're gonna need to do a better job pumping it then. You know what I mean?
I'm mad now.
I'm sorry, bro, but it's the people have spoken.
Yeah,
right? This is a full democratic system here.
100%.
Right? So yes, guys. Shout out to you guys. All right,
man.
Go ahead, Joey.
I was just saying, vote at
Vote,
ETHA or IBIT. Do your boy a favor at least. Throw something. There's one like BTBS has 36 subs. What kind of
BTBD? Yeah, I mean, it's doing nothing. It's
what kind of BS is that?
I know. Well, Joey's got his opinion there, and I happen to agree with him. I'd rather vote for IBIT than BTBD.
Yeah, exactly, or ETHA. So thank you, wannabe trader. You're not even a wannabe. You're the real deal, Evander Holyfield, my guy. You like putting that in there. So
former cruiserweight champ.
Former cruiserweight champion. Gorev, look at the clean breakout on NVDA. Yeah, there we go. Looking really, really nice. I mean, this name is just absolutely phenomenal. I think you're seeing some of the, some of the.
I love it, Joey. I love it, man.
It's crazy.
It's so good.
I'm all out of this name for a swing trade. I'm holding a little bit in my long-term account here, and I will continue to do so for the foreseeable future. But look at this. You're not even getting any crazy pullbacks in this name, and it's just like bob right back up. And I think there's just too many tailwinds. I mean, the market will obviously always try to find something wrong with it. Like it's like, oh, jobless claims are a little bit up, but that's nothing significant. You know what I mean?
No.
So it's just like, okay, when things are too good, they'll just try to find an excuse to sell. But then you also get the cyclical effect of the market as well too. So you get that move. Hit it.
All right, here we go. AEO still doing this, so we're gonna hit the sizzler. Do you know what his name is? Sydney Dean.
Is it? Sydney Dean? I thought that was, what's his name?
Yes, in the movie. His name is Sydney Dean.
Okay.
It's pretty. It's so pretty.
I need that.
Going
I need
Sizzler.
that. I need that.
Going Sizzler. Yeah, shout out to the name Sydney today. It's that's in theme. All right, guys. AEO app, the day's high. We are at $12.74. We've been involved in this name since 1240. It is stair stepping up. It does feel, you never really know, like a buy program. And there's a new high of day, $12.76 on AEO. This one continues to go. I did not mean for that to rhyme, showing 75s right now as there is a seller at the $0.75 to be expected. I'm going to flatten out here at the $0.25, and then we'll get in maybe a little bit later, but I want to manage some other trades. The other one right now, ONDS into 65 high, coming back down now into 63s. I feel like I will have resting orders on ONDS now to shadow the 20 exponential moving average, and let me make my case as to why. So I perceive ONDS to be finding the money fills at the 20. I saw it over here from 1050 to 1055. It found support at the 20. I see it again at 1130, and I saw it again at 1145. So the money fills have been into that yellow line. That yellow line will always be the 20 exponential moving average on the 5-minute charts. On all my black charts, I will not have any variation. So I will put an order here for around 1256, 1257 to add more into ONDS, as we do not have that much left. Okay. Likewise here with Faraday futures into the high day as well. 250 high day. We don't have much left on Faraday either, long from 35s. So I will be looking to get some in. Now, Faraday is a little bit of a different trade than ONDS. It's not looking the same way. They don't have the same areas of support and resistance that I perceive ONDS to be basing it off. So I think I might get in on that flat top break. I perceive that to be the two low 40s, maybe 41s, 42s. If I really want to front run it, maybe put it at 43s. So we'll be looking to add a little bit more here on the Faraday. That's all incumbent upon it holding trend. Okay, so that's what I'm going to keep my eye on. Now, the one that I haven't had any trades on is PTHL. So this one's been kind of looking like it was bull flagging here. As I mentioned, this one only really started doing volume at around 1130, 1135, with the volume bars really coming in fast and furious at around 750,000 shares, right at 1140. So I perceive this one to be a bull flag, even though it did breach the volume weighted average price going down into 112. What I'll be looking for is this hammer candle here to close above VWAP. And then what I'm looking for the other hammer or the subsequent candle to do, so this is the 1215 candle, the 1220 candle, I will insist that actually make a new high. So I'd like it to print something above that $1.20. So that way we'll have held VWAP on a closing basis, and then the candle subsequent to this one actually makes a new high. So that's what I'll be looking for on PTHL. I'll be looking to get into that one as well. Certainly interested in that. Verb. Look, I talked smack about this one. I didn't actually talk smack. I just said I wouldn't trade it because it didn't clear the pre-market high. Now, it's expensive as well, in addition to not clearing the pre-market high. But here we go. We made another attempt at that 2250-ish high a day, right? Right over here at 11 o'clock. It failed. It came back in, held VWAP. That's a good thing. Now, what we're doing is we're getting higher lows, but we don't necessarily, though, have higher highs. Let's see if we can work above this 2250 level and start putting some higher highs with those higher lows, Joseph.
Yes, sir. All right, guys. Savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3X daily leverage ETFs featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing there, folks. So yeah, that's what we got going on. We added to this IBIT position here, guys. Let's go. I mean, if you're gonna swing that bat, you may as well try to swing it to the best of your potential, right? So if you're feeling aggressive, just go with that gut feeling and see if you can get the continuation in strength. I want to see it. Sharif, did you send it to me? I thought you got the picture that we were requested.
She's working on it.
Oh, I thought
I looked over and she got mad. She's like, don't look.
Don't look.
Yeah, she wants it to be a surprise.
So sorry about that one there. Okay. So we won't look at that. But ETHA, see, that's the thing. We got some inverted hammer candles right here. We got to keep an eye out on this. And we have a lot of selling pressure on the 5 minutes here on IBIT. So if we continue to sell, I'll just have to hop out of this trade. break even, and it's looking like we want to. So you can see the pressure kicking up, but I think there's going to be another opportunity to get back in onto this Bitcoin continuation. You want to see the volume slowly start to cool off. The longer we hold this base right here, the more confidence I'm going to have in this for us to rebound and then possibly break through. And there it is. We're starting to get a little bit of a move here, but consistent lower highs that we need to just continuously monitor. Once that's snapped, I think we're going to continue on this trajectory to the northeast there, Shreve.
Sorry, I was just firing off a yawn there. All right, shout out. Sorry, thank you, Adara.
You want some iron?
Do I want some iron?
Yeah, iron.
I want to know what kind of iron it is first.
I don't know.
Is it ferrous gluconate? Ferrous sulfate? Right? There's another one, ferrous fumarate. We sell all these at the store. I'm not a psycho.
I was talking about new iron. Like
oh, because he bought iron supplements. So what do you want from me, bro? I figured that. All right.
Darren, I know you're taking iron probably as well, too.
Darren, do you smash iron supplements?
All day.
Bang. Green ones, Adara, or the red ones? No worries, no worries. We'll get Dara back when she's ready to go. Let's talk about COMM right now. COMM, guys. Shout out to Meme Palma for mentioning this one. I didn't actually have eyes on this meme, but this one got really aggressive, really quick, right at 4 a.m. The DGen small cap traders like myself could not wait to punch into this, or maybe it was the algos, who knows. Anyway, it looks like we closed out on Friday around 7 mid-80s. By the time 4:30 a.m. came along, we were already trading at around 13 bucks. But that was as good as it was going to get for a while, as that $13 seller a quadruple topped, and then it dropped all the way down to about 10 3/4, and it stayed that way, and it basically did bupkis with almost no volume. I wonder if this was halted pending news in the pre, because it wouldn't be volatility held, obviously, in the pre. But then at 7:45, all hell breaks loose to the high side, and now we've basically got the same area high in regular trading hours as we did in the pre. Look at this, that 14 1/3, 14 1/4 seller, we can't shake him, despite the fact that the real high of day, the official high of day is at 1468. But that, look at that, look where it happened. In the imbalances at 9:30. So the implied balance open weasels up to 1468 and then drops all the way down, holds the 50 EMA on the 5, and now we're trending back up. So I'm gonna insist, Meme Palma, that it clear that pre-market high. I just really want to stick to my rules as much as I can without breaching them. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put it around that 50 penny area. I'm putting an alert around that 50 penny area to let me know if this one is going to weasel into that area. And if it does, I'll have advance notice and I can make my decision as to whether I want to punch in or not. But it's up a very respectable 80 some odd % on the day. Let's throw this on the side chart here. 81 1/3% trading above $14. Let's go to the daily. See which word. Okay, wow, this is not a bad chart, Joey. Usually these small cap gappers come from the depths of hell. Oh, and that's why it's not a small cap gapper, it's a $3 billion stock. Global provider of infrastructure solutions for communications, data center, that's all I want to hear. And entertainment networks. We know what data centers means. It's a euphemism for AI. So keep your eye on this one. COMM, super easy ticker to remember, COMM. It's already earned its way onto the side chart, replacing, who are we going to replace here, Joey? BTBD, you suck. We're going to put in COMM instead, and we're going to wait for a top break there. Now, ONDS coming back into my area over here. So we couldn't shake that seller at 66, but luckily we did get that 64 print. Now, here's the deal. On ONDS, I've only got one beak wetter left on Faraday and only one beak wetter left on ONDS. So it is make or break time. I will not be taking anything out here. In fact, I will allow this to go against me into a key area of technical support off which I will buy. Currently on ONDS, the 20 exponential is at 57s. That'll be my first look at. If it holds 57s, we'll pick it up on the curl back up. Otherwise, I'm looking for 51 or low 50s where the volume weighted average price. That's ONDS. And Faraday Futures has been obviously having a hell of a time trying to break that $2.50 seller. So I'm going to be adding Joey in the low 40s or at 40.
Nice. You've seen Trade the Pool here with us for a while now. Now, Trade the Pool has created something special just for you. A free ebook featuring 4 proven swing trading strategies from Trade the Pool's top funded traders. Inside, you'll see exactly how they approach the markets, how they manage risk, and what setups they rely on. You can learn and grow from what actually works.
I like
Download
learning.
it by scanning the QR code on screen or hitting the link in the description.
I like learning and growing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Pretty good thing to do.
Always, man. Always want to just continuously challenge yourself. Speaking of challenging,
Challenge.
challenger. There you go. Boom, boom, boom. And then look, we were just feeling ourselves a little bit too much, maybe. I don't know, but that's all right. Feeling myself. But then, yeah, this liquidity grab kind of just forced me to get out of there because we can't allow winning trades to turn into losers. Even though I only took a little bit off, and then I did allow a lot of unrealized gains off the table there, but that's okay. We'll just keep an eye on that. I think that the Ethereum and Bitcoin are going to slowly curl around. So we're going to keep an eye on that, and maybe possibly NVDA as well too. So we're starting to get some indecisions at the highs. So we're just keeping an eye on it. But then you can see the continuous selling pressure here as well too, right? So just lots of topping tail candles. You get that clean inverted. You have the inability to breach and hold there, and now you're just hovering around this neck of the woods. And then look at NVDA as well too. Here, guys, on the 5-minute time frame. Higher the time frame, the stronger the signal. Don't forget that. But again, things don't turn around on a dime all the time, but this is a good start. Indecision at an extreme high. We've traded all the way from an opening price of around 175, and now we're trading at 179, almost to the penny, right? So that's pretty interesting. Geez, with that being said, Joe, thank you for having the options chain and pulling things up that help us look at these things. All right, so let's take a look at the O-chain. And see what we got at 179 for size on NVDA, and this is going to determine a lot. I know we have a lot of earnings names too, so just remind me, guys, in the chat. We'll probably do that next time around, is that we'll just go over the expected moves, and then we'll just correlate that with high levels of open interest. So there it is, 180. Here it is, guys. You're seeing it first-handedly. Let's unlock this here so we can move it around. And I can display it to yo. It's so embarrassing, man. It's
so annoying.
It's so embarrassing. Dude, you know how many times I had to just restart my charts over the weekend? I'm like, how has this bug not been fixed yet?
Oh, dude,
because you know when they don't reload.
For 5 years.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Like, I got this in early 2020. It has been buggy for 5 years.
Yeah,
I don't think they care anymore.
No, they're passive. They're just like, yeah, sign up.
Have you noticed they're really trying to pump desktop now rather than Trader Workstation?
Are they?
Yeah, which is apparently, I asked chat.
Oh, client portal, you mean, right?
No, there's another one called desktop, IBKR desktop, not IBKR workstation. So I asked chat what the difference was. It's a glorified version of workstation.
Do you use portal ever?
I
That's
don't.
like the
I know
web-
that's the one online.
Yeah. Like that one's so much easier than this.
But it's not as robust, though.
Yeah, it doesn't give you all of that stuff. Anyways, guys, back to what we were talking about. 180. No worries. We got to talk about other things. We got a lot to talk about throughout this hour and a half.
Get it, Katina man.
Katina man.
Show that door who's boss.
What do you got for? Oh, you got that thing too. All right. Anyways, yeah, boom. Yeah, he was lifting weights. He's coming in with a vengeance right now. So there it is, guys. Right. So 78,000 open contracts at that 180 strike price. You can see we're slowly starting to cool down right at 179. So let's see if this call wall comes into play. Let's take a look at Palantir because I believe they report tomorrow after the bell.
Okay.
So that's going to be really important to see if we have any high.
Tonight, dude, tonight.
Is it tonight?
Yeah.
Okay, so tonight after the bell. So Palantir tonight after the bell. A couple names tomorrow. 165. 26,800 contracts. There's nothing substantial saying that, hey, we're not going to move to the top side. There's no definitive wall. You obviously want to look at the largest size, and that's going to be 23,000 at 180, and that's totally absorbable in my opinion. So yeah, just keep an eye out on that one there. Nothing on the put side too, so watch out. So it could potentially sell as well too. A lot of potentials, but that's the thing. You got to gauge what can and cannot happen, and then base trades off of that one. But Palantir looking like it wants to break through some resistance zones. You can see that it's now formed that V-shape reversal here. So consolidation, liquidity grab, V-shape, consolidate, boom, push through the top there. So that's a pretty good look in Palantir, Sharif.
Yeah, Martin, I messaged you right back. My thoughts exactly on that, guys. All right, guys, Open Door is doing things, and there's a reason why it's doing things. Let's talk about it. It's up 13% but it really hasn't cleared some technical areas. Now, what they did do was they canceled the reverse split. So, Adair, you reported on this already, right? Open door? Yeah, thank you, Adara. Okay, let me just load this up. Where'd it go?
Or like it was on our watch list anyway that they
Got it.
regained NASDAQ compliance. But yeah, I didn't like report it verbally, but it was in the watch list.
Thank you, Adara. Appreciate that one. So here's the deal. Open door stock soars as it dodges delisting and cancels a reverse split. So what's the interesting thing here? After months of uncertainty over whether the company would remain listed on the NASDAQ, it announced last Friday it secured compliance with the exchange's rules and scrapped a contentious reversed stock split in progress. The issue stemmed from the minimum bid price. We know you've got to be above that buck to maintain compliance. Otherwise, the NASDAQ gets very upset and they boot you off. Then you got to go see Jeff Mendy and have a conversation with the OTC Markets Exchange. Shout out to him. Anyway, 240 we're currently trading at, but this one also suffers from the same affliction as some of these other small cap gappers in the sense that it is not above the pre-market high. The pre-market high is that staunchy level of 252. Those are the wicks, the closing prints, all at or below the 50 penny area. So we're not that far away, 10 pennies, and it's got a good little move up here with higher lows, breaking through VWAP, but coming into that area of resistance. Let's see how it trades at 250. If it wants to clear it, we'll get involved. Now that we know about it, we'll keep an eye out on Open, OPEN, super easy is the ticker. All right, guys. We're done our trade on American Eagle. We're basically at the same spot where we got out, despite the fact that it made a high gain to 79. I'm looking for a deeper retracement here on AEO where it's not giving. There's only been one breach of the 10 EMA on the 5 ever since it reclaimed that level at 950, and that was a doji candle at 1140. That was it. This one right here. And look where I got in right after that. Okay, that was the second edition. So AEO is very, very strong on the day, but so is ZYXI. I mentioned this one earlier, and here we are right back into that 180 area again, where the sellers have been stepping in basically all day, essentially from the open after onwards. Now, it's got a flat top at that $180, but look at the area lows, all higher lows, right? So this one could be, pardon me, a flat top break candidate. Now, this one obviously had a very bad day on Friday. It started selling around 10:45, and it really didn't stop selling until the close. So it is finding a bit of a rebound day, but you will have technical areas of resistance in and around that $2 area. That's where we were trading in the earlier part of the day on Friday. ZYXI is the ticker I'm talking about there. COMM, COMM, continues to trade below the pre-market high, where I've set an alert. So I'm waiting for a possible triggering here of the alert on COMM, in which case I'll get in if it is appropriate to do so at the time. But ONDS is now coming into the 20 exponential. And as you can see from what it's already done on the day, the 20 exponential has been absolute money on ONDS. So I'm going to punch in here because we don't have any more. We have like almost no shares left. So I'm going to punch in on ONDS at this level. And if it breaks the higher low area, then we're out. Simple as that. So let's go ahead here and punch at 50. I think I got 58s there on ONDS with the idea that it holds a 20 exponential. If it doesn't, that's fine. We'll get out on the break of 55. So it's as simple as that. Let's go ahead and set up the order there so we can take account of the move down if it does happen. And let's go ahead and take a beak wetter here at 60s, and then we'll layer also into 62. So keeping an eye here on ONDS. How's my other friend Faraday doing on the day? Still holding the 10 EMA. Now it has a whole bunch of lower highs essentially from 10:55 onwards. It's 12:33, so it's been more than half an hour of lower lows and lower highs, but it is, again, above that technical area of support, the 10 EMA, which is currently on my charts anyway at $2.45. So let's be on the lookout here for a possible add opportunity on Faraday futures, up 22 2/3, and it really isn't giving up the ghost. It doesn't mean it won't. So we'll be trading that one cautiously. All right, we already got the beak wetter there on ONDS after another 20 EMA pullback and bounces right back up, showing 61s. Now I'm waiting at 62. Let's go ahead and also wait at 63. And we'll see what we can get in and around that area, Joey. So that's all I've got on the moment right now. Bart Natoli. I just finished talking about Open, brother. Yeah, I just gave you my opinion on that, which was it has that $2.50 seller from the pre-market, and I just won't trade it until it clears a pre-market high because I don't want to have to deal with the short sellers or bag holders that are obviously gunning for that level. They did it twice, well distanced apart too, 4:20 a.m. and then again at 8:25. So that 2.5 seller, it really isn't about the time frame. It's basically the level. Bart Simpson, M1G, wait, thought you were looking for me. No, there's this other Bart, I think because all the names are skewed. Bart J. Natoli, that's the person I was speaking to there. Sharif, please do FIG, say less. Let's have a look at Figma, see what it's up to on the day. Even though, I try to stay away from these ones. Get it, Katina Man. The Katina Man is still short 101s at these levels. And now it is almost $10 in the money. It was almost $10 in the money, Katina Man, because the low day, 92.75. It seems like it's lower lows and lower highs. It's a symphony of lower lows and lower highs. This thing's down 22 4/5%. So a big move down after that very, very well-received IPO from last week. Well traded on the floor here. I don't know what the numbers are with the floor, but a lot of the boys on the other side as well had it. So we'll maybe we'll get that data as it trickles in. But yeah, very, very well received by the market last week, Joey. You got to say it's one of the strongest ones off the bat in recent memory. Like I know that Circle was also very well received. We had like a low 30s IPO price. Thing ended up open 69, high 69s, low 70, something like that.
Yeah.
So it was also quite well received.
That was crazy. That was a lot of fun to trade, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
And you know what? The thing about that is you never want to say it's a sure thing, but when you keep seeing the oversubscription at the open, like we knew that it was already oversubscribed at the IPO level. So initially, Joey, they were talking 30 to 30. Sorry, 29 to 31. Then all of a sudden it was 32. So just from the trader investors at the bank level, oversubscribed. Then we have a look at the TAP, the theoretical auction price on opening day. It's popping $5 every 5 minutes. So the oversubscription kind of is tipping the hand, at least of the market, maybe at the open. I wonder how long that lasts.
I mean, we've seen it a couple times, right?
You know what I mean?
That's the thing before it's caught on to. Who knows, right? So again, you just got to keep hammering it until otherwise. So we can try it on the next big IPO and see if the same thing happens. If you get that oversubscription, if not, then just obviously follow what the price action is telling you. But yeah, very, very interesting stuff on that one. Shout out to IBM though. I was talking about this name. I'm pretty sure. Neil's in IBM as well too. So I mean, it's been selling for a bit, but here it is, right? So I think this is a good potential swing this guy, man.
Yeah, don't worry about what I'm doing, bro.
I know you're
Why
doing.
Why are you telling everybody what I'm doing?
I never said anything. I said this guy. Anyways,
she likes the price action right now on AEO.
Yes,
I mean, how could you not like the price action on AEO? Every time I look at
how many shares do you think she got?
That's a great question. Should we ask Perplexity that question?
Let's ask
Perplexity. See what Perplexity has to say.
AEO.
How many shares did Sydney Sweeney get for her collab with AEO? Let's see what it says. Does it understand what I'm even saying? Okay, let's see. Come on. Show yourself information. It has to check everything first. You gotta like how thorough
Apple should just throw all their.
There's no public evidence that Sydney Sweeney received any shares or equity as part of her collaboration with American Eagle for their high profile. So there's no proof that she even has any shares, Joey. So it's just an assumption by us here.
Yeah, I believe totally an assumption. But I mean, if I'd be like, hey, just throw some equity at me and see what's going on. We got ourselves a deal.
I like equity.
I was gonna say something here. Okay, yeah, IBM. You can see that we have multiple indecision prints right here. So this could be a really nice potential swing trade right there, guys. And same with CCL, right? CCL, and if you go across the board in this space, so you go DAL, we'll go through a couple of these names. Same kind of pattern. AAL. Oops, I hate how you have to click it every time. I'll go over that super chat here momentarily. AL, not so much. NCLH, kind of the same thing, a hammer, but on some strong trends. All right, super chat. I thought we had a couple of them.
I tagged it, Daryl.
So Akasha Rupalari. Sorry if I butchered that. Obviously, I did. So thank you, Adara. Yeah, $2 Canadian. Much appreciated. Here's to what you're saying. Thank you, Adair, for the India news. Made 10K on Apple puts. Apple puts.
Oh.
Where? Where?
Thank you for the super chat and support to the show, Akash. Always happy to just provide the news and happy that helped.
Got it.
Oh, yeah, perfect. Okay, so there it is, 10K on Apple puts there. So you must have been heavy, and especially if you caught those highs there, because you're getting a nice move from 207 to around 204. So 10K, we like those types of numbers, 5-digit days, or the ones that we like here. For sure, no questioning that. IBIT not doing what I was expecting it to, so that's okay. We only have this in the long term, so we're not going to be too upset about that. Ethereum, we got the swing trade cooking up here. I'll show you guys that position here momentarily. ETHA 2776, so we're slightly in the money on there. I told you my ordeal on Friday on what was going on to it, so I almost got out of the complete position, and then sure enough, it wouldn't allow me to, and I was kind of snapping and kind of put a damper on my day. But then I'm like, wait, it's trading. We can't allow it to do that. Okay, what was I going to do here, Sharif? We're going to take a look at some expected moves for after the bell. So just before, because I know we're headed into that realm of we're going to hop into the news, but let's take a look into Palantir. So we did already take a look at the chain. There's something around 180 from an open interest standpoint. Now let's take a look at the EM here, implied move, 10.8%. That's pretty lofty there, my friend. So that can put us a high of around 177.24 and a low of around 142.74. All right, so just keep that in mind. That's your expected move. And then also we'll take a look at another name that is reporting. We got HIMS. That's the one I was looking for, HIMS. So shout out to HIMS. I bought some other stuff. What is it called? Biotin? Yeah, Biotin. I bought some of that over the weekend.
What does that do?
I don't know. I think it supports hair growth.
Does it actually?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
I don't think that's not for men though. It's just good for hair in general.
Is it? Well,
yeah, it's not like for men.
It's specifically.
Yeah,
well,
it's good in general.
Yeah, it's just supposed to promote this stuff. So we'll see how. It's all organic because I'm not going the minoxidil route again.
I can't do this anymore. I told you about finasteride.
I know. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to. I want to stick to the organic stuff first, and then we'll build up from there.
I swear to you, it doesn't work in the same way.
No? Yeah.
I swear up and down.
Yeah,
you can check with the chat.
Okay, so maybe we'll double dose up on that one there. So HIMS, 15.5% expected move, 197.7% implied volatility. So the market's already pricing in these big time moves. Let's pull up the chain to see what we got going on here. 1 second before we send it to Adair, I want to take a look at something on HIMS options chain to see if there's anything specific that's telling us, hey, we have call or put walls at these levels. We're not going to pass, and if they do, watch out for a gamma squeeze. All right. So on this week's expiration cycle, obviously not the most liquid underlying or derivative here. 65 has 2,600 contracts. We do have a little bit of a wall at 60, right? So 3,104. 40 contracts at that, but other than that, nothing substantial. I wouldn't even be paying any sort of mind towards that options chain because there's nothing that stands out and is like, hey, what's going on? Yes, let's go, Ether. Sorry, Adair, sorry for keeping you waiting, but there it is. Ethereum continuing to break through. I thought that thing was going to turn around, but we like seeing this one. We bought a whole lot more over this morning and on Friday because I couldn't get out. You just buy more. Adair, what do you get for us?
Just keep an eye here on Apple. AAPL trying to curl here off of the lows. Goldman Sachs apparently announced it, or I guess reporting that Apple App Store spending is up 13% in July. I think this note might have come out earlier, but it's just being circulated on social media now. And Apple responding very well again. AAPL up as we're seeing circulated on social media. Apparently, Apple's App Store spending up 13% for the month of July. Back to you.
Interesting. All right. I'm going to cover a couple of small cap gappers that are making moves here. You guys are talking about Verb as well as you should be because it's up 108%. But I still am advising you guys to be cautious on this. I love the higher lows. It's a very, very clear uptrend, but you also have very obvious lower highs. There's many things that are wrong. One, we're not above the pre-market high. Two, there's this area crest here from 11 o'clock that we're still well below. That area will go into 21.5, and this time we reject off 20.5. It doesn't mean that it's going to be like that forever and ever more. Sure, you can break through that 21.5, but when we get there, then we'll talk about it. So yeah, keep an eye on Verb. I see you guys talking about COM as well, COMM. I'm watching that one. I have my alert on COMM at 14, high 50s. I have it 10 pennies below the pre-market or the actual day high at 14.68. So that's kind of what I'm looking at there. Everything okay over there? Oh yeah, okay. Neil was cleaning a screen. That was the gates of hell animation. I thought like the market was tanking.
Oh yeah, remember when he was like, "Hey Joe, you gotta clean your keyboard"? I'm like, man, I don't know about that, brother.
I think we just need new keyboards. I think I've been 3 years deep with this one, and it's seen better days. So there's plenty of good keyboards around too in this office. Plenty.
Oh yeah.
Just about getting them. Anyway, so yeah, Verb and COM are fantastic. Joby's also coming into a predictable area, guys. It came into the 20s, finding some support. It's got a 20.95 high. It's trading at 20.75. So keep your eye on that one. Joby's strong on the day. What else? ONDS, the one I'm involved in, Faraday Futures, is still not really off that high by that much. I think the best peak water we had there was at 49s. It's moving down into 45. So there's plenty strong on the day. Open as well. I've got my eye on Open. I feel like I should take off one of these ones here to keep my eye more thoroughly. Yeah, we're going to take off PTHL because it lost the volume weighted average price. Open is really going, okay? So the strength on this one is really showing up. OPEN into that 250 high. This is the level we were talking about. Now it's going to have to clear that double top that it put in the pre. So it did it really early on at 420, and then it did it again at 825. So there is a seller at 2.5. Let's shake that seller, and then maybe we can squeeze up a little bit more. So this one is not going to get delisted. They've regained compliance according to reports with the NASDAQ, so they're good to go. And the market rewarding them today to the tune of 18.5%. So Open Door, ticker Open, certainly putting in higher highs and higher lows. So we'll keep tabs on that one, Joey. Anything you got before we weasel into the news?
Bitcoin's starting to climb back towards this key pivot level here.
Okay.
So it held that base really well. You can see that we were in add a little bit more, and then we get stopped out, but it based out here, and then sure enough, it's heading towards some key levels right now. So I want to see how that's going to react around there. Palantir doing that V-shaped pattern that we always talk about.
Okay.
And then NVDA putting in another 5-minute hammer right here at the low. So I think that's the only pullback you're going to get in this name. Wow, Bitcoin. Oh my days. Anyways, all right. So yeah, that's what we got going on. It's unfortunate. Bitcoin's ripping. Palantir's
finally
to the top side, and yeah, that's what we want. Gaurav, this is what I was talking about earlier, right? It's just like I was gonna say, you just gotta follow this volume. It is in no man's land, but just this pullback that was such a weird amount of volume compared to everything else, and then sure enough, look what the stock is doing. So we'll note that down for next time, right? Next time we have the we'll just keep that pattern recognition in our mind, even though the stock wasn't doing anything. And look at this candle, and then now look at Bitcoin start to rip to the top side. So that's unfortunate that we missed out on this trade here, but that's okay. We'll find another one. But yeah, let's hop right into this news. We've got a couple of earnings reports and some other things to talk about.
Yeah, we'll start off with Tesla, Joey, because your friend Elon was in the news this morning. So the board's going to give him that $29 billion pay package. That is not as big as the 2018 one was, but there are some things that overlap. So let's talk about it. We know what happened back last year with that Delaware judge voiding Elon's pay package twice, even after shareholders voted for a second time to reinstate it. The judge knows more. The judge is better equipped. Move aside, shareholders, okay? So Musk began appealing this judge's decision in March, arguing that she made multiple errors in her ruling. That is still to be decided. However, the board took its own actions today, granting Musk 96 million Tesla shares. I have to interrupt here because COM is taking out pre-market highs. So COMM, guys, we were talking about this one, and it just got into that high day, 1468. So if it clears it, be on the lookout. COMM is the ticker. Okay, So they gave him 96 million shares worth around $29 billion based on Friday's close, and they carry an exact price of $23.34, which is the identical price that he was granted in that 2018 pay package that was voided. The new package is designed to boost Musk's voting power over time, reinforcing his influence on Tesla, which is what he asked the board for and what shareholders voted for as well. So we'll see how this one jives with the court if it is to be challenged. Something tells me it's just a matter of time. People really like Elon these days, so I'm sure people will be very excited to pay him. The shares rose 2% in the pre-market. They're up 2 1/5 right now on the news of the equity reward. Investors and Musk alike view voting power as essential to executing Tesla's long-term vision over the years. And the board, in this particular case, emphasized the award balances Musk's many commitments and ensures his attention stays on Tesla. I don't have the details of this, Joey, but I was reading reports this morning that part of this pay package includes clause. A clause is to make sure that Elon's attention stays on Tesla as much as possible, because they did not like, meaning the board, his foray in politics, as well as that beef with your very good friend
Daniel Ives. Oh, Donald. Okay, I thought you were going to go with the beef with Dan. Well, essentially, this is what Danny Ives asked for,
Go
right?
for it. Yep.
This is exactly what he asked for. Essentially, when Elon told him to shut up, Dan, it's just essentially a leash on this guy. It's like, hey, you got to spend X amount of time in this office. You have to focus on Tesla. And we know that he was looking for, I think, that 16% control of the company, so he can really, really manipulate what Tesla does in the future regarding AI. He wanted control of the company for part of those reasons as well, too. So now he's getting issued those shares. I think he's going to get it, and now he can kind of just take the company on the trajectory that he wants to. So just keep that in mind. Tesla, I still personally don't love this name just yet from a technical standpoint. We'll pull up Tesla here momentarily. I was trading it this morning as well too. So just keep in mind, right? I think that its core business, you got to still understand its core business, and I still understand, and I mentioned this before, it's the most forward-looking stock on the planet, in my opinion, right? So, but just still understand the core business. Car business is really, really tough. EV sector, especially when you're losing market share literally around the globe. All right, so just keep that in mind. Let's see if we can break through. You're going to get that positive catalyst. Prices really starting to compress, and then eventually you're going to break through, but you just need something to kind of spark that fire, and then sure enough, maybe we'll get something positive in. I don't know if this is true or not, but my friend just recently bought a Cyber. He posted on it, but then he said he also bought an Optimus. I didn't know you could. I don't know if he was lying about it, but he said he actually. I think he purchased. Yeah. So he's in the States right now. So yeah.
No, I think they were available anywhere. Is that?
I don't know if I don't. Yeah, I wish I could show you the snap, but yeah, he locked in. He locked in the Cyber. So the Cyber was in the driveway, and then he said he also. Maybe it's a pre-order for Optimus or something along those lines. But yeah. So apparently he's. So it's either he's either capping or he's just joking around, but I don't think he is, because the Cybertruck was in the driveway. So
yeah, well, yeah. If the Cyber's in the driveway, it's in the driveway.
Yeah, and the Optimus you said purchased as well too.
Fantastic. Look, Adara, what's your view on this new pay package over here? You think this holds up to legal muster, or it's just a matter of time until this one gets shot down too?
I'm going to take a kind of weird side of this. As you guys know, I'm very in tune with the Tesla bulls on X. Now, if you're thinking, what are the Tesla bulls on X? There's a massive Tesla bull community on X. The leader here, actually, you can see her comment on this Dan Ives post, to which Elon said, "Shut up, Dan." Alexandra Mers, aka Tesla Boomer Mama, she is by far one of the most, I guess, vocal Tesla shareholders. She was a huge part of that 2024 vote back in June of 2024. So it's interesting, Sharif, as you said, more or less, this is exactly what Dan Ives suggested, and yet the Tesla bulls were absolutely not a fan of Dan Ives' suggestion. Neither was Elon Musk himself, but now it actually comes through. People seem to be a little bit more settled with it. We'll have to wait and kind of see what happens. Apparently, one individual, it was actually Tesla Boomer Mama, asked Grok, how long is it going to take Elon Musk to get that full voting power with these shares? Apparently, Grok estimated September 4th, 2025. I'll have to read more about it to see how he got to that estimate, but either way, it's pretty interesting stuff. We know that Tesla bulls they're as much Elon bulls as they are Tesla bulls. So they really are invested in this company for Elon Musk. So him staying there, I think, is huge. It'll be interesting to see If he ever does leave, or if some things fall through here, what happens to, I think, the perception of the company from those who are really heavily involved?
Did you get any more information about this this kind of like piece of data over here? It says it's going to boost Musk's voting power over time. Are these shares gonna like vest over time, or do you know anything about this?
Well, that's what I just mentioned, right? So people are saying, I mean, potentially, according to Grok, September 4th, 2025. I'm not sure how they're going to do that. That part I still need to look into. But either way, apparently this is like an interesting part, because we know Elon Musk does want that 25% voting control, and people view that as a good way to keep him at the company.
Sounds good. Thank you for that, Adara. Definitely like the Danny Ives look there. Guys, Verb is breaking out. Guys, be careful here. Here we go. It's taking out the pre-market high, VERB. It's got the rampage move to the high side into $23. It looks like it's about to take it out. It's very spready. VERB is the ticker, $23 high, really rocketing up. It's taking out this local area high as well as the pre-market high. Be careful trading it, though, because it's awfully spready and quite dangerous from what I've seen. Let's talk about Palantir. This one reports after the bell. Is it you or Neil? It's Neil and Adara today on the Market Recap Show. Make sure to catch that with them, as Palantir, I do believe, reports at 405 or 4, something like that, 405. All right, here we go. Wall Street expecting Q2 revenue to come in just shy of $1 billion, around $939 million. That would be an almost 40% bump year over year on that top line number, with free cash flow expected to be about $330 million, which is about 35% of sales. Fantastic look there. Operating income expected to come in at around $400 million, well ahead of last year's number there. And it's really kind of being viewed here as a profitable growth stage AI defense software company, which is very much in vogue at the moment. The regional distribution of revenue is quite one-dimensional here. It's 38% in the United States, 29% the UK, and the international markets just about 8%. So I'm not sure where the rest of the percentage is, but that's what the article said there. And mostly they are involved in government and military contracts. We've seen a lot of emphasis lately by Alex Karp and crew to really focus on those commercial contracts, which, to be fair to them, have grown in number and in percentage, but still very much dominated by government and military. Now, they had multiple different contracts with the Army, all of which now have been consolidated into one agreement, one single agreement there worth $10 billion and extended up to 10 years. They're using the Titan AI system that Palantir has made, which really is basically highlighting Palantir as the software leader in military. So in case you want to know more information about this Titan, what it is, it's a mobile-driven AI battlefield data analysis unit for soldiers. It's software built by Palantir, and the hardware that goes with it built by Northrop Grumman as well as L3Harris. And we saw, I think about maybe 6 months ago, the CEO of L3Harris with Alex Karp on CNBC, and you could just feel the CEO of L3Harris just wanting the ground to swallow him up, because we all know how Alex Karp does, baby. This marks obviously a new paradigm in the U.S. military procurement here, with software being the one that's leading the way as opposed to hardware. It had always been hardware, Joey. We've got more to say, but you got something to do.
Yes, sir. VinFast delivered over 35,800 EVs in Q2 of 2025, marking a 172% jump from last year. That brings the first half total to more than 72,000 EVs, up 220% year over year, with stronger sales usually in the second half. They're on pace to easily double 2024's 97,000 units. They're also crushing it on two-wheelers, with nearly 70,000 e-scooters and bikes sold in Q2, up 432% from a year ago. And with gas-powered two-wheelers being phased out in Hanoi and in Ho Chi Minh City by 2026, the growth potential looks huge. You can find them out on the NASDAQ under ticker VFS.
All right, so shares closed at about $154 on Friday, with analysts really in disagreement about what the price should be for this stock. We've got price targets from $40 all the way up to $178. So no consensus here, but we do know that it's trading at 81 times the expected EPS, much higher than its peers on the NASDAQ 100. But to be fair to Palantir as well, it's also beaten earnings 14 times earnings out of the last 18 quarters since going public, essentially. The average stock price movement after earnings is quite wide. It's plus or minus 16%, making it obviously a key name for these active traders, guys. So Palantir after the bell, 4:05 with Neil and Adara at on the Market Recap show. But Joey, give us your opinion.
I mean, Palantir has been fantastic, right? And you talk about the beats on EPS revenue for, what would you say, 14 straight quarters it was? Or just continuing?
14 out of the last 18. Yeah,
so that's just solid numbers, right? And you can see, obviously, as you mentioned, you're getting an increase in commercial and government contracts. That's a growth cycle. And this is the kind of fundamentals that you want to look out for. And that's kind of what I identified in Robinhood as well, too. So just keep in mind, we're knocking on the door of an all-time high, and I wouldn't be surprised if Palantir gaps up after the earnings report, just considering it's just continuous growth and they're just always adding more contracts and more contracts. So I think Palantir, maybe not up here, not necessarily a buy. You want to get involved on the dips, but at the end of the day, this company is still growing at a rapid pace, and I think that's something solid to look into there with Palantir.
Adara, how are you looking at this at this trade or this earnings report? How would you approach this?
I think their military spend is a double-edged sword. Now, you might be like, Adara, how? It's awesome for them. Yes, but because I think, we used to joke every day Palantir gets a new military contract. Because we, have the Army restructuring their contract itself, and then we also have that announcement of that massive OpenAI military deal, I think there is a real fear that there could be some change in how its contracts are structured continuously, and B, there could be more competitors on watch. So I actually think that I'd be curious to see if they address this on the call. That would be interesting. We know that Alex Karp himself is very interested in the defense and military aspect of Palantir. That L3 Harris interview with both CEOs that you were referring to, Sharif, actually had Alex Karp say that it should be the Department of Offense and not the Department of Defense. So he's very big on offense or defense, depending on how you want to phrase it. Either way, I just have this infographic up. This is up to date as of Q3 2024. I will likely update it before the earnings tonight, but basically just kind of shows this is the steady revenue growth. It's really gorgeous. It honestly looks like they've just continuously grown revenue quarter over quarter. And this starts with their IPO here in 2020. This green line, this lighter green line, is their earnings reaction, and this is super choppy. Like they'll do anything from up 30% on earnings to down like 20% on earnings. So this name tends to react pretty viciously, not always necessarily to the upside. Be very careful with PLTR earnings, in my opinion.
Great look there.
I think as long as the Americans increase military spend, they're going to benefit from this. Palantir is going to benefit from this. So.
But you got to keep in mind they're trading way ahead of EPS, so a lot of the exuberance in the military expansion, obviously, you got to figure some of it's discounted at this point, meaning priced in. Who knows how far this goes? But I wouldn't be standing in front of this thing.
No, there's no way.
All right, let's talk some Figma. So let's see, are we still down 20 some odd percent on Figma on the day? Let's have a look. FIG, we're down 22 1/3. So we know what this one did last Thursday. Soared 250% on its first trading day, moving up from, I think, a $19 billion market cap almost to a $60 billion market cap within one trading day. The company's become one of the most successful IPOs in recent memory. We'll see if that can last. It's down below $100 on the day. In case you don't know what they do, if you haven't really been exposed to Figma or not in the industry, they leverage AI to kind of simplify design workflows, eliminate the need for the deep technical skills. It allows users to kind of collaborate, prototype, generate UI, which is user interface elements, with no prompts or coding knowledge required. So you can kind of do it all without that deep technical knowledge. They do boast about 13 million clients worldwide, and they have about 615 Fortune 500 companies. How does that even work? 615 Fortune 500 companies should be limited to 500, as the name denotes, including top names like Google and Microsoft. Paid customers are apparently growing fast, very fast, with revenue jumping last year for 2024. That is 48% year over year, up to about $750 million in that top line revenue number. With this type of enterprise traction, it's really the key reason here why the stock jumped with a premium valuation. And as Joseph and I were just talking about, the IPO was so oversubscribed, with demand far exceeding the supply, pushing the price up. As we saw, this thing the IPO ended up printing at $32 a share, which was already above the 29 to 30 or 31 that was being guided by some of these investment banks, but it opened up at $85. That is a huge demand imbalance there. So we'll keep looking for that in future IPOs. The valuation, as I mentioned, Joey, sky high, trading at 59 times 2025 expected revenue. Haven't even gotten there yet, suggesting the expectations for future growth is massive in this case, Joey.
Figma, yeah, I mean, this was obviously one of the, sorry, I don't know why I typed in the thing. So yeah, I mean, it's looking pretty good. Actually, sorry, I take that back. I'll eat those words really quickly. So you can see that you get this open up around $85. You push it all the way up to 142, and now you're trading at 94.50, right? So that's why you want to wait for enough data to come out in order for you to base trades off of this. You don't want to just be going, oh, hey, Figma moves up $60 in its first day of trading. Yeah. Let me get involved in this. Well, sure enough, 2 trading sessions later, you're right back to where you started, essentially. So just keep in mind, for me, it's even across the board, right? So we'll just go take a look at Circle to see what we have going on with that. Boom, big time move. And I mean, excuse me, you haven't retraced completely, but you still at that peak of $300, you're down 50% from that standpoint. So just keep in mind, you want to wait for these things to cool off a little bit before you get involved, unless you have the ability to get in right at the open. You limit on open that, just hold that for as long as you can until it comes back to your break even or you're out of the money on these IPOs. I think they're really, really risky to be swing trading or investing for the long term. You want it to cool off first.
Adira, what do you make of what's being spoken about here with these investment banks leaving money on the table purposely here, Adira? Could they have been so wrong that there was such a huge demand side imbalance that they priced it so far below what the market was actually willing to pay for it? Have you read what I'm talking about? Or
I mean, I've heard some of it. I've heard discussions about it. I think what's really interesting here with Figma that we didn't really see with other notable IPOs like CoreWeave or Circle, with all three, we saw the price, gradually increasing out of the IPO. Only with Figma did we see the price increase and then pull back. It actually opened about $20 lower than the highest price we were seeing. So highest price I was seeing anyway, about 105. Opening around 85 in terms of the implied open. Now, here's the Figma daily chart, and I want to bring this up. Obviously, we've only had 3 days of trading because this does look a bit different. I don't want to say distinctly different, but a bit different from what we saw with CoreWeave and Circles. So day 1, we have this beautiful performance. Day 2, gap up, sell off. Day 3, yuck, for lack of a better term. But let's talk about our 2 similar IPOs that we had earlier, and by I say similar in terms of like how they performed. CRCL, day 1, strong performance. Day 2, gap up, sell higher. Day 3, gap up, sell off, but not significantly so. And then CoreWeave actually kind of waffled its first 2 days, but got a nice leg up on day 3. So I would say there's a bit of a difference here between how Circle's performing, how Figma's performing versus these other 2. It seems a little bit weaker from the jump in a way that we didn't necessarily see with CoreWeave or Circle, in my opinion anyway, just in terms of how it's performing on day 3.
Yeah, I definitely got that feeling as well. It dropped a lot more aggressively than the other 2. We saw how long it took CoreWeave to break down, but I started looking at the actual daily chart to make correlations between the price action of Circle and CoreWeave while they were making their moves. The market was also making higher lows. This one, though, Figma that is, actually came in at an inopportune time because the Friday, the second day of trading, the market dropped heavily on that NFP and tariff headline. So I wonder if it's kind of a product of that as opposed to itself. So we'll have to wait and see. Time will tell. Price don't lie, as they say, ball don't lie. Let's talk about Coinbase getting downgraded today from Compass Point, from neutral to sell and dropping that price target almost $100. I'm going to pause for 1 second because I have to tell you about what's going on in the market. Calm is breaking out. It's a $15 high. It's up 91%. Verb is rocketing up into $26. This thing is really going now. A triple-digit winner on Verb. And it's rocketing up. And then Open has taken out all the levels. Good look for OPEN. It's into the high of the day at 256. So you have 3, I don't want to call them small cap gappers because some of them may not be, but small cap gapper like stocks, all really making big moves. COMM, VERB, and OPEN all aggressively to the high side right now. If you're into the small caps or you're looking trade momentum names, have a look at those.
Let me touch on Ethereum and
Absolutely,
Bitcoin here
Joey.
as well
Go
too,
ahead.
as they continue to move higher. Why does it do that, man? What a frustrating thing. So there it is, Ethereum breaking out right here, guys. Now up to 28 bucks, and same with Bitcoin cracking through that previous high of the day. So just keep that in mind. This is some big time moves. It's unfortunate that we got out of Bitcoin when we did and didn't hop back in, but it is what it is, right? So I had a strong feeling I was going to do this on today's session. This is why we got involved in this, but still an inside day from Fridays. Boom, boom, boom. You add to this one. We take a little bit off. We look for the continuation, and then eventually I just get out. But there it is. This is where you have to get back in, especially when you see that volume start to kick in, and then sure enough, you start to climb higher. So that was a really good look there on IBIT. And then sure enough, I was thinking, hey, Ethereum, you're going to start selling around 27.72. It says, no, we're going to take an additional leg higher, consolidate, and then do another pop in the crypto space. So just keep an eye out on these two names. They're really, really strong, and I think Ethereum's going to continuously be strong. That's why I'm involved heavily in this name.
All right, man. So despite the downgrade today by Compass Point on Coinbase, at least it was on Friday, the stock to date is still up 28 2/3%. Far outperforming, obviously, the S&P and the NASDAQ, so be on the lookout. Could be an interesting time to pick up coin. Never financial advice. Let's talk about what their earnings report was last week, because it was not well received. They missed on a lot of expectations. EPS, one of the only kind of nice points there, that beat. Revenue missed. Transaction sales missed. There was a lot of stuff that missed, guys. Go back and have a deeper look at the earnings report. Transaction revenue as well, which is a key segment for analysts, fell short of the consensus, and analysts see the transaction revenue miss here as a red flag, a canary in the coal mine, so to speak, on what should be a tailwind from the ongoing, I should say, crypto rally. And they see possible weakness here in retail sentiment, especially as it relates to crypto. So analysts at Angle cited weakening earnings trends in Q2 and Q3, forecasting as well a choppy Q3 or Q4 that is, with low August-September seasonality. And he says the retail interest in crypto-linked equities appears to be fading. That's his opinion. Also, yeah, well, it's just, I already told you that earlier.
Yeah.
Also, he sees as well stable coins now acting as competition to these regular blockchain coins like Bitcoin, Ether, etc. He sees rising competition in the stable coin space is seen as a threat to Coinbase's long-term revenue share, and stable coins pegged to fiat like USDC and USDT are increasingly crowding the field and could compress margins, according to our Fred there, Ed Engel. And just to give you an idea about valuation for coin trading, at least it was on Friday, at 44 times forward earnings, nearly double what the S&P 500 average is, which is about 23 times forward earnings. And Engel sees very limited room for multiple expansion without stronger revenue catalyst at this price point, Joey. So, yeah, kind of a bit of a damper here on the Coinbase bulls.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so he obviously they have more information than what I do, but I don't know if they're going to necessarily cool off like that. And I like how Joseph Schmo said this in the chat. He's like, yeah, okay, Farcoin transactions are going to be down. Dog with hat transactions might be down.
I can't accept that.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So, but at the end of the day, I think Ethereum, obviously, we talked about the Genius Act. They also have the deal with JPM and American Express as well, too. So I think that's going to be really, really positive for this name. And I like the lower guide, to be honest with you. I like the lower guide, Sharif, because I think it gives them the opportunity to come in with a big beat, and I think that may be the case. We also talked about the rotation, possibly from Coinbase into more of an all-in-one platform where you can trade all of these vehicles in just one platform. In Robinhood, you got your options trading, your futures trading. You can trade now crypto. Well, you can always trade cryptocurrency, opposed to Coinbase is just necessarily a one-trick pony. Is just strictly crypto-based currency. So yeah, I think that's my opinion on it. I think things will start to pick up and ramp up eventually, but I do like the cooler forecast because that's going to give them a good opportunity to beat, which I wouldn't be surprised if they did.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's like having lower expectations.
Exactly.
Adira, I put this question to you, I think on Friday or Thursday. I said to you, does Coinbase's report kind of put concerns given what we saw with Robinhood and SoFi? But as Joey mentioned there, and as you mentioned last week, they're not really in the same category exactly.
No, I don't think they're in the same category. I also think that what that analyst said about like Coinbase in terms of retail investors not really being interested in these types of assets anymore. I don't know how true that is. However, I will say that in terms of trading, like less so platforms and more as trade vehicles, I think SoFi and Robinhood are a lot more in favor than a name like Coinbase. So I actually am going to agree with his point, but maybe not quite as how he intended. Now, in terms of the Coinbase daily chart, since their earnings, they have bounced like beautifully off 310. I went back to the daily chart for this. As you can see, 310 was temporary resistance going back to April 4th, so this is basically Liberation Day. We also had some resistance around this level going back to 2021, which was when they IPO'd. So 310, huge level for Coinbase. Furthermore, they have not been able to get back above their earnings AVWAP. Today, they literally bounced off 310, went to the earnings AVWAP around 324, and then came right back, and now they're chopping around. So for me, Coinbase is kind of a no-go, at least as like an intraday trade, until it makes up its mind between these levels. In the meantime, I'm not going to want to put my coin there, truthfully. But yeah, I think the other issue too, with regards to guidance, the statement of, oh, maybe they're guiding low so that they can have a massive beat. I think you really have to consider the fact that pretty much the only reason they were profitable is because Circle IPO'd. As I said last week, Circle will not IPO every quarter. In fact, it can only do so once. So I think that is a massive, massive issue, at least I think maybe even just in terms of public perception, that they will have to climb over that hurdle, in my opinion.
But don't you think this the Circle IPO was kind of representative of the demand in retail, or is it representative of the froth?
I think it might be representative. I think regardless what it's representative of a one-time catalyst for Coinbase, because Circle cannot IPO again. So if they're only profitable because of the money they made off of the the Circle IPO, if I was a Coinbase investor, I would probably be concerned. I'm going to be really honest with you, especially with they've just been added to the S&P 500, and they are barely profitable in their first quarter in the SPY, when that is legitimately one of the main things that you have to be to get added. I don't know. I think it's kind of a rough look.
That's a good point. That's fair.
I'm not trying to rain on anybody's parade.
Yeah, no, I gotta echo that sentiment as well. Good point, Derek.
You know what? I'm gonna have to counter that. I might have to go against the grain on this one.
That's fine. Come at it.
Because listen, we know that Coinbase is one of the pioneers, right? It's one of the grandfather cryptocurrency exchanges. Okay. Just because things are cooling off, we have now all these new hot toys that we're mentioning in SoFi, Robinhood, and Circle. I do think just because of how they've established themselves, that they're still gonna have the ability to benefit. And we're not going to talk about this thing from a technical standpoint. Ethereum, Bitcoin, and all these meme coins, people are still going to run to Coinbase, even though you may still have some retail traders and people going to that new hot platform. I do believe that eventually they're going to pick up those numbers just because things are cooling off. Now we have more like regulatory clarity. I think that just because things are cool and we have these new hot toys, people will run back to that pioneer, the thing that has established itself in this space over time, and I think Coinbase will rebound eventually.
No,
I wouldn't be too scared of what we're seeing and experiencing right now, especially as there's more adoption to things like USDC via Circle and everything, whatever it may be. These stable coins, I think they're going to benefit from it as well too. It's just a bigger picture. I wouldn't be too afraid of it.
Okay, I think both points are valid. To be honest with you, we'll have to see what the market does. Guys, I need to interrupt again because Verb is psychotic. It's really breaking out here, guys. So please, I trade this carefully. It's moving dollars at a time, okay? It's dropping from 27 into 26, from 29 now down into 26. So trade it carefully, but it's definitely got a lot of momentum behind it. $29 high day down into 26.52 right now. VERB is the ticker, guys.
One more thing as well, too. Someone made a valid point.
Go for it.
Commissions.
Yes, sir.
Who can have the more competitive commission fee? I think is going to attract a lot of buys.
You don't feel that could be a race to the bottom? I lower my commission fees to outdo you, you lower to outdo mine, and all of a sudden our margins are crap.
Absolutely, that can definitely be the case as well too. But think about it. So you have TD. Was $10 a transaction. Then you go into the likes of IBKR where it's 40 cents.
Nothing.
They're still pretty competitive companies at the end of the day, right?
That's fair.
So it can totally be a race, but then it can also lead to who can offer me more, and that would be the likes of Robinhood, right? Because you have all the things.
You got everything.
You got everything right there. Absolutely.
Absolutely. No, that's a good point, Joey. Let's talk about Wayfair because they had a great earnings report today as well. Let's see where W is at right now. It's up 11.84%. I don't think it's at the highs. No, it's not at the highs, but a great report nonetheless. I don't have too much in terms of color. I have a lot of numbers. That's the article that I reviewed today. Didn't give too much in terms of color, but net revenue came in at $3.3 billion, which is a 5% year-over-year increase, or about $156 million more than they printed last year on that top line. Excluding the German market, and I don't know why they've isolated the German market. I think it did badly. Revenue would have grown at 6%. So it looks like the Germans, you're holding them back. All right, no, I'm playing. U.S. revenue came in at $2.9 billion, up 5.3%. International revenue was about a little bit less than $400 million, which was up 3.1%. So the U.S. definitely growing more than it is internationally. Their profit, their gross profit, not net, $984 million, representing, though, about 30.1% of the revenue. Not a bad look there to have gross at 30.1%. Reported net income was around $15 million. That's what their take-home money was. Their non-GAAP adjusted EBITDA, 205. Diluted EPS came in at 11 pennies, with non-GAAP adjusted EPS coming in at 87 pennies. So many accounting numbers. Now with the only color item that we have here, the CEO, Niraj Shah, emphasized the leverage in Wayfair's model and called out the highest growth rate they've had since everybody was locked up back in 2021, when everybody was basically taking their money to upgrade their homes. Wayfair was rocketing up at the time. It's their best quarter since 2021, not a bad look. And he goes on to say that management is optimistic about the sustained growth and the profitability going into the second half of this year, Joey. So the market rewarding them today. Wayfair up 11.87, but yeah, you definitely see some lines there about where the revenue's coming in for it. Really heavily relying on the U.S. market. Not maybe a bad thing, because the U.S. market is still growing at 3%.
Yeah, I mean, the consumer you want to tap into, that's your number one customer, is the American consumer. That is who you want to get involved with here. Wayfair, not too bad of a look, right? So, well, I mean, this is just, again, a space that I necessarily wouldn't be getting involved in. But from the April lows, Sharif, you can see that we're up approximately 244%. So we traded at a low of around 21.20, and now you're trading to a high of around 73.11. That's some pretty good numbers right there. But if we want to go back, zoom out, and see what we have going on from a bigger perspective, I don't know if there was any form of a split here, but that is, you know,
it's just the pandemic, bro. Exactly. How many charts look like this, Joey?
Yeah, this is after, right? So 2020 here, boom, and then you get that pandemic sell, the demi sell-off there. But then you just don't do anything essentially for 3 years.
You're in the range for 3 years.
3 years, right? And what is that? What kind of vibe is that giving you? Ford, Intel, just essentially dead money for a long time. You want to wait, and you want more positive quarters. You want them to accumulate. And if the company is continuously growing strong, it's going to give you opportunities to get involved. You just don't want to speculate, and this is just my opinion, just to hope that the quarters are going to get better when they may not necessarily, right?
That's fair. Adara, did it have everything you needed?
I didn't look at the chart at all until just now. I think it certainly had stuff you needed if you paid attention to this beautiful resistance level that we had, like 3 times last week, that 68.50 level. If you got it at 68.50, it certainly had everything you needed. And in fact, it had about, this is like 3.5 points of a move. So that's a great look here. And also not necessarily the type of move you would expect from Wayfair. So solid look. We did kind of just break that downtrend or that uptrend a bit, maybe making a lower high, but not too far off. This certainly could have more to go. I did look into the whole German market aspect. So the reason that was a concern was because they actually exited the German market.
Really?
So that was an impact that they had to absorb. I guess when you don't include the impact from the German market, it was a 6% growth on a year-over-year basis. So I just wanted to address that because I saw that in the report, and that was a thing. I think it's interesting that you have a revenue increase, but actually a decrease here when it comes to your members. I think that's kind of an odd look.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait. Maybe people are just.
Which means they probably have margin expansion of some sort. Because how do you get more money with less customers? Obviously, you're charging more. Your price per ticket probably goes up.
Yeah, it's a bit of a head scratcher, I will say that. But I mean, good look here for Wayfair. I'm sure it had everything that someone needed. And I think this is just a case of even with earnings, you can keep an eye on technicals and find opportunities, because I do think that 68.50-ish level was a really good look if that was something you had your eye on. But Sharif, it's not even past the pre-market high. So if it was a small cap, would not be looking at it.
Oh, dunk on a Madeira. I like that. Good call. All right, let's talk about Chinese EV deliveries. They all reported today. And yeah, you may be kind of surprised about some of the winners and losers. So finally, BYD has a bad month. It's not even a bad month. It's just maybe it's in comparison to very good months. So let's talk about BYD, obviously the king of them all there in China. It is the biggest EV maker, far and away now the biggest one in the world as well. They delivered, boys and girls, 341,000 units in July, which is actually down from the 377,628 they delivered in June. It is the first monthly drop month over month this year in deliveries, and deliveries were nearly flat year over year. So when you're comparing this year, how we were exactly this time last year in 24, flat, really highlighting a pause in momentum after the steady gains that we've been seeing for some time now. And the decline follows an aggressive 30% discounts that they were offering on their lower end models. What does that mean to you? Margin compression. And I'll get to, on that in a second, because the Chinese government is very annoyed with their Chinese EV makers. They do not want to race to the bottom. They don't want these companies all consolidating into one, because none of them are making any money and they end up getting bought up by the big names. So the Chinese policymakers have began warning against unsustainable competition in the EV sector and have really kind of tried to persuade, I don't know how they're doing it, but they're trying to persuade these EV companies to stop cutting prices. We'll have to wait and see. Now let's talk about how Li Auto and NIO did. Li Auto, for their part, they delivered 30,731 vehicles. That's down 15% month over month and nearly 40% year over year, marking its second straight monthly drop. Not a good look here for Li Auto as they try to finally weasel into the fully electric lineup. They don't have a fully electric lineup right now. NIO, for their part, they delivered about 10,000 less cars, 21,017 cars. Again, a drop from the June highs where they almost delivered 21,000 vehicles, and a 2.7% drop year over year. A lot better than Li Auto's 40% drop. Li Auto is launching the new Li8 electric SUV, fully electric. So it's not going to be one of these ones where it has a gas engine to charge the onboard batteries. It's not a hybrid system that they're doing over there, guys. The gas engine doesn't power the cars. It just charges the battery. So you have that full electric acceleration and that whole feel with the EV that you typically get. NIO also launched, for their part, the L90 SUV on August 1st, a 7-seater variant expected late September. So not quite out yet, but out for pre-orders. But XPeng is the real winner here, and it has been this way as of late, at least from my observations. They hit a record 36,717 vehicles. It's 9th consecutive month, Joseph, where they've delivered above 30,000 cars per month. Leap Motors also delivered 50,129 units, the best month ever. It's backed by Stellantis. So this Leap Motor company, backed by Stellantis, STLA ticker, and Xiaomi. Xiaomi is my dark horse. It's not even a dark horse for anybody who lives in China, because you guys know all about them. But Xiaomi is like the mother of all electronics. You want a fridge, you want a car, you want a cell phone, you want a microwave, you want a back massager, Xiaomi makes it. And it's kind of like Apple, where they have that ecosystem where they're trying to rope you in. So you have Xiaomi everything. It's a monster company. It's one of the best performing ones, I would say, as of late. And the funny thing is, the CEO tried to model everything off of Apple. So that's kind of in his thinking, hence the ecosystem. Do more research on Xiaomi. It's got the SU7. Fantastic car, fantastic company. More here about Geely and stuff like that, owned by Zeekr. They delivered about 17,000 units. Showing no real change in deliveries month over month, Joey. But what's your look here on the Chinese EVs?
Yeah, you know what, Sharif? I think automaker union or not, the car business is a tough space.
Absolutely. Well said, Joey.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, right? You can see that displayed. We were talking about the dominance of BYD, and then sure enough, you get down, first month of the year, you got 341 units instead of 377,000. I think it's just an all-around tough space, and just understand what you're getting involved with. This is XPEV from a technical standpoint as
Lower
well.
highs, flat bottom break,
Not horrible look, right? So again, this can go either way. You get some positive news, and I mean, we were talking about it. They did hit record deliveries, which is a positive sign for this. Is that enough to drive the stock through this downtrend? I don't know. I just think the auto space is just too tough to navigate, in my opinion. And I think there can be money placed in better sectors.
Adira, you have news, so give us the news and then give us your opinion on this.
But BAC struggling here. Barron's reporting that apparently Berkshire Hathaway might have sold more of its Bank of America shares. It's unclear why they think that, but either way, this headline does have BAC struggling a little bit here. Now, yeah, I mean, I don't have much to say. You guys kind of said it all for me, but I will say it's a little bit hard with these Chinese EVs because all the charts really look like this. They gap up, they gap down, they gap all around, they end up somewhere. So regardless of the catalyst, it is a bit of a tough look. That being said, XPeng, just kind of echo Joe here, I think still stands out. This is a gap up and actually maintaining it fairly well. Let's take a look at what NIO did here. NIO actually, I would say less gappy for lack of a better term than some of these other names, but NIO, that's a very ugly chart. If you take a look at Li Auto, this is also much like what you're seeing with XPeng Gap City, but this one actually kind of gapping up despite those weaker numbers and chopping. XPeng seems to be maybe the most bullish here shorter term, but NIO could certainly be fun to trade. We know NIO trades this one sometimes, and I think like this double bottom here that we had back on, what was this? This would have been Thursday, would have been interesting. We certainly broke a lot of that upward momentum we made the last 2 days as of today's session. So NIO seems to be exciting, but I mean, regardless, it seems like these stocks are not necessarily responding to what their delivery numbers are, especially in the case of Li. Now, I think the BYD not being perfect is really an interesting story. We have the same thing with Tesla. We really held this up as on a pedestal. It's the best EV name, and I'm not saying it still isn't, but it has struggled as of late, right? So it makes sense that BYD is having its own struggles. That being said, I need to look more into Xiaomi because that's quite impressive. They were able to deliver that growth even as a company that seems to have their hands in every pie.
Yeah, that's a great point there, Dara. I do agree with that. And BYD's taking it in stride here, up 2% on the OTC exchange. Two different BYD tickers you guys can punch into in North America, BYDDY and BYDDF. They're both around the same price now after the split, both around $14.50. One was a lot more expensive than the other there. So have a look at that, BYDDY and BYDDF. Shout out to Jeff Mendel at the OTC Exchange. Let's talk a little Boeing here because yet another issue with labor unions out in Boeing. This time, it's not going to affect the overall company specifically, though. It's going to affect their defense industry. So about 3,200 machinists out in Missouri, Illinois went on strike at midnight, and Illinois, excuse me, I know they're two different states, went on strike at midnight after rejecting Boeing's latest 4-year contract offer. The stoppage threatens Boeing's really fragile recovery here, especially in its defense business. Workers had already been operating without a contract for a week now, amid disputes over schedules as well as benefits. And it's not, as I mentioned, as severe as that 2024 walkout that we saw, where about 33,000 workers went on strike in the Pacific Northwest that basically all but crippled the 737 production, 737 MAX production, excuse me. The 2024 strike also lasted about nearly 8 weeks and ended with a 38% raise and a new contract. This time around, it's the St. Louis facility that's building these key defense systems, including the F-15 and the FA-18 fighter, which comes in many different versions. Now we know about the Super Hornet as well as the parts and munitions for the different supply chain parts. The strike could introduce, a new bottleneck, especially in the military production pipeline for Boeing. So we'll have to be on the lookout for that. And you've got to assume, with all the belligerencies everywhere and all the demand for new military machines, that demand is going to likely ramp up for their defense department. So we'll have to wait and see exactly what happens there. They went on to say their defense unit has rebounded from past challenges like program overruns and the Starliner delays, which left 2 NASA astronauts stranded and had to be saved by SpaceX. Recent wins include, though, Joey, the next-gen Air Force fighter contract, as well as a satellite deal with the Pentagon, which is kind of enhancing their long-term visibility, but still union and labor issues do put a bit of a kibosh on some of that.
Big time. And I feel like Boeing just can't get out of its own way for an extended period of time right now. And I mean, it doesn't have too much competition in the commercial airspace, that is, right? You got Airbus and you got Boeing. Those are the two planes that you're essentially flying on here. And it really hasn't recovered those highs since COVID. So this is 5 years of just moving in a sideways range. You break out, you come back down, and you just wish around. You're having union issues. You're using dish soap there and you're using other things. It's just like, I don't know, man. You just got to get out of your own way, because really, at the end of the day, from a commercial airspace, you don't have that much competition. We obviously, I forget the union or whatever they use for that specific area, but at the end of the day, for me, Boeing, it's going to need a little bit to get out of this trend, some positive catalysts. There's obviously a lot of demand for the planes as well, too, so they have a massive backlog there. So they just need to really catch up, get everything in order, and eventually, hopefully, they can get back on their merry way and become a really profitable stock, because you can see from 2016 to just before COVID, you're up 252%. But from COVID, which is March here, it was already kind of on the decline. Let me get this. You drop 72% from those COVID lows.
Crazy. We're not even close.
You're up 164%, but a lot of it is just sideways trading. April is where you
still
really gain all. Yeah, exactly. It's still extremely range bound, 76%. So in a span of a couple of months, you're gaining half of that of what you gained in the past 5 years.
Yeah, that's a great range, man. There's no complaints about that range, obviously, but the company's fundamentals are what's in question. Adira, this is one that you, I don't want to say you monitor closely, but one that you keep your eye out on there.
I do. It's actually one of my Jimmy Carter picks. The irony is that this is the best pick that I had of the ones that we picked in terms of it's the best performing. Now, of course, it's worth noting that my other picks were UNH and Eli Lilly, so we're keeping those in mind. But yeah, I mean, Boeing has been nice for me for the Jimmy Carter day. I do want to mention one factor, and I'm already waiting for the groans or the memes. Kelly Ortberg, the new CEO. He has been with Boeing for almost 1 year as of August 8th, 2024.
Get it, Kelly.
I bring up this infographic because I want to mention that Kelly Ortberg, if he does this right, this could be a big deal, Sharif. He could be one of only 2 Boeing CEOs to leave the company without a major scandal.
Really?
And to be fair, the only other guy who did it, W. James McNerney, has been called one of the worst CEOs ever in America after the fact, though he didn't leave related to a scandal. So, I mean, I think if Kelly Ortberg can manage that, that's a good look. But as you guys both pointed out, there's he inherited a lot of gunk with Boeing, kind of similar to the situation that Lip-Bu Tan is in with Intel, or buying Nichols in with Starbucks. There's a lot of gunk. There's been a lot of CEO transitions that they have to work through. But yeah, you can check this out on X at TTV Research. The only CEO, again, to leave without any scandal or to not be in an interim capacity. There's only one of them. So let's see if Kelly Ortberg can buck that trend. I think if he can, it's a good look for the company's reputation and also for the stock.
Yeah, that's very interesting there. Yeah. Why is this so scandal-ridden? Really.
It's crazy. And most of them are related to, either like weird, sketchy deals or the planes themselves. But one guy, the second dude I have on this list, and I only started in the new millennium. This is like as of CEOs that were in around 2000. But Harry Stonecipher actually didn't leave regarding plane issues. He left because he had a relationship he should not have had within the company, which is something else he has in common with an Intel CEO. So it's interesting. I don't want to compare the companies, but there is that CEO turnover that I think is of note, and hopefully Kelly can stop.
Love it. Joey, tell him.
All right, new traders, listen up. First month, free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with back testing, reliable real-time data. Global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading. Scan the QR code or check the link in the description.
Bang. Your boy D-Wave today got an upgrade. Let's talk about that. So a lot of good things said here about QBTS, aka D-Wave. Let's just get right into it. So who'd they catch an upgrade from here? Joey, they got launches. Okay, so they did catch an upgrade from somebody, but I didn't review that one. We'll get to it though. So D-Wave announced a new hybrid quantum classical toolkit designed to help developers build, train, and deploy machine learning and artificial intelligence using quantum resources. Do I have the upgrade? Yeah, there it is. Okay, so that's all I'm going to tell you about that because I don't think most of us understand quantum computing. At least I don't. Here's why they got upgraded by our very good friends at Benchmark, specifically David Williams. He reiterated the buy rating on D-Wave, highlighting the strong commercial positioning. Needham also maintains their buy rating on QBTS. With that $20 price target, signaling continued bullish sentiment across the street. And here's why. They say D-Wave is currently the only quantum computing firms with systems in active business use, giving it real-world edge over some of its competitors. It's annealing-based quantum technologies, don't ask me what that is, and integrated full-stack solutions, which includes hardware, software, as well as services, creates a compelling moat, according to them. Their systems are deployed in telecom, automotive, retail, providing measurable real-time cost and efficiency metrics, and the real-world use cases, I should say, and client ROI are key proof points, they go on to say, that differentiate QBTS from the other speculative quantum plays. So QBTS on the day, where you at? Show yourself. Are you up or down on the day? They are 4% in the clear, and they are now $5 1/3 billion market cap, Joey. So a nice little, kind of technology update on what they're doing with machine learning and AI, and a nice little nod there from the analyst.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think there's two of them that you really want to keep an eye out on. That's going to be IonQ and D-Wave, right? So QBTS. I think I really like D-Wave here potentially.
D-Wave.
So yeah, here it is, right? All-time high. And then sure enough, you do get a little bit of a breach of it, but it just seems to be a liquidity grab on that front. But these are a couple of the quantum spaces that I want to be continuously forward-looking in. If you go back all the way to April, that's June. Where is it? June. Where is this April low?
Show yourself.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's not even representative of what we kind of felt throughout the process of all that tariff turmoil. But there it is, 239% off of those April lows to that peak, from trough to peak there, 251 to be exact. And now we're trading around 1649 or whatever it is. So 182%. Not too bad of a look. I think there's going to be plenty of opportunities to get involved in the space. But when steam really starts to get rolling here, then you want to be positioned really well, because this could be the new thing. Everybody talks about crypto. What happens when with Bitcoin when quantum really starts to kick off? Well, you fight fire with fire at the end of the day. So just continue to look out on some of these names. IonQ and QBTS, D-Wave are some of my top picks there.
I like it. Adira, do you like this one better than some of the others, given the real-world applications of some of the systems it has deployed so far?
So I'm going to look at it from like a stock perspective, because truthfully, I am not a scientist. I gleefully stopped taking science class when you no longer had to mandatorily take it at the end of grade 10. So I'm not going to get into that. What I will get into is Rigetti, because I actually think, obviously it's not at all-time highs. That is readily apparent. But we are in a nice little uptrend here. We actually double bottom. This is going back to April. Is this April? No, it's not April 25. It's sometime in 2025. I don't know why my chart is frozen in April.
Where am I?
But either way, nice little pattern here. We are in an uptrend. We're making higher highs, higher lows. Obviously, we're not quite back at that 21 level. That looks like the all-time high on our GTI. But I will say that I think this one is pretty exciting from an intraday perspective as well. Mom Spaghetti, as it is often called, is probably one of the ones that we hear requested the most. Right now, obviously not doing too much, but it did have a beautiful move here off the open. So I would say don't scoff at Rigetti. Again, unfortunately, I don't really want to comment too much on the fundamentals because I don't understand them well enough. But I think if you're someone who understands the space, I think do the research, find the one that makes the most sense to you from a fundamental perspective, but make sure you're doing that technical check too, because as we know from when Neil and Obi were on the show on Friday, it looked, or maybe when Obi was on last week with you, Sharif, but we did find through that poll, there's a lot of traders are looking for that beautiful marriage between technical and fundamental analysis. So make sure you
I remember that.
I guess.
I think that's like the solid way to go in. You get the stock that you want by looking at the fundamentals, and then you work in with technicals using the price, right? So I think it absolutely makes sense to use both. Thank you, Adira.
Thank you.
All right, let's keep going on here. Let's talk a little bit about Spotify. So I guess it was popping up after that kind of weaker than expected earnings report last week. Yeah, we're up 6.5%, just shy of that level today on Spotify. And as I was reading this article, I was very, very motivated to go into my phone and cancel the subscription because they already raised prices twice last year, Joseph, on Canadians. And they're talking about another price increase. So I was looking at the jurisdictions who were going to raise their prices because I was getting very cancel ready right now. And I was, you know, I didn't even know what I was going to do. I was probably working the Apple Music there. I got 90 days free on that bad boy. But anyway, let's talk about what Spotify is doing today. They will raise the monthly price for their premium individual plan up to €11.99, which is about $13.86. That's up from $10.99 beginning in September. They didn't give the exact date. The hike applies to markets including South Asia, the Middle East, Africa, Europe, Latin America, and Asia Pacific region. You're lucky I didn't see North America on there. The company aims to bolster margins amid rising operational expenses. What are you spending more on? Spotify, I want to know. Last month, they issued weaker than expected forecast for Q3 and missed key metrics in its Q2 earnings report. And we saw what happened. They got shellacked. Total finance costs in Q2 soared over six-fold year over year, Joseph. What the hell are they spending money on over there? Up to 447 million euros, driven by, we got the answer to our question super quick over here, personal expenses, professional expenses, marketing investments. Tells me nothing. I hate these general headlines. The move to increase subscription fees is likely indirect response to these pricing pressures, Joey. So something we see them doing often, maybe once every year, 2 years or so, but they're really getting very happy with it lately.
I can tell you what those personal expenses are. That's yachting in Monaco and everything along those lines.
Now the stuff that comes with yachting.
Right, exactly. So
you know what that is.
There it is. No, as for Spotify,
Bang.
I mean, they got to stop paying Joe Rogan's whatever, 300 million or whatever that guy just got for them.
That's exactly what Brendo said this morning.
What?
Exactly what Brendo said.
Is that what he said?
Because they gave him $300 million, and then it's on YouTube at the same time.
Exactly.
Like, what the hell is the point of that?
So, okay, so there it is. It's on YouTube at the exact same time. Someone made a fantastic point in the chat as well, too. YouTube Premium is less, and you get everything. You get everything. You type it in with that. So, for me personally, I'm an Apple Music guy. Right in the chat, Apple Music or Spotify, right? That's what we want to see what you guys are. You think so?
I think so,
A lot of people are Spotify, so put it in the chat. There you go. Katina Man's, that's how you know real feels real, man.
You got Apple Music there, Katina Man?
Apple Music, so put it in there.
Katina Man.
Apple Music or Spotify.
Okay.
Which one are you rocking right now?
It's all included, the Katina Man says.
In what? I pay $11 a month for that thing.
Bro, he's got VIP status.
Sorry, I forgot about that one there. He's got the VIP status. Yeah. So he's the
YouTube. You're getting a mix there, Joey. You got YouTube, Spot, Apple.
Well, I mean, YouTube Premium, it comes with all the music that you want. It caches the songs onto your platform for you. So that works out.
There you go.
And then you have all the YouTube videos as well. But just from a technical standpoint, guys, we'll take a look at Spotify from these April lows as we always do, because that's kind of when the world changed right there.
Okay.
Donald says buy stocks. So what do? You buy stocks. So you're up 66% from that point right there. But other than that, just continuously increasing the subscription price. I don't think that's going to be a lot. You have individuals like Sharif who's already thinking about jumping ship and heading over to Apple or to something else. There's definitely more people along those lines.
Can I say something to you?
Absolutely.
I got YouTube Premium for free because my buddy's got it. He gets it from his work, so he just put me on the account. So you get you get music with YouTube Premium.
Exactly. And it saves all the videos for you.
And I haven't moved it over because all the playlists and stuff are on Spotify. Do you have any idea how long that's going to take me?
That's going to take a while.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it takes a while, right? It takes a while to kind of jump. But for me personally, that's why I never kind of switched over. I had decades of music.
Yeah.
10, 15
it just
years,
takes
whatever.
forever.
When did I buy my first iPhone? How old was I when I bought the 4?
I don't want to hear about any more of your iPhone experiences after last.
That was a good one, man. I used to be the video guy on the iPhone because I had.
Talking about last week's
Yeah,
iPhone
I know, but I'm saying I'm bringing back up the good times when iPhone 4 came out, right? It was one of the hotter phones, right? Yeah. And I was the guy who made all our videos and did all our high school party videos and everything like that. So yeah, how old was I? 17 probably at the time when I got the 4. Yeah, 17, 18. Yeah.
Adira, you have a very unique way of consuming music that most of us don't anymore, but completely valid.
Tell them about that.
So I was
Adira.
waiting for you guys to bring this one up. In case people do not know, I do not use Spotify. I don't use YouTube Music, though I do listen to some music on YouTube. I don't have Apple Music.
Tell them why, Adira.
iTunes. So iTunes, yes, that's right. You can still download songs for 99 cents, 69 cents, or $1.29 per song, or you can get albums. Now, why I like doing this, not that it's that relevant, but I'll explain now, is because I have tons of playlists and stuff. I really like to curate playlists, and if I have access to every song in the universe, I will spend, and I am not joking, hours making playlists, which I already do with only a limited amount of songs, so I don't need that in my life. But yeah, I think like the other thing too is I don't have to have a subscription. If I want to buy a song or an album, if I think it's that good, I can just buy the song or an album. So with that in mind, the Spotify, the fundamental aspect of this is not something that I am super good to follow, but I do love that 620 hold on this from earnings day one is crazy. If it breaks below that, as someone who trades pretty tickers, oh boy. So that's something I'm going to certainly be keeping an eye on. I am just seeing a bit of a drop here in the market, though I'm not seeing any catalyst for it. But yeah, I think I don't want to talk too long so I can get the news here. Spotify certainly on a bit of a downtrend from this most recent high. Looks like in June of that 780 level. Lower highs, lower lows since then. If we break 620, I don't think it's a great look. But hopefully, for Sharif's sake and for the sake of everyone else who uses Spotify, that price increase doesn't come to North America quite yet.
Thank you, Adira, for the good juju there. All right, let's talk about a Fed shakeup possibly in the works as Fed Kugler looking to step down. And so Donald obviously gets to fill her position. Let's talk about it. So Federal Reserve Governor Adriana Kugler announced her resignation on Friday, effective this fall. I don't think we have an exact date. She will return to her academic post at Georgetown. Her term was scheduled to end in January anyway. She had served on the FOMC since September of 2023 as a Biden appointee. Very strategic timing, obviously, for your friend Donald over there, as her departure opens up a key seat in the Federal Board of Governors amid rising political pressure, obviously, from your friend, this guy over here, Donald, to cut these rates. Trump welcomed the vacancy, claiming without evidence that Kugler had left due to disagreements with Fed Chair Powell over interest rates, as I love Donald. Adira says she doesn't think so. You're going to get your chance, Adira. Hold up. Trump is expected to nominate someone aligned with his pro-rate cut stance. Not surprised there. What are the implications of this, obviously? Kugler was a permanent voter of the FOMC, but was absent during last week's rate decision. Two Trump appointees, Waller and Bowman, as we know, dissented at the meeting, preferring to lower rates instead of holding them steady, contrasting with the majority's decision. Adira has news. We're going to pause for a second.
Yeah, I just want to quickly let you guys know, PEW or Grab a Gun Digital Holdings spiking a bit here. This company is very active on social media to the point where they once legitimately just pumped the stock on X. Today, though, they've actually just posted that they're congratulating Sydney Sweeney on the American Eagle campaign, and they're saying if Sydney Sweeney ever wants to do anything like that, I guess in the gun space, Grab a Gun would be thrilled to team up. Let's make it happen. So basically, yeah, solicitation here for Sydney Sweeney from Grab a Gun. Let's see if she takes them up on the offer. But either way, PEW, big pop. It's also worth noting this company is very active on social media. And again, they have legitimately just pumped the stock before. Thank you.
No, stop.
Absolutely.
Stop.
Round of applause.
Stop.
Get it, Sydney. Get it.
The market has hit
Don't
an
worry about the
all-time
market's
low.
doing, bro.
It's hit an all-time low.
Don't worry about
the
the
fact that
market's doing.
Sydney Sweeney can
give her a
influence
break.
A break.
Give her
She
a
doesn't
break,
need
but
a
she has
break.
something to do with the
That's
market.
crazy.
You're crazy. You're trying to
Sharif,
blame it on Sydney Sweeney?
Absolutely.
What the
That's
hell is
insane.
going on?
How does this individual have any influence on what the market is doing? It's absolutely
I just
insane.
like that it
We've
riles
lost
you
it.
up.
We've lost
I just
it.
love that it riles you up, bro.
For any cause, you know what? I'm done, man.
I love it. Adira, you got a super chat, by the way. Adira, have them give you $2 to buy a song on me. Shout out to Theo. I believe that is their name there. I can't see the full name. Thank you very much for that super chat. But we got to finish the story that we were talking about. The voting implications, obviously, as Fed Kugler looks to step down this fall. Not even that early. I mean, she was going to leave in January anyway, so I don't think it makes much of a difference here. Shadow chair talk, though. Let's talk about that, because that's really what the market needs to weeks to price in who the Fed president is going to be. Trump and advisors have floated installing a shadow chair, someone who could push Trump's rate agenda ahead of Powell's term ending in May of next year, even if Powell stays on as governor through 2028. We know Trump now has a chance to shape the board's majority. So I think that, with much like the Supreme Court in his last term, with Amy Coney Barrett coming in at the end there, he has a chance to shape what the FOMC will be for a little while there, Joey. So any comments on the FOMC?
Yeah. I mean, so now we're pricing in a 90% cut coming in the September decision here. I know that job creations have been coming in significantly cooler than expected. Is it time to cut? You have GDP at 3%. I think the economy is still robust and strong, but obviously job creations can be somewhat of an issue. But is a quarter basis cut, is a quarter point cut going to be enough to kind of revamp job creation? I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the case. And how low do you want rates to go, considering that I don't think we still felt the full effects of tariffs?
Yeah, you're talking about the NFPs coming a little bit later.
Exactly. Non-farm payrolls, exactly.
All right, Adara, you had very strong opinions about Kugler. Let's hear it.
Yeah, I'm a little amused by Trump's take that Kugler left because she didn't agree with Powell's opinion, because if you actually read her recent statements or her headlines within the last 2 weeks, which you guys know me, of course I did. I mean, in general, like the last month or so as well, but specifically leading up to her resignation announcement, she's very much been on the side of Powell. A lot of these other Feds, Bostic has also been pretty notably on the same side as Powell. And I'm not saying that they don't have their own opinions. I'm just saying that the opinions they've expressed have echoed those of Fed Chair Powell. So the idea that she's leaving because of some kind of dissent from the overall opinion, A, is interesting given the fact that those who did dissent made that very clear, and B, that does not at all back up what she's been saying. Now, I think her timing for leaving is interesting. It's not like she left for a new job. She is legitimately going back to the job she previously held. I did look this up. She's going to be the professor at the same school. And she said that in her resignation as well. Also, Strafe, you were wondering when she actually leaves. It's August 8th. So it's literally as of this Friday. Her resignation, like she's hightailing it out of the Fed, which is pretty wild. It does say so on her letter, which is posted on the FOMC website. But yeah, I mean, it's crazy. She didn't even serve for 2 full years. Her position began September 13th, 2023. Here she is. So this infographic is going to have to get updated because there will be a new governor on the Board of Governors. But either way, if you want to look at these visuals or other content on the Fed, the market, earnings, etc., check us out on X at TTV Research. We all know I get really excited about new Feds, so I'm pleased as punch to see who they add, because we did know Scott Bessent as well out and out said whoever they get to fill that position, and that was also like before she even resigns. That would be as of January 2026. Now we know it's getting earlier. He said that whoever was chosen to fill that position would be likely silently auditioning for the new role. Now that they're coming even earlier, the Trump administration is going to have even more time to see how they like the individual. So this could be massive.
Do you think her not showing up last week had something to do with the upcoming departure?
That's interesting too. That's something that slipped my mind. I wonder if she kind of had some kind of qualms, if there was internal discord at the Fed that we are not aware of. I mean, you guys know me. If I can find out any information on this, I can and I will. But it's going to be hard to find out just given how the Fed works. I'm curious. I think regardless if there's a shadow chair or not, Fed Chair Jerome Powell, he's a pretty cool customer. I don't think he's going to get that rattled. That is my honest opinion. I think if he was going to be rattled, he'd probably be rattled while wearing hard hats, and we saw that he was not.
I love it. Way to leave it off, Adara. All right, let's get now to the most important story of the day.
Hold on.
Let me cover the
super chat. Let me cover the super chat.
All right, hurry up, man. We don't have a lot of time.
I saved everyone here. Can you run over AMD's options chain? How can I milk this for 5 minutes? All right, let's see how it goes. I'm only joking. Options chain, AMD.
What a guy, bro. What a hater, bro.
I'm not a hater. I'm playing.
My God.
I'm only joking, man. Shout out to White Lotus Season 1.
Ram, where's it at, bro?
Yeah, what happened to that?
It's giving her issues.
Yeah, I don't buy it.
She's in a mood.
Yeah,
today,
I'm not buying what she's selling. Anyways, 7.6% expected move here on AMD, guys. For some reason, I didn't have the ability to pull up this week's expiration cycle. Okay. I don't know why it wasn't. It only gave me next week's there, so 11 days.
You're on the clock, Joey. We got to get the story done before 2
we'll get it through
o'clock.
here. I won't slowly go through this. 180 is that high level of open interest. What else can I look at here?
Bring it back over your ass,
No, I'm
Aceto.
only playing.
You can't let him do that.
Tomorrow earning report, we're looking at about a 7% expected move. Nothing substantial. 180 is a target you want to keep an eye out on, and then also 200 because you have 15,000. That would be phenomenal if AMD moved up to that level there.
All right, let's talk about American Eagle and what is happening with AEO. So stock, where's it at right now? We're up 22% today after President Donald Trump backed an ad featuring influencer. Why are they calling her influencer? She's an actress. She's a very, very sophisticated actress. Sydney Sweeney.
All right, name one movie.
I'm not done talking yet, bro.
Name
I'm
one
not done
movie.
talking. I don't know. I have
Please.
no idea, bro. I've never seen any of her movies. I'm not going to pretend to lie. Shares briefly hit their highest level since July 13th, closing up 18%. We'll have to keep an eye. So there's a campaign featuring real American jeans. The Sydney Sweeney was launched on July 23rd. Trump posted the ad on Truth Social, praising it with great jeans. We love American Eagle, he wrote. The ad shows Sweeney discussing how jeans reflect confidence and personality. Jeans here, I'm assuming, is being used as a double entendre, right? There's backlash and accusations being made about this campaign. Social media backlash erupted online, with some users labeling the ad as promoting white supremacy and eugenics. Critics pointed to a scene showing Sweeney with her hair dyed blonde and eyes blue, drawing political racial scrutiny. How dare she have blonde eyes, blonde hair and blue eyes, that animal. So keep going here. Monday's bounce follows the ad gaining renewed attention thanks to Trump's endorsement. And the ad message apparently focused on jeans. So American Eagle says the ad's message is solely about jeans and celebrates how jeans empower Gen Z's self-expression, according to the company. The company emphasized Sweetie's confident, youth-facing appeal, Joey, and sales of AE rose year over year in both stores and online channels, with online visits up 17.5%, Joseph, after the campaign, with Bloomberg second measure reports 19% traffic surge to their website a week following the launch. Comments, Joseph Wilson.
So I'm just looking on somewhere on the chart where I can start shorting this name here. Because this is absolutely insane. I don't know how much substance is to this. Obviously, she has a big impact on some of the youth, the younger kids like her, but it's not sustainable, to be honest with you. She's not going to turn the company around single-handedly. As for this retail space, Sharif, in all seriousness, look at American Eagle from a longer duration.
Where
You
we
can
at
go
right
from
now?
the weeks,
Flat bottom?
right? So, I mean, no, flat top if anything, right? But you're still down 40% from these March of 24 levels and everything along those lines. Again, I could be so wrong, and if I am wrong, I will buy Sharif a pair of American Eagle jeans. But at the end of the day,
At what point are you wrong?
Right. As soon as you get back to here, pause. Yeah.
So if AE breaks, what is that? 20 bucks?
We'll call it $26.
26 bucks?
Yeah, 26.
By when?
By as a matter of fact, I'll let you pick the timeline. That's how confident I am in this.
Okay, let's go end of year.
Would
that be good?
My friend, okay, so what is that on for me? What do I get?
I'm not doing anything. You're the one that's saying it. I'm just calling you out over it.
Okay, all right, no
good.
problem. So there it is. If American Eagle breaks that $26 by the end of the year, I will buy you a pair of whatever Sydney Sweeney jeans
I was
you
going to
like.
say you can buy them, then you can make them into 4-inch shorts for the gym too. I thought that
I'll buy two pair. I'll make two pair. Get two pair of those.
All right, we're over time, but we got to get Adara's input on this as well.
No, I'm not going to tell you what to do, but that's
because I actually have a lot of opinions on this. I think the PEW, the fact that Grab a Gun got involved in this is hilarious to me. So in case you guys missed it, I just reported this like literally probably 10, 15 minutes ago. Grab a Gun, it tags Sydney Sweeney on X, is like, hey, if you want to get involved in Grab a Gun and advertise for us, let us know.
Oh my God.
So PEW just shamelessly trying to shill for Sydney Sweeney. But I think what's interesting too, Sharif, with with regards to what you said, the backlash was in terms of the jeans thing. There was an ad this week, I think it was this weekend or late last week as well, with Gavin Castellano, who probably no one has heard of, but he stars in The Summer I Turned Pretty.
My
sister's
King of
favorite
Summer
show.
or something like
yeah,
that?
The Golden Summer.
The Golden, I saw that. People are freaking out about that one too.
They're freaking out about the gene implications in that as well, because he does mention the word genetics. It's also really funny because it's like this Golden Summer drink. His show is called The Summer I Turned Pretty. I think it's, it is what it is, but I think it is pretty wild that this controversy has now come up twice in a matter of 2 weeks. We'll have to see if Sydney Sweeney does grab a gun off when they're offering, grab that money as well. But yeah, good look here. Pew, 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 I guess. To the haters is saying AEO's stock, and I'm going to stop now because I don't know what I'm saying.
Thank you for that hot flyer,
It's an all-time low for the market, even though we're hovering around the highs. Anyways,
I can't believe this guy. Why are you so bent out of shape about this?
Man. At the end of the day, it's absurd. It's absurd. It's absolutely insane.
All right.
But we got a couple super chats here before we send it up. Before we send it off. My guy Stevenson, Etienne, shout out to Trader TV. We are printing shmoney. There you go. You get that money storm right there, my friend. $5 super chat. I'm not going to read the first half of this one comment there from Alfredo's Options Trades. We'll go right into that one. Adair, if you want to take a read on that one, feel free to do so. Joe, why did the VIX Leaps calls move the same as buying outright? I have no idea on that one. Calls move the same as buying outright. I'm not too sure what you mean by that, my friend. And the leaps would be more than a year out. You got that move up into 22. Other than that, things started to cool off as the market started to climb higher today. You got that inverse correlation, right? So you want the VIX to climb higher. That means the market is moving southeast, and that's not the case for today's session, guys.
All right, guys, 203, 13, 14. All right, the big boys, their positions are already on the board. They're locked and they're loaded. I'll see everybody very shortly at the green screen. Joseph and I will be on. Same bat time, same bat channel. Peace.
Hey, welcome everybody. Apparently we're supposed to get worked up about American Eagle. I don't even know what the big deal is. It's like I don't understand why it gets so.
I mean, you're allowed to have spokespeople, right?
Yeah, you're allowed to have spokespeople.
I think it's the fact that Trump commented today.
Well, here's the thing, I understand why people got up in arms because of the saying.
Yeah,
but it's a gene company that's literally an unavoidable. It's an unavoidable. Like the idea, anyways.
It was a little. I mean, I think it was a little bit off. A little bit off, I think.
I went to watch.
What about the genes? And then she's like blonde, perfect, everything.
I went to watch it again to see if I got any feel, and I really don't. And I flat out don't. I didn't get that vibe. But to each their own. That being said, my take on that whole because I know Sharif and Joe were having a conversation there, was why $26? How are you having a bet on $26? If you want to bet on, Joe wants to bet on the short of this thing, why does it have to double? That seems ridiculously. That's it's like a low probability event. But then why have that? Why not make it a more reasonable number, like 16 or 17?
I just want to tell everybody in the chat, I'm fine with what it was. I'm
26?
No, the whole genes thing. I'm just saying I could see that's what people get all up in arms about. I had to
watch it to
I mean, commercials have to be a little bit creative, right? And so it's just it's all of that kind of stuff, So it's got to make that money somehow.
I got to wear those jorts apparently because that's what you're supposed to do, like Randy.
Is it a jort? Yeah, jorts. You should do a commercial for jorts, man.
Yeah, why not? No,
wear some black jorts.
I don't think I've ever worn jorts.
Yeah.
Now that I think about it. But look, AEO was up 22% and squeezing. It's just a matter of can it break through a little bit more than that 13 level. Bitcoin's looking very strong here. Market's pretty much at the highs. Not everything is super strong. Tesla's up 2 points. It actually came all the way back, Tesla. Almost.
Yeah, it's at 310 right now.
But Nvidia, it's not. We didn't look at it that much on Friday either. I think Nvidia's just turned into that stock where, I don't know, boringly amazing. For it to be almost pressing the $180 level, and it's no one's even talking about it. I get it. AEO's doing some things, so that's where everyone's focused on.
Is this the right time I should announce that I've just signed a jeans deal?
Which company?
Levi's.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah, jeans deal with Levi's. There. Oh, I thought Sharif had jorts on there, but he does not.
No. Only Randy wears jorts.
No, Sharif has jorts. I do. Yeah, he wears them. Yeah. Sharif and...
Why don't I remember this? Okay.
Nothing wrong with jorts.
No, look, there's nothing wrong with jorts. I just don't remember
Jorts.
seeing
That's such a funny name.
Sharif in jorts.
Jorts.
Was that with the Timberlands?
Maybe.
Did you wear it with the Tims? No. You wore
them this
no,
year.
I
This
remember,
is the 8th month.
No, we were doing exactly this. So we're preparing for the rundown, and then we turn over, and Sharif was in front of the green screen, in shorts and the Tims. 100%.
The construction worker.
No, 100% he had Tims on with shorts. I know, like you don't forget that you see. What? There's nothing wrong with wearing Tims with shorts. Do whatever the heck you want to do. I'm just simply saying it happened.
Yeah,
I remember.
I
remember. Anyways, that doesn't really matter.
believe that.
I like Tims.
I'm still trying to find out. I still want to see Joe with dreads. Did I miss that? Did that happen?
Yeah, we got video evidence.
Okay, I'm gonna find it.
Yo, bring the pictures. Joe, send us the pictures again.
It's a bowl of chicken, man. We know what it is.
Come on, Joe.
I got the same thing but shrimp. It was pretty good. It was pretty good.
So send it again so we can show it. Oh, okay. We have a button for that?
He's gonna show it right now. Anything for these midday guys. Here, show the thing. 26. He's gonna hit it in a minute. We're not going anywhere until we see this.
There we go. Well, that's a free advertisement.
We'll figure it out. We so just quickly here, we're gonna go over to the screen and we're gonna talk about what you guys want to talk about the rundown. We're gonna reload Fabian's little watch list thing here that we can help promote. But yeah, right into there, 203.50. We actually went long, Andre, on Apple right there, 204. It broke. We got out. Then we sort of bought it off that last support, and we've been now getting it out up here. But our best out is just like it's not bad. I mean, that's 204.70. Our first out there is 98s. Then we got an out at 08, and we got some more outs at O's, and then the highest we got was in the 20s up here. But starting to fall back in here as the market.
There it is.
Okay.
There it is. Legit.
Yeah, he does look like a different person.
Well, he's also very young in that picture. In the picture, it's like, come on, of course he looks different.
And back then, he's not wearing glasses just for fun. Now he just wears glasses for fashion. And
Exactly.
I think if we took the glasses off there, that okay. All right, that was not as kind of anticlimactic.
They're like mini
right there.
dreads. Like they're not like.
I'm a little disappointed, to be honest with you. I mean, he's such a handsome individual there.
I like the look. I like the look.
I like the. I mean, hey,
and for anyone that's wondering, like, what's that red?
I'm all about
Joe,
that.
Everybody, those pictures are Joe. If you're just tuning in for the first time, you're brand new. Joey Options used to have little mini dreads.
Yeah. That looked pretty good there.
And why not?
Good, nice, Joe, nice.
There exists no pictures of me with dreads.
I like that.
Sean Connery never had dreads. They're Mike the Rider. But, I mean...
Sean Connery.
He's still the coolest Bond, so it doesn't really matter. He doesn't need dreads. Apparently.
All right. We still have a very, very small. I'm sure Figma will be on everybody's radar today. This was on our radar at 110, breaking lower. We were able to get it at 102 and start to push this to the downside. Still $7. It's the same position that we've had. We saw it make a bottom there. We weren't here when that happened at 11:40. We came back, saw the same sort of level again, got out at 93.50. Now we'll see if Figma continues to go lower right here into the afternoon.
Oh, yeah.
Tonight's big report's going to be Palantir, so we're excited for all of that. And we are looking, Neil was looking at the calendar there. Go to Trader TV Research, get the week's calendar. But we do have AMD on tap as well. But there's Palantir. I mean, I see that Palantir has been higher than this, but I can see on the daily chart here for e-signal. Yeah, I know on our charts, but I don't think it's right. So yeah, you're right here right now at all-time highs.
Oh, we'll do this
for Palantir. So that should be pretty exciting there to see what happens into earnings with all-time highs and a nice little 4%, I was about to say 3%, 4% bump today for PLTR on no news other than the fact that, defense spending continues to be there and, AI is a thing. And we like the stock. It's well outperformed its valuation, but, it can get even frothier.
You can't be saying 3% when it's 3.9. Rounding is so key.
Oh, no. I just thought it was 3% at one point.
That was the big thing in the unemployment number. That it was like 4.248. So it was so close to being around up to 4.3, but then ended up 4.2.
Wow. Whoever did that rounding should be fired or something like that, or, for sure, fire everybody. Get rid of Powell, get rid of that labor guy. Yeah, Kugler got out of there. All these people.
For whatever reason. We don't
You know, President Trump truly is draining the swamp. You know, right now. That was his thing back in whenever the first time he was.
The number of politicians who have said they're going to drain.
When 45 was around, that's what it was. Right now, 47.
Yeah, it's kind of like how every politician is going to fix your roads and fix infrastructure and all of that stuff.
Yeah,
draining the swamp is just.
How are the roads? How are the roads happening around here? They're not getting fixed anytime soon.
Don't even get started on the stuff in Toronto. We can't get anything done around here, and everything takes 10 times as long as it should. But not us going up to the screen where Sharif is live and living large.
Okay, good.
For the rundown.
I was like, why are you doing that? Welcome to the afternoon rundown, everyone. The show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys, they're locked, they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers up there is to get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. Super easy to vote now. Throw in that $ followed by a 3, 4, or 5-letter ticker. Here's a look at all 4 major averages. Here's ANQ up 1 3/4. Great day for the NASDAQ after a tough day for all 4 major averages on Friday on the back of that weak NFP number as well as the raising of the tariffs again. The Russell 2000 up 1 2/3 with the ES up 1 1/3 top right of your screen. The Dow lagging behind all of them here up 1.13 but green nonetheless. The first ticker as decided by you, Big Bear AI. No specific news catalyst on this one on the day, but there was this collaboration news item from Thursday. They're looking obviously at collabing with DEF CON AI to transform force readiness and joint logistics capability, guys. So good move up here in the pre-market and continuing in regular trading hours, Big Bear AI.
That as well. We were just talking about Halloween costumes there because people were like, dress up as a bear, and then I said, well, someone could dress up as a wee bull.
Or you dress up as just pick a company and try to do a costume for that company.
Then we try to guess it.
Yeah, well, I think some of them would be obvious, because Big Bear AI would probably be the most obvious one because you just dress as a bear with some kind of an AI thing.
Exactly. That's what I'm going to do.
I won't even see the number 4 on this list. It's probably worth avoiding that one, dressing up in a costume.
You're the one that literally calls it the hooded one, you know. So, I mean, I think, like, that's why I'm always wondering what's going on.
You know what, though? Here's the funny thing. I'm the only one that could get away with doing it because you couldn't cancel.
That's what I was wondering. Like, so if you walked in like that.
I just dressed up as Clayton Bigsby. But BBAI, bull flags to the left of them, bull flags to the right of them. Volley and thunder. I think that's how it goes. Cannons to the left of them, cannons to that's how it goes.
Maybe, yeah.
So look, there's no specific catalyst here, and ultimately, let's go back to the daily trend. But ultimately, I think it's just dip clean into this $6 level, and you're breaking a bit of a downtrend to come back to the upside here. So look, again, sometimes we get these pauses in stocks where they pull back, you find a support level, and then you just go back to doing what you were doing before, which was heading to the upside. So it looks like a pretty clean break on the daily. I think for this afternoon, my eyes are going to be glued to about the 7 area because that's an obvious key place. Well, you can't see because my head's in the way. There you go. Obvious key place to find some support. It bounced there once. You had there on the 28th, the nice 7 support. So it's at 7 change, like 716 right now. So looking back, forget about VWAP. I think 7 is the key support area for this afternoon. It's declining volume, so I don't know how. I don't know if it gets down there. Volume's not really there. It's just something's going to have to happen in this market maybe to get you to retest that 7 level. But like the continuation play, pulling back into prior support is always a good thing if you have to dip off recent highs. And that's what BBAI did.
Yeah, I think the best thing to do for Big Bear AI would be to wait. We have 7 days, so it's a week today. We have earnings. So after market close next Monday. It was funny because like today's Palantir, it's a big stock for me. I really like Big Bear AI. It's another big stock. So we'll see if we can get some good reports from them. You know, still not making any money. It's not like they're, you know, a force to be reckoned with, but a couple new deals there in the defense space. We talked about that on Thursday. So we're going to wait to figure out where Big Bear AI goes from here. But as far as a move down, we might have new support now around that $6 mark. So we thought 5 was going to be support at first time, then we come back into the 200 period moving average, but there it is, 450, 5, 550, 6. So it looks like 6 right now was the last little dip down into there, rebought, boom again. So, you know, came back into 6 and open door and like, you know, LiDAR and costs and all them started to get going a couple weeks ago. That started BBAI and sort of the run for some of these low float names. Sorry, not that this is a low float, heavily shorted name, and then brought it back into the $6 again spot, and it looks like that just held. So I think you can, if you're long right now, you can probably watch out for that $6 mark, and the 50-period moving average is coming up. So yeah, Big Bear AI reports in 7 days, and again, good number from Big Bear AI would send this thing through the roof, I would think, and catch some of the shorts. So we'll wait to see what happens with Big Bear AI. But again, yeah, I like the stock. And own some of it, and we dumped some at 850, dumped some at 650, so kind of in the middle where we are right now. I like Big Bear AI. Open is another one we had on our list. Started going a little late though today. Let's go find out the story with Open Door.
It was closed early.
Yeah, got closed.
I like that one. Yeah, Sean, you're absolutely right. It took its sweet time there moving off. It wasn't immediately apparent whether this was going to be a big move off the bell, but it ends up making a big move to the high side. On this news, they do dodge delisting and they cancel that reverse split. So the market rewarding them here, holding that price organically above $1.
Yeah, you don't see that as often these days. Like I'm sure there's an example that the second I say this, you guys will give me a stock that came within a hair of getting that delist, and then without a reverse split, manages to pull it off rather cleanly. I mean, it's not like it came back even close to testing $1. Not like $1.65 was a local low. It never even tried. And I was selfishly hoping that with 1 or 2 days left, you might get it close enough to $1 that there'd just be a nice dollar defend. And we said that could happen. I've seen it happen before, and it can be a good trade because there's a vested interest in somebody holding the stock over, and when you see it happen, you take advantage of it. But as far as I'm concerned now, there doesn't seem to be a lot of juice left in it, but it's a pretty decent bull flag. If the volume comes back, its volume is, we were just talking about BBAI and the volume, its volume in this bull flag is actually better than afternoon volume pretty much every single day to end the week. So its lunchtime volume was pretty good. I'd put it in the bucket of much better than others, despite the fact that we're not having a huge volume day. So hey, if you can consolidate breakout above 250, like that local high is like 58, it's like a random price, but I think you could be a good breakout story here. It's really cool to see, somebody not have to reverse split 700 million times and change their name like Mullen did and do it the old-fashioned way. People actually buy the stock.
I love how we just throw on those things all the time on when Neil and I are here. We're like, that's 500 million, there's 700 million times. Like we always talk like that. That's
because I have no idea how many actual splits Mullen did.
But now it has a new name, right? Whatever it was.
D something.
Yeah, I don't know. D-Wave something. No, not D-Wave. Yeah, look, I wrote down Open Door earlier today. I thought the $3. Let's wait to see if it gets going there. Now that they got that NASDAQ delist, but approval, so there's compliance has been received, and they can now stay on board for a while. But I was just waiting for that move to start to happen. It actually went the other way before finally basing out around 210 and then started to go again. So I think in the afternoon here, if it wants to go, great. Open Door, a big shortable name one more time that we've talked about. And, look, here's Big Bear AI. We look at that 31% right there and starting to go. And these stocks in a bull market like we have right now, there is, although, we've been in a bull market, it's not, don't look at the last 2 days, but today comes right back. This is 22% short. So, the same gentleman that made the call there on Carvana is trying to do it again here on Big Bear AI. And, when the water's warm, everybody jumps in. So we'll just wait to see what winds up happening now, with really a stock that can go. It's proven it before. So if you're in it, there it goes up to $4 or $5. I mean, we went from $1, basically 50 or 60 cents, up to $4, 10x. I don't think it 10x is from here, but for right now, Open Door, definitely trying to find some levels. I like it at $3, and I think it could be a trade also in and around here, 260. So we'll see about a break earlier or later on this afternoon. But yeah, again, another great name, Open Door. We have it on our note. We'll probably watch this tomorrow as well as we approach that key $3 level.
Tesla next, guys. Elon Musk getting another pay package after that 2018 pay package was canceled by the Delaware court twice last year. They're still actually in the process of appealing that. But yeah, he's going to get about $29 billion, about 93 some odd million shares of Tesla at a $23 strike price. There's more details in there with respect to his focus, time allotted outside Tesla, guys. The market liking it. Tesla off the highs, but positive on the day.
Very much at Sharif, and we'll get to Tesla because that analysis is going to be brought to you by our friends at VinFast, who delivered over 35,800 EVs in Q2 2025, marking a 172% jump from last year. That brings their first half total to more than 72,000 EVs, up over 220% year over year. With stronger sales usually in the second half, they're on pace to easily double 2024's 97,000 units. They're also crushing it on two-wheelers, with nearly 70,000 e-scooters and bikes sold in Q2, up 432% from a year ago. And with gas-powered and two-wheelers being phased out of Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City by 2026, the growth potential looks huge. You can find them on the NASDAQ under ticker VFS. Scan the QR code if you want any more information there. I want to get to Optimus in a second.
No, I was just laughing that you said this Tesla analysis brought to you by another EV company.
I know, it's just... That's how it rolls.
Man, we're always winning over here.
It's the timing of it. It just so happens. Look, Tesla was a missed opportunity. The pay package thing, I don't know how much it matters. July sales declined. Year-over-year sales. Month-over-month, year-over-year in China. We know it's bad. But it seems to have bottomed out. We liked 300, 305, and a 312 break. Only one of those things happened. Only one of those things got traded by me. I shouldn't say only one of those things happened. 305 was essentially the Friday afternoon prior low. It did dip close enough, although I'd venture you probably had to have 306. The 312 break was no good, and really it didn't get close to the 300 level. But it's still bullish, and I'm still remaining bullish, mostly for the reason that we got a bunch of bad sales data, and we've been essentially rallying off of $300. We get to fill in the gap at 330, go right back to 300, and then you have a higher low put in today. I still think we're headed back toward the 330 on Tesla. The other cool thing is, I didn't realize this, you can actually pre-order Optimus, and we're just kind of laughing about this. We weren't laughing about it, I didn't actually
The website looks sick.
The website's crazy. There's like 3 versions of Optimus.
Which one? I mean, what are the details of what is the like? What do you get with Gen 1 over there?
Gen 1. Your friend was right. So you get like household tasks, home assistance, 8 hours of autonomous operation.
Calm down.
Charge time. Now remember, this is like pre-ordering. This is pre-ordering. Like you can't actually get it yet. Goes up to 4 miles per hour, load capacity.
It runs 4 miles an hour? That's pretty sick.
Oh, I can tell you the third one, load capacity is like triple this, like 130 pounds.
Everyday household tasks?
Yeah, voice control.
So this is the one I'm talking about. This is the one I need.
Yeah, it's 23 grand. Does it fight? Sharif just asked me if it fights. Let's see if the Gen 3.
It does. Yeah.
Probably, I'm assuming it doesn't fight, but 24 hours of operation for that one, 132-pound low capacity, 2-hour charging time to get 24 hours of operation.
What was the other operation? What was the other one?
Let me just go back. What do we say? 8 hours of operation, 2-hour charging time.
8 is aight.
But yeah, artificial intelligence, deep self-learning, and autonomous decision-making.
Oh my God. We're getting excited over here.
I'm just saying.
But anyways, I think that's the next little level there for Tesla, right? I mean, we talked about it, trying to get away from those, the cheap cars and trying to become more efficient in that. BYD, NIO. I mean, we talked about some of the movements today in the EV space there with VinFast as well. I mean, there's just so much competition. Rivian produced a great amount of, sold more cars than expected there on their last release. So it's the EV space is crowded, and it's been crowded for the last couple of years. Obviously, Tesla first mover advantage, take advantage of that. Now get the market cap that they have. So what's the next sort of look? I like that on Tesla. I also had, I'm not going to go over it anymore. I had 305 written down on here as well. We missed it. For Amazon, though, this is what I like here for Amazon. I know you're just taking that, and then my stupid sticky note thing shows up there. All right. So I was just going to say right here, if we break on Amazon in and around VWAP, I mean, I have VWAP on here as 213.80. For some reason again, we have different charts all over the place, but on eSignal right now, it's 213.50. I'm just going to go with that because the top, and sometimes it just, our data could be a little different. It shows maybe dark pool prints that maybe others don't. But I mean, to be off by 10 cents is not that big of a deal. But right into there is 213.50. So I'm going to play, it's really 213.60, but I'm going to try a break right there on Amazon just to see if it gets going. We're down 0.85. I think this name goes a little further than that. But yeah, I like Tesla off that $300 mark. I mean, I'm surprised we're not getting a little more play there in the media about Optimus being now available to buy like that or pre-order like that. So I don't know if there was a date for delivery on that, but I think that's pretty cool.
I couldn't find one.
Thing is, people like cool things. It's not like they'll just buy that just to buy it. you know, and
If
it's
you're
like
rich, you're buying one of them.
23,000. Look, it's a lot of money, but at the end of the day, it's not really. I mean,
There's a lot of millionaires in the world. Let's just,
yeah, it's just it's like for the people that will buy that, 23 grand. I mean, it's not unbelievable, and I don't want to sound
what
like.
if it can hook up my fade? That'd be cool.
Yes, it can. Everyday household chores.
Well, I don't know.
Barber.
Well, if that's why not? But why not?
I mean, a lot of
right?
people
Like,
cut
why-
hair at home. Like I just wonder if it's, again, could it be a software thing?
I would never do.
Oh,
my
no,
barber.
no, no,
My
I don't.
barber, like, we're tight. Like, he's cool people. Like, but at the same time, it's like you start to imagine the things that it could do.
Right,
And-
right, and we don't know. So 23. Let me put it this way: $23,000 if it doesn't do much is a lot for a coat hanger or whatever, right?
Think of it this way: gee, like how many pitches you throw at practice?
I think you're talking about that was a guy. So BP, we had these 16-ounce weighted balls that we throw at them, so that when they hit them, they just kind of bounce and they only go 10 feet. So like we throw wiffle balls at them, they're going everywhere, right? They're smoking them all over the place. And so I had one of my coaches throw them, and we had 11 girls there, and he throws at least 10 or 15 to each one of them.
Yeah,
so right there, that's 150 pitches. You know, so yeah, to your point, yeah, I mean, they could be used for many, many things.
No, there was one practice I threw like 300 and something, and I remember afterwards we were doing the math. Coach was like, "You were throwing a lot." I was like,
Yeah, I know.
With the
it
number
adds
of
up.
buckets we went
I
through,
know.
I'm like, that was pretty stupid. We should have switched it off. But
Yeah.
optimist, just saying.
Joey, you want Friday, September 5th off?
Yeah, buddy. What's the 5th?
We'll see about that. Damn you, Joe. All right. All right, let's go. Yeah,
Probably
yeah.
NFL games that.
Yeah, what do you do? What's going on that day? Wedding. Well, wedding. Oh, yeah, so you're that age now. So like now when you're,
Yeah.
30 something, that's prime. Like late 20s to sort of mid 30s is when that's like a
We haven't been to a
major.
wedding in forever.
Yeah, yeah,
Everyone in our
exactly.
crews.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you get old.
They're either getting married for the second time, you know. I mean,
You know what the next phase is, though, is when you're going to people's kids' weddings. So, like, when Baxter gets married or...
Yeah.
Yeah, let's not think about that. We got a super chat that we're going to go back over to Robinhood. Big smile. You know what?
There's always
It's
something about big
I'm
smiles.
going to read it, Sharif.
Yeah,
Can you get an optimist that looks like Sydney Sweeney for Sharif?
Bang! Immediately.
Yeah,
Okay,
those, I
first
mean,
of all-
those pretty much already exist.
first of all,
you
you
can get those
shouldn't-
dolls, Sharif. I'm not sure if Sharif is familiar with those, but maybe, maybe not.
I can't believe you just said yes immediately. You should realize, I mean, come on, man. You walked into that one.
Ouch.
Keep somebody happy. Let's go over and talk about Robinhood.
By the way, guys, the Tesla, the robot, whatever, Optimus, it's at the actual Tesla diner in LA giving people popcorn. So if you want to see it in action there, pull up a YouTube video of that. Here's a chart on Robinhood. No catalyst today for Robinhood, but a nice bounce back after that sell-off last week, up about 6.5%, boys.
Robinhood.
Neil has a nickname for it, and I actually just typed that in to the top.
You typed the hooded one?
I just typed in hooded,
Yes.
and I was like, what am I doing?
Yes.
Why'd I get no quote?
What's silly about this stock is like why, every now and then you'll have a good quarter where it gets sold and nobody understands it, but then the buying just comes in after. So apparently that's what's the case here with Robinhood. I flipped from a long to a short. The short was flat. But I think the bigger story for Robinhood is I'm going to try this ruler tool because on Friday, I didn't change the colors. You can't read that very well.
I know, remember we had that.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, it's.
What is it? What does that say anyways?
Oh, in fact, let's just do it easier. It gave you an $11 move. That's the
1%,
easiest way to do it.
1.5%.
Yeah, $11 move, and essentially has a chance to do the same thing, buy the dip, and go $11 bottom to top. And so a lot of times, if you had that, I want to get rid of that. If you had that thought that, hey, the stock is a buy and the market's not doing it based on the earnings and it's a disappointment, just wait for a long opportunity and maybe try to get a little bit more out of it. I flipped at 103 long to short. You can see as a scalp trade that didn't do much. I'd be a little bit concerned about 107 and 108 up here because of what happened last week at those highs. Like clearly sellers in control above 107 into like 108. And the fact that it's still lower highs on the daily. Like you're actually not that, I mean, you're close, but you still have to go through the 108 level to get to the all-time high in Robinhood. Like, it's wild to me that everyone was like, oh, they should have gone into the S&P and Coinbase went first, and then now XYZ goes in. Well, what's happened since then? Robinhood's going back up to the top, and Block gave up everything that it gained for going into the S&P 500. So how much did that end up mattering? Nothing for the stocks. Like, it didn't do anything for Block except trap people long. And if you sold Robinhood because they didn't get in, well, you're losing now. So, sometimes we care too much about things like that. Like, it's nice, and it'll be nice when they get added to the S&P 500, but it's just kind of proven that it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I was going to say, they had their first GAAP profitable quarter, and we saw what that meant for a stock like Palantir and all of that. So now finally starting to make money. The average user, younger than, most major banks and most major trading platforms. So, Robinhood does have a path. And I just feel that once you subscribe to a service or a bank and you're a member, not that Robinhood's not a bank, but a platform that you trust and to trade off of, then you're probably not leaving. I mean, they're always going to be competitive on price. They have a few fun little features there, the gold card and whatnot. So as Robinhood continues to be more and more popular amongst the youth, I think there's a lot of runway for this because more money's coming in, man. Like, if you're a 20-year-old or 25-year-old and you've just got a Robinhood account, what happens is that as you mature in your life, you have more disposable income, and then you're looking to trade more, you're looking to invest more. So someone right now that might have $20,000 or $5,000 under management at Robinhood or something like that, the next time they sign a deal with somebody, like they get their first employment or whatever they're doing, they're out of school, and they start to become more active potentially in investing or trading, those accounts just get higher and higher and higher. So as long as they can stay there with the customer support and competitive pricing, I think Robinhood is a winner for a very long time. I don't know what brings it back down, to be honest with you. Crypto's not going anywhere. Yeah, we like all of this. What? So, Joe really likes Robinhood. That's what's going on. He likes the Karaagi chicken, and he likes Robinhood.
A lot, apparently.
A lot of Karaagi chicken.
Eat it.
Putting over there. All right, I don't know. I said to the wife, "Hey, wife." So I said, "Hey, wife, how's it going? Love you." And then I said, "What's going on for dinner?" Because she's always telling me pick something up, or she's always asking, like they're always doing something. They're going shopping, getting it, just a topic of conversation. But everything's closed.
There's not a lot open, man.
So I don't know. Summerhill Market's open. I was like, I'm going to pick up some sausage from Sanigan's or something like that, Farm Boy, something like that. But at the end of the day, everything's closed.
They make you eat out on.
Now that we talked about that Karaagi chicken over there, maybe there'll be something going on with that. Maybe sushi. The kids don't mind sushi.
My daughter, we haven't had sushi.
We haven't had it in a minute either.
Like 2 months probably.
Yeah.
Ooh. I actually,
what is Robinhood's short float? Someone just put it in the chat there.
It can't be that big. Robinhood?
I'm going to say, just make a guess. I'm going to say 13.
Oh, I was going to say like 7.8. I think it's single digits.
As soon as I said that, yeah, wow, way lower. 4%. Yeah, people have learned their lesson.
Yeah, they wised up.
On that one, yeah. So.
Yeah, well, they wised up. But that's I think that's what you want to see. Like, how stupid would it be if a stock that did what Robinhood did still had a short float?
Joe's finding new buttons on his iPhone right now.
You see how excited
Joe, it's the volume.
Like, I love the excitement. Look how you have to see how excited he is to find that new button. Like, he's giddy over there. That's great to see, man. Congratulations, Joe.
Yeah, congratulations, Joe. Oh, you got the blue? The blue looks nice. I like the blue. Show Joe on there.
Get in the building
matching. We'll show Joe after. Okay, let's go over to Sharif.
All right, last one, guys. Palantir reports after the bell today at around 4:05. Make sure to catch the market recap show with Neil and Adara. They'll be taking you through this. But here's what we're expecting, guys. Q2 revenue expected to come in at $939 million, which would be about a 39% increase from revenue this time last year, guys. And just to give you an idea of Palantir and their veracity to beat, they beat earnings 14 of the last 18 times, up another 4% today.
We're just debating, like, does Palantir sometimes is in the pre-market, or because I don't remember ever like really getting too involved in it during the recap show.
Neither do I, but we will tonight. That's for dang sure.
Yeah.
4:05 says Sharif.
We're excited.
Well, it better be 4:05. Well, I mean, it's Palantir and it's HIMS, and it's not that HIMS can't do big moves, but I mean, I don't know how. Like, look, let's be real. HIMS is a squeeze stock. It relies on the short float. It's a great vehicle, but in terms of like consistent volume trading, Palantir kind of is an everyday thing. Like Palantir is tradable tomorrow. I don't know if HIMS is going to be a trade tomorrow. I think that's the difference. Anyways, another all-time. Oh no, it didn't. Did it?
It did. It did.
Yeah, it did.
E-Signal had it at 160.60.
Because this is at the open at just under 161, and then again here. But this wick at the open here, you got to go to a 3-minute chart. That's better because that's real. It did spike right at the open to make a new fresh high, and it's trying to put another one in here. I don't know, why not a top end break? What is that? I gotta check to see if this wick is real. 160.92 is the high. Because then it sets up for a 161 break this afternoon, if that's a real wick. I'll check it on E-Signal as well. But as far as Palantir goes, don't worry about the valuation. It's a momentum play. And if it does drop, I'm thinking 145 tonight. 145 to 146. That's the bottom of this channel, which is held since this would be the May lows, and it's held the bid every single time it's dropped in. That would be like $14, so it's less than a 10% move. And our expected move was 12. So if it bounces off the bottom of that channel, I want to double check. Yeah, if it bounces off the bottom of that channel, then it's held less than the expected move if it moves to the downside. For this afternoon, like why not take a shot at a 161 break, just see what it can do. We've seen it go powerhouse before. But, as far as the earnings go, like I said, the price to sales and their EPS, like none of those things are going to be that great. And you have to remember, in a bull market like we have, in an unprecedented wave that we have with AI, valuations are going to be nuts. And here's the thing. There's going to be companies with crazy valuations that justify them in 5 to 10 years. And there's going to be companies with crazy valuations that are gone in 5 to 10 years. And your job is just to decide whether you think they'll be around or not. I had this conversation with my dad last week, and he remembered when it was Amazon. People said this about, look how much money they lose, and look how ridiculous the valuation is. And you just had to ask yourself if you believe this would be a thing in 10 years and try to keep it relatively simple. The government seems to think so.
Yeah, I mean, I'm long Palantir not getting out of anything. I think you could see a 200 print tonight. I really think it could get out of control if that sales number is as big as we think it is. They are the leading provider for data software and integration into AI, so enterprise. So the thing is like these government contracts that they have are very sticky. They're going to keep growing. And again, it's just if you believe in the long-term trend of data and AI and enterprise, Palantir has right now like a huge stranglehold on that business. So there's other players, Snowflake, there's a few other names out there that can catch up at some point. Big Bear AI, we talked about them just getting a contract as well. But I really think that Palantir right here have the path now to consistent profitability. It's been a couple quarters in a row of profits. We'll see tonight the number that they put out. If sales are robust, there's no slowing this name down. There's a lot of companies that haven't even integrated AI yet. I mean, let alone, it's kind of everything came together with them because of, the immigration and everything that's been happening right now with 47 and everything. So as Palantir continues to grow as this world becomes a little more, unfortunately, unstable, I think that benefits Palantir. So, I like it. I like the big data. And not only that, they do have, they work with businesses as well, small businesses, large businesses, and I think there's a big demand for the ever shifting sort of momentum towards AI and big data and somehow becoming more profitable by using their software. And I think if you were able to do that, then you're not going anywhere. And they're in the most stickiest of positions where the government is there. Continuously renewing. The Navy has contract with them, Army, immigration, their ICE, all these border control, security, they're all there.
You know what you got to watch? There's the new War of the Worlds movie with Ice
War
Cube.
of the Worlds.
And let's just say there's a Palantir feel to the way that they theme the movie has a Palantir feel without spoiling too much. It's an interesting take on a classic. But they don't.
Cube, huh?
Yeah, they don't name. They don't. There's no company that's running the big government AI surveillance thing. But it's like if you watch the movie, you're like, if you try to think of what company it would be, it's like it would have been Palantir.
I mean, I got
Ice Cube's
involved.
pretty good in it too.
Yeah, I like Ice Cube. I got involved in Palantir off its direct list. I mean, it has nothing to do with like warmongering or anything like that. It's like it was an AI play to begin with, and they've just grown into the company that they are today, right? I mean, they're not going to turn down anything. And Alice Karp is pretty ruthless. I mean, these guys are definitely all about everything. So pro-USA. It's a right time for that stock. So we'll see tonight. I think if they do miss badly or something happens, stock could get annihilated as well. So, I mean, we weren't expecting Amazon to be down 8 or 9%, whatever they fin. I mean, I know there was a little bit of a rally, but at the lows there that day, and you know, anything can happen. If Amazon can go down on a bad cloud number, Palantir can go down on a bad sales number. So that's what I'm looking forward to. I don't think they'll guide.
Think they have comps. There's no, like Palantir doesn't have comps the same way.
No, but there's a lot of analysts. I don't know what the expected number is for them tonight. We can look that up.
Yeah.
But it will move, and if they don't hit the expectations, then they be done.
Speaking of Amazon,
yeah, let's go.
The market is literally at the highs. I mean,
I had Amazon for a
figuratively at the highs. It's not actually. It's not literally at the highs, so fair enough. But we're at the top of the NASDAQ, as you can very, very clearly see in bull flagging. Amazon's chart is the exact opposite of the NASDAQ today. It's like it dropped, it bounced when the market made a high, and now it's heading right back into the lows. This one is not really calming down after that cloud miss. The AW. You know what? To call it a cloud miss is not fair. Their cloud growth was just simply a lot smaller than their competitors. Like Azure was, I think, close to 40%, and then Alphabet was like 32% year over year, and then they were 17%. So that's not gonna cut it, because if we've seen something at the Mag 7 lately, it's that you get to pick. You're not just buying them as a group like you were before and all of them would win. That's just not what's happening. Like, you're in a situation where you get to pick which ones you like and the market's picking which ones they don't like. And so when Google kind of got punished for their quarter, Meta was through the roof, and Microsoft had a great quarter as well. Like, they were all booming. Amazon, the slightest thing, and you get sold. I guess that's what it boils down to. But I think that's going to create a value proposition for Amazon.
And what's the left of that chart? So it's all the way back to January prices, the very left. Yeah.
Oh, you're like right here.
No, very.
Oh, right left. That's November of last year.
Yeah, so you're getting the same price. So you could have missed Amazon for the last year, and you gain the same price.
Which is crazy.
I like those. I like that kind.
And it's the 200 period moving average. I think.
I want to buy more.
Yeah, like this is to me is a 200 period buy. I like it on Amazon. It's hard not to. As far as the trade goes, I get it. Like if you didn't really find much. Like you could make an argument. You know, it didn't even bounce off of Friday's lows. I was about to say, like, maybe you could find a bounce spot on the chart. I'm not really seeing it unless you just say $210. If we get there, it looks like a bit of a buy. But yeah, it's just a tale of two cities. Like Alphabet is, again, the complete opposite chart. And what happened on Alphabet earnings? We were just like, why didn't it hold the move up? And it just kind of has been sideways, but it's pushing back towards some of the highs here in Alphabet. What I love about this is, since failing the top of the channel after earnings, or rejecting the top of the channel, a fail would go all the way back. It doesn't even sniff the bottom end. So it's holding a higher low. I think Google's primed to get to this $200. I mean, pun not intended. It's not a swing at Amazon at all. But Alphabet, I think, looks really good to get back to that 200 level, and I guess get to its high first. That is not something a few months ago I would never have bet you that Alphabet gets to its high before Amazon. No chance. But now it seems, after that quarter, it seems very likely, especially after the quarter.
Yeah, Google's coming back, Jack. We like that one. All right, so I just took a position in Palantir. So right now, following this 50-period moving average, the other day when SoFi had the huge move early, and then it just followed the 50-period all the way down. And about this time, we were able to short a great trade there in SoFi and bring it all the way into the bottom of the day there, right at the close pretty much. And so we had a nice winner long and a nice winner short. I'm going to just try to basically take a quarter of a unit right here. So you want 100 shares, it's gonna be 25 shares right here. And then if you bring it back into this level, it looks like there's some support hanging around 160. So I put my other quarter of a position right here at 160. I don't want to get too excited about this. right now. I'd like to see it break. We put on another quarter if it breaks, maybe 161. I think that that's reasonable. I'm not, as Neil said, he's going to look into this little wick there and what we were looking back, but it doesn't really matter. That's that's right off the open. So it for sure got up to this area. It's more like this break is almost imminent right here, like 160.75. So I'll start it right now, just a small amount. So if it does come back in, we will take the L, and then we'll wait to see if it holds this 200 period moving average. We got some questions about that earlier on in the day, you know, what was going on with these 200 periods and how do you use them and whatnot. So I like to use them for support, and it's lining up with actual physical support down there at a key level of 160. So the implied move for Palantir is 12%. Listed their market wide. So they're looking for a 12% move in this. They've beat 14 of their last 18 quarters. So odds forever in your favor, but maybe not.
That print is real.
Okay, good. So we'll wait for that. Melly tonight, Palantir and Hims. Hims implied move
17.
Yeah, it's gonna be a big one there for Hims tonight. So we'll wait to see what that gives us. Thanks, Adara, for updating us on some of those plays for tonight, as it'll be with Neil and Adara. Yeah. So also. Berkshire, like you talked about that write down in Heinz. Berkby is a New York stock, so we'll call that up right now. This stock remains in a little bit of trouble today, which is kind of a little bit, it's not that it's puzzling or anything, it's just like, you know, I'm actually going to Google their top holdings and figure that out, because that should have been updated after their quarterly release. But I don't really, you know, they're a big insurance play as well. This name has gotten really beat up, so I don't know if they've lost their way. Before I put some more money into Berkshire, we're going to have to read more about what's going on there. But 4% decline in operating profits, so that's not great. Like, that's actually pretty bad, especially in this environment, and then tied to a write-down in its Kraft Heinz stake. So HNZ, but it didn't... KHC, right, KHC. Coming out right there, the Kraft Heinz company. All right, pretty cool, right there. So we'll find out what this stock looks like. And again, a lot of that attributed, so a lot of that attributed to Forex, you know, headwinds, and we talked about multinationals bringing money back into the United States. So if you have a strong dollar, actually right there, like, so you can actually draw, it's not looking, you know, all these tops sort of keep on going. That's going to be rough.
In hindsight,
tomato paste.
I take zero credit for the hindsight pun. All I have to say is rest in peace to our boy. One of the funniest moments
used to trade Heinz
in floor history. No, it was. I'll get to the read in a second.
I know. He was talking about.
There was an unbelievable. There was unbelievable conversation that happened on the floor, and it was a couple of traders, and one of our boys was just sort of listening into the conversation. And one guy said, "Man, this crazy move and blah blah blah. In hindsight, I should have done this." And then our boy just kind of jumped in. You know when you didn't hear most of the conversation? And he goes, "Yo, man, that Heinz stock is crazy. I agree with you, man. I should have got this at whatever." Because he just heard hindsight and just thought Heinz and thought I could jump into the convo. So we would kill him after that. Like every single time was, "Yo, that Heinz stock, bro." And he tried to play it off like he really did trade Heinz, but he didn't. He was good people. May he rest in peace. He's like the nicest person you ever met. We clown him over that Heinz thing over and over again. But don't be a clown, everybody. If you're interested in boosting your exposure and want to tap into the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500, then check out Beta Pro's 3X Daily Leverage ETFs, featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bearish or bullish today, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Scan the QR code you see right there in front of you, and you'll note that while the market's not doing much, Alphabet just broke the high of the day in going 3% now for Alphabet. Absolutely.
195.
Whoops, there we go. Absolutely pumping higher right now. It's got room. It's some room to go. 197 is the local high on Alphabet. It's one of the only things moving. I was sort of checking out my trade rate. Like nothing on this is really going crazy. Like Alphabet actually not even the top of the list. Okay, that's weird. It was just 7th and then it popped up to like 2nd. You guys just saw that on the tree. So it is one of the names out there, but it's all like the regular suspects. I have no idea how Ford is even in the top 10 on the trade rate. That pretty much never makes any sense. But anyways, Google breaking the high of the day when not much else is happening. But there is one other name I wanted to quickly get to. That's that the TON coin, the TON treasury, whatever the heck. It's some kind of a token, I suppose, TON. Not familiar with it. If it's popular, don't at me. But TON is going to be the subject of a treasury by Verb. Verb is up a bajillion %, or more specifically 166% on that story. I feel like we've been getting a lot of these, and a lot of people have said, oh, does this signal that we're having a bit of a topping moment? I think in the cycle of the crypto cycle where Bitcoin makes the breakout, then everything follows with it. I think we're getting to that point. Like Bitcoin started to pull back. We saw 112. I would be cautious. Like I keep saying, I'd be very cautious with these going forward. Like this one's working out for you and holding trend all day. But I feel as if we're starting to get to that point, kind of like how I feel with these IPOs and FIG. Like it's going to get to the point where one of these is not going to be so pretty. Someone's going to say, hey, we're doing a Bitcoin treasury. It's going to try to go and then be an abject disaster for everybody. Like this one's working really well. And I said Bitcoin. This isn't even Bitcoin. It's TON, whatever that is. Like I said.
Dare explain it. It powers what network?
It was all kind of in, I don't know if, okay, it was all in very flowery, weird wording, but the man they're going to get is their new executive chairman, Manuel Stotz, once the company is combined. He said that apparently Telegram and Toncoin kind of run on each other's ecosystems. I'm not sure the veracity of that. It was all very flowery, but yeah, I mean, that seems to be the argument, at least from people who are going to be involved in the new combined company, as for why that makes sense.
There might be something there. And just
in Telegram. I don't know. I don't use it.
Oh no, it's our buddies on
Signal. Yeah, because he doesn't want anybody reading his messages, which I guess is fine.
Our whole high school crew's on WhatsApp, and this one dude's like, I got to be on Signal. I'm not.
The thing is, do you know how much cash Berkshire has?
There's still a record positive, but I thought it was. They barely deployed anything.
They
this
deployed
year.
basically nothing. That's the problem.
It's ridiculous.
That's why they're getting killed. As the market goes up to all-time highs, they haven't bought anything. They haven't done anything. They took the big write-down in KHC. $344 billion. They could just buy Palantir. Wow. Like the market cap of most of these companies that we're talking about, there's only a handful of companies that are above 400 billion in market cap, period.
Well, here's the problem.
That's the cash they're sitting.
But if you're a value investor,
and you're not getting the greatest rate either.
All the value, all the quote unquote value companies, go look and try to find good historical PEs, and everything is trading at a good historical PE is a company that you probably don't want.
Well, look,
nothing that looks like that kind of value actually looks any good as a quote unquote investment. Like you're left with saying things like, well, Google relative to the Mag 7's at a good PE. I'm like, yeah, but it's still technically kind of expensive.
Largest Google?
Alphabet.
Oh, no, it's under the S&P 500. I think.
I know, but if you looked at an Alphabet historical PE, yes, it's better than the other Mag 7. It's good compared to the market, but you couldn't call it some crazy value. And because he's always trying to get this deep value, and those types of names are not doing well in this environment.
No, it's bad. I mean, especially grabbing a lot of these bank stocks. We talked about them writing down some BAC as well. That had a bad story to it today. Apple's coming in right now, by the way. Nice little move there on Apple, getting into the lows of the day. But we have to go to Adair first, I believe, and then we'll come back over here. Is that right, Fabian?
Keep an eye on Redwire. This one's at day's highs. RDW, apparently Fox Business News teasing a, quote, major announcement related to the company after their upcoming segment. So keep an eye here on RDW. Seems like there could be a major Redwire-related announcement coming up on Fox Business News. I did look into the company. They do aerospace and defense. Certainly a hot sector, especially with Palantir earnings tonight. In terms of their market cap, $2.13 billion. They are part of the Russell 2000. They do have a short float here of about 16.5%. So decent short float for RDW. Let's see what this announcement ends up being. Back to you.
Just took out the day's high, and we have that long, so we're long in Palantir. But I was just going to show you some of the stocks. So the top, according to 13F filing, there for Q1 2025. We're talking about Berkshire right now. Apple, largest holding. Look what Apple's been doing, right? Absolutely nothing. If anything, well underperforming what the S&P 500, NASDAQ, all of that. So if you're going to use Berkshire as like a sort of a benchmark against the indexes, that's bad. Bank of America, their second largest holding, BAC. And so that's had, I mean, look, the banks have been pretty hot. There's no doubt about that. But here's the move back in for BAC, right? And so they're obviously going to be up on these positions. Then we have AXP, American Express is their next largest. So we got Apple, BAC, AXP. These are all names where AI has not really been part of the story, so that continues to go to the downside, followed by Coca-Cola, Chevron. I mean, we saw CVX, not super.
Doesn't do much.
Yeah, not great either. And when you're collecting a dividend in this environment, you got to pay tax on that. You know, a 3 or 4% dividend like a Chevron would be given, like look at Chevron. Well, what this has been giving you, you can get that in the open market. I mean, we just talked about the interest rate cut, and we could talk about that right now.
Money markets and grab that.
Yeah, you're at 4% right here, right? And so there it is right here. The overnight lending rate right now, 4 to 4.5%. When you're a Berkshire Hathaway, you can get better than this. If you're going to give someone $1 billion to watch, or how about $300 billion? It's not really worth it. They have expenses and all that to pay as well. But here it is right now, as of current moment in time, 88% chance that we get that rate cut now. It was, we had people on the air here, we had lots of people, we had Mr. Kevin O'Leary saying no rate cuts, everything, guaranteeing no rate cuts, all of this stuff. Now, that looks foolish at this point. Now that can change, and this is why Neil and I and many of you often say things like you can't, it's not about trusting the numbers, it's just you can't trust these predictions, because at any given time, some of these numbers can drop and influence what this looks like. So into December 20, the last movement there at the end of the year, now there's a 53% chance that we had 3 cuts. Right down there, 350 to 375. So a lot of opportunity here for those of you that are maybe thinking, you know, rates need to come down. It looks like that's going to be a play. So maybe you're into IWM.
Which
maybe
is flying, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, we had Kugler resign, people wondering what was up with that. But yeah, Palantir just came right back just a little bit now, back down into the downside. Oops, that's the daily chart for Palantir. We don't necessarily want to look at that, but there it is, breaking through that high and coming right back in. New high of the day, 160.75. So it was about 20 cents in the money there at one point on Palantir, and right now I'm just going to try to fix my layout, bring this back down. I like to look at a day chart just for this, but as far as my day trades are concerned, it doesn't really have too much effect over there. But yeah, that's what we're looking at right now for Palantir. Let's see if it can continue to climb a little bit higher. Any stocks? Oh, LICN is apparently, according
There's a
to
good
Mike,
point
Rider is moving up
that
here.
Gerald and a lot of people are saying, yeah, I guarantee you new data would have affected Kevin O'Leary's opinion. Like that's the whole point. It's just that who actually saw that labor?
Well, it's not calling him out. I'm just saying, there's a lot of people,
like including us. There was nobody. And if there's somebody that was calling for 3 cuts, and now that's over 50%, I don't recall hearing a single person. And I don't think even anybody that thought that the labor market might show a little bit of weakness. Like, I've thought that, but there's no way I thought it was going to be the revisions that we saw. Like, it was much more weakness than anticipated. Yeah. And if you go by their mandate, it cannot be ignored. If there's any further signs that this is the actual state of the labor market, then it just flat out cannot be ignored by their mandate. So I can't, especially when you had never seen 2 dissents in the first place in 30 years, right? So you already had something historic in terms of the dissent to not do anything, and then now you're getting more data which suggests that they should. So like you said, like the IWM's probably going to be on a bit of a jaunt. Almost said jaunt. Jaunt. Jaunt
is like a light run.
Yeah, like a. You know what? Exact definition, I'm not even sure. Let's call it a jog. It's going to be. Looks like it'll be on a nice little jog back up to 225. Something we should be discussing. I don't even. Yeah, with that back up at 90%, if nothing changes, I think you go like trend long into 25. But I wanted to say something about Verb because I got sidetracked. I'm looking for a short in Verb. I tried it once, and sometimes I've said this before. Like sometimes you see a price level that you're eyeballing, and instead of it falling apart at that price level, the buyers, if you're short, the buyers just come out in full force. That's what happened at 24. Like once, twice when I was in it, like it was an obvious buyer at 24, and it just did it again off the 24 level on Verb. So I'm looking for this to break down under 24 into the volume weighted average price. I have this one up on a side chart. This is the TON holding.
Right, Palantir's starting to run.
Thing.
Palantir could run into the close. So I just took I took the first piece off, took off 10%, a little bit under 10% right there at 75. Now we're starting to go higher there. That was the previous high of the day. So we'll take a little bit. We're long at 56. We just put this on for you. We talked to, not for you, we just put this on during the show. And there it goes now. We'll see if it can get a little bit higher here for Palantir into the close. I mean, you know, traders that are short this name, I don't know if they're going to cover pre-earnings or not, but okay. What did we just get? It just ripped up and filled us. That was 90s there. So we just got a 90, high of the day 92. We were sitting at 90. So there it goes again. Another 40 cents there. Wow. 35 cents. It's not too bad. You want to see the baby video? Well, I don't know. Andre has that. We've played that baby video with, if you want to see the baby video, you can go over here. I'm sure it's somewhere on here. At some point, hey, here's Joe. Here's Joe right here. All of us there. So Neil wasn't here that day. Here's the baby video. So we'll, I'll just put this in the chat there. You can go find it. It's too funny. Kevin O'Leary telling us both to go to hell and all that kind of stuff, and it was really good there. And he also said I can go to hell if I don't go to the gym the next couple of days. And that day was the day of the IPO where we had Figma, and he was on the air, and I just sat my rear in this seat basically for 3 hours, and then had the best day of the year for myself there. So we went there today. Look at this guy. There's my see, I'm wearing the same watch right now. There's Neil laughing it up. This was too funny, but that was a great video. I'll put that in the chat. Oh, there it is. I just put it in. Go find me on Instagram. Instagram is really popping off today because we celebrate again big victory there, and you know, my twin right here. So I want to say shout out to Gia. It's funny because Barron was there. In case you might think I just have a daughter, I have also 2 sons. But he's there sitting there. He's like, you know, he finds a tree, sits under the tree, he's watching the game. He's got his iPhone. He's doing his thing. That's, you know, yeah, he's checking out some of the, you know, other games and walking around and doing his own thing. He definitely supports his sister, but he's not as, you know, into all of that.
He's a really he's from my memory.
He's a monster now, by the way.
Very
if I show
independent.
Yeah. He's he's not no kid no more. If you see this,
well,
man,
I mean, you know,
he's bigger than you.
But everyone's a kid to me.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
It's a figure of speech.
Like, you know, our friend that starts with Z.
A kid.
You know, our friend that starts with Z. His oldest is very, very small. Yeah. My guy is almost, he's like my size basically. I mean, he's not my weight, but he's tall, he's big, and he's the one that should be the athlete. But he's actually, he just got finished playing basketball. He actually really,
was he getting the
likes
ball?
Basketball.
Nice.
Yeah, he likes that. I think he'd be like me, like one of those power centers or something like that, just grabbing big country Bryant Reeves or something.
You were the shot touch. And
yeah. I don't think he has that much of a shot. He's more of a rebounder, more of like a Dennis Rodman, elbows in your face.
You know what I wish we still did?
Kind of guy there.
When we had, one of the most fun things that we ever did on the trading floor was years back. We had the trading floor had a dodgeball team. And
that'd be a lot of fun.
Like, we entered a Toronto recreational dodgeball league, and then on purpose, the trader who signed us up for it signed us up for the lowest level league on purpose. And the reason for that was so that we could finish the trading day, go have a few pops at the bar, and then go out and just crush people.
Yeah, that was fun. We wound up winning or something.
Oh yeah, we won. We won the championship, and we didn't take. Well, most of us didn't take it too seriously. Obviously, you know who took it way too seriously. Shout out to Preddy, but she was way too hardcore.
There was a trader on this floor that used to have a stuffed monkey similar to this, and she would call it Choco, I think it was, something like that. Yeah. And we'd throwing it everywhere, and then these guys would steal it. You know.
What do you mean these guys? I stole it maybe once.
Jozo?
Twice, tops. I'm not the one that put it in the freezer. It was
okay,
but if you bring a stuffed animal, it's like, this is my little stuffed animal, onto a trading floor with a bunch of young, immature dudes. What do you think is going to happen to it? Exactly what you would expect. But we're more mature now. Let's go to
way more mature.
Oh,
way more mature.
I mean, most of us, anyways. Sharif,
Joe. Adara. Where's Adara? There she is.
Take a look here at the earnings on watch for tomorrow. It's a pretty big day. Tomorrow morning we get some names of note: Lemonade. We're gonna get BP, Cat and Pfizer, and then after the bell we're gonna get. Basically, there's something for everyone. If you like meme stock, there's something for you. If you like semiconductors, there's something for you. We have the likes of AMD, Supermicro, Snapchat, Opendoor, Arista Networks, Upstart, Amgen, Toast, Rivian, and that's not even all of them. Check this out on X at TTV Research to prepare yourself for what I expect will be a very exciting day tomorrow, not least because of earnings. There are some ISM PMI and S&P PMI prints tomorrow morning as well. So all around should be an exciting session. Check out X at TTV Research for your daily earnings and events calendar. I do post these every day around this time. Back to you.
Yeah, don't sleep on the lemonade.
Go to that. Oh, but yeah. So I told you my daughter, she got the coupon for the Chick-fil-A. That's the best thing there is the lemonade. Well, I mean, sandwich. People really like the nuggets and stuff like that too.
Imagine there's something better than lemonade.
Oh, there is, but no, but the lemonade at Chick-fil-A is very, very good.
I love
yeah, shout out to
fresh lemonade.
A nice, refreshing drink.
That
that was the best. That was
refreshing
one of the
drink.
good scenes in.
Delirious.
Oh yeah, Delirious. No, but I was talking about Happy Gilmore too, where it's Jack Nicklaus there, and he's like, "I'll have an Arnold Palmer" or something like that, and I forget the line, but it was pretty classic there. Because a shout out to Arnold, who's obviously passed away.
he asked specifically. He says that he doesn't say an Arnold Palmer. He says what's in it, and the guy's like an Arnold Palmer.
Right, whatever the quote was. But I thought that was a nice little.
For those that don't like the
I just
Happy
got out
Gilmore
more
too, I think it's.
It accomplished what it wanted to do. I think that whole
Yeah.
stuff with the maxi and all that crazy stuff at the end, they didn't need to do that.
No.
They could have just gone the route of Liv, where
But you can't
it's just like, these are just new guys. And I don't know. Like, honestly, man, having an operation to fix something in your back to let you, the tendons. No,
You know, okay,
I'm not
here's
about-
the
I'm not
crazy
about
thing about that.
It probably would work.
The science of how you generate club speed, bat speed, and like throwing speed. At least they got like the idea right, because it essentially turns. It comes down to, like, say you're right-handed, it's like your front hip to your shoulder if you're a thrower, right? Like that, the amount of separation you can create. Ever watch a Aroldis Chapman pitch? The amount of separation he has when he plants his front foot to where his shoulder is insane. And it's a similar principle in your golf swing. Like, how much torque can you create off that front hip?
Right.
You're
It makes sense when you
that's
think
what you're
about it.
driving through, and it's the same thing for hitting.
But like that, all these guys have secretly got all these operations.
I don't know if you can actually do was.
I assume no.
I don't know.
No spoilers.
It's
Come on,
silly
this movie's been out for. We won't spoil it for you, but hey, Adam
It's on
Sandler's
Netflix.
Here,
It's not the
I'll
theater.
give you. He's a golfer. You know.
Yeah, but I don't
He's
like
now
the
30
spoil-
years, literally 30 years almost.
I don't like the spoiler rules.
Yeah.
If it's in the theater, I understand. If it's only available in the theater, I would do my best not to spoil. But if it's on like a streaming service that almost everybody,
I'm tired.
bye verb, that almost everybody has, like, come on. Like, at that point, I think we can. It's been out for
We
2
didn't get
weeks
until
now.
10 o'clock last night. It's not that bad. That's not that bad.
Actually,
By
I
the time
think-
you empty the car and all that and get the dog.
I don't like the holiday for this reason. I get an extra 40 minutes sleep, which just makes me more tired because I end up sleeping like a
Right.
full cycle is I sleep 4 cycles, 6 hours. I get an extra 40 minutes and it doesn't even do anything for me. I actually feel more tired because I didn't get my normal amount of sleep. I'd have been better off just getting up at the regular time and doing a workout, I feel.
Yeah, you would.
Like the next time, that's what I'm going to do, although I don't usually work out early in the morning. Looks like Verb. I just tried to grab it here, but yeah, the spread's opening up a little bit. It might be on its way down. I don't think it's completely done if I miss a short here off of this 25, 26 area, because now that you're under 25, you can look at the all-day trend, which is at 22. So if a bounce off here, it might give a short back into the 25 area. Otherwise, an all-day trend break would be underneath 22 in the volume-weighted average price. That's the stock I'm kind of looking at. I'm still here. This is kind of like Friday in a certain regard. I'm still in Intel at like 57 up at these tops. I just have a little bit left, and I'm just bidding the bottom of the range. It hasn't filled yet. I don't think it gets back up there to get me back in again, but I'm looking at this Verb potential trade. Nothing else is, like, the market's going sideways. So if it's not a small capper or something going absolutely nuts, like I thought maybe AEO would be something this afternoon. Look at that stock, 24% upside, 50 million shares in volume, and it basically hasn't moved since we came back on, since 2 o'clock. It's just going sideways at the highs. That's great for the bulls because it means you're holding highs. But for the trade this afternoon, it's giving us absolutely nothing. Whereas Verb, yeah, sometimes you just got to hit the bid. But the spread was not very friendly when it was up at 25.
Yeah. So I just want to say quickly there, but let's just go back into some trades. It's a 309. We've entered out. I didn't see Power Hour show up there. Maybe it did. It did. Okay.
It did.
Yeah. So right into here again.
Sometime.
We just took another bid at basically here at 94, just a little bit higher than that because it seems to be running out of a little bit of steam to the downside. We just have one small piece left now on FIG. It's a nice win, but we initially wanted that break there at 110 when we came back in on Figma, and it was just this little level right there. Written down on the note. We both like that. that trade, and it came through just too quickly, right off the open. The spread was probably a buck or two. I was watching, and I thought I saw 108s basically on a move down.
100%
So
it was.
I only crossed 50 cents and missed it, and then I crossed 50 cents the next time when we broke one. So we actually have a loss in here when we first started it. Neil has the same. We both have the same trade, but I was just able to get back in, and I got basically taken out.
A second chance though.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, we're right here.
No.
We could have got back in.
Yeah,
$100.
you were gone when you
Yeah.
left right away. It was right at 11 o'clock. You just left.
Yeah, I could have got back into that one right there. I don't know if I would have. I might have waited for up there because that's where VWAP was. But yeah, so there's the initial short and the initial out. So that was $2. So just to show you about risk management, right? We sit here on a prop floor. So let me just show this to you. Like, this is why we're up. Obviously, I mean, the move continued to go down. So we're up on Figma today and up pretty good. But there was the play there breaking. We got 99.50. There's the out there at 102. So that's a $1.50 of a hit. That was fine for us as that came through. And then all of a sudden, once we got it again, it started just to break down. So this is where, you never want to take, up to you. If momentum changes, you want to punch out, but sometimes you got to let the trade build out. And Figma right here to the downside. There was, shout out to Kramer and shout out to a lot of traders that thought that maybe this was overpriced. Somewhere there at the top, and again, just because it was oversubscribed, created a huge price movement there to the upside as everyone scrambled to grabby shares. Palantir did make a move down, but not enough for me to buy it. I'm still here at 160.15, which is where this 200 period moving average is and where sort of that bottom lies. If it does break below that, we're going to get out. Palantir expecting 14 cents with revenues of 938. See if I can find a graphic that shows sort of how Palantir's performed in the past as opposed to what we're looking at right now moving forward. But yeah, so we had Russell, we already talked about that, up 1.7% today. So that's IWM, the Russell 2000, having a good day as we get interest rate cuts apparently now in September, 88%, which that was next to nothing, or it was 30% or even lower than that on the day of the Fed. And now with that jobs report there getting lower and more pressure on Fed Chair Powell to get that all figured out. And a lot of people now think it's a push and pull type of thing where he's not going to cut rates because Trump wants him to and all that kind of stuff. But this week's calendar does have Palantir, Disney, Uber, McDonald's, like just to give a few, SMCI, lots of stock going through, and then also with movement in Ethereum, we got that with Joe. We got the moves here with Bitcoin's back up to 15,000. So we'll see if we can catch it. Next Friday's payrolls will be very, very interesting as well.
You know what else is big this week?
Friday.
MP Materials. Well, there's a few names in there that are like just names that have been running. SoundHound, MP Materials, Rocket Labs, Trade Desk. So this is not big in the way that we had the market cap, just the market cap Wednesday and Thursday. That's the biggest earnings week. But in terms of movers and shakers, Rocket Lab has been on an absolute tear. Oh, and speaking of Rocket Labs, there's that Fly. Is it Fly? Firefly Aerospace, supposed to be IPO this week. It's under $1 billion. I don't know what day this is going to be. Usually, most of the bigger IPOs tend to be on Wednesdays and Thursdays.
I was seeing Thursday.
Okay, so Thursday. And I would say that, and I'm just making a number up, but it's the vast majority of the biggest IPOs, or the most exciting IPO tends to happen on a Thursday. I don't know the reason behind that, but that's just usually how it plays out. But this streak of IPOs opening and halting up, I think there's going to be an end to this that gets nasty, where everyone just assumes that it will be as easy as it was on Circle, or as easy as it was on CoreWeave, or as easy as it was on Figma. But one of these is gonna burn people. I don't know that Fly is even at that level to get that type of excitement. To me, it's not even less than $1 billion. It's not an auto, let's go buy the open trade for me like the others were. But I think one of these is gonna end badly, because there's no way they keep on getting this so ridiculously wrong that it ends up halting within 30 seconds or 1 minute. You have to understand that's unprecedented. We've been trading over 20 years, and IPOs that size don't usually do that. It's the small ones that are supposed to halt right away, not the ones that are decent size and liquidity. It's just not normal.
I'm going to call it top in this AI revolution the minute OpenAI IPOs.
Them?
I mean, we had that. We had a huge pullback down.
I think it'll happen
crypto.
before that because I don't know when they're going to even IPO.
Nor do I.
I think any chance of them coming to market's too far out because they don't need to.
I don't know. Jared, have you heard anything about OpenAI? Like, yeah.
They
so
really
I
don't
mean,
need
Sam
to.
Altman, they still have to fix out. Don't they have to be not for profit and they have to fix like sort of their whatever they have, their opus moderandi, as our guy Sharif always talks about.
There's a word.
Yeah, I don't know. We're a bunch.
No,
of
but I know exactly what you're talking about, and they were trying to do that, and it was
not for
pushed
profit,
back.
and anyways, yeah, that was Elon was a little.
But they're so easily able to raise money that I just don't see what the need for them to be able to do.
Unemployment 4.2%. We talked about that. The jobs were not where they needed to be on Friday, so that's going to be a big problem there. Utilities at highs right now. Tech. Jeffrey's notes today that tech actually represents now 44% of the S&P 500. So we talk about sort of this movement there to NASDAQ names and to some of these tech names being included into the S&P 500 with recent names, DoorDash, things like that, Palantir, all of this gets more and more there. August to September, just for seasonality, tend to be weaker months. Right now in the market coming off, Q2s and things like that, where people, summertime seems to be a little bit slower. So as numbers start to trickle through, we could see a little, okay, here we go. All right, so now Palantir is starting to get going a little bit. So I like E a lot right here for PLTR. Right back up to those levels. I think it'd be silly not to get something out right there. So there we go. We'll offer some 75s, and we just missed it. You actually saw me throw that in there. So hopefully you come back up and give us an out there. There it is. There we're right there. There it goes. So thank you right there. So another out there at recent highs anyways of 75. Here we go. Our best out for this one has been 90. Let's see if Palantir can get going here into the close. I really like that stock as well. We did buy some PanW. I mean, I wish I would have bought some Google. I wish I would have bought a lot of things. I wish I was a little bit taller and a baller. But we try to be a little bit of a shot caller. And we took our shot on PanW. I mean, on Cyber Art. What was the name? Cyber Arc.
Arc.
Right there, they wind up making that deal with CyberArk and paid. I guess the market is feeling a little bit, that's not the move there, a little bit wishy-washy about that deal right there. They paid a little bit too much. So it just fell back in there. And again, with cash being king, you don't want to spend that much and dilute it with shares as well. But yeah, there's PanW. Again, I'm buying this name. I consider it one of, that's not a great daily chart there. I'm going to get rid of it and call up a different one on eSignal. But, trying to buy best of breed all the time. And I think that cybersecurity is one thing. You can buy the Hack ETF, kind of has them all. Zscaler and CrowdStrike have been good winners for me. Sorry, I only have CrowdStrike, good winners for the space. But there's Palo Alto right now. That deal that they made with CyberArk brought them below the 200 period moving average and now dripping lower. I don't think there's anything wrong with the business. It's just they didn't like the acquisition, and they can work their way through that. So, I mean, let's just check out what Zscaler is doing. And again, most of these names do have a high. Well, I forgot to put my makeup on this afternoon. It's a little bit shinier right now. We got a lot of sun this weekend. I had the Elf Cosmetic. Oh yeah, Elf reports this week too, actually. I really like Elf. So does Dutch Bros as well this week. There's a lot of stock coming for sale there. A lot of stocks that have changing opportunities. Like Elf, Dutch Bros is this week. We might not be on there. It's a very low market.
Oh, it is. There is. It's one of the ones on
Wednesday. Yeah. So,
I knew it was there. I was just like, why did I?
These are different names. Okay, Palantir just broke 161. Here we go to the upside. But anyway, Zscaler, see, nothing wrong with the business. It's just heading a downside move there. So there's ZS. We come over here as well. Andre will show that on our chart. And then, so that's Zscaler there. A lot of people love this name. And then we have CrowdStrike as well. Just a pullback in the space as we start to question some of the valuation there. And their PEs are 60, 70, 80. All right, here's Palantir right now. They've got pretty much no problems right now at Palantir. I mean, government spending continues to be record highs right now. We just got that big, beautiful bill. We know that there's a lot of talk right now, global uncertainties, but there it goes right now, Palantir upside. Now it's pulling back, of course, as soon as I hit. You literally heard me hit the offer key, and then it just pounds right back down in. But we are now out. We're out of about 15 to 20% of that trade right there, and I should have had I should have been there at 161.20 for sure. I just pushed offer enter at 161.10, and for some reason it just cracked lower right there. The ES is also on a run. Sorry, the NQ is also on a run right there, up 1.74% right now. Where did that even come from?
The ES broke the high as
God.
well. It was both of them.
Oh yeah. They're all up huge. I was just looking to see, like, right now the ES up 1.38, NASDAQ up 174, and look at that. Oh my God, no. All right, we talked about that key number for we just missed it. What am I doing? Sleeping over here? We should have had here, NQU. Remember I brought this up earlier on in the day, and I was like, a key level is going to be that gap fill that we had on Friday. So there's the move down. There it is right there. That is basically to the dollar there, a 23.3. That's the high of the day on the NASDAQ. Right there. It just came into that gap fill and then made a nice little move down. So you can see the high of the day here on the NQs, 23.303. So pulling back, look, I mean, I think it still gets back up there, but I'm just saying there's a nice little quick scalp opportunity if you wanted 20 handles or so. Nice move back in. I think you might want to take that. This could just be a little bit of a calming before the storm, because there it goes. Palantir now trying to get back up to the upside. I'll take it. Let's take an out right here at 94. There it goes. We take that out there at 94. Let's see if we can get a little bit higher. We are now out of 30% of this trade. 40 cents in the money for PLTR. Dare, what's good?
Yeah, speaking of Palantir, I just want to let you guys know, here are the expected moves for some of the biggest or most closely watched names reporting after the bell. We have Navitas, Mercado Libre, Axon. We have Palantir and Hims and Hers. Palantir, oddly enough, actually the second smallest expected move. Only, and I say only, we're only expecting about an 11.7% move here. Mercado Libre, smallest expected move of 8%. But Navitas and Hims and Hers Health both expecting around 16% moves. So check this out on X at TTV Research so you can kind of get a sense of what the market's expecting in terms of these movements and release times for these earnings plays. Palantir and Hims and Hers probably the most closely watched of these, but Navitas certainly has some retail investors' attention as well, NVTS. Again, check this out on X at TTV Research as we send you back to the guys.
Yeah, and look, obviously they all do. I can tell you the one that does not have a lot of retail interest, the one that's $2,400, split Mercado Libre, Ameli. It is what it is. Like, splits don't actually mean anything, but when you're $2,400, it means nobody trades you. I can tell you that much. Amazon, when it was that price, got traded, I'd say, in the history when it was over $2,000, 3 times on the floor.
No, not.
No, it was 3.
I mean, same thing with NVIDIA, right?
I was one of them. I know the other guy that was twice had the most epic keystroke error of all time. And we always say, if you make a keystroke error, get out right away. He was in a situation where he didn't have the choice.
Spread might have been.
No, it was.
Oh, it was instantly shut down.
No, it was that people were doing earnings. And so he was doing an earnings. Think about over $2,000. I'll get to Verb in a second. Over $2,000 stock on Amazon earnings, and the punch in on the number. And the only saving, he keystroked it and took too many shares on a $2,000 stock. And the saving grace was it was just right. It was in the right direction. So, like, basically just getting out right away was just a huge winner. It was an accidental win. But at the same time, had it been a $200 stock, that same keystroke error would have made money, but it wouldn't have ruined his life if he had lost. That's my point. If it had been a $200 stock, it wouldn't have ruined it. But if on a $2,000 stock, by the time you're even
Especially
trying to get
hours.
out, after hours, liquidity
is not there.
Forget about it. I think it makes all these stocks, the splits just make a lot of sense. When you're going to 24-hour markets, this is another thing, Netflix or anyone that gets too expensive. When you go to 24-hour markets, you want people to be interested in your stock. So splits, I think, become more important. Like everything, like trading volume is going to go up, options, all that kind of stuff. So you're going to want to make sure you're in the game. And we do know we're going to 23.5. 40 and slip, 4-hour work week now. 23.5 is what I meant to say. Sometime next year is the expectation. And when that happens, it's going to be, look, we're going to make some changes here. It's going to be great for names like Robinhood. It's going to be great for names like Webull. Certainly that's why I think investing in them makes a heck of a lot of sense. But, you know, I don't own any Robinhood when I say that. I do own Coinbase. I own some Webull. I wish I owned Robinhood. But I wanted to quickly talk about Verb. So here was the plan on Verb, and here's what actually happened. Whoops. The plan was that it was going to break the all-day trend, which you can see has not happened. And then when it didn't break the all-day trend, this was the new, whoops, that's not right. Let me just get rid of that. This was the new trend line that got put in when it made the high. It broke that, I took the short. There was a forever buyer at 24, so I got out. When it reclaimed the 24 level, the forever buyer was there and it bounced again. Then it broke the 24, I said, let me look for the short underneath that buyer. It held under 24, I shorted like 90 or something like that, maybe 90, 91 with a 50-cent stop. But the play was to the all-day trend. This has held the same trend line from the open till now on Verb. So until that breaks, you're scalping that range. Ideally, you could somehow magically have the 30 top, but that never offered an entry to me. So that's a scalp trade that we're able to get. So that's what we take. And it still doesn't want to break this all-day trend on Verb. So if that's all you can grab is just, it's a 1% move on a stock, or sorry, 10% move on a stock, which is a 150% day. But I have to look at it like I got an entry with a 50-cent risk that you could take a $1.50 to $2 move on. And that's all you're able to grab there on this bad boy. Still a relatively strong stock on the day. And I wouldn't necessarily write it completely off for the rest of this session, but it really needs to lose 22 for the shorts to work out.
All right, I'm going to take a little bit more. Palantir's back into the 40s again, so we were just able to get some out there. But I mean, look at what this looks like today. You know, it's a huge day. I mean, you have energy down, XOM, CVX are on the downside right there, as we had that news from India and oil and all that. So we'll get that all figured out. But right now, downside on XOM. Randy will be here tomorrow. We'll get his take on XOM. He's really looked at that stock and had a couple of important things to say about it. So we'll get his opinion there tomorrow. And then the only thing that obviously stands out to me, and we've already done a pretty decent job, I feel like, covering it. There's Amazon right now down 1.02% as their earnings call was not great there. You know, Bezos was selling more shares, and then AWS, not a great number. Prime, although okay, there's so much more competition now. I mean, Walmart has something similar to Amazon Prime, and many other companies out there extending sale days once Prime is there. So it's kind of like just matching it. And there's, I mean, I think the customer loyalty behind Amazon is huge. Like, I know my wife, we actually talked about this on the way home last night, is that, you know, she's never going to change. She doesn't like the Walmart app as much, and just Best
you never
Buy.
use Walmart?
No, we never use Walmart. But again, I think it's still just as good. I just think that right now, sometimes when you're intertwined with something, it's hard to get away from it. But anyways, I do like Amazon coming through there. But if you look in the financials today, you know, everything is Greensville. Like literally, like every stock in here. JP Morgan with a nice day there, 1.59% as they try to take over Apple's credit card business. But Berkshire, again, we talked about the write-down in Kraft Heinz, almost $4 billion of a loss in that as they write that stock off a little bit. But KKR, some of the insurance plays as well. Goldman Sachs, I mean, BlackRock has been an absolute monster. That's a great stock, BLK. There it is. Up. You don't want to talk about a split candidate. $1,200 for BlackRock, that could be something there. I don't know if that creates us more trading opportunities, but the banks continue to work well, including all major credit card names as well. And then just coming back into the tech space there today, if we go over to tech services, these are services, so they're not all going to be there, but there's Adobe. We saw Figma and some of that to the downside, so Adobe downside as well. And then, like I said, man, I think you could pick up some Palo Alto on weakness, and it just continues to get weaker. So they don't like that deal at all. The market there for CyberArk, CYBR is who they just took down. I'm going to integrate them into their platform, and I think they do better. It's nice to see Netflix making a little bit of a move now, off $1,200. We can see if that does anything there. Its recent high, nice little move to the downside. I agree. I think content is obviously going to continue to be king, but as you watch Netflix, you got to be careful because, you know, a lower sub number, a lower ad number, that's all this stock moves on. So, you know, it's been a nice little move downside here for Netflix over the last little while. Same as Costco. I don't understand what's really going on with Costco, other than their PE is around 50 or so for Costco, and they've been really beat up. So I feel like I might have, I don't know. I don't want to buy more Berkshire down here, but I think buying Costco, oh no, it had a little bit of a bump up. I think that could be a good.
Well, if the labor market's getting
be a good opportunity there. Yeah, but if people lose their jobs, I mean, are they?
Well, maybe that's why Firm is up today. It's always interesting, the logic behind what you think should happen with a firm with labor market weakness. It's like, okay, well, do more people need buy now, pay later, or more people
They're just competition.
defaulting. Like I think it's because I was trying to come up with
Figma.
something on a firm, and there's just like it's ups, and it's so ridiculously strong today for it to just be pure social media stuff and nothing fundamental behind it. 12% on essentially and effectively nothing. Outside of people talking about it on social media.
We have Klarna IPO, I don't know when that's coming.
Well, that's, like that's, I feel like that's another one of those names. Like if a firm continues this rally, let's just imagine a world in which which is not that difficult to imagine because it's pretty close. A firm continues this rally, gets to its highs, and Klarna comes, IPOs this year, and you're at highs. I would think it's easier to call that a top than it is for AI, because I think there's a much larger and ever expanding pie when it comes to AI relative to.
We haven't had a firm earnings yet. I do not believe either.
I do not think so. Well, that's the other thing. Like you're running. So many stocks are getting to their top before they report. So this could just be a continuation of that. You're buying, it's getting bought into earnings, and maybe you're waiting till after earnings to do a little bit of a dump. For anyone looking at that verb, it looks like it's taking out this trend break. But I came up with a rule that stopped me from taking trend breaks that were directly above VWAP, and this was something that I remember I was having this conversation with Obi. Like you can love an all-day trend break, but if it's doing so right at the volume-weighted average price, you almost want some kind of confirmation underneath VWAP. Like that's way too tight. Yep, it's breaking the day-long trend, but it also just bounced off VWAP within $1 range. So I think the short into the trend was the way to go, and then we'll just see if there's anything else after that. A couple people saying Apple wants lower. Wild, man. Apple breaking low of the day. I bet you Amazon's doing it too while the market's at the high. Amazon at the lows. Apple breaking low of the day. It's unfortunate, but it wasn't that bad. It really wasn't that bad. It's just like we said for Amazon. It wasn't as if the quarter was that bad, but they're just getting punished for not being part of this AI train. For being, again, devices are just never going to have the margins. Software will never have the margins that hardware does, or so the other way around. I mean, software margins are obviously fantastic. And that's been true. That's why Microsoft has always done so well relative to others. That's why Microsoft is the only company in the top 10 in market cap that 20 years ago was also in the top 10 in market cap. It's really difficult for a hardware company to pull that off. And if it's even happened through multiple market cycles, whether selling the physical hardware, you can maintain being a top 10 market cap company. I'd imagine that's very difficult to do if it's even been pulled off.
Yeah, so many trends change.
Yeah, maybe it's never happened. I don't know. I can't think of somebody that's done it.
Ask AI. So look, man, I mean, what's up with this? 413 likes? Like, what's up with that? Hit the like. We have 5,600 of you watching. We want to thank all of you for watching, first of all. Right now, I mean, become a subscriber, get into the chat, get involved with us here at Trader TV Live. You got to do that just by hitting subscribe. That's it. Subscribe. I didn't hit it? Oh, there we go. I did hit it. Okay. So you don't have to become, just hit the bell, hit the like button, get going on that one. We do have a membership that's here for $5 a month if you wanted to do that, to help support the channel. We do have a big rebuild happening behind us right now. Shout out to Studio 8 as we get ready to just absolutely, hopefully, change. Not hopefully, we are changing for the better. Completely different format, and it should be a great show moving forward here at Trader TV Live. More of all of us together, I think, is what we're trying to think about right there. But you know what? I mean, I love you, Figma, man. Big shout out to that short right now. $10 now in the money on Figma. I mean, it doesn't take many shares to be able to make a little bit of money on a move like this. So there goes Figma right down into $91 and an absolute crazy short, down 25% right now today. And again, it's not like it's a fluke. We wanted 110 break. We took the 100 break. We let it go against us. We got stopped out. We bought it, but we sold it back in. We had a lot of volume early on that, then a lot of volume at this low of 93, which is why we took out a couple pieces there, thinking that maybe there was some interest down there, but into the close, I mean, see you later. Who's going to support this thing right now? Not I, and apparently not many.
Apparently none of the Fortune 500 companies that account as clients want to support the bid on Figma. It was like 95% of the Fortune 500
Yeah,
our
they're not going to get in
clients.
there and buy this stock. I
But
don't
no,
think.
that's not how it works.
So we just bought some more Palantir down here a couple times at the, basically right there at 45, just thinking that this level may be good. And this is just what I do, man. I mean, I don't know if it's going to work or not. Bought some there, bought some at the 200 period, and then we always wanted to protect that 160. So we'll get stopped out if this comes in. We're going to give back here. We don't even have a unit. We have half of a unit right now. Like we had 4 units on our Apple trade this morning. So right now for Palantir, we're just trying to come back in just to see what this wants to do here heading into earnings. If we break below this level of 160, we can get out. So that's what we're going to do and just sort of brush it off a little bit there. I mean, it'll be a losing trade because we didn't get out of enough up here. But we did wind up, we got out of about 30 to 40% of what we had on that. Now we're averaged in. So giving us an average price right now, ho-hum, cry over spilled milk. We're out right now 14 cents on this trade. So let's just see what happens. We could definitely afford to lose 40 or 50 cents here on Palantir, but trying to hold out for an upside play now on PLTR. Maybe we'll get something out if it comes back to 50. That's where the 50-period moving average is. But again, I like the stock heading into earnings. I still think there's a runway for them to go higher, but I wouldn't be surprised if they do disappoint as well. It's so tough to sit here and call something. I mean, Google was a great number and it fell the next day. Pretty good, right? I mean, Tesla was a pretty bad number and it didn't fall as much. It fell 7 or 8%, but then battled back the very next day again. So
Robinhood.
that cat came back the very next day. Yeah, Robinhood's another great example of that. Palantir, now we're in the money all of a sudden on Palantir. So yeah, great idea. But let's just wait to see where it goes from here. Palantir. Oh, there. Did we get that? No, we didn't. There we go. Now we get it. So we get our 49. So there we go. We'll take 15, 16 cents. Now we'll see if this thing can fly into the close. And we don't get the imbalances on this yet, of course, because they're going to come at 350. We'll check that out after we get back from Neil.
Well, one place you can check the imbalances, for those of you that don't have access, might be an e-signal. And for the first month, at least, you can get it free. That's right. Trade smarter, not harder, everybody. Get an elite trading experience with reliable market data, customizable charts, the ability to link up with multiple brokers. You can automate your trades with the API, and you can do hot lists like we do to see what's moving. You can use many indicators out there so you can back test your strategies. You can forward test them out there if you want and do a little paper trading, whatever floats your boat. Do it for 1 month free. And if you like it, you keep it. It's an entitlement-based system as well over there at eSignal. And I can tell you, you can see, so scan the QR code, everybody. And I know they have access to the imbalance locator. You can be able to see imbalance data, which, as Sean mentioned, we'll get in about 12 or 13 minutes or so. There's just a couple of notable ones for the early look. For whatever reason, T's a buy, 5 million, and CLF Cliffs is 1.9 million to the sell side. A bunch of other not typically interesting names. Nike stands out as a small buy of 800,000, but the early look not huge. I just saw SMR there for 600,000 to sell. That's not a chump change number for SMR on a regular type day. That could be worth watching, but at 350, it's, anytime you have a Monday, it's early in the new month, it's earnings season, you can get these surprises, but we aren't expecting anything large on the imbalances. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's a little bit quiet. Still eyeballing. I mean, Verb just lost. See, of course I said I make up a rule where I don't take an all-day trend break if it's above the volume-weighted average price. And of course, that naturally means that it's going to be clean this time. But I can tell you that I've seen multiple times where that ends up not being as high a probability of a trade as a normal all-day trend break would go. So again, my reason for getting out 24 or 22 was because of the all-day trend, and then not taking it here was because the VWAP was there. And I've just observed it's not always a good thing. But Verb is starting to give it back. This might go into a... Well, that's 15%. That was pretty quick. I guess it didn't get close enough to the Halt band.
I would love to have Halt bands on these charts.
Yeah, that would be one thing. We've put requests in because I can tell you, being able to visually see the moving Halt band would be a cool feature to have, because sometimes I'm pretty convinced that I'm observing a bounce off the Halt band, but I don't know for a fact that that's the case. And maybe it's like a self-fulfilling thing. If everybody could see it, then it might not be as useful. So you'd almost want to build your own internally, I guess, algo group. They should talk to one of those guys.
Pretty easy to do.
No, well, you'd think it would be pretty easy to do. They used to have liquidity, what was it called? The
Bands.
LR, the liquidity replenishment points.
Right.
And so if memory serves, I might be butchering exactly what these were years back, but it essentially was, there were levels on certain US stocks where if it reached a certain point, market makers were sort of, I think it was kind of obligated to put liquidity back in. And you used to be able to see them for a brief period on the charts, and that was useful, but I think they realized that that's kind of giving too much away maybe, and that's why they got rid of it. But yeah, the halt bands would be cool, because I'm pretty convinced we just bounced off a halt band on Verb. And that's the only reason it caught a bid at $19. But that's just a guess. It would be cool to have. And if anyone does have access to the halt bands, let me know.
I bet I'm gonna search through eSignal, because I would think that they would be able to, you'd be able to put up halt bands on eSignal. I would think that would make sense.
You know what,
I'm pretty sure that if we search through their FAQ or sort of, they actually have a great knowledge base.
No, they do. Like
thing. You know, there's someone's created the script. So the thing about eSignal is you can find scripts out there and then just put them in. And most of them,
someone might have already built it, and you could
sure. All right, let me get out of another piece here at 48 on Palantir. I don't know, man. Heading into this, so what we were talking. So we just took another piece out there. Oh no, we didn't get filled. Maybe we will now. Using ARCA now. But this is what these imbalances look like, and right now they're only New York names, right? And so those start to be populated at 350. So if anybody wanted to buy some Palantir before market close, like millions of shares or something like that, and they put a buy order in right now, they're not going to get the greatest of prices because they're going to wipe these levels out, and they're not going to get all of the shares that they potentially wanted to. So to get a fair price in the market, they'll advertise what they're looking for. Like right now, someone wants 5.2 million in AT&T shares, so we can just click on that. It's not moving around. This is a little bit different. You could probably get 5 million shares here, but look, so far today it's only done 14 million. So if someone comes in, let's just say it's a hedge fund or I don't know, won't be, there's no activism on AT&T right now, but 5 million shares needs to get bought. So someone's come in and said, all right, well, we're actually looking to sell some as well today, so we'll pair that off. You know, it's gonna be probably better fee-based than them going into the open market. I don't know what it's like for these big, huge block orders, but they're gonna try to make a limited impact. So like if the market was gonna close right now, then this order would probably go off at 69. So they would just match, you know, this 5 million, I mean, it's going to get paired off, but it would just go at, so both traders, the buyers and the sellers, would wind up getting the same price with obvious limited impact. So that is what the purpose of these imbalances are. And just to disclose what you're looking for and give limited market impact. So we'll see if Palantir, okay, here we go. Nice little move higher now for PLTR. Let's go, baby. We'll see if this can come back in. So we've just been buying this into the close. Let's see if it works. We're not going to be holding this after hours. That report could come out immediately at 4 o'clock. We don't really know what to expect here for PLTR, but if it does come out, then we'll be flat anyways. We'll probably be flat heading into this imbalance. Let's just see this run up right now for PLTR. Nice little 20, 30-cent winner here into the close. Figma's not stopping, so that's another trade that we have on board right now, down at its lows of the day. $11 just in the money now for Figma, so that's starting to work out for us. I'm gonna take another piece right now for Palantir because I'm talking myself out of this. There we go, we get a 60 because we're into the imbalances. So when those come out, basically all bets are off. So we'll put another offer there in the 70s, and then we'll see if we can get back into the 90s and so on and so forth, and get back near that 161 all-time high, intraday high for PLTR. So far so good there. Really glad that you guys were able to watch me get into that, average into it, use support rate here as an area to buy, use the 200 period as an area to buy, and now see Palantir back there to the upside. But as Neil and I know, and you guys do too if you're active traders, these lines are just lines. Like at the end of the day, someone has to come in and buy this. The momentum has to be there. And we've just been pretty hot fire with some of these calls lately. Figma's still going lower. Palantir's still going higher. We like it. The big trade of the day for me was just Apple right away, right off the jump, boom. We got that going. So it's a little sad that it's all the way back down right now for Apple and for Apple shareholders, but that's why you want to get out when you make some of these moves. My best outs on Apple today, almost near 208, 207.75, 208, 207.70. So good plays there for Apple. Here, come on, Palantir, let's go. We're in the 70s right now. See if we can get some more out for PLTR.
Yeah, exactly. And for those asking, what's the announcement that we're waiting for?
What announcement?
It's just earnings.
Oh,
which is the catalyst to the market when we're not getting labor data, apparently. 405 and HIMS we're expecting. HIMS actually just lost a bit a little bit. We're expecting them to report, I forget the time specifically for Hims and Hers Health.
Dare has it written down at 4.
Oh, it is. It says 4 or 5 for them as well. So it's Mercado Libre that they report exactly at 4. But all of the bigger names that report are all right after the bell, at or right after the closing bell. So 4 or 4 or 5 there. And you're not the first person to ask this. I cannot pronounce this name in the chat. So we've got a lot of questions. Good luck if you can pronounce that one.
AKCJE?
Yeah, AKCJES, it doesn't really matter. Any reason for a firm surge today? We were just guessing a little bit. I mean, I was just guessing. I know Dara had mentioned that there was some social media chatter and some options volume, increased options volume, which can be the catalyst. Look, that could be easily the reason why a firm's up. It could just be that. Maybe it has some weird twisted thing to do with the labor market. I don't know that would be the case. Could it be an interest rate thing? Sure, you could speculate as to all of that. But for all of those explanations, why wasn't it then stronger on Friday? Would have been that's where I would sort of lean with. Okay, well, why is it only breaking out today? It did a recovery when everything else recovered on Friday, but why is it only breaking out now if it's had to do with the Friday's news? So it could just be a rally in earnings. It has a decent short float, so anytime it starts to go, it could also just be technical. But at the end of the day, there's no specific news story here with a firm. And it's like, if it were to do, I've had it up all day long. I've been waiting for this. If there's no news and you do a trend like this, I've been waiting for it to trend break. But when has it broken the trend? There was one tiny trend break here at $70 that you could have taken 50 cents on. Since that, it's just been linear to the upside. Every time it establishes the trend, it's really holding on to it really well. It'll slightly break and then just hold on to it at the top. It's hugging. It's almost like a line of best fit. It's a very linear move, which suggests all of the majority of the action is just almost like program buying and nothing out of control. So one to watch tomorrow just because of what it did today and no specific story whatsoever. Oh, I'm going to lament that verb. Yeah, this one ended up being a good all-day trend break if you took it because it gave it to you at 20. You would have had it here. There's your trend break. Let me zoom in so you can see it better. This is it breaking the all-day trend. It does this little wick here, retesting the trend high, and then closing here, so you're trying to get it around here at 22-ish, and then it just plops $3. That's better than the 24 release to 22. But I think Verb, I'm coming in tomorrow leaning short in this stock. I think that's my approach on day 2 of all of the treasury plays. If you are a crypto or token, whatever it is, and you go ham day 1, and there's any sign of weakness at the end of the day, then I would come in the next day looking for continuation because I feel like the sustainability of holding these ridiculous moves just because you do an offering and you're going into some type of treasury, token treasury, they're not going to work multiple days forever. And once you start to see weakness in this theme, you're going to want to pounce on it as a short seller.
All right, so just into earnings today, we do have we just been talking about this expected move here of 16.7%. They are tanked. Yeah, I know, just dumped. So that's why I wanted to show everybody is making that move down. So is Palantir. I mean, we were good enough to get some out on the top side there as we have half of our position left heading into these imbalances that are coming at 350. So we'll wait for that. Let's just have a quick look on Elon and company here to see what Tesla's doing. Again, a big day for Tesla as Elon Musk gets those 96 million shares. Wow, right there, not bad at all. And yeah, we saw a bunch of Teslas at supercharging stations as we made our trip across the 401 over the weekend, and a lot of Teslas on highways, and obviously very, very popular vehicle. But we're talking about robotics now and AI as we move forward. We talked about Optimus now being available for pre-sale. For small $23,000, you get the 8-hour version. They're lasting for 8 hours and doing simple household chores. 23 grand for Optimus. I feel like that's very reasonable.
But we don't know when. That's the thing. I was trying to find. I tried to find some kind of a date as to when they might expect, but there's I couldn't find anything remotely suggesting when that would be available. So it's
okay. So we'll wait. Okay, now we only have 40 seconds until these imbalances. I'm actually going to right now just go nope, not go like that, go like this. No, what am I doing? No, I want to get the source. So I have to just actually, because right now we're just these are the brokers, so these are the early looks. So I'm actually going to now just activate. We have a a filter here where I'll just activate that for source and only now show me the NASDAQ and NYSE. So these are all from 9:30, but in just now 15 seconds, we will get an update here. So I'm actually going to go over, let's have a quick look at Palantir to see what winds up happening. Remember, our stop is breaking through 160. So if this is a huge sell order, we will probably get activated there, but let's just see what happens with Palantir. There it is, 160.40. All right, so looks like it might be a nothing burger there. It looks like the Ethereum ETF does catch a bid. Apple catching, there it is. There goes Apple bid right there, 1 million shares ago. Nvidia catching a 1 million share sell, but it's done 114 million shares, so that's not a big deal there.
AMC.
Yeah, the Ethereum there, AMC. Oh yeah, okay, 1.25 million. Wow, that's only a $2 stock. That's been really diluted a lot as well. So that's downside play. Open door, 640 to buy, so that's into there as well. All right, let's. I don't really see Palantir on here, and if it's on here, it's not. Oh, there's Amazon with a bid. It's probably doing not. Well, actually, I shouldn't say that. It's made a nice little move higher there, but not a big amount of shares for Amazon. If Amazon gets slipped up tomorrow, you're going to see. Like you break this 200 period, it's not going to be good, man. Back underneath here, Amazon maybe has a 200 handle on board very, very soon. So we'll see, and if it does, I'm
quick guess.
Buying that. There's Palantir.
How much did you think AMC moved on that 1.2 million buy and balance?
Nothing.
You would be correct.
Yeah, I didn't. That doesn't seem like
you would be correct. No, the problem with that is, like, remember,
I'm getting more of Palantir out.
1.2 million shares on a $3 stock or 288 stock. It's not a lot of dollar value, right? Like, it's just the notion.
Oh yeah, that's right. $3 stock. Yeah.
The notional value is not.
How much volume did it do on the day?
It's only done 7 million on the day. How the mighty have fallen. I remember when this stock would do 7 million shares at the open, and now look at you. Yeah, it's a
now look at you.
No, it's. Look, it's actually after the bell tonight.
Ebbs and flows of the market.
Yeah, what was a squeeze play before is not a squeeze play now. Like, squeeze play now, go look at Carvana's chart. While people have been waiting around for GameStop and AMC to do something, it's like, well, if that's your game, you should have been in Carvana for the last couple of years. Or you could make an argument about Hims and Hers. You could make an argument. We're just talking about a firm. Lemonade reports tomorrow. Their short float's over 30%. Like, that's a stock that has a lot of squeeze, pun not intended, potential. Yeah, that's oh goodness, they're going to be. If this one does go to the upside, we'll have some puns for it, for sure. What is dead shall never die. Your Huckleberry TV.
Huckleberry TV.
You know what?
That's good.
It's not dead. You're exactly right. AMC is not completely dead. That does mean there's always a chance that it could bounce. But if you're looking to catch like a squeeze, the best you can do is lucid this thing. Observe the low and then scalp trade off of the low. Because the spikes have been few and far between in this. Like, there have been spikes, but few and far between. Looks like you get one a year for the last little bit. You got two in 2022, you got one in 2023, you got one last year. So at some point, maybe you get one more and you risk for that. But like I said, you could lucid this stock, meaning, and it's lucid is just
terminology.
No, but lucid is the cleanest example of this. That's why I bring it up, where it just shows you, hey, look at that. You can buy it off $2, $2, $2, $2. And if you just do that, you get some excitement, 50% moves. A couple of times, maybe a little bit more than that. You almost double it up. It goes to 350 a few times in there, and you could pull that off 3 times. But waiting for it to home run, well, that's been a losing strategy, everybody. And Farm Trader,
there we go.
I don't need to get into beating. We don't need to talk about that stock. It's useless.
Nice move. Nice move higher right here for Palantir. So we're really happy about this play. Again, man, hit the sirens right there for PLTR. We don't have a losing trade today. We have Apple. Well, we have losing trade, but not a losing symbol. We have Apple here was pretty huge for us today. Figma. I mean, come on, man. Figma has been absolutely fantastic. As there it is now. Figma now breaking through 90. It looks like there to end the day. A big call there for Figma. And if you're trying to make calls like this as well, or maybe you're already with these guys, you can take Trade the Pool. And now Trade the Pool has created something special just for you. A free ebook right now, featuring four, okay, I gotta maybe download this, featuring four proven, or not, four proven swing trading strategies from Trade the Pool's top funded traders. Inside, you'll see exactly how they approach, this might be good, how you approach the markets, how they manage risk, and what setups they rely on. So you can learn and grow from what actually works. I think that's important for sure. Download it now by scanning the QR code right there on your screen, or please check the link in our description for more information from our friends at Trade the Pool, a free ebook now, right there. The swing code, Neil. Definitely go, Neil. I think Neil's downloading it right now and checking it.
Why not?
Might as well have a look at it. Yeah, why not?
Well, remember earlier I was scanning
See
the
what
QR
is
code.
popping off?
I always make sure that that those QR codes just work when we put them on.
Whoa. So we
That was
just got
355 just hit.
Yeah, so basically I just punched out at Palantir right there at 160.20 for flat. It's a good thing we got out. We actually wound up, we didn't have that many shares left as Palantir came right back to the upside. So a well-traded stock, nicely positive for me today. Palantir, Figma, Apple, 3 for 3 there today, and it's glad to be back, glad to be doing this with everybody one more time today, and we're back tomorrow. We're back every single day, except for Friday again when I have it off. All right, so right here, $90.05 will bid. There it is. Yes, sir. That's that. Close the damn door on that trade right now. That is a $12 winner to end of the day on Figma. So we're pretty happy with that, needless to say, with only 4 minutes left.
Yeah, at 55, NVIDIA, whatever it was before, came to a 1 million buy, but pretty much anything that was there, it looks like it flipped or paired off. But there weren't gigantic imbalances to begin with. ETH paired off almost half, actually more than half as well. And for Matsuo in the chat, we're expecting 405 for HIMS, we're expecting 405 for Palantir, Mercado Libre and VTS are both at 4. So it's popping off right away. Like, this is not a wait for Zuckerberg moment until whatever the heck. I remember we were expecting them like one day. It was like, I think we're like 410 or 415, and we're sitting there at like 430, and Meta still hadn't reported. By the way, Meta, gorgeous.
Yeah,
Meta,
we're traced back up.
Meta's almost back to the all-time high. So, you can shoot it, but you can't kill it. That's for sure. So after it pulled back, you spent some time pulling back on Friday, but we're right back to retesting those highs. Gaps up on earnings, didn't do much today after consolidating. And then we had that, they call it like a mini flush on Friday. But you're right back at it here with Meta. That's an example of what you wanted to see out of the likes of Amazon and Apple. But unfortunately, the Mag 7's all broken up now. They're not a group. It just isn't. Like right now, you got to give a name for Microsoft, Meta, and NVIDIA. Because
we didn't even look at NVIDIA.
But NVIDIA all you need to know is at the highs. That's all you need to know.
Okay, the Nasdaq's up 2%.
NVIDIA's up 3.5%, it's at the highs. Meta is chilling, up 3.5% at the highs. Amazon, at the low of the day, down 1%. Apple actually bounced here. Well, Apple made a really big bounce like right here at the end. So it's actually green. So that just the effect that was going for when Apple just turned green again, although look at the chart. So MMN, whatever you want to say, or some other acronym, that's what it's all about here. So either you got to get with the program. At some point, I think there's going to be a good value in a buy in Apple. As far as Amazon goes, I think I'm actually probably going to buy it off that 200 period moving average. If not, probably sometime tomorrow morning, or maybe I just do it at the desk, see what we get. It seems like a good value. I don't think the quarter wasn't all bad. It was just one bad number, and everyone gets bent out of shape because
What day did they report? They reported on.
They were the Thursday night.
Thursday. So I still like the 3-day rule. So
that would give you tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I'm saying. Like I usually would wait till tomorrow, and that's
you got $5. We got to go to the desk, but Uber long. You have any opinions? It was to you.
Oh,
we could talk about it tomorrow. It's fine.
You know what? Ask me. I'll let you know at the desk.
Yeah,
I have some thoughts about Uber, but I only have 1 minute, and I got to go set up.
Stay tuned for our after show. Getting ready to go right now with only a minute left in this market. Palantir really did regain some strength there into the close. Up now to 160.75. These guys are coming after hours right now. Do not leave your desk. Stay here right now. We've got some big trades coming through on Palantir at the end of the day. We've got HIMS coming out with earnings as well. These are the two big names that there's going to be a lot of eyes on. So stay tuned for that. Very excited to bring you everything involved here with these closing trades. So now with only 45 seconds left, it's HIMS, it's Palantir. We just talked about Apple trying to go 203, nice move there. We had NVIDIA on a nice little bump there at the end of the day. Wow, 180 now for NVDA, near all-time highs of 183. That's kicking out right now. It's going to be a good one. We're super excited to give them all to you here at the end. Look what the NASDAQ is doing also, guys, here at the end of the day, up 1.81%. The ES also up 1.46%. What's gold doing today? Just quickly, gold is up, I believe, 0.5% there as well. So Palantir cometh right now. The countdown is now on with less than 10 seconds before we get monster numbers. Hi, Adair. Hope you're doing well. With only now 4. I'm a little bit late. 3, 2, and 1. And there we go. The market is now closed. Buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a huge day for us here. This closing show is brought to you by Global X and Beta Pro. Scan that QR code to go check it out right now. Adair is going to go get some more water. Let me know when Neil is ready to go, because when that happens, then we're going to throw it over, because here's Palantir. I have it up. It does not look like there's any numbers going through out right now. Ciao for me, man. Thank you to everybody for watching. It's been a good one. Hit the like and subscribe. Over to my man at the desk. It's Neil, Palantir and HIMS and hers. See you tomorrow. Ciao.
Thank you very much, Sean. It's your market recap brought to you by Beta Pro, by Global X. And obviously the biggest name reporting tonight is Palantir. Made another all-time high. We're expecting them at 405. 12% implied move, which is more or less exactly what it did last time. That's a big one. Of course, we were expecting HIMS as well at 405. But the other big baddie is the stock that should be splitting. I say it over and over again. Look, $2,400 is ridiculous. No one's going to trade it. No one's going to touch it. Melly, I don't even see the numbers. I also don't see it moving around too much. It's pretty much exactly where they close. So not really much going on when it comes to Melly. NVTS, we're expecting them to also report. Navitas, slight movement, but not a heck of a lot. This is sometimes popular in on the social media circles. I know it has a chance to go squeezing. But the big story is, can Alex Karp do it again? He's been doing it for a while. He's been doing it and doing it and doing it well. Although I don't think he represents Queens, nor was he raised in Brooklyn as far as I'm concerned. But either way, the stock is at their all-time high here today. Shout out to LL Cool J, but no earnings just yet.
I just realized I don't even know where he's from, which is pretty wild, but we can maybe look that up later. Yeah, guys, Palantir is definitely the biggest earnings names we're looking for. The only one I'm seeing come through on my X is LSCC, Lattice Semiconductor. Q2 revenue here in line with estimates. They reported $124 million versus $123.6 million expected, basically in line. They also posted in line adjusted earnings per share. Q3 revenue, they're guiding 128 to 138 million, not seeing how that compares to estimates, guiding gross margins roughly. Yeah, I'm not going to read this gross margin number yet because I can't really, I don't want to misread it here. But LSCC, it is worth noting, yeah, basically in line for both EPS and revenue. Now, we always say, oh, it's, you know, you kind of want to either a beat or a win, but yeah, the in line is never good either. Which one?
Vertex is tanking.
VRTX, I didn't even see, it's funny, I saw them reporting on some things and not on everything. I do have the numbers though, so we'll go over that. VRTX. They reported Q2 adjusted earnings of $4.52 per share, above estimates of $4.29 per share. That's a beat. Sales, another beat, 2.965 bill versus 2.901 bill expected. For the record, this is a pretty violent stock. I have intraday traded this one before, and it does give you a little bit of trouble, but I mean, that's kind of par for the course for some of these spready names. The guidance is the issue.
It's slightly below the midpoint. Like, it's just...
Well, it's. I think it's at the low...
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. So it's...
They guided 11.85 billion to 12, which the midpoint to that would be 11, obviously 11.92 half, and the estimate was 11.93.6. Mm-hmm. So like it's like the guidance expectation 193.6, the midpoint was like very, very slightly lower than that, and you're getting punished to the tune of 8%.
Diamondback is falling too.
That's the problem with these, like the slightest weakness in a name in these pharma names, and you get absolutely punked. These Diamondback Energy moving to the downside as well. We know we'll get Palantir in a couple of minutes, but we are getting some movers here, and NVTS did also move. They're now tanking as well. So NVTS it was double digits at one point. Navitas was down almost over 10%. Now down 12%, right back into these lows. It broke $7 briefly, $8 stock in here. So far, not so good on earnings.
Yeah, I have, I'll go over, I can't really show any charts right now. We're just waiting for Michael Noss to come in on the Zoom, so I'm prepping the Zoom. But Navitas, I can go over those numbers. I also have Diamondback Energy. So Navitas reported adjusted losses of 5 cents per share in line with estimates. Sales, though, were a beat, 14.49 mil versus 14.376 mil expected. I also have here Axon Enterprises, 2.12 for adjusted earnings versus 1.46 expected. That's a beat. Sales, a hefty beat as well. 669 mil versus 641.24 mil expected. So it's a double beat for Axon. Where was Fang? I had Diamondback as well. Diamondback Energy, adjusted earnings of $2.67 per share, missing estimates of $2.92. Sales, $3.678 billion. Did we get Palantir?
They're out.
Okay.
It's already moving. I can tell you right now. It just broke the 170. We don't have the numbers right away, but it doesn't matter. It's absolutely flying. So for one win to rule them all, pretty much everything else to the downside that's reporting tonight. And Palantir and Alex Karp singing praises up here. Again, if you have the numbers here, clearly they like them.
Oh, I do. I just got them.
What do we have?
So, earnings of 16 cents per share, beating estimates of, they're saying 12 cents. I was saying 14. Either way, it's a beat. Revenue, $1 billion versus estimates of 9.39 million expected. So that is looks like a double beat here for PLTR. Navitas Semiconductor guidance, really quickly, Neil, was gross 9.5 mil to 10.5 mil for Q3 versus 15.65 mil expected. That is not even close to near what the estimates were. If I see anything more on Palantir, like, for example, guidance, I will let you know. Also, Fed's Daily saying that she was comfortable with the Fed's July decision, but she's less comfortable making that same decision again and again. So that suggests at some point she is open to a cut.
Yeah, it looks like we didn't get to that 12 expected percent on Palantir. Like, that would have given you, what are we talking here, like 19? So like 179 would have been the spot, I guess, what you're looking for a resistance, the implied resistance anyways. Got to 172, pulled right back in here and bounced off 160. So buyers right where we started at 160-ish, the prior all-time high, and then get an $11 move, but right back in reversing. We do have HIMS. Unfortunately, like you said, Palantir won long to rule them all tonight because it seems like everything else that has reported has tanked. HIMS is down $10, 13%, and continuing to fall here. The stock was at some recent highs, but unless you're PLTR, I'm not really seeing anything that's going upside on earnings tonight.
Yeah, Palantir Q3 guidance above estimates 1.083 bill to 1.087 bill versus 981.095 million expected. So that is a hefty little beat for guidance. Hims and hers, no beat to be seen here. Sales, $544.83 million versus $549.827 million expected. To be fair, they did have a slight beat here for Q2 earnings, 17 cents per share versus 14 cents per share expected. In terms of guidance, okay, I do actually have some guidance. They're seeing Q3 revenue between 570 and 590 million. Fiscal 2025 revenue between 2.3 and 2.4 billion dollars. I'm not seeing how those guidance aspects for HIMS compare to estimates, though.
Yeah, remember, this is a stock that at these exact price levels rolled over on the Novo News, more or less right around the 65 level and gapped down. So sellers winning on the bad report as well, but not looking good for HIMS. If you're looking for the bull run today on earnings, it's really only in one place. It's only Palantir that's going up. Pretty much everything we looked at has gone to the downside here. I haven't looked at Mercado Libre, but no one trades it. No one cares about them. I'm sure it's a fantastic company, but at the end of the day, if you don't split, no one cares. And so Palantir, not really, it's not 12%, but the 12% I think is asking a lot, especially at all-time highs, but it's certainly the only thing that's looking relatively strong here. You just had the guidance on PLTR, but they're not the only thing going higher. A lot of times when we see one of the AI plays go upside, Notably, NVIDIA goes higher as well. What do they have to do with each other? Nothing. Precisely, but the sentiment is the sentiment. And if you're saying AI is winning, then NVIDIA tends to move higher as well. So through 180s, NVIDIA on sympathy, and Palantir holding out but not breaking those highs yet.
It is funny because Navitas and NVIDIA actually have a connection, but that's definitely not going to move NVIDIA.
No,
they do have a partnership for next-gen AI data centers. There was another earnings play that was actually higher here, Neil, and it was Zoom Info Technologies. The ticker for that one, I do not remember off the top of my head, but either way, GTM is apparently the ticker for this one. This is I believe, a bit of a smaller, yes, $10. Q2 earnings, adjusted earnings of 25 cents per share, beating estimates of 23 cents. Sales, 306.7 mil versus 296.4 mil. That would be a double beat. Q3 guidance, it looks like above estimates across the board. They also raised their fiscal 2025 guidance, also beating estimates across the board. Now, Palantir also did raise some elements of guidance. I already read you guys their Q3 guidance. They raised their fiscal 2025 sales guidance. So original range was 3.89 bill to 3.902 bill. They raised that to 4.142 bill to 4.15 bill versus estimates of 3.9. So nice look here for Palantir. They didn't miss on anything. If there's anything interesting I see from either Palantir or HIMS as I continue to read through the reports, while we have our special guest, Michael Noss, on today, I will drop that in the chat. Also, if there's any earnings that we missed that you guys want me to look at, drop those in the chat when I have a second. I can't promise I'll be like speedy, but when I have a second, I will certainly type those in for you.
Oh, Speed and Adara? Oh, come on. We know you're lightning quick with an Adara. Don't be humble. We'll get all of that news, and if anything pops off, we'll get to it for sure. But let's be real. If you're looking for a bullish move to the upside, which most people are, I'm sure there's some shorts out there. In some of these earnings plays. Good luck to you. Most of them would have worked out with the exception of Palantir. But I know a certain person who gets excited whenever the market's moving, and earnings season is always fun for us. And this person happens to like technicals. So I want to see his take on some of the moves we've seen. It's the NOS boss. Let's bring him in for some trader talk. Welcome back. Ooh, I'm only now seeing the t-shirt there and all of it. This morning, I couldn't really read the whole thing. By the smile.
That's right.
First of all, I hope your day was fantastic. Welcome in. Maybe explain what that means, although it's obvious to me, maybe not obvious to everybody.
Buying smiley faces, right? We talk about it all the time. It's funny. I got this one from JC. I know I dropped some shirts off there as well. He's all kinds of cool trading shirts that no one who's not a trader will understand. Like one just says Fibonacci is my homeboy in big letters, and it's got Fibonacci with the earmuffs on, like he's doing some lo-fi hip hop or something. It's hilarious.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Only traders get things like that. So we had a pretty interesting start to the week. No questions asked. Like last week, a lot of things, it was insane last week because we went from, no, we're not cutting rates potentially all year to 90% chance that we're going to get a rate cut. And the market, it's just how quickly things will flip. And you saw a lot of strength ultimately bringing the market into some new highs. But it wasn't everywhere because a couple of Mag 7 names did languish. But there wasn't enough weakness in the Apples and the Amazons of the world to prevent us from getting into highs. And looks like buy the dip is continuing to win here over and over again. People might not like it, but we're going higher.
Well, and I talked about this morning, and I think the reason why is pretty kind of obvious here if you end up seeing this data. So again, I know this chart isn't very good. I have to do make my own chart, I think, of this to make it a little prettier. But again, we're just looking at the green line here, and this is the net positioning of large speculators out there, and they're short, and they've been shorting the whole way up. And then we had, a 3% pullback last week, and they didn't cover any. So they're getting super greedy on these shorts. And the way I've been thinking about this is that until this normalizes, there's this underlying bid, this relentless bid that just has to exist in the market. Is these guys are short and very, very wrong and have been wrong for a long time. So any sort of a pullback, they should be lightening up on those shorts. Any sort of a push higher, there may be things like forced liquidation. So if you can kind of spot where the other side is in pain, sometimes it can tell you all you need to know about the trend.
Well, it's to that point. it felt like we saw something like, I don't know if you saw this chart, but it felt like we were seeing something like that with a firm today. No specific news, got a decent short float, and was just recently, I mean, it's kind of a popular stock to get shorted. It's just one of those, it falls into that group. But it broke a technical level and then just literally trended up like there was a program buy the entirety of the day. And like all I could come up with, somebody was like, I need to get it. I either need to get shares. I'm like, would you be buying in front of earnings at the highs? Or maybe they were just trying to unwind before earnings. So they're like, it's going up and we don't want to get to the all-time or the 52-week high and have to deal with this before their earnings. So to that point, I think finding some of these trends as a day trader seems to work as well. Do you, just out of curiosity, when you see that over the top, they're getting greedy, shorts are increasing, do you have any scans on individual names that maybe it would be like some kind of a technical break on X amount of volume and X of a short flow? I'm just making something up, where you could be like, this looks like it's getting squoze, for lack of a better term. Do you have anything that would give you an edge there in finding them outside of just regular volume indicators?
Yeah, I actually like to, and it's you can do it here on FinViz, but I like to chart the short float, and I always like to use this kind of open as an example.
Okay.
I'm gonna pay these guys so the ads go away, but not just because the short float was high, which it was at 25%. That's pretty high, but this orange line down here, this is the actual short float, and you can see it increasing dramatically between like $1 and 50 cents. So they were really hammering this thing short as it was hanging out at lows under $1. I don't know what they were thinking. That just seems like pure greed to me. And so, you know, again, not only that they're trapped and that they need to do shorts, but where they're trapped. And the example I give to this too is AMC. AMC doesn't have a large short float anymore, but if it did, they're probably short from all the way from $60. So if AMC ripped to $10, they don't care. They don't need to cover. They're not going to get that short squeeze that they want. They would have to get up to $50, $60 a share before the shorts started to get nervous. With open, they just had to get it over $1. And did no one learn from Carvana where any amount of short squeeze can cause this type of reaction? And I actually really like this open chart for a potential secondary move because they're able to hold it. So it didn't come down very much. I think it's this weekend that we get new short float data. I'll have to check on that. But if they still haven't covered, and we know they're existing around somewhere between $1 and 50 cents, you're talking a large percentage, a 100 to 300% loss in some of these guys' accounts. So it's not just the short float, it's trying to pin where they're short, and when that price gets surpassed and surpassed dramatically, then you know they got to cover, or their broker's going to come knocking.
Great insights, Michael. And for everyone watching that remembers the last time we had Michael on, and I said every single time that Michael comes on, I try to give him a question that he should not be prepared for because it was not discussed. And he didn't talk about it this morning specifically. And of course, he does have an indicator that he uses for those types of squeezes. That's a great look on open. I promise you, we traded it last week. Sean was trading it today. I promise you, every day this week that it holds above $2, I think that's going to be one for the day traders out there to keep an eye on, because we know the potential of that one could be absolutely explosive. So that's one small, very, very small cap name. What about overall the small caps in general? Because I think you were talking about this on Friday. Well, I mean, look, we were just on. You were on Friday morning, and you were just on last week. But now the litmus has really changed with that 90% chance for a rate cut, and the IWM making a power move in here today. Very, very nice bounce. Give me your thoughts on maybe what you see here and what opportunities are there for us. As you know, the market was great today, but the Russell really stood out.
Yeah, 2.25% on the Russell. That's pretty wild. So for those who don't know, and I'm sure if you guys watch, Neil talks about this all the time, the reason that we're interested in rates and small caps, it's because that's the reason for the last 5 years small caps have kind of gone nowhere, is that Apple doesn't care if rates are 2% or if rates are 6%. They can adapt their business, and they have a whole bunch of cash that they'll just make more money as rates go higher. But your small caps, your biotechs, which is a big component, your kind of ma and pa shop organizations, they're the ones that get hurt as rates go higher. Biotechs in particular, because you're trying to build something that you're not allowed to sell yet until the FDA gives you approval. So you have to live off debt and you have to live off borrowed money until you get this product passed or until you get bought out or whatever happens. So the higher interest rates, the harder it is for you to get to that end goal of FDA approval. So the fact that we had this massive rip in IWM and it closed the gap, that makes me think that I want to take a look at, and I was doing some scanning before I came on here, IBB and XBI are both very interesting to me when I dived into the biotech sectors. So this blue line right here, this is the anchored VWAP from, let's call it the prior cycle high, right up here. And then this blue line ahead is the anchored VWAP from all-time highs. And I believe a couple weeks ago I was on here showing that quite often when you have a pretty dramatic pullback and then you get that anchored VWAP from the all-time highs violated to the upside, you can get these more sustained trends. And most sectors have done it already. Biotechs have not yet. So I'm watching this, and it's like $91 on the biotech sector, but this base right here has been so nice and tight. It didn't really participate in that sell-off from Thursday and Friday, and really did well in kind of the bounce with the IWM. So I'm very interested to the biotech side of things. But yeah, I'm biased, and I've been hoping for so long for small caps to catch up, and they just haven't. So I hope that this is going to be the case, that we're going to get some sort of cut, and that's going to help out biotechs. And the reason for that is that I like to trade more than just large cap tech. I think the more stocks that are moving, the more opportunity there is for people like us that don't really care what we're trading. We just want to trade the setups and the trends. So I'm hoping, but I've been disappointed many times with the IWM in the past.
Well, there's no doubt about that. But I got to pivot to like the mover that almost everyone's going to be talking about tonight. If they're not talking about HIMS to the downside, they're talking about Palantir to the upside. And we've had this discussion before. When you have like you can't really call Palantir a squeeze name, but the trend, if you look at the daily chart, it looks every much like that type of a stock. And again, tonight, they upped their guidance, they beat on earnings, so there's just nothing for anybody to short this thing to sink their teeth into. What would you do technically for a stock like this? As a day trader, you've got some options open to you tomorrow morning, because like ultimately, like you're just looking for short. You can take it for an hour, you can take it for a couple of hours. Like there's lots of opportunities that way that'll set up. But for a swing trader, what could be like if you're not already in Palantir? Fundamental people can't handle the valuation.
Yeah.
And then technically it's a blue sky setup because you're through all-time highs. What can you pull off here as a swing trader, or is this, if it doesn't dip, you're stuck?
If it doesn't dip, I definitely think you're stuck. You would need a retest of this, I think, 161 area to have some zone to play off of. But I say this all the time, where the thing that I'm always thinking of and reminding myself on every time I take a trade is that I'm going to be right about half the time. And so I have to think risk and reward. That's just where I have to focus my attention. And where do you put your risk on something like this? Do you use this this was kind of the last major swing low in this at 130. You're looking to risk 30 points, so you have to be able to make 60 points to make it worth your while, and that seems like a little bit of a tall order. So to me, other than like maybe looking at other companies that could be kind of sympathy plays for Palantirs that have better setup or something like that, I just look at this one as you missed it. There's plenty of fish in the sea, and you get to work finding the next one. Okay, well, speaking of dips, this is purposefully done in this order, was because there's a squeeze name that just did not, HIMS has had bad news from Novo, and that caused it to, probably the only reason why it didn't break out past the mid-60s was the bad Novo news. Now you get back to there, you fill that gap and come right back to the highs. They report tonight, and you do another pullback when it's just trying to break away from the 65 area, and we get another dip in HIMS.
I'm of the, I want to get your opinion on this, but I'm of the opinion that if it actually holds here and then takes out the high after all this bad news, this could be an epic squeeze. Just because like the shorts have had fundamental reasons that they think are going to work for them. So if we blow out the 70 top, how are you not taking this breakout? As a day trader, again, it's much easier to just simply say, I'm going to take a 70 break on a day trade. If it loses 69, I get out. That's an easy trade to make as a day trader. As a swing trader, what's your approach here? Because it worked if you found the long after the last bad news on this stock.
Yeah. Yeah, buying breakouts like that, what I like to just do is weekly closes. So I agree, right? If we go back to this chart right here, this is a weekly chart of HIMS, just showing, like we were talking about, where they're short, not just that it's a 34% short float. But most of it has happened. If you go back to when we were in the 20s or so, right, it wasn't that high. And then it really started to get high somewhere in this range. And this is a wide range, so it gets really harder to track it down. But I want to say 40s or 50s are probably going to be roughly their average price. So I'm buying this breakout. And, you know, Charles Dow taught us 100 years ago, 200 years ago now, that the closing price is the most important. So I like weekly candles for a lot of my swings and weekly closing prices. So a trade like this may look to me like something like, okay, if we can get up in the $69 or $70 area and we can break that, I'm going to get involved. And then I'm going to wait for a weekly close, like maybe back below 65, just to some indication that there was that failure of a breakout. And you can see every time we've got up in that zone, that weekly close, yeah, it would hurt, but you missed a lot of the pain, kind of both sides.
Right.
So that's probably what I would do. And just knowing that, if I'm trading HIMS, I'm trading something that's insane. However, the fact that that pullback of the Novo Nordisk news wasn't that bad on a percentage basis, again, it sucked. But if you look at it in the grand scheme of the weekly chart here, it only pulled back a little bit of this range. To me, I'm with you. If we can get back through there, if this bad earnings report gets shrugged off, I'm going to be a buyer. And that's just the only way I think I'm going to be able to sit through the noise of this, is just use a weekly closing candle, and just then I only even need to look at it once a week. And for something this wild, and you're going to obviously be trading it small because of it, something this wild, I think that's what you have to do, is just wait until the closing candle and try to not get swept up in the crazy noise that this thing does intraday.
Hi, Michael. Thank you so much for being here with us today. We actually have a question in our chat from Nick W. asking about your thoughts on J&J. Do you think that this is a potential breakout to kind of move from one biotech type name to another?
This chart is just a nightmare to me, to be honest. I have this thing where I hate dead money as much more than losing money. And dead money just meaning I'm in this thing and it's not doing anything for a long period of time. If you look at J&J, we're really just stuck inside this massive range. And I just absolutely hate that, because the way I look at it as someone who trades systems, I have a rough estimate and a back test of what my system should generate me each year. And if my money is sitting just doing nothing, then I'm looking at it as losing money, not just because of inflation and all that kind of stuff, but losing money because I could be applying it to one of these other systems that's end up doing well. So if you're going to take a trade like this, I think you really need a time stop. So it just means you need some ability to say, okay, I'm buying J&J here, and I get what the viewers watching is this particular breakout that's happening here. It just has so many of these levels overhead at 175 and 180 and 185. I think you put a pretty tight time limit on this if you're going to take a look at it and say, I want this breakout to happen. I want it to happen in the next number of weeks. We're on a weekly chart here. So, in 2 or 3 weeks, if we're back below 170, it's time to go. And that's the only way I can deal with stocks that are in such a range like that, because, again, a nightmare for me is to be holding a name with no time stop exit plan, because then I'm always worried that the day I'm going to sell, there's going to be some great news that's going to come out that's going to spike it. So that's when I don't like the look of the chart, to be honest. But if I was going to trade it, yeah, some sort of time stop is going to keep me from just getting completely messed up in this name that really hasn't gone anywhere in like 3.5 years.
And that's why we've just been talking about HIMS. For all of your viewers out there, we can look at stable names that are, hey, J&J is not going to get you crushed. But, you know, there's a reason why we're going to be talking a lot about Palantir and HIMS tomorrow and the rest of the week. And we'll be talking about AMD later on in the week. And J&J, again, the dead money is the right word for it because of the opportunity cost that you could be in a better trade.
And I really want to just hammer in on that point you put. The reason that we're talking about HIMS and Palantir and all that is not really even so much. So say you're a more conservative trader and these names scare you. The way I look at it is that you can trade these names way smaller and have more capital to place more trades on more uncorrelated assets or uncorrelated systems than putting it into something that is safer. So you can always adjust your risk. So if you look at something like him and say, no way, that thing's moving, you know, $10 a day, that's fine. You just trade it 1/10 of a stock that trades $1 a day. So that now you've freed up 90% of the potential buying power you have to apply to other names. So I never try to look at, you know, this is a safe name, this is a non-safe name. I look at something like Johnson & Johnson saying, I'm going to have to apply a whole bunch of buying power to make any money worth my while, where I'm going to be more interested in HIMS because I can just put, you know, a couple $1,000s in there and it could double or triple. Whereas with HIMS, I may need to put tens of thousands of dollars to make that same. So yeah, I really liked what you said there. I just wanted to hit on that volatility doesn't mean more risk. It just means smaller size, right? Same risk.
Yeah, absolutely perfect, and I can't end it on better words than that. So thank you so much for coming through. A wealth of knowledge as always, Michael. And we covered a lot today. I try to throw a few curveballs at you, and eventually I'm going to land a strike, and you're going to swing and miss. But it hasn't happened yet. I'm going to get you eventually. Thank you so much for coming on, Michael. We look forward to talking to you at the end of the week.
I'll talk to you then. Have a good one.
All right, take care.
Thank you, Michael.
Another great addition, Trader Talk there with Michael Nasa. He's always fun to have around, and a wealth of knowledge, like I always say. But in terms of the knowledge on the earnings, it's pretty simple. If you were Palantir, you beaten her up. If you're anybody else that reported tonight, you are to the downside. I mean, wow, that was easy. I didn't think it would be so simple.
Staples. That was easy.
Oh, we need one of those buttons. Why don't we have a that was easy button? That's low-hanging fruit, Fabian. That is low-hanging fruit. We should have a that was easy button. Another thing that I found amusing in the new War of the Worlds movie, which I guess only nerds would like to take on it. Unfortunately, the budget wasn't that big for that film, but I thought it was kind of fun. But it was a very low-budget movie. Shout out to Ice Cube. But you know what we do?
Ice Cube was in it?
Yeah, Ice Cube.
How was he in it? How was he? I like him as an actor.
So without spoiling too much of it, when I say it was a low-budget film, like it was along the lines of most of it just takes place like him looking into like his computer screen. Like he works at like a thing, like kind of like the NSA, and he's online.
I'm very
most of the
curious
movie.
now about this.
Like it's one of those types. Like there was a movie with the guy from Harold and Kumar, very similar, where he's looking for his daughter, and it takes place him searching the computer.
John Cho or Cal Penn?
The other guy, Harold, not the I forget the actor. John Cho. It's a very similar film, but it had that exact feel to it. It's really cool to watch. If you're a nerd, you'll like it. But again, like if you're a bull, then you only like Palantir. HIMS to the downside. I think we'll see some opportunities there tomorrow, but not the best in terms of numbers. That being said, so let's get into some roll call, everybody. You know the drill. Right about now, I want everyone to give a big shout out. Give a big shout out to Michael for coming on in through. Give a big shout out to Fabian. Give a big shout out to Andre, to Team Ramin, to Adara, to Sean, to Brendo, to the Midday Boys, to Joey Options with the dreads, and Sharif with the t-shirt today with Mo Salah. Give a shout out to everybody. Give a pat on the back to yourselves as well. But make sure you hit that like and subscribe before you do it. Get in the chat and shout everybody out so we can get a little roll call back with Adara in rapid fashion.
Let's get going here. Thank you to Neil, Sean, Sharif, Joe. Shout out to Obi, who was on for Sean last week. We have Fabian, Ramin, Andre, Brendan, of course, and everyone in this chat. We have Io Lewis, the Trendline Tycoon, Tracer Austin, Damian Tarza, Chris Howden, J Dog, Sharva Dog, Other Zinc, Tyler Smith, Chris Howden, Adrian Hernandez, Big Joel, Jai Singh, Roger Noonan, RN Artist Day Trader, Christmas 123, Applemani, Heartbroken Biker, Tony, Broadcast MTV, Green Day Dean, 19 Regal 83, Viz Bot, West, y'all. Green Day Dean again here. Schwann's, Levi, Michelle, Adam DeLuce, Vertigo, 534. Christopher Busi, RJ Trades, Options, and Deep will end there. Thank you guys so much. We'll see you all tomorrow. And it's Palantir day one. And it's Hims and Hers day one. And after the bell, we'll get AMD, SMCI, Rivian, Lucid. If there is a name, there's a chance that either it or something in its sector is reporting tomorrow night, so it should be massive.
Yeah, Tuesday. Last week it was Wednesday, Thursday, but tomorrow earnings are absolute hot fire, and we're here bringing all of it live. We're Cherry TV Live. We'll see you bright and early. This has been your market recap by Beta Pro X. We'll see you in the morning, everybody. Bye, guys. I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.